Chapter 1. The Dinner Gathering. On a wintry night in Gong City, the cold wind howled through the treetops, as if lamenting, swirling the fallen twigs and withered leaves away into the shadows. Inside an upscale hotel, Jiangqi stood before Miao Yu, clad in a slender, unembellished qipao. Her hands were respectfully clasped before her, and her long, inky black hair was elegantly pinned up with a delicate hairpin. Her lips, red and white, bore an almost sickly cleanliness, and beneath the shimmering light of the crystal chandelier, her innate demureness was accentuated. Miao Yu, also adorned in a qipao, maintained an exquisite appearance, her figure gracefully accentuated by the garment. She surveyed Jiang Kai's attire with satisfaction, adjusting the plush shawl draped over her shoulders. With her lips painted a vivid red, she admonished, "When we enter the private room, do refrain from wearing that sour expression. It will affect everyone who sees you. Smile more. Charm your father, do you understand?" The girl lifted her gaze, her clear pupils betraying no trace of anger, as she met Miao Yu's eyes with an oddly flat tone. "The man inside is not my father, he is merely your husband. You are now the eldest daughter of the Song family, and I have married Song Fanjing." Miao Yu narrowed her eyes, the disdain within them unmasked. "You are my biological daughter, and to my second husband, he is your father." Jiangqi bit her lip, turning her face away in apparent defiance. "Remember my words," Miao Yu declared, pivoting on her heel and striding towards the direction of the private room. Jiangqi stood in place for a moment, as Miao Yu had already departed. With the release of her emotions, her shoulders sagged in tandem. Miao Yu had given birth to her at the tender age of 20, and now, approaching 40, years of living as a wealthy lady had preserved her skin, rendering it as youthful as that of a teenage girl. Having been brought into the Song family at merely a decade old, she had left behind the aunt who had raised her in the Song household. She merely bore the title of a young lady, yet she remained an outsider at heart. Jiangqi took a deep breath, straightened her back, and navigated the corner toward the private room where the family banquet was held. As she passed other rooms, she heard sounds of jubilation and slowed her steps, peering curiously through an open door. Inside was a family of four. The girl, presumably the sister, exclaimed, "Brother's grades are so excellent, there's no doubt he'll be first in the grade. My brother is amazing. Let's ask Mom and Dad to plan our winter vacation." The couple sat lovingly beside each other, the woman smiling as she replied, "Just because your brother excels doesn't mean you do. You're too busy playing, perhaps you should learn from him." Her father had tragically passed in a car accident before her birth, and before she was even weaned, her mother, Miao Yu, had sought a new relationship. Since the age of 5, she had been fostered by her aunt, while Miao Yu had comfortably remarried Song Fanjing. Jiangqi pushed open the door to the private room, and the eyes of those gathered around the round table fell upon her. Turning to close the door behind her, she took her seat. Just as she reached for her utensils, she felt Miao Yu's meaningful gaze directed at her, prompting her to lift her head. From the shape of her lips, it was evident that Miao Yu was beckoning her to call someone. Jiangqi lowered her head, delicately picking up her knife and fork to partake in a meal before her, intentionally casting aside Miao Yu's earlier admonitions. The little girl seated beside Song Fanjing was the offspring of his first marriage, a mere 9 years of age. Her innocence shone through as she looked up and remarked to her father, "Daddy, that sister is so impolite. Yao Yao doesn't like her at all." Upon hearing this, Song Fanjing assumed that Jiangqi had yet to acclimate to her role as his daughter. He retrieved a thick red envelope from his suit pocket and placed it on the glass surface where their dishes were set, rotating the glass table so that the envelope was now present. Before Jiangqi, the atmosphere of the family, gathering gradually, descended into an unsettling silence. Chapter 2. The accident. Jiangqi's knife and fork merely paused for a moment as she glanced at the red envelope before she lowered her head to continue eating. "Thank you." Song Yaoao shook her legs, deliberately pressing her cutlery against the plate, producing a sharp screech. "Humph, I do not like this impolite sister at all." Throughout the family gathering, Jiangqi failed to address the unrelated man as father, as Miao Yu had instructed beforehand. This behavior infuriated Miao Yu, causing her to grit her teeth in rage, her gaze towards Jiangqi burning with fury. Once the gathering concluded, Song Fanjing went to the parking lot to retrieve the car. Miao Yu, as Song Yaoao's stepmother, was even more incensed by this scene. Jiangqi hesitated for a moment, then unhesitatingly met Miao Yu's gaze. Mother. After all, it was she who brought Jiangqi into the Song family, elevating her to the status of the Song family's young lady. Jiangqi had never cared for reputation or status, no matter how well Song Fanjing treated her. He would never be her biological father. All she desired was to live together with her mother, and nothing more. Miao Yu turned her face away, her tone as cold as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, devoid of warmth. "Think it over yourself." The sudden silence plunged Jiangqi into deep contemplation. At that moment, Song Yaoyao, standing beside her, unexpectedly shoved her. Distracted, Jiangqi was effortlessly knocked down onto the concrete of the road. her delicate palms suffering abrasions that drew blood. Just then, a white private car approached from a distance. Miaoyu instinctively reached out to pull Xianxia back. But it was too late. The white car failed to brake in time. With a sudden thud, the child, unable to bear the sight of blood, instinctively covered Song Yaoyao's eyes and crouched down to lift her into his arms. Dad! Song Fanjing pressed Song Yaoyao's face against his shoulder, turning away from the scene of the accident, and looked at Miaoyu. Don't be anxious. The foremost priority is to call for an ambulance. Upon hearing this, Miaoyu, regaining her composure, trembled as she retrieved her phone from her bag. The Song family, affluent and reputable in Hang City, swiftly contained the incident regarding the eldest daughter's car accident. Xianxia had only been brought to the Song household this year by Miaoyu, having resided there for merely 2 to 3 months. Gazing at the unlit red light in the emergency room, Miaoyu steeled her resolve, ultimately deciding against informing Xianxia's aunt, Jiangfo Lu, about the incident. Cradling Song Yaoyao, Song Fanjing gently stroked her back, fearful of leaving her with any lasting trauma. Young and innocent, Song Yaoyao was unwittingly caught in the turmoil of Xianxia's accident. Despite Xianxia's seemingly reserved nature, one could not dismiss the potential for future harm to Yaoyao. Initially, Miaoyu had merely intended to bring Xianxia to enjoy a better life. Her mother-in-law was aware of Miaoyu's previous child, and for over a decade, she had refrained from visiting the impoverished small town to see Xianxia instead. She chose to bring her directly into their home, striving to maintain her image in the eyes of others. However, since Song Fanjing had broached the subject, it serendipitously aligned with Miaoyu's intentions. After a brief silence, Song Fanjing suggested offering Jiangfeng Lu an additional 1 million, along with instructions to decline any visits from reporters. Miaoyu nodded while gripping her phone tightly. After waiting in the emergency room for approximately 3 hours, both Miaoyu and Song Fanjing began to feel a sense of impatience. The red light dimmed, and the door to the emergency room swung open, revealing a doctor clad in a white coat and mask. Miaoyu stepped forward, inquiring, "Doctor, how's the patient?" The doctor shook his head, indicating that the patient's condition was far from optimistic. You family members must prepare yourselves mentally. Chapter 3. The Importance of Learning 2 years later. In the winter of Hang City, snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, settling in every nook and cranny of the streets, gradually melting into icy streams as time flowed by. At Hang City No. 1 High School, the floor occupied by the third-year students was eerily quiet. Withered leaves drifted from the branches, landing softly on the sparse grass mounds dusted with fine snow. A young man seated in the second row by the window lifted his head just in time to gaze lazily at the scenery outside. His elegant fingers gracefully holding a pen, his eyes devoid of any glimmer of light. The school bell rang softly, yet the atmosphere on the third-year floor remained undisturbed. With all the students wholly engrossed in their studies, Tong Yuyu collected the assignments before making her way to gather the work of her peers seated by the window. She glanced down at the top assignment in her stack, noting the neatly written name in a strong hand. Though it was written in cursive, it was still easily discernible. She pulled out her own assignment from the bottom of the pile and placed it atop the others, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Cheng Jin glanced at the practice problems and their solutions on the blackboard. Such exercises posed no challenge for him. They were akin to the ones he had tackled in his second year, merely altered in numbers and phrasing. Bored, he lowered his gaze, gripping the pen as he prepared to write his own set of more challenging practice problems that he had compiled and printed. Just then, his desk mate nudged his arm. He frowned slightly, grateful that he hadn't begun writing yet. "Are you busy?" He casually placed his pen on the desk and reclined lazily in his chair. His classmate, accustomed to Cheng Jin's reactions when interrupted during his studies, felt no fear and directly expressed his intention. "Hey, there's someone outside who has their eyes on our class monitor. After school, we plan to confront them. Would you like to join us and broaden your horizons?" "Me?" He squinted, a smirk tugging at his lips. "I don't know how to fight. My brothers will take you to experience the world. You can just sit aside and read or solve problems. Just showing up is enough." Cheng Jin replied, "No thanks." At this moment, it was break time, and the atmosphere in the advanced class was such that only class officers collected assignments or classmates consulted each other, leading to casual movement. He took a sip from his water cup and picked up his pen again. Chen Shiming immediately became displeased. "Come on, you've been single for 3 years. Tong Yuyu has liked you for 3 years. You can't graduate without dating at least once, can you?" Cheng Jin responded, "Studying is important." Chen Xiaoming was momentarily at a loss for words, exasperated by the situation. Cheng Jin packed his belongings, slinging his black backpack over one shoulder while grasping the thermos from the desk. Just as he stepped away from his seat, a group of boys, eager to confront the outside youths, marched out of the classroom with great enthusiasm. Qin Zhuming, oblivious to the situation, approached him with an ingratiating tone, rubbing his hands together. "Cheng, why not come hang out with us?" Cheng Jin glanced at the others, hesitated, and remarked, "I haven't finished my homework for the exam yet. You can always complete it later. You can write it any time before the college entrance examination. We're just going to meet them for a brief moment. It won't take long." Indeed, a passion for learning is a commendable pursuit. However, it is said that some individuals, in their fervor, may find themselves bewildered. Caught off guard. Cheng Jin. Chapter 4. A standoff even the academically gifted should experience the world, lest they resemble an aloof scholar untouched by the vicissitudes of life. Cheng Jin. In the midst of his companions tugging and pulling, Cheng Jin successfully arrived at a narrow alley permeated with the acrid scent of sewage. The water pipes adorning the dilapidated buildings were rusted, and the assorted debris piled within the alley exuded a musty, decaying odor. Cheng Jin retrieved his backpack and thermos from a friend, then purchased a bottle of room-temperature milk from a nearby convenience store, standing at a distance to observe the scene. The encounter between the two groups within the alley could yield unforeseen tensions, though he held little interest in the unfolding drama. He found it difficult to resist the enthusiasm of his friends. Cheng Jin placed the thermos in his backpack, twisted open the milk bottle, and took a sip, savoring the refreshing air outside, a stark contrast to the foul stench within. He looked around, noting the lack of nearby seating, and shifted back slightly, leaning against the wall while extracting his phone from his pocket, all the while taking another sip of milk. As dusk descended, his Adam's apple bobbed, stirring a sense of intrigue. After approximately 4 to 5 minutes, faint sounds of gasps and the impact of fists and feet began to echo from the alley, eliciting a sense of anxious anticipation. Cheng Jin tightened the cap of the half-empty milk bottle and turned to head to a nearby pharmacy to purchase some gauze and a bottle of medical alcohol. The items were contained in a transparent plastic bag emblazoned with the pharmacy's logo, perhaps due to their conspicuous nature. As he stepped out of the alley, he caught the attention of two youths sporting vibrantly colored hair. Cheng Jin frowned and turned to leave. However, to his surprise, one of the youths approached and seized his arm. Instinctively, Cheng Jin rudely shook him off, prompting the other youth to charge at him, their demeanor suggesting a desperate need to resort to violence. Cheng Jin retaliated with a swift spinning kick, sending the assailant staggering backward. The disdain in his eyes replaced with contempt, he cast a cold glance at them, thinking how filthy they were. Just as he spoke, a sudden, searing pain struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. The contents of the plastic bag, disinfectant and gauze, scattered across the ground. The assailant who had struck from behind held aloft a bloodied red brick, his face frozen in panic as he glanced at his retreating companions, his voice trembling. What do we do? He bleeding a lot. Call the police. If someone dies, who will take responsibility? The two groups, having exchanged their quarrels and grievances, emerged from the alley, unwilling to back down. Cheng Zhoming, sporting abrasions on his face from being pressed against the wall, stepped out only to discover a figure lying on the ground. At first glance, he thought little of it, but upon closer inspection, he was startled to realize that the person sprawled there was none other than his defenseless brother, with blood trickling from the back of his head, seeping into the floorboards. He knelt before Cheng Jin, bewildered and afraid to move him, let alone attempt to lift him. One of the three boys huddled in the corner timidly raised a hand, stammering, "We didn't mean to. We've already called, and the ambulance is on its way." Cheng Zhoming, scowling, cursed, "Are you out of your mind? Just attacking people?" The head wound suggested a possible brain injury. If something happened to the top student and it was linked to them, wouldn't they be pariahs, subjected to scorn and derision throughout the campus? Wouldn't the other department heads make their lives a living hell? Besides, this was his brother. How would he explain this to his parents? 2 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, closely followed by police cars with sirens blaring. Chapter 5. Vegetative State, a private hospital. Funded by the Song family. The young woman lay in the hospital bed, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, partially concealed beneath her. Her slender fingers, adorned with sensors monitoring her vitals, rested on either side of her torso. The blue and white striped hospital gown accentuated her pallid complexion. Despite her bloodless face and chapped lips, her serene composure and striking beauty remained undeniable. Suddenly, a subtle twitch flickered through her fingers. After a protracted interval, perhaps half an hour, she languidly opened her eyes. Unaccustomed to the illumination after years of darkness, she squinted, her eyes gradually adjusting to the intense, yet still irritating light over approximately 5 minutes. She slowly lifted the delicate blanket and sat up from the bed, her limbs stiff, soft, and feeble. As she lowered her gaze to inspect the object clutched between her fingers, she glanced around the room, observing its decor and arrangement. She removed the clip and descended from the bed. However, as her feet touched the floor, she suddenly stumbled and fell, colliding with the fruit bowl on the bedside table, sending the fruits tumbling to the ground, rolling beneath the bed. Xianxia paused in bewilderment, only to realize that her entire body was devoid of strength. She mustered the effort to sit up from the floor. Then, using the bed for support, she slowly stood upright. Each movement executed with a grim determination that belied the immense difficulty she faced. In that fleeting moment, she was struck by a sense of astonishment at the peculiar state of her body. Just then, the door to the room creaked open. The caregiver, who had attended to Xianxia for the past 2 years, had anticipated her to remain in a comatose state for another 3 to 4 years. To her surprise, upon entering, she found Xianxia sitting there, still. The girl appeared emaciated, a consequence of both her petite frame and prolonged malnourishment. The caregiver smiled warmly at the girl's bewildered expression. "You're awake? Where is this?" Before she could finish her question, Xianxia was startled into silence by the hoarseness of her voice, her throat parched and slightly aching. Observing this, the caregiver hurriedly poured a cup of water and bent down to offer it to her. 2 years ago, you were in a car accident and fell into a coma. The doctors estimated you would remain in this state for about 5 years. Remarkably, you've awakened with only half that time passed. Do you feel any discomfort? Please, do not hesitate to tell me. Xianxia cradled the cup in her hands and took a few small sips, murmuring softly, 2 years ago. The memory of that fateful day, when Miaoyu reached out in a desperate attempt to grab her, lingered vividly in her mind. Despite appearing indifferent towards her in the Song household, at a critical moment, he revealed a certain demeanor. Beneath the superficiality of fame and fortune, perhaps he still harbored love for her. Xianxia raised her head and took a sip of water, then looked at the caregiver, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." The caregiver smiled and replied, "It's no trouble at all. It is my duty. Mrs. Song has already covered 5 years of caregiver fees and other expenses. I'm merely doing my job. There is no need for thanks." Xianxia's gaze lifted in astonishment, her throat constricting painfully as she inquired, "What do you mean 5 years?" The caregiver, not dwelling on the question, assumed Xianxia had suffered memory loss or deterioration during her 2-year coma. She patiently explained, "Mrs. Song, your benefactor, paid for your care the moment she brought you here. If the prepaid amount is insufficient, I can call her for reimbursement." In an instant, the plastic cup in Xianxia's hand slipped, spilling fresh water across the floor. "All right then." The caregiver, uncertain, took a few steps back. She understood that those who had just awakened from a coma often struggled cognitively. "If you need anything, just press the bell to call me." Xianxia bit her lip and nodded. Upon hearing the sound of the caregiver closing the door, she inhaled sharply. A benefactor. Yet, that was her biological mother. She had assumed the reason for her mother's absence over the past 2 years was due to the rumors surrounding her. The eldest daughter of the Song family, raised in poverty and fostered in a small town, had a reputation that was less than favorable in high society. When she publicly acknowledged her identity, it was merely for show. She had not organized a grand banquet or summoned reporters for a press conference like other affluent families. Now, she seemed to grasp the intentions behind Miaoyu's decision to bring her into the Song family. She has been exploiting her. Even after she became a vegetative state, she never once visited her, not even to directly pay for 5 years of nursing care. And what about Song Yaoyao, the one who pushed her? She is her daughter, just as Xianxia is hers. Chapter 6. Awakening. Xianxia propped herself against the bedside table, feebly stepping into her cotton slippers. As she took a few tentative steps, she sensed a latent strength within her. Taking a deep breath, her body felt remarkably stiff. Gradually acclimatizing to her condition, Xianxia made her way toward the wardrobe, retrieving a qipao from within to don in the bathroom. It was a garment she had set aside 2 years prior, the bloodstains long since vanished, likely due to the caregiver's efforts. However, having been stored for so long, it emitted a foul odor. Xianxia paid little heed to such details, hastily changing clothes before stumbling out to take the elevator downstairs. She would rather have had no mother at all than Miaoyu. They say blood is thicker than water. Yet for the past 2 years, her biological mother had never once come to see her. Was it a matter of time? No, it was not. To Miaoyu, She was merely a blemish on her life, a savior. For simple words encapsulated their mother-daughter relationship. Qianxia had been lying in the hospital, wrapped in bandages for nearly a week. On the 5th day, unable to endure the monotony of hospital life any longer, he completed his discharge paperwork and called Qin Zhiming to pick him up. They had agreed to meet at the east gate of the inpatient department. With his head bandaged and a backpack slung over his shoulder, he walked with his head down until he was suddenly collided with by a soft figure, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and tumble to the ground. Simultaneously, the person who crashed into him fell as well, lying motionless on the floor, as if pretending to be a victim. Stooping, Qianxia retrieved his phone, dusting off the screen, which now bore a few subtle cracks in the tempered glass. The fall hadn't been too severe. He turned his gaze to the girl sprawled on the ground. Her simple cheongsam accentuated a delicate figure, and her pallid face possessed an indefinable allure. Approaching, he crouched and reached out to assist her, only to be met with an almost suffocatingly strange odor emanating from her person. A frown furrowed his brow as his phone vibrated. Qin Zhiming was calling. He answered and held it to his ear. "Qianxia, are you out yet? The driver says he'll have to take another fare if he waits any longer." Qin Zhiming's voice was laced with impatience. Indeed, the wait had been somewhat protracted. Concluding the call, a flicker of distaste crossed his eyes. Whose child is this? Smelling so foul? Don't the parents care? And so young to be staging accidents. After a moment of scrutiny, he hesitated briefly before hoisting the person onto his shoulder. As the car door slammed shut, Qin Zhiming blinked. Then his eyes widened with avarice. Holy crap, Qianxia. Where'd you pick that up? Looks like you fished her out of a dumpster. Skin and bones, as if she's ailing, and her hair's a mess. Can't even see her face from here. Got hustled. She fell at my feet, so I just picked her up. Qin Zhiming? Got hustled in the hospital ward? The mere mention of settling accounts sent Qin Zhiming into a fit of awkwardness, and he hastily gave the driver their address. Settling accounts. A STEM genius settling accounts with him? He'd be skinned alive. Little did she know that the lively Tong Yuyu would end up with Qianxia. For in the eyes of a scholar, the only thing that matters is study. Notions of love are but fleeting distractions, with education reigning supreme. Chapter 7. Shelter. When Xianxia awoke, her gaze fell upon an unfamiliar room. She stirred her soft, languid body, propping herself up from the deeply sunken sofa. Raking her fingers through her tousled hair, she surveyed her surroundings with innocent clarity in her clean, bright eyes. The decor comprised a simple palette of black, white, and gray. Heavy curtains were neatly tied to one side, swaying gently in the gusts of wind. The furniture exuded freshness, but the most striking feature was the desk, laden with neatly stacked textbooks and exercise books, with extracurricular readings marked by bookmarks. It was undoubtedly a boy's room. Rising from the sofa, Xianxia glanced down to find her feet clad in plush cotton slippers adorned with playful pink cartoon characters, which she could not name. Just then, the sound of barking echoed through the bedroom. Woof, woof. Her attention was drawn to the source of the commotion, and as she turned, she spotted a Samoyed lounging on another small sofa, its large, dark eyes fixed on her with an innocent curiosity. Perhaps it was the dog's clean and harmless gaze that assuaged Xianxia's fears, prompting her to approach slowly despite her somewhat cumbersome movements. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open. Instinctively, Xianxia turned her head, and two pairs of eyes collided in the air. Qianxia stood before her, clad in a loose-fitting, pure white knitted turtleneck sweater, paired with white trousers that accentuated his long, straight legs. Yet, with the plush slippers adorning his feet, he appeared relaxed and unpretentious, devoid of formality. He extended his phone towards her, suggesting she contact her parents to come and pick her up. Parents? I do not have parents. The girl's voice was hoarse, sounding frail yet lacking in beauty. Xianxia hesitantly lifted her gaze to the unfamiliar boy before her, momentarily distracted by his striking appearance. He was so clean, with delicate features that bore a rugged strength, seemingly gentle yet undeniably masculine. His polite demeanor took her aback slightly, and she sensed his genuine good intentions. Lowering her head, she confessed, I escaped from the hospital. I have nowhere to go. If I were to call Miao Yu now, she likely would not recognize me as her own daughter, having left me to languish in a hospital bed for 2 years. While Song Yao faced no consequences for her actions. Perhaps it was because her parents had shielded her too well, preventing her from experiencing harm. After all, she was their most cherished child. Qianxia, with his hands tucked into his pockets, looked down at the girl emanating a strong odor. So, you wish for me to take you in? Did you intentionally collide with me in the hospital? His tone was casual, yet an undeniable sense of pressure accompanied his words. After a moment's contemplation, she timidly raised her head, asking, Can you take me in? I can do anything. I can wash and cook. I am capable. She had previously lived with the Song family, where the servants often consisted of middle-aged women without a place to go, performing laundry and cooking duties. Cheng Jin frowned slightly, as a xianxia-tinged, nestled on its designated couch, suddenly barked twice. Woof. Woof. He reached out to summon the dog, squatting down to embrace it, then raised his gaze to the girl whose lips had turned crimson from biting. He pointed towards the bathroom connected to the bedroom, instructing her to find clothes in his wardrobe for a shower, admonishing her not to rummage through it. Disposable towels could be found on the bathroom shelf, and personal items were not to be used indiscriminately. After speaking, Cheng Jin carried the dog out of the bedroom. Xianxia stood momentarily in a daze, pondering whether this meant he intended to take her in. Cheng Jin casually tossed the dog onto the sofa in the living room, retrieved a cup of frosty yogurt from the refrigerator, and took a sip. He closed the refrigerator and moved to sit beside the sofa, picking up the television remote to switch it on. He then pulled the dog's head onto his lap, his tone laced with disdain. Do you fancy her? Chapter 8. Wrestling Dog. Woof. Woof. I like her. I absolutely adore her. Cheng Jin pushed the dog's head aside, its languid posture perfectly embodying the saying out of sight, out of mind. Neither seemed particularly tidy, and he wondered what on earth she found appealing about her. Dog. Woof. It likes females. How about letting her bathe you in the future? Cheng Jin suddenly looked at the xianxia-tinged, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The dog barked loudly in agreement with Cheng Jin's proposition. In the next moment, the young man took another sip of yogurt, his expression shifting to one of solemnity as he focused on the television screen, casually flipping through channels with the remote, a lazy smile gracing his lips. The thought was rather fanciful. This girl, he mused, must have come from somewhere. Surely, her parents would be worried about her being lost. She claimed to have no parents, but that did not imply a lack of relatives. Moreover, those who claim to lack parental figures are predominantly individuals who have merely quarreled with their parents. Cheng Jin turned his gaze, contemplating that the dog ought to undergo sterilization. It resembled a creature that had not encountered the opposite sex in centuries. In the span of 20 minutes allocated for bathing, Xianxia emerged clad in a jersey several sizes larger than her usual attire, her hair damp and dripping. Yet draped over her shoulders was a dry towel. She limped out of the bedroom in her slippers. Upon hearing the commotion, the dog sprang from the small sofa and hurriedly pursued her, barking excitedly. Cheng Jin, sipping yogurt in the living room, glanced up and was momentarily dazzled by her porcelain skin. The little girl, previously found in the hospital and looking rather grimy, had transformed post-bath into a vision akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Even from a distance, an indescribable scent lingered in the air. Yet now it seemed to be a faint fragrance of milk, though it was uncertain whether it emanated from her or from the half bottle of milk resting on the coffee table. It was rather pleasant. Clad in his oversized jersey, she appeared somewhat unhealthily slender, her gaze vacant and unfocused. Cheng Jin hesitated momentarily, assuring himself it was of no concern. I just fell in the bathroom. Do you have any medication to stop the bleeding? Xianxia murmured, her head lowered as if to apologize for the request. She gazed at her scraped knee, where blood oozed from the wound, trailing down her calf, with crimson droplets precariously poised at her ankle, teetering on the brink of falling. Cheng Jin followed her gaze, observing her slender legs beneath the wide basketball shorts, their knees slightly inward without detracting from her beauty. The pale skin accentuated the vivid redness of the blood, making it all the more striking. He glanced at the xianxia-tinged wagging its tail in a bid for affection beside Xianxia and commanded in a low voice, Dog, fetch the medical kit. The xianxia-tinged tilted its head, then sprang into action like a sprinter, darting towards the long cabinet under the television. It grasped the drawer handle in its mouth and gently pulled it open. With the medical kit clutched in its jaws, the dog trotted back to Cheng Jin, squatting beside his legs. Cheng Jin took the medical kit and noticed the drawer still ajar, casting a casual glance at the dog, which was panting and seeking praise. He instructed it to close the drawer. Xianxia observed the scene, realizing that the xianxia-tinged seemed quite intelligent and well-behaved, not prone to loud barks. Cheng Jin opened the medical kit and turned to see Xianxia still standing in place, her expression somewhat dazed. He noticed the empty armchair beside him and intended to call her name, only to realize he did not know it, resulting in a simple, You, come sit. Chapter 9. Cheng Jin startled by being called, Xianxia hesitantly approached, her movements somewhat awkward, causing her to sway slightly, which appeared rather comical. She settled into the armchair, and before she could express her gratitude, the young man who had taken her and knelt beside her feet, folding the basketball shorts just above his knees, maintaining a polite but relaxed demeanor without pulling them up further. Xianxia felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet as she observed the young man retrieving a medical cotton swab from the first aid kit to attend to her blood, words lingered on the tip of her tongue, and she found herself at a loss for how to express herself. Bowing her head, she silently watched him diligently attend to her wound. He possessed striking features, and as he worked, his lips were gently pressed together. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze. Their eyes collided unexpectedly, and Xianxia felt a flicker of awkwardness. Qing was the first to bow his head, seeking to dispel the peculiar atmosphere, and asked how she had fallen. Xianxia, momentarily dazed, placed her hands on her knees, revealing that the floor was slick and she had inadvertently slipped. The cotton swab, moistened with alcohol, circled the injury for disinfection, causing Xianxia to wince in pain. Jin glanced at her, and his movements became more deliberate. Her parents were away on a trip, and her sister was studying. She continued, "You haven't yet told me your name." Jin discarded the used swab into a nearby trash bin, retrieved another one, and applied the medication to her wound. The sensation was not overly intense, yet he distinctly heard her intake of breath. He pressed his lips together and quietly replied, "Jin, I am Xianxia." Jiang as in ginger. Xianxia's complexion remained pale, and the pain in her knee caused her delicate features to slightly contort. Jin responded with a soft acknowledgement, completing the care of her injury. He then stood and closed the first aid kit, casting a glance at the dog sprawled on the floor, staring vacantly at them. Grasping the twisted yarn handle of the kit, he brought it to the dog's mouth, preparing for another trip. Jin uncapped the yogurt drink on the coffee table, took a swig, and languidly settled back into the sofa, instructing Xianxia to retrieve the hair dryer from the bottom drawer of the bedside table. "Huh." Xianxia responded with a moment of hesitation, then, "Oh, doggo, come here." The Samoyed's playful demeanor vanished instantly, its ears and tail drooping as it listlessly laid down by Jin's legs. Ignoring the dog's reaction, Jin pulled out his phone to order takeout, deciding to order 2 portions since there was now another girl in the house. "Woof. One more bark, and you'll lose a piece of meat tonight and half your dog food tomorrow. Doggo, woof woof woof." "Injustice. I protest," but faced with the prospect of food, it reluctantly stayed put, looking utterly despondent. Jin found it amusing, wondering if Xianxia had come to steal his dog, given how infatuated it seemed to be with her. Half an hour later, the takeout arrived safely. After washing the dishes, Jin disinfected the house, excluding the bedroom. By the time he finished, 10 minutes had passed. Concerned that the food would get cold, Jin went to the bedroom to call Xianxia, assuming she was still drying her hair or occupied with something else. Instead, he found her asleep by the sofa. Chapter 10. Emptiness. Her breathing was shallow, and upon closer inspection, the fine down on her skin was clearly visible, with a milky fragrance emanating from her. Jin gazed at her face for a moment. Her lips were pale, her eyelashes light, the tip of her rounded nose was slightly red, and her overly fair complexion made her appear delicate. Yet it couldn't conceal the aloofness that emanated from her. She resembled a fairy. Jin reached out and gently pushed her, his hand brushing against her shoulder. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the bare skin beneath her arms, causing his brow to furrow slightly. What kind of upbringing allows such openness? Xianxia opened her eyes to find Jin's face filled with confusion. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and mumbled, "What's wrong?" Jin lowered his gaze, hesitating as if finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, he spoke with calm resolve, "Why aren't you wearing a bra?" It was winter, and while his sports attire consisted of short sleeves and shorts, she seemed unbothered by the cold, lacking even a basic layer beneath. Xianxia hesitated. "I washed it." She had no other clothes to change into. When she left the hospital, the only garment in her wardrobe was that cheongsam, with no alternatives available. "Fortunately, you're flat-chested." Jin sighed softly, hands tucked into his pockets. "Let us go eat. I'll check my sister's room for something suitable for you." His tone was one of resignation as he added, "In the future, avoid dressing like this when at a boy's house. It can lead to trouble." Although Xianxia had spent 2 years in the hospital, she still understood the importance of maintaining distance between the sexes, and she nodded in agreement. "All right." Jin, exuding a sense of helplessness, urged her, "Let us go. If we delay, the food will get cold." Xianxia nodded once more. The takeout was rather sumptuous, and as she ate slowly with a spoon outside, Jin naturally went to Cheng Nai's room to find her 2 suitable dresses. As for the small garments within, They pertained to personal hygiene. After finishing her meal, Cheng-Jin tidied up the trash and took it downstairs to dispose of it, simultaneously purchasing items for Jiangqi. One wonders how Jiangqi's family has raised her, for she boldly roams in the homes of the opposite sex without a care. But she has no family. Jiangqi truly requires proper guidance. Shortly after, Cheng-Jin ventured out to acquire clothing for Jiangqi. The latter, having eaten her fill, found herself languidly seated on the sofa, idly watching television, a sense of weariness creeping upon her. With Cheng-Jin absent, her natural defenses relaxed. Meanwhile, the dog, nestled in its bed, appeared lethargic and on the verge of slumber, but suddenly, in a display of affection, it waggled its tail and leapt onto the sofa, curling up into a pillow-like shape. Jiangqi felt no fear towards the Samoyed. Its pure white fur, plush and well cared for, rendered it somewhat rotund and utterly adorable, melting her heart. After lying there for a while without any sign of Jiangqi approaching, the dog lifted its head and barked, its tail wagging with increasing enthusiasm. Jiangqi seemed to grasp its intention, propping her arm forward, bending it slightly as if to rest her head upon her elbow. Once her body had completely relaxed, the Samoyed barked twice in succession and wriggled free from Jiangqi. It had become a burden. The heavy dog, perplexed, Jiangqi watched as the Samoyed grasped the corner of a cushion on the sofa and brought it to her side, gazing up at her with its round, glistening eyes. Chapter 11. Deceiving his dog, Jiangqi remained in a semi-reclining position, the cushion within her reach, and feeling unable to resist the drowsiness. She decided to rest her head upon the pillow. Along with her, the Samoyed nestled down as well. Jiangqi lifted her gaze, observing the Samoyed, who tilted its head, equally engrossed in the television, appearing rather earnest and obedient. It possessed a remarkable intelligence and charm. Jiangqi surveyed the opulent surroundings of the house, the lavish decor, the ceiling adorned with twinkling diamonds, and the crystal chandelier emanating an air of extravagance. From the furnishings to the arrangement, one could easily infer the affluent lifestyle of this household. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Despite residing in a villa, it was astonishing that only Cheng-Jin inhabited it. Well, not entirely alone, there was also an astute Samoyed. He slipped on his shoes, carrying a few items. And as he placed a bag filled with clothes on the table, his peripheral vision caught sight of the docile dog peacefully asleep in the living room. Beside it lay a young girl, gradually revealing her grace. Cheng-Jin poured himself a glass of water, swallowing as the sleeping dog suddenly jolted awake, alertly directing its gaze towards him. Upon recognizing his presence, it relaxed and settled back down. The dog seemed to express, "I wish to sleep with the fairy. I refuse to stay in the doghouse." Cheng-Jin closed the small gate at the entrance of the doghouse, fully aware that for the Samoyed, this height was merely a simple matter of lifting its leg. Nevertheless, he locked the gate as a formality. The dog was more well-behaved than others, easy to care for, requiring little concern. As it watched its master depart, it barked defiantly several times through the barrier. The volume of its barks startled the slumbering girl, who merely furrowed her brow before resuming her silence. Cheng-Jin cast a sidelong glance at the Samoyed, deliberately lowering his voice to issue a warning. "If you don't wish to sleep in your bed, then tonight you shall find your own spot by the elevator." The dog immediately shrank back, its head retreating in submission. The chilly air outside heralds the possibility of snow during the night, causing the temperature to plummet, making the warmth of indoor heating all the more inviting. Not only is there heating, but also a soft blanket to provide comfort. Cheng-Jin picked up the remote control resting on the coffee table, pressed the button, and turned off the television. He then turned around, lifted Jiangqi's 2 legs from the floor, and placed them gently on the sofa, before heading to Cheng Nai's room to fetch a thick quilt to cover her. The snug sofa comfortably accommodated the petite figure of Jiangqi, allowing her ample room to move without feeling confined. The quilt, a soft shade of pale pink, cascaded down, a large portion resting on the floor. Once the quilt was properly arranged, Cheng-Jin bent down to gaze at Jiangqi's face. Her features were exquisite, with ruby-red lips and pearly white teeth. He found it hard to fathom what kind of family could abandon her. If she were truly a con artist attempting to deceive his family, their dog was certainly not foolish enough to be ensnared by a girl equally naive. Cheng-Jin turned his gaze towards the Samoyed nestled in its doghouse, covered with a small blanket, its eyes half closed, peering in their direction. The fact that their dog knew to cover itself when it was cold indicated a degree of intelligence. At that moment, Jiangqi raised her hand high, closed her eyes, and stretched lazily, a soft murmur escaping her throat. Cheng-Jin shifted slightly to avoid being struck by her hand, his gaze remaining gently fixed upon her. In the next instant, Jiangqi rolled over, clutching a corner of the blanket, and an enormous gap in her sleeve revealed a glimpse of her arm. In an instant, Xianxia averted his eyes as if afraid of a sharp needle. And only when the rustling of the quilt ceased did he turn back to tidy her oversized and disheveled sportswear, blushing in embarrassment. He hurriedly grabbed a glass to take another sip of water. In the prime of youth, when one's blood runs hot and passions are fervent, it becomes nearly impossible to resist the allure of easy prey. Yet, the most essential pursuit during this period remains the quest for knowledge. Chapter 12. How to Dine by the Trash Bin. Chen Zhuming dragged Xianxia into a narrow alley to tussle with some local ruffians. Consequently, Xianxia suffered a head injury and spent nearly a week in the hospital. Once this incident reached Tong Yuyu's ears, Chen Zhuming inevitably faced the repercussions of a scolding at school. Today, as was customary, Chen Zhuming attended classes, his intentions to curry favor with Tong Yuyu prompting him to purchase an extra breakfast. The advanced class prohibited snacks in the classroom, and breakfast was even more strictly forbidden. Yet Chen Zhuming had risked detection by the patrolling supervisor for several days to bring his meal. As he crossed the threshold into the classroom, he found himself locked in an intense gaze with Tong Yuyu, who was seated at the podium taking attendance. Chen Zhuming offered an awkward smile. Glancing at his wristwatch that read 7:15 a.m., it was still before class began. The students seated below, engrossed in their exercises, curiously lifted their heads. Upon seeing Chen Zhuming, they quickly returned to their work, as if the spectacle of Chen Zhuming and class monitor Tong Yuyu exchanging glances was a familiar occurrence. Tong Yuyu cast a disdainful glance in his direction, silently jotting down his name in her notebook with a note, "Brought breakfast to class." At that moment, the grade supervisor, clad in a gray suit and burdened by a substantial belly, entered the classroom and paused at the podium. Tong Yuyu raised her head to greet him with a polite "Good morning, teacher," before returning her focus to the exam paper distributed by the previous instructor. The supervisor merely glanced at the empty seat in the second desk near the window and inquired of Tong Yuyu, "Has Xianxia arrived yet?" Tong Yuyu replied, "No." The head of the grade, having learned of the incident, could not refrain from extending his condolences. He expressed no intention of lingering further and turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, he halted abruptly, furrowing his brow as if he had uncovered something of grave importance. He turned sharply to Tong Yuyu and demanded in a stern voice, "Which of you brought breakfast into the classroom? Are you unaware of the purpose of this space?" Tong Yuyu, splattered with spittle, looked innocently towards Chen Zhuming, her face contorted in distress. "Chen Zhuming, please take the breakfast you just brought in and dispose of it in the trash outside the classroom." Chen Zhuming, who believed he had narrowly escaped reprimand, found himself in a predicament. Meanwhile, his meticulously styled hair appeared somewhat more voluminous than before, yet otherwise unremarkable. Xianxia noticed Chen Zhuming desperately consuming his breakfast beside the trash bin and raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Why are you eating by the garbage?" Chen Zhuming, on the verge of tears, replied, "Chengge, you finally showed up. Tong Yuyu is targeting me." "Take your time eating," Xianxia remarked, unwilling to meddle in the situation. As he entered the classroom, he unexpectedly collided with the grade head, who was delivering a lecture. Xianxia politely greeted, "Good morning, teacher," before taking his seat. He methodically extracted his textbooks from his bag and arranged them atop his pile, concluding with a carton of milk. The school rules prohibited bringing breakfast into the classroom. Yet liquids such as bottled water and milk were permissible, provided they were odorless. Observing that Xianxia appeared unscathed, Tong Yuyu felt a sense of relief. She cast a disdainful glance his way and chose to disregard him. Had it not been for the amicable rapport between Chen Zhuming and Xianxia, she would have been entirely disinclined to engage with a student as impolite and unruly as him, reminiscent of a delinquent youth. However, given their camaraderie, if she aspired to a future with Xianxia, it was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with his friends. Chapter 13. Do not be distracted by the unmotivated ones outside the corridor, the grade director attentively guided. "I have already discussed the matter of your class's altercation with those boys from outside with their parents. As you approach your college entrance examinations next year, I urge you to focus your energies on your studies and not to be led astray by those boys. The hope of our school rests upon you, especially considering this year's city champion." Xianxia adjusted her scarf around her neck, responding, "There are many other students here who perform as well as I do, so you need not place such lofty expectations solely upon me." The grade director, with a tone of reason, replied, "Your reticence concerns me. I fear you may be negatively influenced by Chen Zhuming and his mischievous companions." Xianxia interjected, "Should we not invite your parents to the school? It would provide clarity for us all." The hospital expenses have already been shared and reimbursed by the parents of those boys who caused the disturbance. I am uncertain whether you have discussed this matter with your parents. Perhaps you should consult them on how best to proceed. The grade director's expression turned grave. In other institutions, such matters might be resolved swiftly and without fuss, but at our esteemed school, if the top student encounters a problem without a satisfactory explanation, it raises questions in the minds of parents about the institution's integrity and alters the student's perception of the school. Understanding students often earn the fondness of their teachers, particularly those who excel academically yet remain well-behaved, demonstrating remarkable magnanimity even when faced with adversity. The director smiled with satisfaction and encouraged them to proceed. A student who is eager to learn requires no prompting from teachers to complete assignments. Being able to plan for one's future is undoubtedly the best approach. Chen Zhoubing glanced at Qing Jin, recalling how he had been summoned by the director for a conversation in the corridor, and curiously inquired, "What did that old man say to you?" "To study diligently and not be led astray by those who lack the same zeal," Cheng Jin replied. As he took another sip of milk, Cheng Jin seized the opportunity to tackle a few additional printed test questions before class commenced. Chen Zhoubing leaned back lazily in his chair, utterly vexed. "I simply cannot comprehend why, despite being in the same key class with only a slight difference in overall scores, teachers treat the top 3 students like treasures. It's their likable personalities," Cheng Jin remarked proudly as he set down the milk bottle. Having satisfied his cravings, he now possessed the surplus energy to solve problems. With Cheng Jin absent from home, Jiangqi found herself with little to do but play with her dog. However, her enthusiasm waned, leaving her sprawled on the floor, attempting to stretch and limber her legs. Her body remained stiff, and her mind sluggish. Yet, she was naturally flexible, making it somewhat easier to manage her movements. Although her slow reactions were innate, they had not been as pronounced in the past. Now, it seemed that she was perpetually a beat behind in everything she did, her personality also becoming somewhat constrained. Jiangqi donned a long-sleeved dress, which, despite its fit, hung loosely upon her figure, with her hair casually styled in a messy bun and her legs stretched wide. She might have evoked the image of a housewife practicing yoga in the early hours, were it not for her youthful visage, radiant and plump with collagen, seeming to glisten with vitality. A dog approached her, clutching a bowl in its mouth, and placed it gently at her side before reaching out a paw to tap her slender calf. At that moment, Jiangqi was bent over, her chest pressed against her legs. Thus, she had no choice but to sit up, folding her legs beneath her on the floor. She glanced at the small bowl before her, a smile tugging at her lips as she reached out to stroke the dog's fluffy head. "Are you hungry?" she inquired. "What woof?" The dog, far from rejecting her touch, responded by nudging its bowl once more, clearly indicating its hunger. Chapter 14. Walking the dog, Jiangqi rose from the floor, slipped on her cotton slippers, and picked up the bowl. Suddenly, she realized she was unsure where the dog food was kept, and Qing Jin had not instructed her to prepare lunch for the dog. Just as her confusion grew, the dog dashed towards the glass cabinet, gazing longingly through the transparent barrier. Jiangqi approached, crouching before the low table, where she set down the bowl and opened the glass cabinet to retrieve a large bag of dog food. After glancing at the densely printed instructions on the back, she poured a modest amount into the bowl, uncertain of the Samoyed's appetite. However, her attention was soon captured by a note affixed to the refrigerator. "Brother, remember to drink your milk on time to grow tall and protect Nai Nai." Flavors were neatly arranged, with plain on the first shelf, strawberry on the second, and mango on the third. The handwriting was hasty and appeared rather awkward, making it easy to surmise that it was penned by a child. It must have been affixed here by Cheng Jin's younger sister. Their family seemed to embody harmony. Jiangqi, envious, found her thoughts drifting to her own family. Her father had passed away early, her mother had abandoned her, and she had been raised under the care of others since childhood. Suddenly, her nose tinged with a slight discomfort. As she opened the refrigerator, her dog, engrossed in devouring its kibble, approached eagerly, pawing at the fridge. The dog fixated on the fresh meat and vegetables, barking excitedly. "Woof, woof." Jiangqi, puzzled, picked up the neatly cut meat packaged in a box. She was unsure of its type. Was this what it was meant to consume? The dog ceased its pawing and stared intently at the meat in Jiangqi's hand, barking animatedly several times. Understanding the dog's intent, she closed the refrigerator door and retrieved the fresh meat from the box to thaw it. It was icy cold, and she wondered if the Samoyed could digest it. For safety's sake, Jiangqi placed a few pieces of meat in a pot to steam before daring to feed it to the dog. However, The dog seemed slightly disdainful of her cooking method, regarding her with an unsettling gaze, yet ultimately consumed the meat with some reluctance. Xianxia quickly sought Ed some greens to fill her own stomach, her meal far inferior to even a fraction of what the dog had enjoyed. After its meal, the dog drank a large bowl of water and became lively, bounding around the living room, not in a joyful frolic, but rather as if releasing pent-up energy. Xianxia was taken aback, uncertain of what had gone awry, as the once obedient Samyed turned the Chung family's home into a chaotic mess. Even rubbing against the sofa and occasionally nipping at it, she felt a twinge of panic, yet she recognized that the dog harbored no malice. Silently, she followed behind, methodically tidying up the chaos. After half an hour, Xianxia observed the dog transition from vigorously gnawing on the sofa to a state of apparent exhaustion, proudly wagging its tail as it approached the cabinet by the door. Xianxia patiently rearranged the sofa and turned off the television, following the dog. To her surprise, the clever creature managed to open the cabinet and retrieve the leash and muzzle from within. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback as she crouched down to take the leash from the dog's mouth. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed meant for walking or restraining the dog, and it dawned on her what the dog was implying. Did it wish for her to take it for a walk? In this unfamiliar place, was she truly walking the dog, or was it walking her? Woof, woof, woof. After being met with the dog's displeased barks, Xianxia hesitated but ultimately clumsily fitted the muzzle onto the dog and secured the leash around its neck. This was Qingjin's dog, and Qingjin was her savior. With him absent, it was her duty to care for his pet. Xianxia stood up, opened the door, and glanced at the dog. After much deliberation, a surge of determination washed over her. Let's go out and have some fun. Woof. The Samyed bolted out like a wild stallion, pulling Xianxia along with it. Caught off balance, she collided with the door, her grip faltering, and she found herself tumbling to the ground. In that moment, Xianxia felt a wave of frustration towards her frail body, easily toppled by the exuberant Samyed. She rubbed the sore spot on her shoulder, frowning as she slowly rose to her feet, once again grasping the leash and closing the door. Gently admonishing her dog, she said, "Walk slowly. I can't keep up with you." Perhaps out of sympathy, the dog barked several times in agreement. Chapter 15. At the school gate. Upon arriving outside the villa, the Samyed led the way, rolling around several times on the grassy area before prancing onto the pebble path, pausing to gaze curiously at anything that caught its eye. Xianxia wore a dress so thin that it offered little protection against the chill, and her cotton slippers lacked warm socks, leaving her entire body exposed to the biting wind. Her hand, clutching the leash, had turned a shade of purple from the cold. Preoccupied with the rapid drop in her body temperature, she suddenly remembered that the heating at Qingjin's home had not been turned off. Lost in thought, she was unaware of when the dog had dragged her to the entrance of xianxia No. 1 middle school. When she regained her senses, she found herself standing beneath a large tree, where the shade felt cooler than elsewhere, and the biting wind cut through her even more sharply. Xianxia paused momentarily, leading her dog into a nearby bookstore at the entrance of the middle school to escape the wind. The Samyed, with its fluffy coat, attracted the attention of several adults as a gentle breeze ruffled its soft fur. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xianxia touched the tip of her nose and rubbed her palms together for warmth. In sub-zero temperatures, she was dressed as if it were summer, undoubtedly appearing peculiar to others. Before being taken in by the Song family, she often dressed inadequately for warmth. After so many years, her body had grown accustomed to the cold, which only contributed to her later fragility. The dog knelt down on the spot, its dark eyes fixed intently on the direction of the school gate. Xianxia was perplexed as to why the dog had come here. Perhaps Qingjin was studying nearby. Yet, considering the frigid weather, it seemed unnecessary for them to venture out to greet anyone. Soon, silhouettes of students with backpacks began to appear at the school gate. Xianxia stifled a yawn, contemplating whether to wait a little longer. The dog gazed eagerly towards the entrance, perhaps anticipating the arrival of its beloved owner. However, Qingjin did not appear. Instead, a male high school student clad in a black coat over his uniform approached. "Miss, may I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?" he inquired, glancing down at the Samyed kneeling by Xianxia's side. The gentleness inherent in a girl who keeps a dog was palpable, and the creature appeared exceptionally well behaved. This was the first time in years that Xianxia had been approached by a young man, tightening her grip on the leash. She coldly declined, "I'm sorry, it's not convenient." The boy, taller than Xianxia, seemed somewhat reluctant after her refusal. A friend of his, who had been waiting impatiently nearby, interjected, "Let us go. I've seen plenty of these pretentious girls. Wearing a white dress in this cold just for appearances, there must be something amiss." The dog, agitated by the conversation, shook its head and emitted a series of irritated sounds. Xianxia found the approach rude, and having no desire for unnecessary interaction, she decided to walk away with her dog. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the leash suddenly slipped from her grasp, causing her to stumble forward. Thankfully, having learned from a previous experience, she managed to avoid falling again. The teaching building where Cheng is located is in close proximity to the school gate. Fortuitously, the mathematics teacher refrained from extending the class, allowing him to step out with his backpack and immediately feel the warmth rushing toward him from a short distance away. Upon turning his head, he was abruptly collided by a dog. Cheng steadied himself as the dog circled around him, emitting a series of excited whines and breaths. Noticing the collar around the dog's neck and the leash dangling on the ground, he unzipped his backpack to stow away the thermos he was holding. With the backpack now slung loosely over his shoulder, he bent down to pick up the leash. The dog promptly halted, kneeling in place. A few passing students cast curious glances, captivated by the charmingly gentle Samoyed. "Who brought you here?" Cheng half-squatted, gently tousling the dog's fur, which had been ruffled by the cold wind. The Samoyed lifted its head, shaking it slightly, and barked a few times in another direction. Following the dog's gaze, Cheng lifted his head and immediately spotted Xianxia standing among the crowd, clad in light, homey attire. Upon closer inspection, she exuded an ethereal quality reminiscent of a fairy descending to earth, particularly with her delicate, doll-like face. Her naturally pale complexion was further accentuated by the chill, causing her lips to pale and her entire visage to appear devoid of color. She resembled a fragile, pristine piece of glass, susceptible to shattering with the slightest gust or shower. As their gazes serendipitously met in the air, Xianxia suddenly covered her mouth and nose with her hand, gently sneezing. Startled by a sudden sneeze, Cheng paused, casting a glance at the serene Samoyed seated obediently on the ground, its countenance adorned with a smile directed towards him. He arose, coiling the leash around the canine, then divested himself of his backpack and casually shrugged off his overcoat, before reclaiming the leash and advancing towards Xianxia. His satchel slung once more over his shoulder. The Samoyed followed, rising to its feet in tow. Upon reaching Xianxia, Cheng extended his overcoat towards her, urging, "Put it on." Xianxia hesitated, still cautiously guarding against another sneeze as she regarded the proffered garment. A subtle, milky fragrance wafted towards her, an unexpected olfactory sensation. From his satchel, Cheng produced a small packet of moist towelettes and a vial of sanitizing spray. Extracting a towelette from its container, he presented it to Xianxia. Murmuring, "Clean your hands first." Perplexed yet compliant, Xianxia meticulously cleansed her hands with the towelette. After disposing of the refuse in a nearby receptacle, Cheng lowered his head and dispensed a spritz of sanitizer onto her hands before relinquishing the overcoat to her care. Xianxia was nonplussed. It was her inaugural encounter with a male so fastidious about cleanliness. In her prior existence with her aunt, she had interacted with numerous boys at school, some outwardly polished but remiss in their personal hygiene, often haphazard in their approach to various matters. A male as meticulous as Cheng was a novelty to her. Moreover, she detected a delicate, milky scent emanating from him. Xianxia donned the black coat that Cheng had given her. Though her limbs were somewhat numbed by the cold, the coat still retained his warmth, enveloping her in a comforting embrace that thawed her frozen body. Cheng found the scarf around his neck to be somewhat cumbersome. Compared to the thin dress worn by Xianxia, his sweater provided much greater warmth. He decided to remove the scarf and drape it around her slender neck. Standing at only the height of his chest, Xianxia looked up in confusion, her hands still tucked within the sleeves of the coat, hesitant to make any further move. Cheng knelt to unfasten the duckbill muzzle from the dog, then glanced up at Xianxia, who seemed lost in thought, and asked, "Are you unable to wear it?" The scarf merely hung loosely around her. Xianxia blinked, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she lowered her head, admitting, "I'm not very good at it." Having grown up in her aunt's household, where finances were tight, her clothing consisted of hand-me-downs from her cousins. Scarves, being useful for warmth and capable of lasting several years, had never been passed down to her. She never voiced a desire for them, nor did she dare to wish for more. Not being her aunt's biological child, she had been content with merely having enough to eat and wear during her years there. Cheng tucked the duckbill muzzle into his backpack, stood up, and faced Xianxia, swiftly wrapping the scarf around her neck twice. His scarf was long and wide. However, To his surprise, as Xianxia slightly bowed her head, her entire chin disappeared within the folds of the scarf. Feeling a hint of exasperation, he adjusted the scarf to make it a bit looser, ensuring it would not let in too much cold air. Feeling the intensity of a gaze that was almost too scorching, Cheng Jin inadvertently discovered that Xianxia was staring at him unblinkingly, a faint blush adorning his cheeks. Xianxia stepped forward to follow. Midway through their journey, Cheng Jin no longer felt the heat near his ears and casually inquired of Xianxia, who was dressed as if a child had pilfered adult clothing. "You were just staring at me. What were you looking at?" Xianxia, caught off guard by the question, lifted his face to meet Cheng Jin's gaze and candidly replied, "You have a scent of milk about you." Xianxia cupped his face in both hands, as if seeking admiration, adding, "I smell like it too." Cheng Jin. In that instant, his ears flushed once more. What was there to be so astonished about? It was merely the scent of milk. After all, burping after drinking too much milk carries the same fragrance. Chapter 17. Is there anything you would like to eat? The refrigerator at home was sparsely stocked with only a few remnants. The school was not far from home. Cheng Jin decided to take the dog on a detour to a nearby large supermarket for shopping. Xianxia politely refrained from asking questions, silently trailing behind. Cheng Jin carefully reattached the muzzle to the dog, pushing the shopping cart with one hand to prevent the dog from darting off after any peculiar items it might see. Thus, he cradled the Samoyed in his arms, its fluffy white form providing warmth. He glanced over at Xianxia, whose eyes were darting about, and shifted slightly beside the shopping cart, calling out in a neutral tone, "Xianxia, come over," and pushed the cart. The wheels were rather uncooperative, and she maneuvered awkwardly. Cheng Jin stood behind, holding the dog, gently playing with the upright ears of the Samoyed. Cheng Jin lifted 2 boxes of milk from the shelf in the aisle and placed them into the shopping cart. Followed by some canned goods from the shelf near Xianxia, he glanced over at Xianxia, who was bored and resting her chin on the cart, and inquired, "Is there anything you would like to eat?" For Xianxia, being taken in by him felt like a temporary refuge, and she would never dare to make any bold requests or seek anything in return. She shook her head, replying, "No." Cheng Jin's gaze was neutral as he appraised Xianxia from head to toe before handing her the Samoyed he was cradling, suggesting she hold it for a moment. Xianxia was somewhat puzzled, but upon seeing the joyful anticipation in the dog's eyes, she couldn't help but reach out. If it weren't for the muzzle, it would likely have barked with excitement. As she opened her arms, Cheng Jin relaxed his grip, and the hefty creature tumbled into her embrace. The Samoyed, initially eager, struggled to find its footing on her shoulder, only to be met with a wave of panic that replaced its earlier joy. Cheng Jin pushed the cart forward with one hand, casting a glance at Xianxia, whose view was obscured by the dog. "Is it heavy?" he asked. Xianxia turned her face away, unwilling to be hindered by the dog's bulk, and replied, "It's a bit." He furrowed his brow, noting that her petite frame lacked the strength to manage the weight. Cheng Jin extended a hand towards her, maintaining a calm demeanor, and stated, "Let me hold it." Xianxia turned, shifting the soft burden in her arms, allowing the Samoyed to effortlessly climb along her arm without further effort on her part. With a practiced ease, Cheng Jin cradled the dog in one arm, much like one would securely embrace a young child. The canine, perched listlessly upon his shoulder, refrained, for once, from its intense gaze upon Xianxia, perhaps daunted by the latter's somewhat feeble strength, lest it suffer some consequence from a tumble. "Shall we?" Cheng Jin inquired, glancing at Xianxia as he steered the shopping cart. "Let us procure some confections yonder, followed by some fresh produce." "Very well," Xianxia responded. An emptiness lingered in Xianxia's arms, a subtle yearning for the cumbersome yet tender weight she had briefly borne. She quickened her pace to keep abreast of him. Cheng Jin casually selected an assortment of snacks favored by Cheng Nai, his sister. Xianxia, though demurring verbally, likely refrained from voicing her desires due to her inherent reticence. Having gathered an array of fruits and vegetables, along with fresh meats from the refrigerated section, Cheng Jin proceeded to the checkout counter, canine still in tow, to scan and settle the bill. Emerging with 2 brimming shopping bags, they observed the delicate layer of snow upon the ground gradually melting under the gentle caress of the warm sunlight. Relieved of the burden of carrying the dog, Cheng Jin delegated the task of leading it to Xianxia, yet, inexplicably, upon receiving the leash, the Samoyed stood its ground, seemingly in a fit of pique. Xianxia, though feeling somewhat awkward, surmised the cause. Her initial, clumsy attempt to lift the dog had nearly resulted in its precipitous fall, averted only by the canine's tenacious grip upon her shoulder. Cheng Jin, disinclined to indulge such behavior, retrieved the leash, rolled it up, and stowed it within his satchel, leaving the dog with only its muzzle. He then strode alongside Xianxia, his tone even as he issued a terse directive. Walk. Chapter 18. Something has entered the eye after a sound reminiscent of teeth grinding emanated from the Samoyed. The dog reluctantly set off on its own. Not long into its journey, the owner, Cheng-Jin, expressed his irritation, saying, "You've spoiled it." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, carrying away the small strands of hair that had eluded Xianxi's grasp, along with the 2 locks that framed her face. Her black coat remained unbuttoned, and the hem billowed, accentuating the shape of her legs. Amidst the swirling dust, Xianxia, with her eyes partially squinted, was unfortunately caught in the brunt of it. As she noticed Cheng-Jin quickening his pace, she reached out to grasp the wool of his sweater, rubbing her eyes with her other hand. It was not uncommon for winter winds to blow. He had long since grown accustomed to it. However, seeing Xianxi's distressed expression as she rubbed her eyes suggested that the issue was indeed quite serious. He pivoted to stand before her, bending down to meet her gaze. "Has something gotten into your eye?" "Yes, it hurts a bit," she replied, her words somewhat muffled as she continued to rub her eyes, perhaps genuinely anxious. Cheng-Jin, feeling a measure of helplessness, gently removed her restless hand and, rather brusquely, parted her eyelids to examine her eye closely. The scare was noticeably bloodshot, yet there was no visible debris. He lowered his hands and spoke softly, "Relax. Try blinking a few times, then open your eyes again." After a brief pause, Xianxia obediently blinked 3 or 4 times, then slowly opened her eyes. Soon after, she blinked rapidly, and the discomfort finally dissipated. Her eyelashes, elegantly curled and light in hue, fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, imbued with a certain spirit. As she opened her eyes, her light brown pupils appeared pure and unblemished. Due to the recent rubbing, her gaze was slightly misty, exuding an innocence that momentarily startled the boy who bent down to meet her eyes. Xianxia suddenly became aware of how close she was to Cheng-Jin, her other hand still clutching his sweater. In an instant, it felt as though she had touched something scalding. She immediately released her grip and hastily apologized. Cheng-Jin found her sincere demeanor amusing, a slight awkwardness making the moment somewhat comical, yet inexplicably, his heart softened. When the word home slipped from Cheng-Jin's lips, Xianxia experienced a fleeting moment of surprise, though she did not dwell on it. She understood her current situation well, that home belonged to Cheng-Jin, not to her. The essence of home has never merely been a place of residence. Upon returning to Cheng-Jin's house, Xianxia removed his black coat and scarf, hanging them on a rack. Slipping into her cotton slippers, she fetched a cup of hot water to warm her hands, which had turned icy outside. Now, feeling the heat through the glass, she could distinctly sense the cold gradually dissipating. Cheng-Jin rinsed a towel with hot water and then knelt down to dry the dog's forepaws. Noticing Xianxia standing dazedly in front of the water dispenser with her cup, he reminded her to remember to turn off the heating when leaving. The remote control lay on the coffee table. It was her oversight. The heating had been left on in the villa, and the electricity bill for a month was bound to be significant. The lunch was relatively simple, with occasional takeout for dinner. The house was conveniently close to the school, nearly a 10-minute walk away. Chapter 19. I hope you cherish it. While Cheng-Jin was busily preparing a meal, the range had humming softly, ensuring the kitchen remained free of smoke. The dishes were rather light, exuding a subtle fragrance. She approached the refrigerator in search of a snack, yet was momentarily daunted by the vibrant array of fruits, vegetables, and treats within. Such luxuries had seldom been afforded to her during her childhood at her aunt's home. Xianxia entered the kitchen and stood beside Cheng-Jin. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" she inquired. Observing Cheng-Jin's deft culinary skills, she realized her presence in the living room, engrossed in television, would be of little help. Standing idly felt inappropriate, especially given that she was being taken in by others, wearing their clothes and consuming their food. Over time, it was inevitable for whispers to arise. Cheng-Jin cast a glance at her companion, poured the prepped meat into the pan, and handed over a grease-stained plate for Xianxia to wash. "Oh," Xianxia acknowledged, taking the plate to the sink, where she applied dish soap to cleanse it thoroughly. The pan sizzled as oil splattered, prompting Cheng-Jin to turn her attention back to Xianxia. "Has the dog eaten breakfast this morning?" Xianxia focused on the foam accumulating on the plate as she replied, "I fed it some kibble before you went to school, along with a few pieces of cooked meat, and it drank some water." She added, the meat was from the small container atop the refrigerator filled with pre-cut portions. Having consumed little for dinner the previous night due to her frail constitution as a premature infant and years of living at her aunt's house, which led to malnutrition, her digestive system had always been delicate. Yet, She was not overly sensitive and bore discomfort as best as she could. There are cookies and milk in the fridge. Would you like some? Having articulated his piece, Xianxia cast another glance towards the carton of milk peeking out from beneath the cabinet adjacent to the refrigerator, appending. There's ambient milk in the long cabinet by the fridge. Despite the winter season, he favored consuming refrigerated milk, yet for his scholastic repasts, he typically opted for room-temperature milk to circumvent condensation. Jiangxi, having cleansed the dishes, placed them in the vacant space beside Xianxia, persisting in her observation. "It's quite all right. I shall await your leisure," she remarked. Xianxia, with a hint of interrogation, inquired, "Are you versed in the culinary art of rice preparation?" He directed his gaze towards the rice cooker, yet to be connected to a power source, noting that rice preparation was still pending. He preferred to cook dishes before preparing rice, as the interim afforded him the pleasure of engaging with his canine companion. The essence of canine companionship transcends mere sustenance. It delves into the very genesis of existence. Jiangxi, indeed, possessed the proficiency to cook rice. After ascertaining the location of the rice from Xianxia, she meticulously rinsed it, measured an appropriate quantity of water, and deposited it into the electric rice cooker. Upon attempting to close the lid, she encountered resistance, prompting her to arch her back in bewilderment, scrutinizing the appliance intently. Despite her repeated attempts to secure the lid, it remained unyielding. Xianxia, having transferred the stir-fried dish onto a plate, proceeded to cleanse the wok in anticipation of the subsequent culinary creation. Noticing Jiangxi's predicament, he subtly arched an eyebrow, approached the rice cooker, manipulated the button atop the appliance, and with a gentle press, successfully sealed the lid. He then adjusted the timer and activated the rice cooking function, relieving Jiangxi of the cord and inserting the plug into the electrical socket. Jiangxi, somewhat disconcerted, rose from her position, self-consciously wiping the moisture from her hands onto her skirt. Xianxia, with taciturn observation, resumed his culinary endeavors, not neglecting to admonish her. Refrain from manipulating electrical sockets with damp hands. It poses a risk of electrocution. Jiangxi, with a gentle nibble of her lip, responded with a subdued, "Understood. Furthermore, this gown you adorn represents half a month's expenditure for me. I trust you shall cherish it duly." Ginger Chew. Very well. Chapter 20. You. Are you quite accomplished academically? She glanced down at the dress she wore, the fabric of which surpassed any she had known since childhood, devoid of any coarse texture, instead possessing a softness akin to that of something steeped in luxury. Though a white dress, the quality of the material and the 2 layers of fabric supporting the skirt ensured modesty. She lowered her gaze to the hem, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Benevolence shall be rewarded. I am certain you will gain admittance to your desired university." Xianxia furrowed his brow slightly. "I hold the top rank in the grade. With the list of recommendations for direct admission finalized at the end of the term, do you believe I would be excluded?" Ginger Chew was momentarily taken aback, inquiring with a hint of uncertainty. Are you quite accomplished academically?" "Passably so." The total scores of all students in the honors class were generally quite close, given the maximum achievable score. With several dozen students in the class, consistently ranking among the top 50 implied a relatively small gap from perfection, at least within their class. Ginger Chew was somewhat astonished. She had previously excelled academically, often receiving commendation from her teachers. However, she had spent 2 years convalescing in the hospital. The Song family, being affluent and influential, would have been aware of her release from the hospital, which, logically, would have been publicized on television given their status as a noble family, where the addition of offspring is often celebrated with extensive media coverage. Evidently, she had always been an expendable entity to the Song family and to Miaoyu. However, one's origins are immutable. However, she is no longer the 5 or 6-year-old child who lacked the capacity for independent living. She has matured, and in a mere couple of years, she will reach adulthood. It seems, though, that wherever she goes, she is perceived as an encumbrance. With a soft sigh, Jiangxi ambled out of the kitchen, procured a glass, and filled it with water. A slight dizziness plagued her, but after hydrating, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Driven by hunger, she opted to join the canine companion on the sofa to watch television. The television flickered to life, and the dog, lounging on its designated miniature sofa with eyes half closed, perked up at the sight of Jiangxi settling into the adjacent armchair. A mere 10 minutes elapsed before Xianxia emerged, carrying a plate, which he placed on the dining table. He glanced towards the sofa, where Jiangxi lay listlessly, teetering on the brink of sleep, and announced, "Wash up and let's eat." Upon hearing those words, the dog, previously languid on the sofa, sprang to life. Bounding towards Qingjin with newfound vigor, Jiangqi followed suit, albeit at a more leisurely pace, to wash her hands. Qingjin first prepared a midday meal for the dog before tending to the dishes and utensils. Upon his return, he discovered that Jiangqi had already washed his share of the dishes and was seated at the table, daintily consuming the rice with a spoon. Her posture was impeccably upright, her demeanor exceedingly docile. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, Jiangqi joined the dog on the sofa for an afternoon nap. She had spent the previous night on the sofa, and as Qingjin had not offered her an alternative, she presumed that he intended for her to sleep there. The dog, satiated, lacked its usual energy and remained motionless on the sofa. Qingjin cleared away the remnants of their meal, retrieved a thick blanket to cover Jiangqi, switched off the television, and departed with his school bag slung over his shoulder. The dog, still listless, remained fixated on Jiangqi. She seemed lost in reverie. The dog, surmising that Jiangqi was still harboring resentment over the near fiasco at the supermarket, contritely nudged the arm Jiangqi was resting on, offering a gesture of appeasement. Jiangqi, feeling somewhat lethargic, possessed little interest in external affairs. She mechanically ruffled the dog's head as a perfunctory gesture, turned over, and drew the neatly folded blanket from beside her, covering herself before closing her eyes. The dog, feeling aggrieved, emitted a plaintive whimper, lamenting its perceived rejection. Chapter 21. Fever. The bun, perched precariously at the back of her head, proved to be an uncomfortable impediment to repose. Jiangqi dismantled the bun, carelessly tossing the elastic onto the coffee table, and, with the back of her hand covering her eyes, drifted into a fitful slumber. The Samoyed, captivated by the elastic abandoned on the coffee table, curiously seized it, bounding about before settling on the sofa to gnaw at it. After it was thoroughly saturated with its saliva, it discarded it with a sense of disdain and ennui near the trash can. The Samoyed, curling into a ball, emitted a soft whine. The cool, hard floor proved to be an uncomfortable resting place, prompting it to boldly venture toward the half of Jiangqi's blanket that trailed onto the floor, wriggling its way inside until only a comical half of its body remained visible. Awakening from her slumber, Jiangqi felt a parched sensation in her throat. She threw back the blanket and, shuffling in her cotton slippers, ambled sleepily toward the water dispenser. In a daze, she reached for a glass and began filling it with water. The scalding liquid transmitted a wave of heat through the glass, warming the palm of her hand. As she tilted her head back, poised to quench her thirst, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and darkness enveloped her vision. With a sudden clang, the frail girl lost her balance and collapsed to the ground, lying in an eerily tranquil slumber as if life had abandoned her. The glass shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. The dog, alerted by the noise, emerged from beneath the blanket, momentarily bewildered. With a wagging tail, it hurried to Jiangqi's side, circling anxiously while barking incessantly. Sensing the imminent danger, it dashed towards the door, scratching at it in a desperate plea for help. Suddenly recalling something, the Samoyed turned and swiftly bounded to the living room, leaping onto the balcony with practiced ease, barking furiously at the narrow window left ajar for ventilation. Woof, woof. After several barks, the curtains of the opposite white villa parted to reveal a pale, delicate-faced boy with well-defined features, his lips slightly cracked, holding a brush dipped in olive green paint. With his other hand, somewhat rough yet attractive, he opened the window, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep into the bedroom, lifting the loosely secured sketch paper on the easel. Woof, woof, woof. The Samoyed barked angrily at the boy across the way. The boy merely furrowed his brow lazily, shut the window, set down the brush, and turned away. The dog instantly comprehended his indifference and leapt from the balcony to open the door. After a brief wait of 3 minutes, Xianxia-tinged finally arrived to unlock it, his first words being, "Has your master forgotten to feed you again?" Woof. The Samoyed immediately dashed back to Jiangqi, kneeling beside her with a sorrowful gaze, imploring Xianxia-tinged for help. Stepping into the residence with his indoor slippers, Xianxia-tinged cast a quizzical glance upon the young woman sprawled on the floor. Her disheveled hair obscured half her face, and a portion of her slender legs were exposed. Her figure was rather gaunt, as if she were merely a skeleton. Approaching her, he crouched down, and with a touch of distaste, brushed aside the strands that veiled her countenance. As he did so, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. While her physique left something to be desired, her face was rather comely. However, she was too petite, not as resilient as Cheng-Nai. He patted her cheek, distinctly feeling the heat emanating from her skin. Moving his palm to her forehead, he felt an intense warmth beneath his hand. A high fever. Facing the Samoyed's perplexed gaze, He felt a tinge of awkwardness. Stretching and flexing his limbs, xianxia-tinged scooped up Jiangqi from the floor, her body radiating heat like a portable furnace. Closing the door, the canine swaggered behind xianxia-tinged into what was typically considered off-limits. After placing Jiangqi on the austere wooden bed in the guest room, xianxia-tinged applied a fever patch to her forehead before contacting Qingjin via his mobile phone. As soon as he departed, the dog Qingjin raised knelt expectantly by the young woman's arm, like an adoring puppy. Chapter 22, Telephone, Physical Education Class. Hey, have you all memorized most of the physics formulas? I suddenly realized that physics is quite challenging, although writing a formula can earn you 1 or 2 points. There are so many formulas involved, and you have to write several of them. I don't even know which formula to write to get more points. Prodigies generally don't ponder this issue. They write down both the formulas and the calculation process. Chen Zhoming sat on the desk with an air of arrogance, his feet carelessly resting on a chair. In his left hand, he held a copy of Wusan, while in his right, he wielded a red carbon pen, making circles and notes. As he perused the pages, a frown creased his brow, and in a fit of impatience, he tossed the book onto the desk of a female classmate behind him, asking, "Hey, how do you solve the 8th problem?" His quest for answers lacked decorum, prompting the girl to roll her eyes and hurl Wusan back at him with a mockingly harsh tone. "You think you can show off in front of me?" Chen's lips curled into a smirk, his voice dripping with a teasing lilt. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered through the front door and immediately spotted the ostentatious posture of Chen Zhoming perched atop the desk, furrowing her brow in annoyance. "Chen Zhoming, where is your deskmate Sheng Jinren?" she inquired sharply. "Tell him to come to my office. His phone has been ringing incessantly." With her instructions delivered, she hurried away, hands clasped behind her back. The urgency of the teacher's summons was palpable. Chen Zhoming's expression darkened little by little as the tall, clumsy boy resignedly rose to exit through the back door, muttering, "I'm going right now." Meanwhile, Qingjin was engrossed in his studies at the library. After only a few pages, one of his male classmates, who shared a good rapport with Chen Zhoming, approached him. The library maintained a strict silence policy, and although the crowd was sparse at this hour, the librarian enforced the rules rigorously, often noting students who disturbed the peace. With a hushed tone, the tall boy conveyed Chen Zhoming's message. "The teacher is looking for you." Qingjin furrowed his brow in confusion. As the conversation unfolded, the towering figure was reluctant to linger for even a moment longer, as if he were in a great rush to attend to pressing matters, and swiftly departed. However, upon reaching the threshold of the teacher's office, he was greeted by a familiar ringtone, initially dismissing it as mere coincidence. It was not until the homeroom teacher emerged from the office, holding a teacup and wearing a wistful expression, that he learned otherwise. "You've been neglecting your phone. It's been ringing for quite some time." The teachers in the office were so disturbed they went downstairs to warm themselves. "You might want to check if there's an urgent matter at home. The noise is giving me a headache," she remarked, taking a sip of her tea while observing the class next door through the glass window. Chang Jin, feeling somewhat unsettled, could only think of his headstrong sister, Chang Nai, with her relentless dialing. Yet, as he glanced at the unfamiliar number, a sense of relief washed over him. If it were Cheng Nai calling, he would surely forego his afternoon classes, as merely listening to her would suffice. The phone continued to ring, and Ching Jin swiped to answer. "Hello. Good heavens." The irate words burst forth. "You better come quickly. Your girlfriend is on the verge of collapse at my place, and my dog is already preparing for her burial. When do you plan to come and collect these two?" Xianxia pressed, gripping his phone tightly as he gazed down at the blushing girl before him. Cheng Jin paused for a moment. "I'm single." He did have a dog, but it was securely confined at home. Xianxia, exasperated, unleashed a stream of profanity. "Are you coming or not? If you don't come soon, I might just bury your Samoyed in the concrete pit of my backyard." "Where?" "Next door to your house." Cheng Jin hung up the phone and turned to his homeroom teacher, who was outside sipping tea, to request a leave of absence. The teacher, understanding and considerate, agreed since today's homework had been completed and there was a family matter to attend to. "Just bring me the leave request form, and I will sign it for you," he said. "Thank you." Having obtained the signed leave request from his teacher, Cheng Jin quickly packed his bag and left school early. The Samoyed appeared easy to care for, accepting whatever food was provided. However, it was essential to consider what Cheng Jin would offer. The dog would turn its nose up at anything less than suitable. Cheng Jin had little knowledge of the white villa next door. He was rather aloof by nature and had heard from his parents that the family had suffered a car accident, leaving behind only one son. Over the years, he had scarcely seen anyone come from that house, with the lights turning on only a handful of times. The entire situation felt rather strange. With his backpack slung over his shoulder and a thermos in hand, he walked towards the entrance, surrounded by potted plants. As he approached, the dog pushed the door open to greet him, and behind it stood a robust young man, appearing only a year or two older than Qingjin. Clad in a simple sleeveless tank top and loose white athletic shorts, he wore home slippers that seemed incongruous with his overly casual attire. Noticing Qingjin standing still, the Samoyed barked a couple of times. With a dismissive air, Xianxia-Tinged swung the door ajar and gestured aside, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Your girlfriend is in the guest room," he stated. Qingjin's brow furrowed slightly as he ascended the steps, brushing past the peculiar youth. A Samoyed led the way. Xianxia-Tinged watched Qingjin for a moment, then decided that Qingjin was not as formidable as Qingnai had suggested, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Perhaps a delicate intellectual. Like the girl lying inside, slender and fragile, merely appearing radiant on the surface. Not as resilient as the diminutive Qingnai. Upon entering the guest room, Qingjin confirmed that the girlfriend in question was indeed Jiangqi, her face flushed crimson, as if intoxicated. She lay quietly on the unyielding cot, her hands clutching the hem of her dress. Her pale lips were parted slightly, revealing prominent, parched lines. Woof. The Samoyed, not small in stature, carried the backpack without dragging it on the floor. Qingjin first hoisted Jiangqi onto his shoulder, draping his black coat over her, wrapping it securely around her. Then, he shifted to carrying her horizontally. As he passed the strange youth, Qingjin offered a polite, "Thank you." With that, he hurried away. Chapter 24, Physical Cooling TSK. Xianxia-Tinged's tone was laced with disdain. Watching the Samoyed trot behind, a fluffy ball of fur, its lower legs barely visible, appearing adorably clumsy. He leaned against the doorframe, calling out to Qingjin's retreating figure, "Hey, when does your sister get her vacation?" Xianxia-Tinged slammed the door shut. A wasted effort. Never mind. He can wait. Qingnai will come to see him during the new year. There were 56 days until the next new year. Upon returning home, Qingjin removed the fever patch from Jiangqi's forehead and discarded it into the waste bin. He placed a towel, dampened with warm water, upon her brow and inserted a thermometer under her armpit to monitor her temperature. After cleansing another towel with warm water, he gently wiped her body to facilitate physical cooling. Given the distinctions of gender, he could only attend to the exposed parts of her skin. Her complexion was not merely fair. Her skin felt remarkably smooth, akin to that which has been bathed in milk, soft to the touch. As he wiped her hand, he instinctively grasped it, allowing his hand to glide to her shoulder. A fleeting glance at her excessively long nails revealed faint traces of dirt nestled within. He promptly fetched a nail clipper to tidy them up, not neglecting her toes either. Having never engaged in such caretaking tasks, he inadvertently clipped a piece of skin, causing a slight trickle of blood. Qingjin dabbed it with a cotton swab, noting that Jiangqi remained in slumber. As he lowered his gaze, he was surprised to observe her remarkably small feet, tinged with a hint of pink. Is this typical of young women? After 5 minutes, Qingjin replaced the towel on her forehead for the second time and examined the thermometer from her armpit, which read 37.5°C. He took the towel to the bathroom, rinsing it under the pre-adjusted warm water before returning to wipe her body once more, this time covering a broader area. Perhaps owing to the soothing sensation, Jiangqi, still in a state of deep slumber, gradually began to regain some awareness. She attempted to open her eyes, only to find her eyelids unbearably heavy. Resigned, she surrendered to her fatigue, when suddenly she heard a warm, mellifluous male voice from above her, instructing, "Dogsy, go fetch a box of fever-reducing powder from the medicine cabinet." The sound was all too familiar to her. It belonged to her savior. Soon after, her arm was gently lifted, a warm towel caressing her underarm, and then her arm. After a while, the fabric that had been wrapped around her shoulder was lowered. Qingjin had prepared the fever-reducing concoction and, noticing that Jiangqi had not yet awakened, he sat at the head of the bed, grasping her shoulder and gently pulling her up. With his other hand, he brought a glass to her lips, tilting it slightly. Jiangqi, already parched, found the fever medication imbued with a hint of sweetness. She thirstily drank the mixture, her throat gliding smoothly. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze bewildered yet innocently naive. Qingjin looked down, realizing Jiangqi had awakened. He removed the now cool towel from her forehead, pressing his own against hers to gauge the warmth emanating from her body, which still felt somewhat feverish. Suddenly aware of the potent aura of hormones surrounding her, Jiangqi lifted her head, her expression dazed, and in an instant, her cheeks flushed with a noticeable warmth. She accepted the glass from Qingjin's hand, finishing the remaining concoction and placing it on the bedside table. A sudden thought struck her. She remembered that she had slept on the sofa at Qingjin's home. Puzzled, she surveyed the room, which exuded a luxurious, feminine charm. Filled with plush toys and a soft, furry carpet, the walls painted in a delicate pink. Sensing Xianxi's wandering gaze as she leaned against him, Qingjin explained, "This is my sister's room." Xianxi paused for a moment, then replied, "Oh." More than her thirst, she craved a moment of restful repose. He walked over and sat at the edge of the bed, cradling the dog that easily shed fur from its cozy spot. Before he could utter a word, he noticed the Samiyet, its face radiating joy, sticking out its tongue at Xianxi, its mouth curving into an exuberant smile. Chapter 25, A Fall and Detoxification. Xianxi lazily lifted her eyelids, perplexed as she inquired, "Detoxify what?" The Samiyet, growing impatient, shook its head in a futile struggle, while Qingjin, his expression unflinching, pressed down, stating to use the restroom. "Oh," Xianxi nodded in understanding. The room was flooded with bright light, the curtains drawn and the heating on, blurring the distinction between day and night. Qingjin silently sat on the bed with the dog, no longer restraining the fidgety Samiyet, allowing it to lie on his arm. Gazing intently at Xianxi, he found himself puzzled. His dog was inexplicably enamored with Xianxi, despite their differing breeds. What was it that captivated the dog? It seemed particularly flirtatious. When Qingnai was around, it barely acknowledged him, and similarly, it paid no heed when Xianxi was present. It seemed to favor these youthful maidens. Xianxi, unable to sleep under the watchful gaze of those innocent big eyes, found her drowsiness steadily eroding away under the Samiyet's persistent smile, while its grin was undeniably soothing. The unrelenting attention and silly laughter gave rise to an oddly suggestive impression. Most distressingly, Qingjin was preoccupied, focused on petting the dog's fur. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to sit up. Qingjin, who was earnestly stroking his beloved pet, lifted his gaze towards Xianxi and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm thirsty." Xianxi replied softly, her voice somewhat hoarse due to her parched throat. "The water dispenser is in the living room." Qingjin rose, cradling the Samiyet, showing no inclination to assist Xianxi with pouring water. As Qingjin moved further away, Xianxi, supported by her cotton slippers, struggled to stand at the bedside. Her body felt languid and weak, and with her fever still persisting, standing only intensified her dizziness. She took a few tentative steps, leaning against a nearby stool, when suddenly her vision darkened, and she collapsed once more, taking the pink chair down with her. The loud crash summoned Qingjin back. The startled Samiyet leaped from its owner's arms. Xianxi, overwhelmed by dizziness, grasped the edge of the bed, attempting to rise again, but found herself utterly drained of strength. She sensed a sudden chill on her forehead, akin to cold sweat, leaving her momentarily disoriented. In the next instant, a shadow enveloped her. Before she could react, she found herself lifted into an embrace. Qingjin, hailing from a good family, despite being at an age ripe for burgeoning emotions, would not overstep moral boundaries, even with the unexpected arrival of a little fairy by his side. His sister, Qingnai, was known for her fiery temper. When she had previously sought suitable clothing for Xianxi, Qingjin had merely offered her 2 dresses, purchased with his scholarship for Qingnai. Were she to discover that someone had slept in her bed, the ceiling might very well bear the brunt of her wrath. "I feel dizzy." A sweet voice escaped her lips softly. Qingjin gently placed Xianxi back onto the bed, tucking her in with the quilt. "I will check your temperature shortly. If it doesn't improve, we may have to take you to the hospital." "I'd rather not go." Xianxi furrowed her brow. Her health was delicate. Merely a prolonged exposure to the chilly midday air had induced a slight cold, which unexpectedly escalated into a fever. In the past, during her time with her aunt's family, she frequently fell ill, but her uncle invariably possessed some homespun remedies to alleviate her ailments, albeit with limited efficacy. Hospitals, she knew, were places where a mere injection could cost several hundred yuan. Currently, she was penniless, and she was already deeply grateful for Qingjin's adoption. A trip to the hospital was truly unnecessary. Qingjin retrieved a thermometer to measure Xianxi's temperature once more. As she was not asleep, he refrained from directly unfastening the uppermost button of her collar, instead politely requesting, "Unbutton your collar, and hold the thermometer for a while." Xianxi paused, her cheeks flushing anew. She obediently raised her hand to undo the button, and as she prepared to unfasten the second, Qingjin approached closer. Before she could recline, the distance between them diminished, and she distinctly perceived the milky fragrance emanating from him. Cheng Jin positioned the thermometer under Jiangqi's armpit. Upon straightening up, he noticed Jiangqi staring at him blankly. Perhaps due to the purity and sincerity of her gaze, his earlobes suddenly began to burn. Chapter 26. The definition of parents shouldn't be solely attributed to biological relationships. Cheng Jin, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness, glanced at the dog sprawled on the blanket. Gazing directly in their direction, he tucked the quilt around Jiangqi once more, before rising from the bedside and carrying the Samoyed out of the bedroom. Rest for now. I'll return shortly. With that, he closed the door behind him. Enshrouded in puzzlement, Jiangqi nestled further beneath the covers. The duvet, though light, provided ample warmth thanks to the central heating. Her dress, fashioned from delicate, supple fabric, felt akin to sleepwear, rendering her supremely comfortable amidst the soft bedding. A subtle, comforting milky fragrance emanated from the covers, instilling a sense of tranquility. Jiangqi turned, embracing a corner of the duvet as her eyelids gently closed, succumbing to an immediate wave of drowsiness. Meanwhile, Cheng Jin had consumed 2 bottles of room-temperature milk in quick succession. The empty containers, now containing only a few remaining drops, were haphazardly strewn across the coffee table. He stroked the fur of the Samoyed he had been holding, which was curled up in his arms. The fur was soft, possessing a delightful texture. The dog vocalized its discontent with a plaintive woo. Cheng Jin, irritated, lightly slapped the dog's head. Upon being released, the Samoyed promptly leaped away. The sudden absence in his arms amplified Cheng Jin's vexation. He picked up a milk bottle, took another swig, and watched as time inexorably passed. After 3 minutes, he arose and entered the bedroom. Jiangqi, in a light slumber, sensed a familiar presence approaching, prompting her to open her eyes. Her gaze met that of Cheng Jin, who was bending over to retrieve the thermometer. After extracting the thermometer, Cheng Jin fastened the buttons at her collar. He sat on the edge of the bed, scrutinizing the thermometer, noting a faint red line within. After a moment of contemplation, he ascertained that her temperature had slightly decreased. Though the fever persisted, Jiangqi sat up, attempting to smooth her disheveled hair, only to experience a sharp pain as her hair snagged. The sudden sensation of being lifted into the air caused Jiangqi to instinctively wrap her arms around Cheng Jin's neck. She gazed up at the handsome young man, inquiring in a subdued tone, "What are you doing?" "Detoxification," he responded. Cheng Jin escorted Jiangqi to the lavatory, positioning her upon the commode before promptly exiting and closing the door, urging her with a seemingly impatient tone to hasten. Jiangqi responded with silence. After a brief interlude, the sound of the flushing resonated. Jiangqi cleansed her hands and, with them still damp, opened the door. Cheng Jin, who had been awaiting her with his hands nestled in his pockets, suddenly fixed his gaze upon the Samoyed, which was kneeling at the doorway, tongue lolling out in a cheerful grin. Upon Jiangqi's emergence, Cheng Jin withdrew his hands and embraced her without hesitation as she nestled quietly against his chest, absorbing the steadfast rhythm of his heartbeat. A poignant ache began to well up within her nasal passages. Cheng Jin gently placed Jiangqi upon the bed, drew the thick quilt over her, and inadvertently noticed the redness encircling her eyes. He furrowed his brow, inquiring if she felt unwell. This query unleashed a torrent of emotions within Jiangqi, her countenance visibly contorting into a crumpled mass. She drew her legs up to her chest, enveloping them in her arms, and buried her face, her stifled sobs permeating the room. She lamented the absence of parental figures in her life, contrasting her situation with others. A relative stranger had shown her more kindness than her own mother. He possesses parents, a sister, and even a canine companion, while she is devoid of such familial comforts. Despite both being children in the care of others, the disparity in their circumstances is vast, an unfair burden for her to bear. She yearns for equity. Cheng Jin was taken aback by Jiangqi's sudden emotional outburst. He sat helplessly on the edge of the bed, observing Jiangqi as she wept uncontrollably. After a moment, he opened a drawer, retrieved a packet of tissues, and offered her several sheets, encouraging her to dry her tears. "Though I am unaware of your origins and the nature of your parents, I harbor a conviction that any parental abandonment of their offspring must stem from profound hardship." Gingerly dabbing at her tears with a tissue, Jiangqi lifted her gaze in a perfunctory manner, her sobs escalating in their poignancy. Yet, not all progenitors merit the appellation of parents, as the very definition of parenthood should not be solely predicated upon biological ties. Listening to the maiden's heartrending cries, which seemed perpetually on the verge of expiring, Cheng Jin proffered several more tissues into her palm. His rapport with his kin had always been harmonious. His interactions with Cheng Nai typically involved playful banter. His mother harbored a predilection for travel, and his father would annually escort her on excursions to various nations, sojourning there for 2 to 3 months before transitioning to the next locale. Though physical reunions were infrequent, the advent of convenient networking facilitated occasional family video calls within their group chat. However, Xianxia was bereft of both father and mother, abandoned, no less. It was, in essence, rather pitiable. Chapter 27. Cease your weeping. The Samiyed, wagging its tail with an air of nonchalant swagger, sauntered into the room and reclined by the bedside. Its gaze fixated upon Xianxia in a manner akin to soliciting affection, its eyes beseeching the young woman. Cheng Jin, in resignation, observed his canine companion's near-obsessive fixation on Xianxia. Discarding the tissue onto the bedside table, he nudged the Samiyed with his foot, anticipating its departure, yet it remained unmoved, persisting in its recumbent posture. Cheng Jin emitted a gentle sigh, lacking the art of consolation and feeling somewhat awkward as he listened to her lamentations. He hesitated for a few seconds before tentatively extending his arm. After some contemplation, he moved behind her delicate shoulders, embracing her in a tender, enveloping manner. Xianxia possessed a petite figure, curled up much like a fluffy Samiyed, and he effortlessly enveloped her in his embrace. With a hint of confusion, Xianxia lifted her gaze, only to collide with Cheng Jin's dark, penetrating eyes, igniting a surge of pent-up emotions. In that fleeting moment, her suppressed sobs erupted into a torrent of release. Cheng Jin's expression deepened with concern. She was so delicate, abruptly seeking refuge in his arms, causing his hand, previously poised behind her shoulder, to hover awkwardly in midair. He softened his breath and stole a glance at the dog sprawled on the ground, gently ruffling Xianxia's hair as one would with a Samiyed. Her hair felt somewhat unruly, prickling against his fingers. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself for a while and, in a low, soothing tone, urged her to cease her tears. Perhaps it was the fever that rendered her particularly sensitive. After nearly 5 minutes of weeping, likely exacerbated by the numbness in her legs from kneeling beside him, Xianxia settled down, still leaning against him, occasionally dabbing at her tears with a tissue while stifling sobs and sniffles. For the first time, Cheng Jin found the presence of a girl somewhat bothersome. Although he maintained good relationships with his peers at school, his dedication to his studies in the elite class had left little room for contemplation of the differences between boys and girls beyond their physical forms. Since childhood, he had refrained from physical contact with his younger sister, Cheng Nai, aside from playful scuffles. Yet, in his embrace, Xianxia felt incredibly soft, petite, and endearing, akin to a beloved pet. Cheng Jin noticed the trailing quilt behind Xianxia was somewhat cumbersome, so he reached out and removed it. Xianxia was still wearing the white dress, the skirt cascading from her waist, concealing her lower body. Cheng Jin extracted a few tissues and, with his head lowered, gently wiped away the tear stains from Xianxia's face. It seemed she had been restraining herself, as his sweater was barely dampened by her tears. Only a small area where she had buried her head was slightly wet. The white sweater he wore today subtly masked the dampness unless closely observed. Cheng Jin perfunctorily wiped the sweater, discarded the used tissues into the waste bin, and also took the tissue from Xianxia's hand, sensing its dampness. Despite his fastidiousness, he unusually disregarded the excessive moisture on the tissue. After an indeterminate period, Cheng Jin gazed down at Xianxia, who showed no inclination to move from him. Xianxia's spirit seemed fragile, her tears flowing like an unrestrained torrent when her emotions surged. Unskilled in comforting others, Cheng Jin awkwardly allowed Xianxia, seeking solace, to lean on him, gently cradling the back of her head, occasionally stroking her soft hair like one would caress a beloved canine, as a gesture of solace. After a while, Cheng Jin reached for a tissue, placing it in Xianxia's partially clenched hand, and disposed of the used tissue from her grasp into the trash. The bedroom was profoundly silent, devoid of sobs, save for the barely audible breaths. The canine ambled over and lay prostrate at Cheng Jin's feet, its small, fluffy ears drooping languidly, its round eyes fixed intently on Xianxia. After approximately 10 minutes, a sense of impatience began to stir within Cheng Jin. He had merely offered her shelter, yet he felt as though he had been reduced to a mere instrument. The young woman exuded a delicate and pleasing fragrance, and the thought crossed his mind that Xianxia might have feigned her way into his home with the ulterior motive of seducing him and pilfering his cherished canine companion. Chapter 28. Visual onslaught. Cheng Jin cast a languid glance at the listless Samiyed, which was patiently awaiting Xianxia's return, before abruptly shoving Xianxia aside. Bereft of any support, Xianxia stumbled and nearly fell. It was unclear precisely when, but xianxia had succumbed to slumber. She appeared to be immersed in a tranquil dream, her countenance serene, with a delicate flush gracing her cheeks due to the fever. The bed was plush and yielding, a stark contrast to a rigid wooden plank, and xianxia's fall did not rouse her. Cheng Jin emitted a soft sigh, and with a sense of contrition, he gingerly righted xianxia and tucked her snugly beneath the covers, ensuring she was well covered. He then rose and, with a haste that bordered on flight, carried the samyed from the room. Xianxia, having recently wept, was now in a deep slumber. Cheng Jin retrieved a spare washcloth from the lavatory, moistened it, and gently cleansed xianxia's body once more, before placing it on her forehead to help lower her temperature. As a precaution, he also placed a thermometer under her arm and in her armpit. He brought a chair and positioned it beside the bed, then proceeded to his desk, where he casually selected a practice workbook from another subject, along with a black pen. He settled into the chair, crossed his legs with an air of nonchalance, and began to tackle the more challenging problems. Tong Yuyu's affection for Cheng Jin was widely known among the class representatives. Upon learning that Cheng Jin had sustained injuries in a fight instigated by Chen Zhoming, numerous female classmates who harbored affections for Cheng Jin surreptitiously left gifts of milk on his desk during his absence. These offerings came in various forms: boxed, canned, and even bottled. Some flavored milk, not entirely pure, is discreetly preferred by girls whom one dares not approach directly. Those with a bolder spirit may confess their affections face to face, albeit with a high likelihood of rejection. Last night, Cheng Jin perused the answers and explanations a bit too intently. Having sustained a head injury, he began to feel a throbbing pain from overexerting his mind. Upon waking this morning, the pain had dissipated. Yet it was the late-night feverish xianxia who appeared in the kitchen early to prepare breakfast for him, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Heaven knows the visual impact when he stepped out of his room, only to behold xianxia, adorned in a white dress and a pink apron, emerging from the kitchen with breakfast, her hair unbound. Such a petite figure, accompanied by his dog, her youthful eyes sparkling as she bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Reflecting on it now, he still felt a slight flush in his ears. Upon entering the classroom, Cheng Jin, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, approached his desk, ready to set down his belongings, only to discover a dozen bottles of milk had mysteriously appeared on his table, an assortment of brands and flavors. Chen Zhoming, who had skipped breakfast, lay sprawled across his desk, looking as if he had just awakened. His right leg sprawled comfortably across the table leg as he sighed deeply. Alas, I sit beside the class heartthrob, and though I am not unattractive myself, why do no girls ever notice me? Cheng Jin settled into his seat, unscrewing his thermos to take a sip of hot water, his Adam's apple gracefully bobbing as he tilted his head back. Chen Zhoming pondered, feeling a myriad of emotions. A handsome person could make even the simplest act of drinking water appear appealing. Surely, even their farts must smell delightful? Cheng Jin. He tightened the lid of his cup. Before my duty ends, I shall dispose of the milk on my desk. He then rose and maneuvered around to the edge of the classroom, approaching Tong Yuyu's seat to request her notebook. Tong Yuyu was deeply engrossed in conversation with her deskmate when the male protagonist of their discussion made an appearance. A hint of shyness flickered in her clear pupils, and upon realizing this, she hastily pulled out the class record book to present it to Cheng Jin. At that moment, the excited laughter and rustling of clothing from two girls behind them broke through the air. He just glanced your way, one exclaimed. I noticed too, but he is so studious. Another added, I must confess my feelings before graduation. Chapter 29, Yearning for that essence from Monday to Friday, every morning and noon. The class monitors would stand at the podium to take attendance. After a certain time, it was imperative to enter a state of learning. Any disruption would earn one a spot on the honor roll. Thursday was Cheng Jin's turn as the study committee member. Below the podium, Chen Zhoming, resting his chin on his hand and poking at his exercise book with a pen, couldn't he help but comment on the neatly arranged bottles of milk. Why'd I have to deal with this? What is so impressive about a few little followers trailing behind? Just as he spoke, Chen Zhoming lifted his gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with Cheng Jin, who was seated behind the podium. The depths of Cheng Jin's eyes quietly bore into him, as if challenging him. Are you dissatisfied? Feeling a pang of guilt, Chen Zhoming swiftly cleared the array of bottles from Cheng Jin's desk, shoving them into the drawer to avoid further distress. As the 20-minute self-study period concluded, half of the classroom's occupants, feeling lethargic, slumped over their desks to catch a few moments of sleep, while groans echoed from the corners of the room. Preparing to tackle some problems, Chen Zhoming's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something peculiar. Cheng Good, You didn't bring any milk? For Qing, milk was akin to life itself. He felt that without even a sip, he could hardly remain seated. Perhaps it was due to his recent misfortunes, or maybe the milk carton at home was empty, but he found himself resorting to plain boiled water. He took 2 swigs of the warm liquid, secured the thermos tightly, and with a flourish, inscribed his name in the upper left corner of the exam paper. It was possible that he had simply forgotten. He was accustomed to checking his backpack after breakfast and stowing away 2 bottles of milk for school, yet this morning, upon arriving at school, he discovered he had neglected to bring any. Breakfast had consisted of boiled eggs and small noodles adorned with ham, prepared by Jiangqi. In a good mood that morning, he had left home oblivious to the absence of milk. He recalled how Jiangqi had cried softly against him the night before, her delicate form exuding a faint scent of milk, distinct from that of the milk he usually drank. He found himself somewhat enamored by that fragrance. Now, as he sipped the warm water, he surprisingly felt no longing for the milk he typically relished. Chen Zhoming found Qing somewhat peculiar, akin to a habitual smoker who, upon waking one day, inexplicably decided to quit after consuming 10 or 8 cigarettes daily. The sudden cessation was nothing short of remarkable. During mathematics class, several girls discreetly exchanged notes beneath their desks, with Tong Yu naturally joining in. Some boys discovered that Qing had passed on all the milk gifted by the girls in class to his deskmate, Chen Zhoming. As this news circulated, 1 or 2 girls instinctively placed the blame on Chen Zhoming. What was the meaning of this? Just because Qing wouldn't drink the milk we offered, did that mean Chen Zhoming could partake freely? Rational girls, of course, were accustomed to such dynamics. Qing refrains from consuming the milk offered by others. Had milk the power to bribe him, those who hold affection for him would have long since secured his heart. Moreover, being at a prestigious institution, everyone is acutely aware of their desires, discerning between love and ambition. Tong Yu conferred with her deskmate during mathematics class. As soon as the bell rang, and the teacher departed with the supplementary materials, Tong Yu sprang from her seat and approached Qing, who was deeply engrossed in his work. After a moment of contemplation, she mustered the courage to speak. Qing, the milk I brought you this morning is the kind you usually drink, in a glass bottle. If you don't wish to drink it now, would you mind not giving it to Chen Zhoming? You could keep it for later when you feel like having it. Chapter 30. After all, Changge did not bring milk today. The glaringly bright Chen Zhoming felt as if he had suffered a crushing blow, immediately collapsing onto his desk in defeat. The implication of her words, with so much milk available, how could he possibly consume it all? What does she take him for? He is not Qing, who can indulge in 2 or 3 bottles daily without ever tiring of them. Furthermore, the milk was entrusted to him by Qing to be disposed of. Tong Yu's words made it seem as though he was coveting it. Who would desire such a thing? Qing finished his final calculations, set down his pen, and glanced up at the newcomer. Despite their similar standings and having been classmates for over 2 years, their interactions remained minimal. He only knew that Chen Zhoming had previously dragged him into an alley, claiming it was related to his admiration for her. That much was clear to him. Tong Yu tightly clenched her hands, visibly conflicted. Cheng Jin's indifference towards the female students was not a recent development, and as the class monitor, she had naturally gained a certain understanding of each individual in the class over the years. After a brief pause, she lowered her gaze and hesitantly articulated, "What I mean is, could you perhaps keep it for drinking? You usually consume quite a bit, so 1 more bottle shouldn't matter, right?" Cheng Jin responded, "How much more?" This was the first time Chen Zhoming witnessed Tong Yu's timid demeanor. As graduation approached, her concealed feelings became apparent, prompting him to suppress a laugh. However, this smile appeared particularly sardonic in Tong Yu's eyes. Clenching her fist tightly, she fixed her gaze on Chen Zhoming and, through gritted teeth, threatened, "Hand over my bottle of milk." Chen Zhoming instinctively recoiled, rummaging through his drawer until he encountered the cool glass bottle. He retrieved it and placed it on Cheng Jin's desk. "Here, since Qingge hasn't brought any milk today, just drink it. We're all classmates after all. It's merely a few yuan for the milk, hardly a burden." The average price for such boxed milk was around 2 to 3 yuan, and a branded box wouldn't be significantly more expensive than this glass bottle. He recalled that Tong Yu's family was not in a favorable economic situation, making it easy to imagine the heartache she must have felt when paying for such an expensive bottle of milk. Cheng Jin, unable to resist, glanced at the milk bottle before looking up at Tong Yu, his tone cool and detached. "Thank you." Between the 2 individuals, there were 2 groups separating them, and as Tong Yu dashed forward, it was akin to circumventing half the class. At this moment, the bell had rung, and many students had relaxed their bodies. Yet several remained fervently engaged in their studies. A few were drawn to the subtle commotion, and upon noticing Tong Yuyu emerging from the corner where Qing Jin sat, they could not help but whisper amongst themselves. As Tong Yuyu settled into her seat, her eyes narrowed into slits filled with joy as she shared her excitement with her deskmate. Qing Jin accepted my milk. It signifies that I hold a special place in his heart. Her deskmate, unimpressed, nonchalantly cleaned her ears, retorting, "But you haven't even confessed yet. Perhaps your milk just happens to be to his liking." Cautiously, her deskmate glanced back at a group of girls in the rear who were quietly discussing amongst themselves. Reporting to Tong Yuyu, "Those girls who seem to dislike you have also given Qing Jin something. They are likely mocking your audacity. They're always like that. After 2 years as class monitor, I've grown accustomed to it. There will always be a few who can't stand you and wish to see you falter." Tong Yuyu propped her chin on her hand, daydreaming about graduation, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. If only I could have a romance with Qing Jin before graduation. It would provide closure to my 3 years of high school. Her deskmate scoffed, adding, "Some people use their achievements as a form of closure." "You intend to use a relationship?" Tong Yuyu confidently lowered her hand, replying, "Of course, I desire both." Chapter 31. Repose here tonight. The lasses in our class possess quite the fiery tempers. Beyond the classroom, they epitomize serene and delicate femininity, yet within its confines, they transform into formidable figures capable of felling 2 lads with a single hand. Before the chime heralded the commencement of lessons, Tong Yuyu sauntered over to the lectern. Observing Qing Jin as he meticulously completed the assignment set forth by our English pedagogue, Qing Jin's penmanship was the envy of the entire class, surpassing even the most diligent efforts of the lasses who purchased calligraphy manuals in pursuit of his finesse. Her gaze meandered across the script, eventually settling upon Qing Jin's aloof countenance. His features were impeccably chiseled, imbued with a hint of maturity, a prominent bridge, a slender mouth, and a jawline of fluid grace. His complexion, an ethereal alabaster, seemed to shimmer beneath the fluorescent glow, so pristine as to invite the temptation of defilement. She found herself enraptured, oblivious to the moment Qing Jin raised his gaze. When her senses returned, their eyes met, and she peered into the tranquil, unfathomable depths of the young man's dark brown orbs. Her heart convulsed violently. Tong Yuyu felt a tinge of awkwardness, yet it was overshadowed by her fondness for the palpitating sensation that stirred within her whenever their eyes locked. Qing Jin broke the silence, inquiring, "Is there something you require?" Tong Yuyu forced a strained smile and articulated the purpose of her visit. "I noticed you finished your milk, and the bottle is still on your desk. Would it be permissible for me to have it?" An uninformed observer might have surmised that she harbored some peculiar predilection, but her intent was solely to adorn the glass receptacle with items of sentimental value. Qing Jin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the odd request. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that it had already become refuse and relented. "Help yourself." He acquiesced. In an instant, Tong Yuyu felt as though she had wandered through the desert for days only to finally discover an oasis, her heart brimming with joy as she exclaimed her gratitude. Qing Jin, however, was perplexed, remarking, "It's merely a milk bottle. Why the exuberance?" Her deskmate, puzzled, inquired about the purpose of the bottle. "To hold paper stars." Tong Yuyu explained with a bashful smile. "He is so dedicated to his studies. I often seek his help, which must be distracting. Thus, I write down my thoughts on little notes, fold them into stars, and plan to present them to him as a confession when we graduate." Her deskmate was silent. Yet Tong Yuyu assuredly proclaimed, "My sincerity will undoubtedly touch his heart. When it comes to affection, sincerity is paramount." On a Friday evening, the outside world was adorned with a tapestry of twinkling stars, their light casting delicate shadows through the window. Jiangxi sat on the small balcony, allowing the cool breeze to envelop her, her skin feeling icy to the touch, while a fluffy samoyed lay at her feet. After finishing his shower, Qing Jin emerged in his pajamas and spotted Jiangxi, together with her dog, enjoying the chilly air. Despite the sub-zero temperatures, she wore only a thin long-sleeved dress, its hem swirling gracefully in the wind. He approached, towel in hand, drying his damp hair, and promptly closed the window. With the cold wind barred, Jiangxi lifted her gaze in a daze. Qing Jin noticed the confusion in her eyes and gathered the samoyed into his arms, stating, "You've showered." Jiangxi, adjusting her glasses, descended from the window, pondering aloud, Where will you be sleeping tonight?" Qing Jin's gaze fell upon the nearby sofa, her expression impassive as she stated, "Sleep there." Chapter 32. Shall I help you dry your hair? Xianxia followed Qing Jin's line of sight. The solid-colored sofa resembled the one in the living room. Yet it seemed rather confining for someone of Qing Jin's stature, who was a head and a half taller than her. I'll take the dog to the bathroom next door for a bath. Call me if you need anything. Qing Jin weighed the Samoyed in her arms before stepping out of the bedroom and closing the door behind her. Xianxia tied up her hair, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, she could have taken the sofa. Last night, she had a fever, barely conscious, and had taken over Qing Jin's bed, leaving Qing Jin to sleep on the sofa. Xianxia lingered in the bathroom for over half an hour before emerging, tossing her soiled clothes into the washing machine. She then approached the sofa, removed the cushions, and spread a thick blanket neatly over it. Despite the cushions being somewhat small and bulky, she was not particular. After drying her hair, she donned her nightgown and, with her hair cascading down her shoulders, made her way to the adjoining bathroom. As she reached the open doorway, she heard the pitiful whimpers of the dog within, sounding as though it had been wronged, an utterly tragic sound. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside to find the Samoyed, thin and forlorn, lying by the square sink, resigned to Qing Jin's ministrations. The dog was obedient, while Qing Jin patiently bent over, wielding a hose to bathe it. Xianxia felt she could not intervene, but upon noticing the towel draped around Qing Jin's neck and her still damp hair, she approached and took the towel away. A sudden waft of rose-scented shower gel mingled with a subtle hint of creamy fragrance enveloped the air. Yet Qing Jin merely lifted his eyelids slightly, his hands continuing their task undeterred. Xianxia wrung the towel dry and stood beside Qing Jin, inquiring, "Shall I assist you in drying your hair?" She awaited his consent before proceeding. Qing Jin cast a cold glance at Xianxia, whose eyes sparkled with delicate light. Hesitating on the verge of refusal, "As you wish." Xianxia placed the towel atop Qing Jin's head, using both hands to massage his soft strands and absorb the moisture. As she bowed her head, she inadvertently noticed that his hair was only damp in certain areas. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a patch at the back of his head devoid of hair. As she parted the locks, she was startled to find a stitch wound concealed beneath. Just then, Qing Jin stood upright, no longer hunched over, making it impossible for Xianxia to reach him. Having just bathed, Qing Jin intended to bring out the Samoyed after giving it a thorough wash, but the creature suddenly began to shake its head vigorously, splattering water all over him. With a dark expression, he lifted the dog and placed it on a clean surface, then grabbed a hairdryer to dry its fur. When the dog shook its head again, Qing Jin, now exasperated, swatted at it. The moment he did, the dog fell silent. A faint whimper echoed in the confined bathroom. Hesitating for a moment, Xianxia stepped forward and offered, "Let me help dry it. You should go change your clothes." The Samoyed, grinning widely, playfully stuck out its tongue at Xianxia. The juxtaposition of the two, one large and one small, rendered Qing Jin almost superfluous in the scene. Qing Jin handed the hairdryer to Xianxia, grabbed a towel from the hook, and stepped outside, rubbing the back of his head. Perhaps due to the moisture irritating the wound, a dull ache was beginning to manifest, raising concerns of potential infection. It was rather absurd. Having idly accompanied someone to watch a fight, he had inexplicably ended up on the receiving end of a brick. Once Qing Jin departed, Xianxia pressed the switch and began to gently blow-dry the dog's thick, soft fur, transforming it from a scraggly creature into a plush ball of fluff. After surveying the area and failing to locate Qing Jin, she paused momentarily, only to catch a glimpse of his silhouette peeking from the corner of the cloakroom. She approached him. Qing Jin stood before the full-length mirror, tilting his head awkwardly as he attempted to apply ointment to the wound at the back of his head. The moment the ointment made contact with the injury, he grimaced, his brows knitting tightly in pain. Chapter 33. Why did you get into a fight? Xianxia leaned closer, observing the small bald patch on Qing Jin's head, obscured by his hairstyle. She lingered at the doorway, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Do you need my assistance?" Qing Jin, realizing her presence, instinctively declined her offer. "No, thank you." The injury at the back of his head was unsightly. Although it had gradually healed during his days in the hospital, the pain now radiated throughout his head, and the wound was still bleeding, a rather troublesome affair. Fortunately, with the weekend at hand, he planned to visit the hospital tomorrow. Suddenly, as the ointment touched the wound, he winced, his expression tightening. Xianxia, witnessing his discomfort, felt a pang of sympathy. Determined, she stepped forward, took the ointment from the nearby cabinet, and retrieved a fresh cotton swab, asserting confidently, "I'll help you." Qing Jin bent down, lowering her head. Xianxia made a request. After a moment, noticing Qing Jin's hesitation to respond, Xianxia softened her tone to explain, I am a girl. I cannot be as casual as you boys. Rest assured, I will not cause you any pain. Faced with the urgency of the situation, Xianxia pondered repeatedly before gradually bending her back in front of Xianxia. Being short was indeed troublesome. Xianxia stood beside her, reaching out to brush aside Xianxia's hair, revealing a gruesome wound that instantly made her eyes redden. She gently applied ointment around the injury, cautiously approaching the wound itself. The soft, fragrant body drew close, and Xianxia's body stiffened in response, her senses captivated by the delightful scent emanating from Xianxia. The dull pain at the back of her head seemed to fade into the background as she lowered her head, as if evading something. 2 minutes later, having finished applying the medication, Xianxia let down the hair she had held to cover the wound. Curiously, she inquired, "How did you get this injury?" It appeared as if something rigid had cruelly torn through her skin, a sight both shocking and distressing. As she treated him, she felt a pang of sympathy for his pain. Holding the used cotton swab in her hand, she neatly capped the ointment bottle and placed it back in its spot. Leaning against the doorframe, she pondered, genuinely perplexed, and asked Xianxia, "Why did you get into a fight?" Xianxia's hand, which had been arranging her hairstyle, suddenly paused. And with a slight smile, she replied, "It wasn't me who started the fight. It was an accident that left me injured." Through the reflection in the mirror, he caught a glimpse of the faint redness in her eyes. Although he was the one injured, it amused him that she appeared to be on the verge of tears first. Yet, to laugh openly in front of her would be a mockery. Xianxia, seemingly perplexed, nodded and mumbled a response as she turned to discard the cotton swab into the trash. Xianxia, puzzled, sensed that Xianxia's temperament fluctuated unpredictably. Having caught a chill during the night, she feared she might develop a fever again. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the blanket. "Xianxia, why don't you cry?" Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. Why would she cry when everything seemed fine? Chapter 34. Are you too fragile? Xianxia crouched beside the sofa, tugging at the blanket that Xianxia had pulled over half her face, her tone laced with exhaustion. "Why would you cry? I just think that after such a severe injury, you should be in pain and crying." Xianxia was somewhat bewildered. Throughout her life, she had encountered people who would invariably wail and shout after a scrape or bruise. This was her first encounter with such an unsightly scar, and she could only imagine the immense agony that accompanied the gushing blood. "Xianxia?" Xianxia knelt beside her, calling her name earnestly. "Yes? Are you perhaps too fragile?" As soon as the words left her lips, Xianxia abruptly threw off the blanket, revealing her face as she retorted, "Where am I fragile?" Seeing her willingness to uncover her face and no longer conceal herself, Xianxia felt a sense of relief and softened her voice. "Have you ever taken a biology class? Males and females differ not only in physical structure but also in physiological makeup. When you are in distress, you may feel the urge to cry. But that does not imply others will express their discomfort in the same manner. Everyone is distinct. Beneath the surface, men possess an inherent resilience, as the saying goes. A man sweats rather than weeps, in stark contrast to the emotional displays often exhibited by women. Xianxia, with a naive flutter of her eyelids, revealed her exquisite almond-shaped eyes, sparkling with a clarity reminiscent of freshly washed glass. The crystalline chandelier above cast delicate beams of light into her gaze, filling it with a constellation of starlight. Xianxia paused for a moment, settling onto the sofa. "I could sleep on the sofa. You need not relinquish your bed for me," she remarked. "The night air was brisk, and I fear you might catch a chill." Xianxia, with hands tucked into his pockets, replied earnestly, "Do you expect me to attend to you until the witching hour?" "Good night," she said, pulling the nearby blanket over herself and swiftly turning away, curling into a ball. Xianxia sighed and took a water cup to the living room, where he filled it. Passing by the dog's little nook, he noticed that the small creature, unusually, had not caused a ruckus until the late hours, but was instead quietly nestled under its soft blanket, peacefully asleep. How obedient. Xianxia carefully tucked the blanket around Xianxia and then glanced at his reflection in the mirror, inspecting the wound at the back of his head. Though he could not see it entirely, the weight of pain was unmistakably palpable. After some contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to visit the hospital for an examination in the morning. At dawn, the gate of the independent villa swung open, and 2 young women breezed in, dragging their suitcases behind them. Xianxia retrieved the house key she had prepared in her small handbag. Unlocking the door and pushing her suitcase inside, followed closely by her companion. Du Fanjin, holding onto the suitcase's handle, surveyed the opulent villa, noting its emptiness with a frown. "Is your brother not here?" she inquired. Xianxia casually dropped her suitcase at the entrance and swiftly removed her outerwear, changing her shoes. "Fanjin Jia, it is only 8 in the morning in Hung City. Is my brother really going to sleep until noon on a weekend? She paused. Wait. I will go and call him out to meet you. She shed her cumbersome clothing, donned a thin sweater, and padded into Cheng Jin's bedroom, boldly pushing the door open while shouting, "Brother, Fan Jinjia is here. Hurry and wake up," before her words could fully resonate. The figure on the bed abruptly sat up, revealing an ethereal beauty, pallid and devoid of color. Cheng Jin was her savior, yet upon reflection, they did not share a profound acquaintance. They could hardly be considered true friends. Chapter 35. Cheng Nai returns. Cheng Nai clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in a fit of fury as she glared at the drowsy girl who had just awoken on Cheng Jin's bed. In a fit of determination, she lunged forward and yanked the girl down. Trained in Taekwondo, she possessed greater strength than her male peers. By the time Jiang Qi regained her senses, she found herself forcibly pulled down by Cheng Nai, her arm colliding painfully with a nearby chair, causing her to wince in discomfort. Her slippers had yet to be properly worn, and she stumbled as Cheng Nai dragged her out. Upon exiting the bedroom, she collided with a girl who was a head taller than her. Jiang Qi had not yet discerned the newcomer when a dog leapt from its bed, weaving around her legs as if to sniff her presence. Gu Fanjin stood frozen in place, witnessing Cheng Nai emerge from Cheng Jin's room, pulling along a girl who appeared delicate and ethereal, her eyes still veiled in a mist of slumber, emanating an aura of vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. Jiang Qi was yanked painfully, and upon glancing down, she noticed a red ring around her wrist where Cheng Nai had grasped it. Woof! Woof! The Samoyed barked loudly. Woof! Cheng Nai kicked away the approaching Samoyed, coldly declaring, "If you don't behave, we'll have dog meat soup for dinner tonight." Her threatening words did not deter the Samoyed. Instead, its barks grew even more fervent. In an instant, the villa was filled with an incessant cacophony of barking. Gu Fanjin stood beside her suitcase, hesitating to assist, her expression tinged with embarrassment. The girl, delicate and fragile, was unceremoniously dragged out of the villa by Cheng Nai. With a resounding bang, the villa's door was slammed shut. Gu Fanjin was not well acquainted with Cheng Jin. A mere few encounters had sparked feelings of admiration. In an effort to cultivate a relationship with Cheng Nai, she naturally positioned herself as the only candidate for the role of sister-in-law in Cheng Nai's eyes. She was in her third year of middle school, the same grade as Cheng Nai, but 2 years younger than Cheng Jin. At this tender age of blossoming emotions, she found herself infatuated with her friend's elder brother. Jiang Qi, still barefoot and clad in a thin dress insufficient for the chill, stood frozen for 3 or 4 seconds, her body numb from the cold. Suddenly, she felt a flicker of warmth. Looking down, she saw the Samoyed sprawled beside her delicate feet. She crouched down, gently stroking its soft head. To her surprise, Cheng Jin's sister had also expelled the dog, and even more astonishing was the fact that in such a situation, the dog had chosen to side with her rather than its owner. She was inherently a superfluous existence, and these days she had troubled Cheng Jin with her presence. Since she had already been cast out by Cheng Jin's sister, it was evident that she was not favored. However, the Samoyed was different, though it was an animal. It was Cheng Jin's cherished pet and an integral part of the family. Jiang Qi gently stroked the soft head of the dog, supporting herself on her knees as she gradually rose to her feet, her body feeling as though it had been numbed by the frigid wind. She awkwardly maneuvered around the fence and strolled out of the community. The winter morning still bore a light dusting of snowflakes, which melted into icy droplets upon her skin, sending shivers throughout her body. After walking approximately 30 meters, the Samoyed suddenly dashed towards Jiang Qi like a sprinter, slowing down to wag its tail and smile at her upon reaching the front. It is often said that the Samoyed smile is quite healing. Yet Jiang Qi found its expression somewhat foolish. Her exposed skin had turned a pale white from the cold, and upon exiting the community, she led the dog to a nearby supermarket to escape the biting chill. Upon entering the store, Jiang Qi immediately sensed the peculiar gazes directed at her from the crowd, prompting her to flee in a panic. Though it was not the height of winter, everyone was bundled in down jackets and warm footwear, while she wore an outfit more refreshing than that of summer. The melting snow adhered to her skirt, leaving her with patches of wet and dry. Jiang Qi could hardly believe she had stumbled upon a narrow alley reminiscent of a town overrun with rats and filth within this bustling city. With nowhere to turn, she found herself in this vast metropolis, utterly devoid of a place to stay. Chapter 36. Not a girlfriend. Just a friend. Jiang Qi entered and casually found a spot with steps to sit on, making an effort to avoid the stagnant water accumulating in the pits, where a few cigarette butts were carelessly strewn about. The Samoyed snuggled closer, and Jiang Qi embraced it for warmth. Its fur was soft and comforting against her skin. In the next moment, she covered her mouth and nose, gently sneezing, seemingly feeling that it was not enough, as she continued to sneeze in succession. After about 10 seconds, a heaviness settled in her head. She buried her face in the fur of the samoyed, feeling a pang of guilt for troubling it. Upon awakening, she felt as though she appeared even more pitiful than before. Early in the morning, Cheng Jintian called Chun Zhoubing to accompany him to the hospital for a follow-up appointment. When he emerged from the outpatient department at 8:30, he noticed that the sky had unexpectedly opened up to a torrential downpour. Cheng Jin's head wound was not serious. After retrieving an umbrella, he summoned a car through an app. With his head bowed, he inquired, "How long will this rain last?" Chen Zhoubing pulled out his phone from his pocket to check the weather forecast, which indicated that the rain would persist until 3 in the afternoon. However, the forecast covered a broad area, including districts and counties in Hang City, leaving the exact time of the rain's cessation uncertain. After speaking, Chen Zhoubing tucked away his phone, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and pressed the button to open the automatic umbrella. Adjusting his posture, he slung the backpack over his shoulder. Yet he remarked that weather forecasts are often inaccurate, suggesting that it might stop soon. Indeed, after successfully calling the driver, Cheng Jin noted down the license plate number, extinguished the phone screen, and placed it into the pocket of his black coat, while simultaneously unfurling his umbrella. His indifferent gaze swept over Chen Zhoubing as they decided to head out in advance of the arriving driver. Together they stepped into the curtain of rain. Droplets cascading from the arch of the umbrella, splattering onto the cement ground tainted by murky water. The intensity of the rain escalated visibly. Once in the car, Cheng Jin retrieved a small packet of tissues from his pocket, offering 2 to Chen Zhoubing, who also took 2 to dab at the slight moisture on his clothing. After accepting the tissues, Chen Zhoubing bent down to wipe the expensive limited edition sneakers adorning his feet, as a few muddy droplets marred the shoe's tip, which he disdainfully rubbed at. Leaning back against the seat with a straight posture, Cheng Jin's umbrella dripped water, carelessly splattering onto the carpet. As the vehicle moved, raindrops the size of peas cascaded down, obscuring the view through the glass. At that moment, Cheng Jin's pocket vibrated. The system's ringtone, a jarring yet cheerful sound, cut through the ambience of the rain within the car, prompting Chen Zhoubing to glance over. Cheng Jin, with an expression of indifference, pulled out his phone from his pocket, swiped to answer, and brought it to his ear. Chen Zhoubing inadvertently caught sight of the 2 conspicuous characters noted, "Mom." "Mom?" The recurrence of Cheng Jin's old injury had him calling for a hospital revisit early that morning, and now his mother was reaching out. Surely she had not learned of his altercation with Cheng Jin that led to his injury? Panic surged within him, rendering Chen Zhoubing restless as he squeezed his phone tightly. Taking a deep breath to steady his heartbeat. "Stay calm. Stay composed." "Hello, Mom. What's the matter?" A deep, detached voice suddenly resonated within the confines of the car. Chen Zhoubing felt a profound sense of shame, unable to confront the situation directly. He could manage to appease matters in front of Cheng Jin. But when parents began to inquire, it was far more complicated than mere compensation. Visiting the family was not out of the question. "You are in your senior year. Your foremost task is to focus on your studies. As for romance, you must first achieve success before contemplating such matters." Cheng Jin rubbed his forehead, exclaiming helplessly, "Mom." On the other end of the line, Cheng's mother expressed her concerns. "I am not in a relationship. She is not my girlfriend, merely a friend." As soon as he spoke, Cheng Jin paused. He could hardly classify his relationship with Jiang Qi as mere friendship. They had only known each other for a few days, merely acquainted with her name and her unfortunate background, knowing nothing else of her. Chapter 37. Where did this come from? Cheng's mother sighed on the phone. "Nai sent her away this morning and the dog followed. If you have time this weekend, perhaps you could look for the dog, after all. It has accompanied Nai since childhood." Cheng Jin was taken aback, a dull ache beginning to throb in his head. He took a moment to gather himself, gazing out the window into the hazy obscurity, wondering how Nai was faring. "She is still crying for your father. Nai has always adored you as her brother. And the sudden appearance of another girl inevitably stings. Nai has a temper, and with the dog leaving with that girl, she cried even harder. Fortunately, her classmates are there. Otherwise, she would have surely erupted in anger and caused a scene." With that, Cheng's mother sighed once more. The family is affluent, bestowing deep affection upon their children. Cheng Jin has inherited his father's temperament, displaying a striking resemblance in character. In contrast, 14-year-old Cheng Na has been spoiled since childhood. And despite reaching an age where one should exhibit a sense of propriety, she remains oblivious to boundaries, her temper showing no signs of restraint. Aware of this, Cheng Jin lowered his gaze and said, "I'm hanging up. With that, he abruptly ended the call, his eyes clouded with emotion, fixated on the glistening raindrops sliding down the glass window. The dark sky above was heavy with a relentless drizzle, evoking an indescribable sense of oppression. "Driver, please stop," he instructed. Upon opening the car door, he unfurled an umbrella, bending to exit the vehicle with a resounding thud as he slammed the door shut. Chen, alarmed, hastily rolled down the window to call out to the tall, dark figure in the rain. "Cheng-ge, where are you going? The heavy rain is about to descend. You still have an injury on your head. If you get caught in the rain, it might lead to an infection. Winter rains are particularly biting, colder than at other times, and the clothes he bought for Jiangqi were only suitable for indoor wear. Without heating, they would feel frigid." Cheng Nai's disposition has been shaped by years of indulgence. After she enrolled in a teacher training program, she entrusted her dog to him. Over time, the dog grew close to him. However, he never anticipated that the once affectionate Cheng Nai would not only expel Jiangqi, but also allow the dog to follow without a second thought. It was hard to fathom where a fatherless and motherless young girl and a foolish dog, who only knew the basics of life, could wander together. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket once more. Cheng Jin glanced at the caller ID, his expression cold, and promptly pressed the reject button. However, the next moment, a message from Chun Zhoming popped up. "Brother Cheng, I am waiting for you at the entrance of your community. I am worried about you. What if something happens? How will I explain it to your mother?" Cheng Jin decisively extinguished the screen, his brows furrowing in annoyance. How troublesome. Not far away, the convenience store owner, while rolling up the awning, glanced at Cheng Jin, who was sheltering under an umbrella in the rain. "Do you need to buy something? If not, our store will be closing." After confirming that the store owner was indeed addressing him, Cheng Jin shook his head. "No, thank you." Such a deeply etched memory. Now, his head was still bandaged. With a mindset of tentative hope, he took a few steps forward, scanning the nearby trash bins for any sign of the Samoyed. The rain cast a gloomy pall over the day, resembling the somber hues of dusk rather than the morning light. Suddenly, the sound of barking intertwined with the rhythmic patter of rain against the ground echoed ahead. Cheng Jin lifted his gaze and walked forward, crossing to the mouth of the alley where the barking grew more vigorous and pronounced. The alley was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the clutter within. Cheng Jin switched on his phone's flashlight and, undeterred, ventured inside. After walking approximately 5 meters, a figure darted out from a shadowy corner where the light did not reach. Woof, woof. Recognizing the familiar scent of its owner, the Samoyed tilted its head and barked excitedly at Cheng Jin. He let out a sigh of relief, tilting the umbrella slightly to shield the dog from the pouring rain. Crouching down, he asked, "Where is Jiangqi? Who came out with you?" Woof, woof. The Samoyed was drenched, its once fluffy coat now diminished, rendering it gaunt and rather unattractive. It turned and disappeared into the darkness. Cheng Jin rose and followed. And after a few steps, the beam of the flashlight illuminated a pale figure sprawled in a puddle, with a small staircase of 3 steps behind it, the eaves above providing some shelter from the rain. The figure lay awkwardly, as if it had fallen. Cheng Jin approached and squatted beside Jiangqi, gently touching her shoulder. She was chillingly cold. He then caressed her face, which bore no trace of warmth. A living person devoid of body heat felt as if they had departed this world. Alarmed, he hastily lifted the fallen Jiangqi and leaned her against his shoulder, using his free hand to check her forehead, which was even hotter than it had been that night. He discarded the umbrella and decisively removed his coat to envelop Jiangqi, pulling the hood over her disheveled hair. He reopened the umbrella and cradled Jiangqi, carrying her almost like a sack. The neglected Samoyed hurriedly followed, its little legs scrambling to keep up. He approached and swung open the car door. The Samoyed bounded inside. Cheng Jin closed the umbrella and squeezed himself and Jiangqi into the car. Once the door shut, warmth enveloped them. Such long hair, was it meant for hanging? It seemed that Cheng's tastes were rather intense. Cheng Jin, unwilling to continue idle chatter with Shen Zhoming, pressed his lips tightly, rubbing Jiangqi's icy hand, urging, "To your house, quickly." Cheng Jin's expression darkened, his teeth clenched. "Are we going, or not?" Sensing Cheng Jin's rising ire, Shen Zhoming quickly acquiesced. Yes, let's go right now." After reporting the address to the driver, the car swiftly turned toward Shen Zhoming's residence. The two families resided not far apart, both nestled within the affluent neighborhood in their individual villas. Cheng Jin did not frequently visit Shen Zhoming's home, yet he was familiar with the route. He opened the car door, cradling Jiangqi in his arms as he made his way inside. In Chapter 38, "Isn't she your girlfriend?" Qin Zhoming followed behind, exuding a sense of helplessness as he retrieved a bundle of school uniforms from his backpack to wrap around the xianxia, cradling it like a baby. With an umbrella in his other hand, he hurriedly trailed Qingjin, calling out, "Changgu, wait for me. Your dog is still here." Since it was the weekend, Qin Zhoming's sister, Qin Ning, who was also in her third year of high school, was at home. Upon hearing the doorbell, she had just finished brushing her teeth and washing her face. She quickly set down her towel and rushed to answer the door. As she opened it, she was greeted by the sight of Qingjin, drenched from the rain, holding a pale-faced girl with long hair wrapped in his coat. The girl appeared slight and fragile, nestled in his embrace without any sense of incongruity. "Sister Ning," Qingjin gasped, "may I borrow your room?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ning closed the bathroom door and beckoned, "Follow me." It is often said that a girl's sanctuary is not to be entered lightly. However, Qingjin paid little heed to this notion. Just as he was about to place Jiangqi on the bed, he suddenly recalled that she was utterly soaked. The white dress she wore left little to the imagination regarding the garments beneath. He gently set Jiangqi on the sofa, but before he could voice his request, Qin Ning had already retrieved a set of clothes from the wardrobe and handed them to him, saying, "Hurry and help your girlfriend change. Being this what will surely lead to a cold." As she spoke, she adjusted the heater settings, raising the temperature several degrees. Qingjin cast a grateful glance at Qin Ning, accepting the clothes. Suddenly reminded that Jiangqi was female, a fleeting discomfort crossed his face. He lowered his gaze to the cold body of Jiangqi beneath him and quickly raised his head to Qin Ning, requesting her assistance in changing her clothes. "Thank you, Sister Ning." Qin Ning set aside the remote control, puzzled by his words. "Isn't she your girlfriend?" Qingjin hesitated before responding, "No? How come everyone thinks that?" With no time to delve deeper, Qin Ning took the clothes from Qingjin's hands. "You go ahead. I will help her change." As soon as she finished speaking, Qingjin swiftly exited the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Qin Ning shook her head in disbelief. Having thought that Qingjin had finally come to his senses and was planning to find a girlfriend before graduation. Meanwhile, the slow-moving Qin Zhoming quietly retrieved his keys from his backpack outside the door, unlocking it with a soft click. He carried his xianxia, wrapped in his school uniform, inside without first changing his shoes. Instead, he hastily stripped off the uniform, shaking it in disdain as visible dog hair clung to it. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The dog, guided by its instincts, found Qingjin's location and sat motionless by the door, mirroring his stillness. Qingjin glanced down at the xianxia, hands shoved into his pockets, exhaling slowly. Qin Zhoming approached with a towel to dry the dog's damp fur. Just as he was about to reach closer, his sister Qin Ning's room opened. To his surprise, Qingjin walked in without a word and, as if to annoy him, closed the door behind him. His sister was still inside. Qin Zhoming felt as though he had been abandoned. Clutching a large xianxia wrapped in a bath towel, he gazed at the puddles on the floor and shouted upstairs, "Butler, come down and clean the floor." After changing Jiangqi into a fresh outfit, Qin Ning noticed that several parts of her own attire were also damp. Observing Qingjin as he carefully placed the still chilly Jiangqi onto her bed, she noticed that his clothes were wet as well and suggested, "Perhaps you should wait until the rain subsides before leaving. I can fetch a set of clothes from a Ming for you. You're completely soaked." "All right," Qingjin replied, gently tucking Jiangqi's damp hair to one side and adjusting her blankets. He then turned to Qin Ning and requested, "Could you bring me a thermometer and 3 towels? I recall there are spare towels in the restroom. I will retrieve them for you." Without hesitation, Qin Ning entered the adjoining bathroom and emerged with 3 towels. After handing them to Qingjin, she rummaged through a drawer to find the thermometer. Chapter 39. The cat. Qingjin placed the thermometer in Jiangqi's mouth for her to hold, then went to the restroom to fetch hot water, rinsing the towels before wringing them out. One towel, neatly folded, was placed on her forehead. Another, still warm, was used to wipe her limbs, and a larger one enveloped her damp hair. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Qin Ning turned and went next door to borrow clothes from Qin Zhoming. The 2 young men were of similar height and shared a close friendship, so she rummaged through Qin Zhoming's wardrobe, even taking a pair of underwear to give to Qingjin. At the appointed time, Qingjin checked the thermometer and discovered that she had a high fever. He let out a sigh and placed the thermometer on the table. He then took a towel and went to the bathroom to wash it, using it to gently wipe Jiangqi's body, while simultaneously replacing the towel on her forehead. Clumsily, he picked up the hairdryer to help dry her hair. After this series of actions, he finally took the clothes that Qin Ning had left on the sofa and went to the bathroom to change. His clothes were damp, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Halfway through changing, He found himself staring at a pair of gray underwear, lost in thought. Tentatively, he put them on, only to be met with an uncomfortable tightness that made his expression sour. Nevertheless, he reasoned that it was better than wearing nothing at all. During xianxia-tinged, Chen Ning brought over the antipyretic medicine and patches, placing them on the table. She also retrieved the long and used heater, setting it to the maximum and placing it on a chair facing Jiangqi. Subsequently, she carried the chair over to sit by the bed. Resting her chin in her hands as she quietly observed the delicate beauty lying on the bed, her breathing shallow, as she changed her clothes. Her skin was inevitably touched, smooth and fine, resembling exquisite jade, yet icy cold, as if devoid of life. When Qingjin emerged from the bathroom, Chen Ning quickly stood up and pointed to the items on the table, saying, "I have brought the antipyretic medicine and patches. You should try them on her." It was unacceptable to let a high fever go untreated without seeking hospital care. They would bear the responsibility if her condition worsened. Qingjin placed his changed clothes beside the sofa and walked over to pick up the antipyretic patch on the table, politely expressing his gratitude. He unwrapped it, removed the towel from Jiangqi's forehead, and applied the patch in its place. As soon as he pressed it on, he heard Jiangqi's soft cough. Even when she sneezed, she covered her mouth delicately, as if fearful of disturbing others with too much noise. Qingjin lowered his head and gently touched Jiangqi's cold face, whispering her name near her ear. Jiangqi cough, cough. Her cough was equally faint, as though she was consciously suppressing it. It was unbearable. Jiangqi felt as if she had fallen into an icy pit. Her skin was frigid, while the blood coursing through her veins burned with fever. Caught between the extremes of cold and heat, she struggled to find her bearings, gasping blindly in search of relief. Qingjin helped Jiangqi to sit up, allowing her to lean against his arm. Her frail body lacked the strength to sit upright. Without his arm to anchor her, she would surely topple over. Frowning without having had any water, Jiangqi felt the fever patch firmly adhered to her forehead. Her brow furrowed, and her entire face contorted in discontent. Qingjin tore open the medicine packaging and placed the pill in her mouth, preparing to offer her water from a glass to aid her swallowing. Unexpectedly, she extended her tongue and spat it out. Subsequently, like a kitten, she tilted her head, grasped his clothing, and nuzzled into his embrace. Qingjin, the soft sensation rendered his body unusually stiff. She was still empty inside. Rubbing against his chest in a frenzy, not just rubbing but also pressing her face against him in a restless manner. Chapter 40. Do not rub. Qingjin took a moment to steady himself, retrieving the medicine that had fallen onto the blanket, placing it on a tissue, and continued to offer her some water from the glass. As she was offered water, she behaved quite obediently, tilting her head back against him, sipping delicately in small gulps. Though her eyes were closed, there was an endearing innocence about her demeanor. Chen Ning, observing from the side, began to comprehend the situation, noticing the glass was empty. She took the initiative to fetch more water. Qingjin proceeded to feed her the water. Once she had consumed a sufficient amount, Qingjin retrieved a pill and swiftly helped her swallow it down with another sip of water. Watching her successfully swallow the medication, he let out a sigh of relief. Gently adjusting the fever patch on Jiangqi's forehead, ensuring it adhered closely to her skin to prevent any movement, he carefully assisted her in lying down. However, just as he positioned her comfortably, Jiangqi suddenly burrowed back into his embrace. Qingjin lowered his head, cradling the back of her neck, and softly admonished her not to nuzzle. Chen Ning felt somewhat awkward witnessing the scene. Although it resembled a display of affection, the two were not in a romantic relationship, and there seemed to be nothing requiring her assistance. Thus, she swiftly made her exit, akin to slipping away unnoticed. Jiangqi felt heavy-headed and struggled with her breathing. Having finally encountered something akin to a warm furnace, she clutched it tightly, unwilling to let go. Qingjin sighed softly as Jiangqi settled in his arms, her hands still gripping his shirt tightly. Seeing her pale, innocent face, his heart instantly softened. Maintaining a serious expression, he adjusted her position fully against him and reached for the thermometer on the table to check her temperature once more. As the thermometer was placed beneath her armpit, preparing to be pressed against her arm, Jiangqi suddenly lifted her head and nuzzled against his chest, complaining in a murmured tone, "It's cold." The thermometer had been resting on the table for a while, naturally cold to the touch. Qingjin encircled her with his arms from behind, his other hand gently caressing her arm, still icy, though the proximity of the heater softened the chill compared to the initial frigidness from the rain. He pulled a blanket over Jiangqi, lowering his head to rub his chin against her forehead, which remained feverishly warm, showing no sign of abating. ignoring her soft protests. Cheng Jin placed the thermometer under her armpit, securing her frail shoulders to prevent any struggle. In the bedroom, Chen Zhoming played with his dog, a fluffy Sammy at that. After being dried, offered warmth on this wintry day. He affectionately stroked the dog's chin, watching its contented expression with eyes filled with indulgence. Just then, he noticed Chen Ning pushing open the half-ajar bedroom door and entering. Slowly lifting his gaze, he nonchalantly cradled the Samoyed as if claiming it as his own, and casually inquired, "How's Chenggu doing?" Chen Ning sighed, settling into an armchair and clutching a pillow to her chest, reclining back with a sense of relaxation. "The girl is still running a fever. We can't take her to the hospital." Cheng Jin has his hands full. With a dismissive expression, Chen Zhoming retorted, "What is so special about that girl? Chenggu has been in there for quite some time. She doesn't seem like someone he just picked up off the street. Unrelated by blood, yet are they truly serving him personally? Their household is certainly not devoid of servants." Chen Ning shook her head, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. She covered her mouth and stifled a yawn. Having worked late into the night on her assignments, her room was now occupied, leaving her unable to catch up on sleep. A torrential rain fell upon Hang City as robust and majestic trees swayed precariously to one side, while unknown objects on the ground were swept away, twisting through countless intersections. Amidst the deafening roar of thunder, Cheng Nai curled up on the sofa, weeping bitterly to her father, while Gu Fanjin calmly handed her tissues. Cheng Nai snatched the tissue and wiped her tears haphazardly, pleading, "Father, you must stand up for me. My brother must surely be secretly dating behind your backs. That girl is already lying on his bed just because she is beautiful doesn't mean she is admirable. I am his sister, as long as I disapprove of her. She has no right to be with my brother." Chapter 41. The woman inside is no simple character. After listening to Cheng Nai's grievances for 2 hours, Father Cheng, feeling utterly powerless, attempted to explain, "Your mother has called your brother, and he claims that she is merely a friend, not a romantic interest. But that girl is already on my brother's bed. He is no longer innocent. This is not the brother I desire." Father Cheng's expression grew troubled. How could he clarify this? He himself was unclear of the actual circumstances, making it difficult to form a judgment. He cast a pleading glance towards Mother Cheng, who was peeling an apple while watching television on the sofa. As if sensing his distress, she lifted her head and, with an impassive expression, remarked, "You should talk to Nai Nai. I cannot communicate with her effectively. Excessive chatter often leads to unreasonable disturbances." Cheng's mother has always favored well-behaved children, such as Cheng Jin, who enjoys a completely unrestrained lifestyle. She provides him with a monthly allowance, allowing him to manage his expenses effortlessly. In contrast, Cheng Nai's temper has only intensified with age, causing her considerable distress. After a high fever, Cheng Jin held her hand, gently rubbing it for nearly 10 minutes until it became somewhat warmer. Her feet remained icy, and even the hot water bottle provided by Chen Ning quickly lost its warmth. With the heater set high and the additional warmth from a radiant heater, by 8 o'clock in the evening, after Jiang Qi's fever subsided, he was drenched in sweat, while Jiang Qi nestled in his embrace, slept soundly. As he removed the heater and left only the central heating on, Cheng Jin ventured out for dinner. Chen Zhoming lingered at the dining table, waiting for Cheng Jin, who finally emerged after about 10 minutes. He squinted slightly and remarked, "Chenggu, you wouldn't have turned my sister's room into a furnace because of that girl you picked up today, would you? Look at how flushed you are." Cheng Jin did not deny it, sitting at the table and picking up a knife and fork. Suddenly, he recalled the Samoyed he had not seen all day and scanned the area, inquiring, "Where's my dog?" Chen Zhoming silently scoffed at Cheng Jin, who had only just remembered that he owned a dog. After a satisfying meal, he retreated upstairs to rest. Cheng Jin acknowledged with a soft sound, elegantly using his knife and fork to slice into the steak. Chen Zhoming glanced back at the slightly ajar bedroom door, suddenly revealing a curious expression in his eyes. In a tone laden with implication, he said, "Chenggu, that girl inside seems quite exceptional." Cheng Jin raised an eyebrow, uncertain of what he meant. He found her somewhat troublesome, her frail health often leading to high fevers. While attending to her, he had to wipe her down, apply damp cloths, and administer medicine. Throughout the day, he scarcely had a morsel to eat, having only grabbed a quick breakfast for the sake of convenience when he went to the hospital. However, when the doctor arrived, he merely redressed her wounds and issued dietary restrictions. Cheng Jin, with a hint of disdain, lowered his head and flatly corrected Chen Zhoming. "The one lying inside is the person who tried to exploit me at the hospital." Though only a few days had passed, Cheng Jin was not one to be trifled with. The crucial point was that her parents seemed rather unconcerned. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted outside. As the subsided downpour resumed with fervor, Chen Zhoming, startled, exclaimed, "This wretched weather is truly beyond comprehension. Snow at night and torrential rain by day. This is one thing. But the weather forecast is hardly reliable." Chapter 42. I thought. You no longer wanted me. The weather in Hung City had always been like this. Once summer arrived, the rain ceased. Chang Jin, having finished his meal, set down his knife and fork, and with a gentlemanly gesture, wiped the corners of his mouth with the neatly arranged napkin. He rose, moved his chair aside, and said, "I will check on Jiangqi. You go upstairs and supervise the dog-ass sleep." Shen Zhoming stood there, puzzled. Jiangqi? Is that what they call him inside? No, wait. Why is this dog being handed over to me again? Shouldn't the owner take responsibility? It truly was challenging to manage. As Qing Jin entered the bedroom, he found Jiangqi already awake. She was seated, leaning against the headboard, her knees drawn to her chest, her entire face buried in the crook of her arm. Her disheveled hair cascaded chaotically around her, long strands trailing onto the bedspread as her head hung low, obscuring her features. The only sounds breaking the stillness were her somewhat erratic breaths. Approaching her, he settled at the edge of the bed and gently swept her hair behind her shoulders. A few strands clung to her forehead and arm, damp and sticking to her face. Had she been crying? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Yet now she was in tears. The sound of her sobs grew more pronounced as Jiangqi gradually lifted her head from her arms, immediately meeting Qing Jin's frowning, displeased gaze. An emotional turmoil welled within her, their eyes colliding in the air between them. Jiangqi's face crumpled, and tears brimmed in her eyes, bursting forth in an instant as she sobbed uncontrollably. "I thought you didn't want me anymore." Qing Jin furrowed his brow, offering her a tissue to wipe the dirt from her delicate face. He had been eating just before she unexpectedly awoke. Jiangqi threw back the covers, extending her arms and suddenly leaping into Qing Jin's embrace. Her legs knelt against his, and she clung to his neck, struggling to regain her composure. Yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. "I've been very good. I haven't caused you any trouble." Chang Jin felt the scorching droplets of her tears fall upon his neck as Jiangqi wept, gasping for breath, her words coming in fragmented bursts. He let out a soft sigh. The sound of Jiangqi's heart-wrenching cries filled the air, her voice delicate and soft, evoking an almost enchanting sense of bewilderment. Chang Jin, with a tissue in hand, turned to gently wipe away the tears streaming down Jiangqi's face. Yet her sobs only intensified, showing no sign of abating, which was beginning to give him a headache. "Please, stop crying," he implored, displaying an unusual patience as he tenderly wiped her face, even taking care to clean the beads of sweat accumulating on her forehead. His throat felt parched, and in a hushed, calm tone, he explained, "My younger sister is quite young and naive. She did not intend to drive you away." Jiangqi sniffled and met Qing Jin's gaze, wanting to mention the red marks on her wrist from where she had been pulled away. At first glance, the evidence had vanished. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Her nose tinged with the sting of tears as they began to spill from her eyes onto her cheeks. Qing Jin, with a hint of insensitivity, intercepted the tears with the tissue, while she fought to hold back her tearful gaze fixed on him. "Okay." Jiangqi obediently leaned down, no longer clinging to Qing Jin, instead using the tissue to dab at her own tears intermittently. Qing Jin suppressed any further delicate comments, fearing that they might provoke another wave of tears. Chapter 43. Why does Qing Jin always encounter such fortunate events? Qing Jin discarded the used tissue into the trash bin, then reached out to gently ruffle Jiangqi's hair, smoothing out the tangles that had formed. Today, Jiangqi leaned against him for several hours, and in this moment, the familiarity was undeniable. Although her slender frame bore little weight, her body felt soft and warm. After being caught in the rain for an extended period, the once rich scent of milk emanating from her was now faint, nearly imperceptible. As they nestled close to each other, Qing Jin caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance wafting from her. In that fleeting moment, several words flashed through his mind, the fragrance of a young girl. Suddenly, his body stiffened. At that instant, Jiangqi raised her head, her eyes, red and glistening from tears, appeared vulnerable, innocent, and devoid of any impurities. Chang Jin, puzzled, lowered his gaze and placed his hand on her forehead, confirming her temperature was normal before he gently inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiangqi, somewhat bewildered by Chang Jin's touch, blinked her eyes in confusion. "Thirst." Chang Jin paused, lifting Jiangqi from his lap to stand up more easily, momentarily disoriented by the sudden loss of warmth. Jiangqi glanced at Qing Jin, only to find he had already exited. Rubbing her forehead, feeling slightly dizzy, she took a deep breath and rose from the bed. Looking down to find the space beside her empty of shoes, even the cotton slippers she had worn when she was sent away were missing. Tentatively, she extended her foot to touch the floor, which felt pleasantly warm, so she decided to go barefoot. Once she stepped out of the warmth, a wave of cold air greeted her at the doorway, causing Xianxia to retreat a few steps, rubbing her eyes as she leaned against the doorframe to peer outside. The scene before her was a dazzling spectacle, shimmering like a palace, far from Qing Jin's home. Xianxia turned her head and observed that the bedroom she was in resembled that of a young girl. The pink wardrobe had one door ajar, revealing neatly hung nightgowns. It was not only the wardrobe that exuded a feminine charm, the pink sofa did as well. Ever since she had experienced the plush softness of a couch reminiscent of those seen in television dramas at Qing Jin's home, Xianxia had become particularly attentive to the material of sofas. Chen Zhoming lingered at the dining table, idly engaging in a game. The lack of novelty in the high-skilled hero he selected left him disinterested, so he purchased a new hero for 18,888 gold coins and started a match, only to find himself chased around the canyon by an opposing assassin. Defeat. Frustrated, he cast his phone aside, choosing to ignore the annoyance. He refrained from cursing while gaming, yet felt a simmering discontent within, with no outlet for his grievances. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a white figure appearing at the doorway of Chen Ning's bedroom. Frowning, he turned to look, and in that instant, his breath caught. Could this be a fairy descending from the heavens? Standing at the entrance like a porcelain doll, she gazed around but did not meet his eyes directly. Chen Zhoming, who was nearsighted, picked up his phone and opened the camera, intending to zoom in and admire the delicate features of this enchanting girl. However, Cheng Jin, rather inconveniently, obstructed his view of the fairy. Before his eyes, Cheng Jin handed a glass brimming with water to the girl, then bent down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. Chen Zhoming squinted, yet before he could fully comprehend the scene, Cheng Jin kicked the door shut with a resounding thud, severing his connection to the fairy entirely. Why did all the good fortune seem to fall into Cheng Jin's lap? Just as Chen Zhoming was on the verge of tears, Cheng Jin emerged from the room, only to quickly shut the door again. Tell your servant to brew some soup, he instructed, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhoming. Feeling unfortunate, Chen Zhoming picked up his phone and stood up to call the butler. What kind of soup do you want? Anything will do. When the call connected, Chen Zhoming drawled. Butler, please ask Lu Ma to come down and make a soup called Anything Will Do. Very well, young master. The call ended. Chapter 44. Do not stare at her. Xianxia was genuinely famished, her stomach pressed against her back. After quenching her thirst with a large bottle of water, she still felt weak. After a brief half-hour nap, she was roused by Cheng Jin. He carried her to the dining table, where the housekeeper soon brought out the dishes. Cheng Jin then took a porcelain bowl to the kitchen, ladling some soup and placing it in front of her. After setting it down, he washed a spoon and handed it to Xianxia. Have some soup first. We can eat the meal later. Cheng Jin had begun to understand Xianxia's eating habits. During her stay over the past few days, he noticed her small appetite. She took tiny bites and savored every morsel. He wondered how she would manage to compete for food with others. Cheng Jin sat on the adjacent dining chair, idly playing on his phone, when he inadvertently noticed Chen Zhoming, who had been engrossed in a game since dinner, resting his chin on his hand while studying Xianxia with an unervingly intense gaze. Cheng Jin frowned, a subtle flicker of irritation passing through his calm demeanor. He extended his foot and kicked Chen Zhoming under the table, doing so with unrelenting force. With a pained gasp, Chen Zhoming awakened from his stupor, his gaze filled with regret as he looked at Cheng Jin. Brother Cheng, what have I done? I've rendered myself useless. Cheng Jin raised his eyes, his voice low and firm, issuing a warning not to gaze at her. Is it really so? Chen Zhoming was astonished. A stunning beauty had been brought before him, yet he was forbidden from looking. Cheng Jin's expression turned unusually profound, her eyes reflecting a hint of sternness. Although her demeanor appeared emotionless, a tempest raged in the shadows. Not daring to linger, Chen Zhoming swiftly grabbed his phone and departed. What if he stayed a moment longer and Cheng Jin decided to take further action against him? Xianxia, while sipping soup, observed the playful banter between them with bemusement. She curiously inquired, why does it seem like he's afraid of you? Cheng Jin lowered her gaze to her phone, her fingers gliding across the screen, her emotion subdued. When one possesses a certain strength, others will naturally harbor a sense of reverence. It is a normal phenomenon. Oh, Xianxia, lacking appetite, took only a few spoonfuls of soup before shifting to her meal. Cheng Jin remained absorbed in her phone, leaving Xianxia in solitude. The opulent villa, though spacious, felt desolate. Chewing on a piece of meat, Jiangqi pondered, and after swallowing, she turned to Cheng Jin. Are you really that formidable? In what way? What aspects? Jiangqi fell silent, prompting Cheng Jin to glance at her. Jiangqi appeared slightly younger than Cheng Nai, yet her demeanor and countenance suggested a certain juvenile innocence. Without parents, she likely bore the scars of an upbringing devoid of affection. Cheng Jin supported her forehead with her hand, returning her focus to her phone. Not long after, Chen Ning descended the stairs with a medical kit in hand. As she turned a corner, she spotted Cheng Jin, engrossed in his phone at the dining table, accompanied by Jiangqi, who was seated beside him enjoying dinner. Rather than approaching them, Chen Ning called out from a distance, Cheng Jin, come over for a dressing change. Cheng Jin and Jiangqi, in an unspoken agreement, both looked up in response, displaying an extraordinary synchronicity. Jiangqi tilted her head to gaze at the bandage wrapped around Cheng Jin's head, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet knowing that the dressing needed to be changed. She lowered her gaze and continued eating, her voice soft and elongated as she replied, oh, fine, with a resigned expression. Cheng Jin ruffled her hair and made his way towards Chen Ning. Let us change it in my room, Chen Ning suggested. As she pretended to push open the door to her room with the medical kit, Cheng Jin declined, stating, no need, we can do it in the living room. That works too, Chen Ning replied, a gentle smile gracing her face. Chapter 45. Under someone else's roof earlier that morning. The doctor had attended to and bandaged Cheng Jin's injury at the hospital. However, due to the rain he had encountered on his way, the moisture had seeped into the bandage, posing a risk of infection. Chen Ning stood behind Cheng Jin, pushing aside the short strands of hair that obscured the wound. Her gaze lingered on the injury, her eyes growing warm as she softly said, you should go to the hospital with Ming later. This looks rather serious. She had initially thought it would merely be a simple dressing change, but to her surprise, blood was seeping from the wound. Had it not been for her strong composure, she might have fainted at the sight of such a grotesque injury. No need, just a quick treatment will suffice, he insisted, clearly concerned about the wound. Fully aware of its condition, Chen Ning applied a bandage to Cheng Jin's wound, closed the medical kit, and promptly dialed Chen Zhoming's number. The call was quickly answered. But before the other party could speak, Chen Ning interjected, you need to go downstairs and accompany Cheng Jin to the hospital. His wound has reopened. Chen Zhoming, who had just settled on the bed, preparing to indulge the dog of Cheng Jin's family, found himself reluctantly protesting. Why must it be me again? Are you not aware of how Cheng Jin got hurt? Chen Ning emphasized her tone. You must go downstairs immediately. I will have the driver start the car. Fine, fine. I will take responsibility for the mess I've created, Chen Zhoming retorted, ending the call. He tossed the samyet in his arms aside and, slipping on a few articles of clothing, begrudgingly prepared to leave. It's just a trip to the hospital, after all. Can't he just be hospitalized? Running back and forth every day is quite bothersome. Cheng Jin felt somewhat helpless, but did not refuse the hospital visit. After briefing Chen Zhoming about Jiangqi, he happened to come downstairs just in time. Without further exchange, they departed together. The Chen family's driver provided swift yet steady transportation. Jiangqi, momentarily bewildered, had her bowl and chopsticks taken away by a woman, presumably the housekeeper. Meeting the girl's round, inquisitive gaze, Chen Ning felt a pang of guilt and hesitated before saying, since Cheng Jin is not here, I will take you upstairs to rest. Jiangqi paused, explaining to Chen Ning. But Cheng Jin asked me to wait for him in that room. She pointed toward the slightly ajar door of a room. Chen Ning was taken aback. This is my room. The guest room is upstairs. Realizing he had inadvertently occupied someone else's room, Jiangqi offered a courteous apology, her voice gentle and disarming. Chen Ning sighed, leading Jiangqi upstairs. Follow me. I'll show you to a guest room. Oh, thank you, Jiangqi added. Chen Ning wasn't sure what kind of room Jiangqi preferred. In any case, the layout of the rooms upstairs was identical, as was the decor, leaving little to choose from. Casually settling Jiangqi into one of the rooms, Chen Ning went back downstairs. Left alone, Jiangqi paused, then sluggishly entered the room. Instinctively locking the door, she glanced around anxiously, and only after finding nothing amiss did she feel safe enough to wash up. The bathroom lacked clean towels, containing only several dusty packets of compressed towels. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Jiangqi used the compressed towel to dry herself, not daring to take a bath, and retreated directly under the covers. There was no heating in the room, and the bed was placed on a hard, cold wooden base. The light bulb was harsh. With Cheng Jin absent and in someone else's home, she felt somewhat timid. A profound sense of being a dependent washed over her. Chapter 46. I want to go home with you. Unable to find Jiangqi, Chengjin knocked on Chen Ning's door. After several attempts, Chen Ning, in her pajamas and not fully awake, finally opened the door. Upon seeing Chen Ning, Chengjin's first words were, "Where's Jiangqi?" Chen Ning paused, then, regaining her composure, concealed her true feelings. She pointed towards the staircase at the far end. "She's in the guest room upstairs. Take this staircase, and it's the first room on the right." "Thank you." Chengjin ascended the stairs while holding a plastic bag containing a box of medicine. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Ning let out a soft sigh. Not far away, Chen Zhoming observed this and reminisced about past events, seemingly uncovering a remarkable realization. Curiously, he inquired, "Sister, do you harbor feelings for Brother Qing? I can't shake the feeling that your gaze towards him sometimes seems peculiar." "You mentioned sometimes. How could that possibly indicate affection?" Chen Ning rolled her eyes, then lowered her head, as if nurturing her emotions with a touch of melancholy. Perhaps it was the length of their acquaintance that made her uneasy when she saw him showing such concern for a sudden newcomer. At its core, it was merely the pangs of possessiveness. "Ugh," Chen Zhoming grimaced, "you decide for yourself. I'm off to sleep next door. Why is there so much talk of love every single day?" Chen Ning remained silent, closing the door behind her, taking a deep breath. Once the college entrance examination concluded, she too would ponder the matter of relationships. For now, she was still young, and many things were approached with a tentative mindset, her understanding remaining quite superficial. The guest room was locked. Chengjin, unable to access the guest room, retrieved the key from the housekeeper still working downstairs. As he made his way back upstairs, a Samoyed, seemingly appearing from nowhere, awaited his arrival at the staircase. The dog had been bathed, and Chengjin bent down to lift the heavy creature into his arms. Giving it a gentle shake, it was quite weighty. "Woof? Don't bark," he chided, inserting the key into the lock, turning the doorknob gently, and pushing the door open. The guest room was modest in size, and it carried a slight chill. Startled by the sound of the door opening, Jiangqi sat up abruptly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "Who is it?" "It's me," Chengjin replied, approaching while cradling a dog. His gaze fell upon the moisture on Jiangqi's forehead, where a tiny droplet of sweat lingered. He settled onto the sturdy wooden chair beside her bed, gently massaging the dog's paw, and casually inquired, "Did you have a nightmare?" Chengjin retrieved his phone to check the time, furrowing his brow upon realizing it was already past 1 o'clock. As he spoke, he continued to play with the dog's paw, acknowledging that Chen Zhoming had indeed taken excellent care of the pet. Chengjin Jiangqi suddenly lowered her voice, calling his name in a soft, plaintive manner. She let her eyelids droop, clutching the blanket with both hands, and expressed her discomfort. "I don't like it here at all." Chengjin's brow furrowed even deeper. "You don't like this? Do you prefer your place?" He surveyed the rigid wooden bed and the minimalist decor of the guest room, thinking to himself that she was rather spoiled. Silently, Chengjin continued to toy with the Samoyed in his arms, occasionally scratching its chin. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to Jiangqi. "Get up and tidy yourself. We're leaving soon." Feeling despondent, Jiangqi wished she could bury her head in her lap. But instead, she suddenly raised her head, her pupils sparkling with uncertainty as she sought confirmation from Chengjin. "Really?" "Yes," Chengjin replied, pressing his lips together. He set the Samoyed down. "I'll go downstairs to get your clothes. You and the dog come down together shortly. And remember to turn off the lights in the room." "All right." Jiangqi had brought only a few belongings. After a quick wash and tidying her hair, she descended the stairs with the dog. Chengjin retrieved the already dried clothes that Jiangqi had exchanged from Chen Ning, while the servant had also dried the cotton slippers, placing them on the shoe cabinet by the entrance. Chengjin took out the cotton slippers and, upon Jiangqi's arrival, prompted her to change her footwear. After alternating between the two pairs of shoes, Jiangqi candidly remarked, "I've realized that the cotton slippers in your home are even warmer than those in mine." Chengjin raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable as he replied, "I shall find time to provide you with a few more woolen ones." Chapter 47. Who sent this bottle of milk? "Oh, I desire the little bunny." After changing her shoes, Jiangqi jumped in place, reveling in the warmth of the fluffy cotton slippers. As they prepared to head to the community entrance, Chengjin summoned a driver through a mini-program. After a brief wait outside the community, the driver arrived. In the stillness of the night, Chengjin's abode was serene, illuminated solely by the light in the living room. After changing her shoes, Jiangqi made her way to Chengjin's bedroom. Upon sighting the longed-for large soft bed, she languidly reclined upon it, casually kicking off her shoes and burrowing into the covers. Following closely was the dog, who leaped onto the bed and nestled against Jiangqi. Through the thin blanket, the Samoyed barked a few times, its head raised. At this moment, the duo, once elusive, now occupied his bed, both snugly ensconced and savoring their comfort. Cheng Nai was still at home, and should he awaken early to find the dog present, he might very well come to Cheng Jin's room in search of Jiangqi with a sigh of resignation. Cheng Jin neatly arranged Jiangqi's slippers by the bedside, tucked her in with care, turned off the living room light, and secured the bedroom door. He then retrieved his own clothes from the wardrobe and retreated to the bathroom for a shower, liberating himself from the snug confines of his tight-fitting pants. Having completed all his tasks, it was nearly 3 in the morning when Cheng Jin, while plugging in his phone charger, heard a knock at the door. Without much hesitation, he opened it to find Cheng Nai standing there, her eyes red and her lips pressed together in a fa-ade of strength. Before Cheng Jin could utter a word, she lifted her gaze and asked, "Brother, can we talk?" Cheng Jin bit his lip, glancing at Jiangqi, who was lying in bed, on the verge of sleep. "All right." Cheng Jin dropped his backpack and took a seat on the chair, unzipping his bag to extract 2 volumes of homework and a carton of milk. "Who brought this milk?" Chen Zhoming, resting with his eyes closed on the table nearby, chimed in. "It was here when I arrived at school. But the glass bottle of milk is probably from Tong Yuyu, that big fool. As the class monitor, she gets here earlier than anyone else. She is the most likely candidate. A glass bottle of milk costs more than the milk itself, much like instant noodles in a bucket, where the container and the noodles are priced similarly." Cheng Jin had a vague recollection of Tong Yuyu. After setting his backpack down, he peeled the straw's wrapper off, took a couple of sips from the milk carton, and then placed it aside, tidying up his desk. He picked up the milk bottle and walked over to Tong Yuyu's desk, which was situated at the innermost corner of the group. He placed the milk bottle in the empty space on her desk and said, "Please don't bring this anymore." With that, he turned and left, his silhouette cold and desolate. By the time Tong Yuyu processed his words, Cheng Jin had already walked away. She stared at the milk bottle beside her, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions swirling within her. With a surge of warmth in her eyes, Tong Yuyu was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to lay her head on the desk and weep uncontrollably. Her deskmate, unable to bear the sight of Tong Yuyu repeatedly pining for Cheng Jin, admonished her with palpable impatience. "What are you doing? Once you get through graduation, you can forget him entirely. Why must you cling to him at this moment? Look where it has led you. He is indifferent, and yet you are fervently devoted." For 3 years, her deskmate had been the sole confidant of Tong Yuyu's affection for Cheng Jin, but as they approached their final year, her feelings became increasingly difficult to conceal, resulting in a tumultuous and painful experience of unrequited love. In a display of vulnerability, Tong Yuyu succumbed to tears, resting her head upon the desk. Chapter 48. Her affection for me does not imply my affection for her. After Cheng Jin vacated his seat, Chen Zhoning's attention remained fixated on Tong Yuyu. Observing the typically proud Tong Yuyu reduced to tears over a milk carton, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He nudged Cheng Jin, who was drinking milk beside him, and remarked, "Hey, Tong Yuyu is crying." Cheng Jin's milk trembled slightly in her grasp as she questioned the relevance of Tong Yuyu's tears to her. In response, Chen Zhoning propped his chin on his hand, a smirk dancing on his lips, tinged with mockery. "Are you not aware of why she is crying? That girl has feelings for you. Is it not a bit harsh of you to treat her this way? After all, she has been our class monitor for 3 years. Cheng Jin set down her milk carton, casually flipped through a few pages of her workbook, and swiftly pinned the correct answers in the blank spaces of the exercises. "Her affection for me does not necessitate my reciprocation." Cheng Jin coldly discarded his words when his pen ran dry halfway through his writing. He switched to another one and continued. Observing Cheng Jin's swift calculation speed, Chen Zhoming marveled from the side. Given Cheng Jin's current academic performance, he was undoubtedly a candidate for direct admission. Although Tong Yuyu served as the class monitor, her academic standing hovered around the 10th position in the class, having only managed to break into the top 10 a few times over the past 3 years. High achievers often prefer companions who share their ambition, making it challenging for someone like Tong Yuyu, ranked lower in the year, to catch the attention of the top students. Today, Tong Yuyu's condition was concerning. She entrusted all responsibilities to the class representatives on duty. Her thick notebook brimmed with highlighted key points, and in the inconspicuous corner of each page, written in water-based ink, were the letters CJ. Flipping through a few pages, there were also names that began with the same initials, Cheng Jin, accompanied by heart shapes sketched in red carbon ink. Her deskmate leaned against the wall, quietly stuffing snacks into the depths of her bag, while observing Tong Yuyu, who shielded her notes with a copy of the workbook. It appeared to be a typical record of knowledge points, yet each page bore the names of those she cherished. If this affection were to conclude in disarray, would the notebook, beyond being a testament to 3 years of unrequited love, render the highlighted knowledge within it meaningless? Surely, one could not merely pull out the notebook in the future to peruse practice questions while reminiscing about the past. During the break, after removing his school jacket, Cheng Jin joined Chen Zhoming and some boys from the neighboring class to play basketball. The temperature had risen slightly, and with the sun shining, wearing a sweatshirt was hardly too cold. The two individuals found themselves devoid of common topics, walking side by side in a silence that bred an indescribable awkwardness. Understanding the character of Cheng Jin, the top student of their grade, the class leader from the neighboring class casually inquired, "Hey, Cheng Jin, have you decided which university you wish to attend?" With exemplary academic performance, being the top of his grade, if he were to perform adequately in the college entrance examination, he would certainly have a plethora of options to consider in the future. However, Cheng Jin had never contemplated which university to attend, having excelled academically since childhood. His choices had always seemed to unfold naturally. If he found his name on the list for guaranteed admission to a prestigious domestic university, he would simply go. The class leader from the adjacent class acknowledged with a nod, "My grades are quite similar to yours. I should also qualify for guaranteed admission. We can still play basketball together then." Cheng Jin chuckled softly in response. He recalled that the class leader from the neighboring class was ranked second, with grades comparable to his own. The primary reason for the slight gap in their total scores was Cheng Jin's somewhat lower performance in Chinese. It was not impossible for him to find a breakthrough and surpass this classmate. As they ascended to the 3rd floor, Cheng Jin and the class leader parted ways at the staircase landing that separated their two classes. Chapter 49. Where is the frail scholar, who was said to be delicate and weak? Just as Cheng Jin reached the front door of his classroom, he keenly sensed a fierce and malevolent gaze from the corner of the staircase between the 3rd and 4th floors. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his sweatshirt, he casually raised his eyes to observe a boy leaning against the wall, chewing gum with his hands in his pockets. The 3rd floor housed 5 key classes, while the 4th and 5th floors consisted entirely of regular classes. Below them were the younger students from the previous year. The boy gritted his teeth, deliberately suppressing the tumult in his heart, and with an expression devoid of emotion, he said through clenched teeth, "Stop right there. Did I permit you to leave?" Cheng Jin turned his head in confusion, his expression revealing a character marked by indifference. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, presenting a demeanor that seemed even more formidable than that of the troublemaking boy before him. Cheng Jin raised his gaze slightly, inquiring if something was amiss. The boy, exuding disdain, strolled down the stairs, coming to a halt in front of Cheng Jin. He possessed a noticeable height advantage in their class, having reached a stature of nearly 6 feet at the tender age of 17 or 18. Yet, the top student before him appeared to tower over him slightly. A flicker of discomfort crossed the boy's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by his usual haughty demeanor, as he remarked, "I heard you refused the milk my sister sent you." Cheng Jin furrowed his brow, unable to discern which classmate this might be. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he stated, turning on his heel to enter the classroom. "Are you planning to leave before I've finished speaking?" The boy retorted, spitting his chewing gum onto the ground with a disdainful sound, then swinging his fist directly at Cheng Jin's face. The boy's handsome features, which endeared him to budding young admirers, concealed the fierce determination of his youthful spirit. Cheng Jin, however, reacted with agility, sidestepping the blow and seizing the approaching fist with precision. The force of his grip intensified, the unmistakable sound of the boy's finger bones creaking resonating in the air. The boy's unruly eyebrows shot up in disbelief as he gazed at Cheng Jin. Wasn't he supposed to be a frail scholar, easily toppled? He mused, noting that his fingers had not been shattered after all. Why didn't my foolish sister mention what Cheng Jin is capable of? Had the classroom bell not rung just in time, it was entirely possible that he would have been thoroughly bested by Cheng Jin in the corridor. The boy surveyed his surroundings, recognizing few familiar faces. "Well, at least my face remains intact." His imposing and powerful demeanor still lingers. In the classroom, Cheng Jin retrieved a small spray bottle of disinfectant from his backpack, spraying it haphazardly over himself before wiping his hands with a wet tissue. Once he had tidied everything up, he took out his textbooks and pen to attend the lesson. Chen Zhoming, who had just entered, overheard the general topic of discussion among the girls and, with a look of surprise, inquired of Cheng Jin, What kind of enemy have you stirred up? Did you actually get into a scuffle at the classroom door? Chang Jin furrowed his brow, twirling his pen and meticulously correcting him. I did not fight. Then who was the troublemaker? Do you know them? Shun Zhoming felt a tinge of curiosity, as Cheng Jin was academically gifted and preferred solitude. Yet he was quite admired by the boys in class for his prowess, and the girls were fond of his looks, though his demeanor was somewhat aloof. His character was commendable. Chang Jin paused, casting a languid glance at Chen Zhoming. You are disturbing me. Chen Zhoming rolled his eyes. All right, it is class time now. I shall keep silent, shall I? Yes, let us continue this conversation after class. Who has the time to chat with you after class? Cheng Jin replied. Talk if you wish. Chapter 50. A rather fiery temper, not to be pampered Jiangqi had been residing at Cheng Jin's home for the past few days, undisturbed by his sister. After Cheng Jin left for school, it was just her and the dog left in the house. In the vast villa, she found it somewhat desolate. With no particular engagements, the two of them would simply lie in bed, sleeping until mealtime, and after eating, they would continue to doze. As the door creaked open, a mound was discernible on the bed. Cheng Jin, nestled within the covers, reached out to tap the smallest protrusion at the edge. A fleeting glance at the dog beside him was all he spared before he ruthlessly flung back the covers. What met his gaze was the luminous porcelain skin of a girl. In the dim light, her complexion radiated an ethereal glow. The hem of her nightgown hiked up to her thighs, revealing a tantalizing glimpse. Her sleeping posture modest yet alluring. As he lowered his hand, the quilt stirred slightly beneath, and Jiangqi, in a sleepy daze, turned over, clutching the corners of the blanket and draping it over herself as she curled up, propping herself up on her legs. Her hair was tousled, her attire disheveled, giving her an air of vulnerability as she seemed to teeter on the brink of consciousness, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She appeared somewhat silly yet undeniably endearing. In the next instant, she collided into his embrace with a soft thud, their bones meeting with a gentle clink. Cheng Jin winced at the sudden impact, instinctively reaching to massage his shoulder, only to inadvertently grasp a few of her rebellious strands of hair, his expression reflecting a mix of exasperation and tenderness. As she nuzzled against him, he noted that Jiangqi had been indulging in prolonged slumber throughout the week, often without the restraint of undergarments, leaving her rather unadorned at this moment. Though she was flat, her softness was undeniable, causing Cheng Jin's ears to flush with warmth. He lifted his hand to grasp Jiangqi's delicate arm, gently pulling her from his lap. With a sense of discomfort, he rose, regarding the bewildered Jiangqi with a calm demeanor. Put on some clothes. I will take you out to buy a few things shortly. Jiangqi, wrapping herself tightly in the covers, pouted with displeasure, her expression conveying her understanding. No hugs. I'm not foul. Observing her cheeks slightly puffed, Cheng Jin reluctantly hoisted the dog from the edge of the bed. I shall take my leave then. Do hurry. Jiangqi shook the blanket, her tone firm. Understood. Cheng Jin muttered. Her temper is rather substantial. I cannot endure it. After waiting for half an hour in the living room, Cheng Jin was finally joined by Jiangqi, who emerged from the bedroom at a leisurely pace. There was little difference from her usual self, save for the addition of socks on her feet and a snug top. Cheng Jin handed her the coat he had prepared in advance, saying, You can make do with this. Such styles are unisex. Jiangqi was clad entirely in garments purchased by Cheng Jin. She wore whatever he provided, without any room for choice. As she donned the coat in front of him, she glanced down at its length, which reached just above her calves, and then looked up at Cheng Jin with a hint of skepticism. She resembled a child who had borrowed an adult's clothing. Although Cheng Jin insisted that the coat was suitable for anyone, on her, it undeniably appeared to be a man's garment, akin to something an adult would wear. Cheng Jin furrowed his brow. While the coat reached only to his thighs, it seemed rather oversized for Jiangqi. Just make do for now, he remarked. Buying clothes? Jiangqi's eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but smile as she stepped forward to follow him. All right. Chapter 51. Shopping for clothes. It was Jiangqi's first time shopping for clothes in such an opulent setting. The glaring lights of the boutique made her feel somewhat uneasy, and she clung tightly to Cheng Jin's arm. Uncertain of her preferences, Cheng Jin assumed she would be like Chang Nai, wandering off to select items on her own. He planned to wait in the lounge for the payment, but to his surprise, Jiangqi followed him closely, her grip on his arm tightening due to her nervousness. Feeling at a loss, he called over a sales assistant, requesting her to select a few suitable outfits for Jiangqi. The sales associate turned to glance at the young girl beside the boy, who had her head bowed low. So petite, she donned oversized adult clothing. Had it not been for her fair complexion, which hinted at a certain refinement, one might easily mistake her for an abandoned child from the slums. Very well. Would you kindly follow me, miss? The sales associate gestured invitingly. Xianxia timidly raised her gaze towards Qingjin, her hesitance betraying a sense of inexperience. As if she had never ventured beyond her own threshold, almost afflicted by social anxiety. Go try on some clothes with this lady. I shall wait for you here. As she spoke, Qingjin gently released Xianxi's arm, encouraging her to proceed. After much inner turmoil, Xianxia ultimately chose to accompany the sales associate. Even she could not comprehend the source of her hesitation. Was she truly concerned about Qingjin's departure? It seemed illogical, for she could not perpetually rely on Qingjin, who bore no obligation to care for her indefinitely. Upon reaching the section dedicated to winter coats for girls, the sales associate presented several suitable options for young adolescents, alongside some thicker outerwear. Excuse me, which one do you prefer? There are fitting rooms available for you to try them on and see if they suit you. The associate, momentarily puzzled, promptly hung the garments on a rack and proceeded to retrieve several charming jackets from another display. While we lack adorable coats, we do have some delightful outerwear. Xianxia approached and examined the selections, her unease dissipating entirely. I adore this yellow one. The sales associate retrieved the jacket along with its hanger, unfastening the top two buttons to showcase the plush lining for Xianxi's inspection. Although this particular piece may appear somewhat lightweight, it is quite warm and perfectly suitable for this frigid weather. As Xianxia nodded in agreement, the sales assistant set down the outerwear and led her to a display of short skirts, each varying in style but uniform in length. Nowadays, young ladies often favor the combination of outerwear with short skirts. She asked Xianxia if any particular piece caught her fancy. Xianxia stepped forward to examine the fabric, which exuded quality, distinctly different from the mass-produced skirts she had previously encountered in her small town, priced at a mere few dozen yuan. These garments felt uniquely designed, unlike the monotonous styles churned out by factories. She casually picked up a white skirt to measure against her leg, ultimately selecting one that fell just above the knee. May I try this on? She inquired. Certainly, the sales assistant replied, taking the chosen yellow jacket and heading to the fitting room. She opened the door and pulled back the curtain, indicating where Xianxia could change. 5 minutes later, Xianxia emerged from the fitting room. Due to the absence of an underlayer beneath the jacket, all buttons were fastened, causing the hem to curl inward and create a slight puff effect that concealed her hips while revealing just a glimpse of the short skirt. The bow tie on the skirt danced gracefully with her movements. After admiring her reflection in the full-length mirror, Xianxia tidied her hair and hurried next door to find Qingjin. After Xianxia departed with the sales assistant, Qingjin remained seated on the sofa, resting and chatting with friends in their group. Chen Zhoming was lively in the discussion, and eventually, a few of them teamed up to play a single-player game in a mini-program, competing against system-generated opponents. Chapter 52. The Rabbit is Just a Rabbit. There's no need for a short skirt dressed like a child who never grows up, in a way that struck Qingjin with astonishment. Xianxia wore a design-rich jacket paired with a skirt that was slightly too short and pure white. This commonplace ensemble, while seemingly innocuous, exuded an inexplicable sense of discord on Xianxia. It was difficult to articulate what exactly felt amiss. Altogether, the attire appeared rather peculiar. Xianxia confidently twirled in front of Qingjin, almost as if seeking affirmation. Do I look good? Qingjin narrowed his eyes, then helplessly rubbed his forehead, casting a fleeting glance at her two long legs exposed to the air, feeling an unexpected tightness in his chest. After a brief contemplation, he declared, "Change it. It's too ugly. You're too grown for such childish attire." Xianxia, puzzled, asked why. "I think it looks quite nice." Qingjin found himself momentarily speechless. Nice? In what way? Why must the back of a perfectly good jacket sprout rabbit ears, and to top it off, a fluffy little tail? Just change it. He felt overwhelmed by Xianxi's stubbornness. Pouting like a child in a bid for affection, Xianxia murmured, "But this outfit is quite." Having faced Cheng Nai's whims for years, Qingjin believed he had developed immunity, yet the softness in Xianxi's tone proved difficult to resist. With resignation, he insisted, "Just change it." In the next moment, Xianxi's eyes visibly glistened with impending tears. Qingjin stood up, intending to head to the next room. But Xianxia timidly followed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, embodying a heart-wrenching visage of wanting to cry yet holding back. Qingjin perused the women's coats, noticing several garments suspended from hangers, presumably selected by the sales assistant. Among them was an adorable light pink coat adorned with 2 long rabbit ears at the collar and a substantial bow at the lower back, secured with a safety pin for easy removal. After taking the coat off its hanger, Cheng Jin held it up in front of Xianxia, then handed it to the sales assistant, requesting not only this coat but also the yellow jacket Xianxia was wearing. The sales assistant accepted the items and gestured toward the fitting rooms, saying, "Miss, please follow me." Xianxia tugged at the hem of her skirt, glancing at Cheng Jin, who was resolute in her decision not to purchase the skirt. Meeting Xianxia's damp, pleading eyes, Cheng Jin firmly declined, suggesting that if she liked the rabbit motif, she should simply buy the rabbit-themed coat, dismissing the necessity of the short skirt. Just as Cheng Jin completed her payment, Xianxia emerged, tucking her phone away and clutching 2 shopping bags emblazoned with the store's logo. Cheng Jin cast a nonchalant glance at Xianxia before walking away. Xianxia, pulling her black coat closer, hurried to catch up. Stepping outside the boutique, they entered a corridor lined with glass that led to a culinary haven featuring various regional delicacies. Cheng Jin turned a corner, her gaze falling on the signs above the shops until it settled on a shoe store. She glanced back at Xianxia, who trailed behind with her hands stuffed in her pockets, a displeased pout on her lips. Although clad in a coat, she had left it unbuttoned, revealing a white dress that extended slightly longer than the coat, creating an unexpectedly harmonious ensemble. Cheng Jin paused, prompting Xianxia to halt as well. Meeting Cheng Jin's scrutinizing gaze, Xianxia asked softly, "What is it?" "Button up." Although the upper floors are filled with warmth, Xianxia's frail constitution makes her susceptible to colds. Turning her face away in defiance, she reluctantly fastens the button, her movements deliberate and slow, causing a sense of urgency in those watching. Chapter 53. Why doesn't she just turn into a rabbit? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickers in Xianxia's clear eyes. "When the weather turns warm, you will buy me a pair, one to you." She had never donned such a short dress before. The novelty intrigued her, and she yearned to possess it. "All right," she cheerfully replies, eager to follow along. Xianxia had never visited the bustling market in the small town, nor had she ventured into the lively districts. She had always been sheltered by her aunt and uncle, as Miaoyu generously supported them financially each year. During her stay at her aunt's home, aside from cooking for Lu Qi when her aunt and uncle were away, she was largely free from chores. Occasionally, she would join her neighbors and friends for outings, but the destinations were never far. Her horizons remained limited, having not encountered much of the world. In her aunt's household, she was not particularly favored, as her cousin often played the darling with their uncle, who indulged her every whim. Gradually, Xianxia learned to emulate this behavior. She was fully aware of Cheng Jin's kindness towards her, silently cherishing it in her heart. When she grows up, she vows to earn a great deal of money to find a deserving wife for Cheng Jin. Suddenly, she calls out to him, "Cheng Jin?" He turns, puzzled. "What is it? Will you ever not want me anymore?" "Cheng Jin." He lowered his gaze, seemingly in contemplation. "How old are you?" She now resided in his home, and inevitably, she would eventually depart. It was not that he desired her absence. Cheng Jin scrutinized Xianxia from head to toe, his lips curling slightly. "Why do you appear to be only 13 or 14? Xianxia remained silent. Cheng Jin raised his eyes, his deep voice resonating without a hint of emotion. "After I graduate, I will pursue my studies in another city and will inevitably date other girls. Therefore, it is impossible for you to be with me for a lifetime. Do you understand?" Xianxia lowered her head, pondering deeply, feeling somewhat conflicted. "Before I start dating, you may still stay in my house, but your future life must rely on your own efforts. I cannot support you forever." With that, Cheng Jin tugged at Xianxia and led her into the store. Xianxia followed, somewhat dazed. Dating other girls. Was it the kind of affectionate embrace and kisses depicted in dramas? She cast a hesitant glance at Cheng Jin. With his aloof demeanor, could he truly find a girlfriend? The girls in dramas seemed to favor romance and charming conversation, yet Cheng Jin appeared to possess neither. Finding a pair of cotton slippers that caught her eye on the pristine white shoe rack, Cheng Jin tugged at the coat Xianxia wore and inquired, "What do you think of these white ones?" "I want the pink ones," Xianxia replied. Cheng Jin surveyed the area, seeking the elusive pink hue among the shoes. He approached and examined them. He was not colorblind, and indeed, they were quite pink, though not resembling any rabbit. A sales assistant approached. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Cheng Jin furrowed his brow, as if struggling to articulate his request, and mechanically spoke. "Do you have cotton slippers with a rabbit pattern in pink?" The choice of winter cotton slippers for men is of little consequence. If necessary, they should be nothing more than solid colors, as simple as can be. We have an entire collection featuring animal designs in our store. The sales assistant gestured towards a nearby shoe rack, indicating for Cheng-Jin to follow. Approaching the shelf, the assistant retrieved a pair of pink rabbit-themed slippers from the 6th tier. Here, we have these slippers adorned with a rabbit motif, she explained. The sole is quite firm, yet the top layer is soft, providing warmth and resistance to dirt. Is there anything else? Cheng-Jin could hardly bear to look at the pair the assistant held, finding them excessively monotonous. Although the hue was youthful, the design was decidedly lackluster. His knowledge of cotton slippers was limited. As long as the bunny slippers met Xianxi's preferences, that would suffice. He turned to Xianxi, who was not far away, and commanded, "Xianxi, come here." The called Xianxi approached, clutching 2 pairs of socks, and cautiously handed them to Cheng-Jin, saying, "I also want to buy these socks with rabbit ears." Cheng-Jin thought to himself, why doesn't she just transform into a rabbit? Chapter 54. To keep you warm, what do you think of these slippers? They're pretty, Xianxi replied. Cheng-Jin took out his phone, opened WeChat, and prepared to make the payment, instructing, "Please include those 2 pairs of socks as well." The sales assistant joyfully accepted the socks and carried the slippers to the checkout. Just as she retrieved a box from the bottom of the shelf and was about to scan it, Cheng-Jin interjected, "Wait a moment." Xianxi, puzzled, wondered if he had changed his mind about purchasing them. Cheng-Jin looked at the sales assistant, realizing she had forgotten to let Xianxi try them on. Salesperson. Xianxi sat on the sofa, observing the cotton slippers placed on the floor by the salesperson. She slipped off her cotton slippers to try them on. They felt slightly oversized. However, having worn ill-fitting shoes since childhood, she had grown accustomed to both large and small sizes. Cheng-Jin turned to the salesperson, requesting a smaller size for her to try on. "Thank you." The salesperson promptly retrieved a smaller pair of cotton slippers for Xianxi, which fit her perfectly, neither too loose nor too tight. Cheng-Jin noticed the slight excess of the slipper at the heel and inquired, "How does it feel? Just right?" Xianxi glanced at the pair of oversized slippers she had just tried on and said to Cheng-Jin, "But I prefer the larger ones." "All right." Cheng-Jin then turned to the salesperson, "Auntie, I would like the pair you are holding." "Understood." After changing into her new shoes, another salesperson collected the exchanged slippers. Once the payment was made, Cheng-Jin found himself with a shopping bag in hand, while Xianxi kept her hands tucked in her pockets to warm them. Her fingers slightly reddened from the cold. Cheng-Jin's gaze drifted to a nearby noodle shop, which appeared rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. And he presumed the food would not be particularly exceptional. "I'm a bit hungry." Upon reaching the ground floor, Cheng-Jin located the noodle shop, with a bubble tea store adjacent to it. The sky had completely darkened, and Cheng-Jin felt uneasy about Xianxi waiting outside in line alone. Hence, he decided to place an order at the noodle shop and arranged with the owner for takeout. Subsequently, Cheng-Jin joined Xianxi in the queue at the bubble tea shop. The line was not very long, yet the progress was rather slow. They had already spent quite some time outside. "Just a little longer, and it will be our turn." Cheng-Jin, displaying remarkable patience, turned to see Xianxi wearily leaning against him. Noticing a man behind them, he promptly adjusted their positions. The night was blustery, prompting Xianxi to pull her hood tightly over her head, her hands remaining buried in her pockets, seldom emerging to breathe in the crisp air, the warmth accumulating within. With a resigned sigh, she turned back, her shoulders slumping as she continued to queue. As she cast a glance downward at her somewhat soiled house slippers, she inadvertently noticed Cheng-Jin's hand, red from the cold, gripping a shopping bag, while the hand holding his phone bore a similar hue. Xianxi straightened her posture, extending her hand from her pocket to accept the shopping bag from Cheng-Jin, draping it over her wrist. She then cradled his hand, which had just held the bag, in her palms, attempting to warm it, yet it still felt as frigid as ice. The delicate and soft texture of his skin momentarily took Cheng-Jin by surprise. He looked down, questioning, "What are you doing?" "Warming you up," Xianxi replied, her left hand clasping his while her right hand lifted to compare their sizes. "Your hand is almost as big as an uncle's. If it weren't for your good looks, people would surely think you were a middle-aged man in his 40s. Cheng-Jin, perplexed, followed her lead to compare their hands. Her hands were fair and tender, suggesting she had never engaged in manual labor, much smaller than those of an average girl. Yet her fingers were long and possessed a certain aesthetic grace. In stark contrast to his rough hands, it was evident that, merely by appearance, he appeared older. Xianxi continued to rub Cheng-Jin's hands with both of hers, still somewhat warm, but soon her hands too grew cold, prompting her to release his and once again bury them in her pockets for warmth. After purchasing 2 cups of milk tea at the tea shop, Jin proceeded next door to collect the prepaid takeout noodles. Xianxia waited outside, her fair face partially concealed by a broad coat, yet still managing to attract attention. As she stood outside, her gaze wandered until it was drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from a nearby barbecue stall. In the next moment, her eyes fell upon a red paper affixed to the entrance of a noodle shop. Now hiring. Waitstaff. Order taker. Kitchen staff. Hourly wage. 10 yuan. Daily payment. Contact. 1xxxxxx Chapter 55. His was larger than hers. Jin emerged with one hand laden with items. After hailing a ride through an app, he tucked his phone away and glanced at the 3 shopping bags dangling from Jiangqi's wrist, creating an indentation in her coat. He pondered whether those bags were heavy for her. His thoughts escaped his lips. Are they heavy? Shall I carry them for you? We're to wait for the car around the corner. The driver will be here shortly. All right, Jiangqi replied, inhaling the pungent aroma of what Jin carried. What is this? It smells delightful. Clear beef noodles, without scallions, Jin clarified. Assuming Jin had refrained from adding scallions due to her preferences, she blurted, I enjoy scallions. I'm not picky. Jin explained, it's that I don't eat scallions. Jiangqi fell silent. Once he had finished organizing his belongings, Jin went to check on the dog in its nook, which had been stirred awake by the scent of the beef noodles. He crouched down and tugged at a black rubber band that the dog had somehow scavenged. Gazing at the worn-out rubber band, Jin fell into a deep contemplation. Having been bitten by a samoyed, it was tainted with bacteria, prompting Jin to casually discard it into the trash bin. The slumbering dog remained blissfully unaware of this action. After selecting a change of clothes, Jin noticed that Jiangqi had already succumbed to sleep on the bed and refrained from waking her, considering she had expressed fatigue while queuing for bubble tea. For convenience, Jin decided to undress directly in the bedroom, leaving only a shirt layered beneath her sweater and fleece-lined trousers. A glance in the mirror revealed that the ensemble projected a cozy, relaxed vibe. Consequently, Jin shed her shirt, retaining only her trousers. With a fresh set of clothes in hand, she entered the bathroom and closed the door, the sound of running water suddenly filling the air. Jiangqi, exhausted from the day's exertions, lay on the bed feigning death, taking several deep breaths to regain some energy. Having just indulged in a hearty meal, she felt a tad uncomfortable and turned over, gently massaging her stomach through her skirt in an attempt to alleviate her discomfort. Though her appetite was typically modest, she had unexpectedly finished an entire bowl of noodles that evening, leaving only a large bowl of tasteless broth. It was evident she had overeaten, as her stomach was now quite uneasy. The sound of water continued to flow from the bathroom, indicating that Jin was taking a shower. Jiangqi shifted her position, lying on her stomach and staring vacantly at the door, eagerly awaiting Jin's emergence to rescue her. After approximately 10 minutes, Jin finally emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, wearing nothing but a pair of gray sleep shorts. His physique was commendable, devoid of anything to be ashamed of. However, upon pushing open the door and meeting Jiangqi's gaze, he momentarily froze. The innocence reflected in her eyes made him acutely aware of his own impropriety. Setting aside his laundry, Jin rummaged through the wardrobe to retrieve his pajamas, fastening the buttons with deliberate care. He turned to Jiangqi, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, Why are you still awake? Jiangqi, her gaze fixated on Jin's chest, blinked and candidly confessed, I overindulged and my stomach feels uneasy. There are digestive tablets in the second drawer of the bedside table. You should take one. Oh. She remained still. And the next moment, Jiangqi blurted out, Jin, your chest is significantly larger than mine. Jin, poised to dry his hair with a towel, froze momentarily, glancing down at the subtle contours of his slender pajama-clad torso, and recalled Jiangqi's flat chest, which remained unchanged whether she wore a bra or not. Indeed. Chapter 56. Jin, I seem to be underdeveloped. Continuing to dry his hair with the towel, Jin placed his discarded laundry into the bamboo basket atop the washing machine, noting that Jiangqi's clothes were still inside, yet untouched. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Jiangqi still gazing at him. He turned on the hairdryer and, with an unfeeling tone, tossed over his shoulder, Take your medicine and go to bed early. Jiangqi rose to fetch a glass from the living room, rummaging through the drawer beneath the bedside table to find a box with a few remaining digestive tablets. She extracted one, placed it in her mouth, and tilted her head back, struggling slightly as she swallowed it with water. Jin, having just adjusted the washing machine's timer, remarked casually, 17 and still not developed? Have you started your period? This question left his lips as he pressed the button to start the machine, hanging the towel in the bathroom. With spare toiletries available at home, he deemed it unnecessary to procure new ones for Xianxia at that moment. Xianxia turned over to lie flat, her hands gently pinching her slender waist, devoid of any softness. It had yet to arrive. When I previously resided with my aunt, my cousin had already begun her first year of junior high. If I were to continue my studies, I ought to be nearing high school by now. Have I developed too late? Or is there some affliction? Cheng Jin furrowed his brow, uncertain of the answers. I had lived in Hang City with my mother for 2 or 3 months, and it seemed she was indifferent to me, yet simultaneously concerned. She forbade me from attending school, instead hiring a private tutor at an exorbitant rate of several thousand per hour. I felt as though I had done nothing wrong, however. Whenever I was with my sister, her tears made it seem as though I had wronged her. Yet, Cheng Jin, I have never committed any heinous acts. How did I end up homeless in the end? In the darkness, the rustling of the quilt emanated from the direction of the bed. Then, Jiangqi's soft voice broke the silence. Cheng Jin, if you don't go to school tomorrow, will you buy papayas when you go grocery shopping? I wish to grow up. Cheng Jin replied. You really think money grows on trees? How many should I buy? Being so thin, perhaps this was a matter to consider. Jiangqi pondered for a moment. Let us buy 2. All right, time for bed, Cheng Jin said, turning over. Jiangqi raised her hands, stretching lazily, stifling a yawn. She adjusted the quilt and nestled deeper into her cocoon, ready for a peaceful night's slumber. Occasional glimpses of Jiangqi's silhouette could still be seen from time to time. It seems she bears psychological scars. Every time Jiangqi encounters her, she appears pitiably fragile. Clad in a delicate white dress that few can pull off, spending her days moving in and out of Cheng Jin's bedroom. On that Sunday, Jiangqi didn't even step out of her room, with the dog and Cheng Jin keeping her company in the bedroom. After several days of consuming papaya juice, Jiangqi felt no physical anomalies aside from the frequent trips to the restroom, yet she persevered. In the household, it was just Jiangqi and the dog. She prepared the dog's meal and placed it on a small table in the yard of its kennel, while she settled down in front of the television with her bowl and chopsticks, idly switching through channels. Suddenly, news regarding the Song family caught her attention. Today, we introduce Ms. Song Yao Yao, the daughter of the Song family. At merely 11 years of age, she has already attained level 10 in piano, and despite her youth, she is the most esteemed disciple under the renowned pianist, Miss Chiao. Chapter 57. Jiangqi seeks employment. Jiangqi changed the channel to an animated show, tossing the remote onto the sofa as she held her bowl and spoon, scooping up her meal. The phrase she had just heard echoed in her mind, merely 11 years old and already at level 10 in piano. As for the piano, wealthy families often enroll their children in training programs at a young age, instilling in them a skill that, while perhaps not leading to global fame or national competitions, would still ensure a livelihood in adulthood. What was she? A pitiful creature without parents. When the dog finished its meal, Jiangqi was still unsated. As it leaped from the enclosure and circled around her by the coffee table, Jiangqi was somewhat perplexed by the dog's intentions. Surmising that it must be thirsty after finishing its meal, she took a plastic bowl to fetch some water for it. The dog lay prostrate by her side, burying its entire head into the bowl to drink eagerly, appearing exceedingly parched. Jiangqi gently patted its head before rising to tidy up the dishes. By the afternoon, she had shed her tendency to linger in bed, opting instead for a 2-hour nap before preparing herself. Clad in new attire, she stepped outside. And as she passed the entrance, her hand discreetly swiped the spare key hanging on the hook. With no money to her name, she embarked on a 20-minute journey to the commercial street, unfamiliar with the route but reassured by the directional signs atop the traffic lights at each corner. After approximately an hour, she triumphantly arrived at the beloved noodle shop, only to find the red paper that had been affixed to the wall by the entrance had vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of its tearing. Gathering her courage, she stepped inside. The owner, mistaking her for a customer, gestured towards the QR code by the counter, saying, "Young lady, we offer self-service ordering here. Just scan the code to place your order and pay, then wait a moment." With her hands tucked into her pockets, a hint of embarrassment flickered across her fair visage. "Excuse me, ma'am, I would like to inquire about the recruitment notice that was posted outside your establishment. Are you still in need of staff?" The owner glanced at the wall, her voice rising in exasperation. "That paper has been torn down. We are not hiring anymore." Having operated the business for many years, the owner had developed an instinct for interpreting customers' expressions, and she chose not to pursue the matter further with Jiangqi. The girl stood empty-handed, devoid of even a mobile phone, her attire not suggesting poverty, yet her countenance betrayed a sense of awkwardness that hinted at some unspoken predicament. After all, this was not a shelter for the needy. Xianxia awkwardly stepped out of the shop and stood on the bustling sidewalk, where a sea of people greeted her gaze. Squinting in confusion, she looked up to see a clear blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, shining brilliantly. As she casually scanned the street, she found no signs of employment opportunities. Passing by a dessert shop, she noticed a chalkboard outside advertising for a pastry chef, welcoming even novices. A spark of hope ignited within her, and she ascended the steps into the dessert shop. Inside, the warmth of the heating enveloped her, and an unusual silence prevailed. Every seat was occupied, leaving little room to spare. Life-sized cutouts of various anime characters adorned the space, predominantly featuring lowly types, though there were quite a few with a mature charm as well. A male waiter, clad in an apron emblazoned with the shop's logo, respectfully bowed and inquired, "Good day, miss. May I take your order?" As the words formed on her lips, Xianxia hesitated, feeling a sudden shyness. Memories of the disdainful glance from the noodle shop owner flashed in her mind, and her cheeks flushed. She found it difficult to ask if they were still hiring. This lovely lady, the pastry chef behind the counter, politely introduced the menu. "We offer a variety of delights, including mango pomelo sago, tiramisu, and ginger milk pudding. Please take a look and see what you would like to try." Xianxia swallowed hard and directly asked, "Are you still in need of a pastry chef?" No matter how enticing the introduction sounded, her pockets were utterly devoid of funds. The pastry chef stepped away from the table and gestured, "Follow me." Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Was it customary for ordinary employees to manage newcomers now? With a hint of skepticism, she asked, "Are you the owner?" "Indeed, I am," he replied confidently. The man unfastened his apron and casually hung it on a nearby hook, removed his tall hat, and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt to his elbows. His gaze fell upon the motionless girl standing at a distance. "Do you desire this job? If so, follow me." The manner in which he spoke bore an unsettling resemblance to human trafficking. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia decided to follow him. Upon reaching the backstage area, the man handed Xianxia a small booklet. "This is an introduction to our salivation dessert shop. Read it thoroughly. Future promotions for employees will require examinations." Xianxia flipped through the pages, noting the illustrations and the diverse content within. "By the way, I am Chi Hung, the owner of Salivation." Chapter 58. Salivation. Chi Hung led Xianxia to a spacious changing room and lounge. On both sides were bunk beds, while a long clothing rack stretched across the center, adorned with an array of different styles of anime costumes. "These outfits will serve as your work attire. We have 3 pastry chefs at the shop, and with you. That makes 4, 2 women and 2 men. The women will wear these uniforms, while the men will don standard work attire." Xianxia, holding the booklet, was perplexed by the disparity in treatment between the genders and instinctively asked, "Is your shop not quite legitimate?" Chi Hung frowned, his cold gaze sweeping over Xianxia's flat chest. "You do look a bit young, but with such a lack of curves, what do we gain from you?" Xianxia's expression stiffened. She had indeed been diligently consuming papaya juice, drinking a large cup with every meal, yet she noticed no changes. Chi Hung suddenly recalled something and said, "Please give me your ID card. If you are willing to stay and work, we can sign the contract shortly." Xianxia looked up, her voice faint. "But I don't have an ID card." Chi Hung exclaimed. "What? No ID card?" Taking a deep breath, he began to doubt his judgment. "How old are you?" Xianxia bit her lip, feeling a bit guilty. "Almost 17. "And your ID card?" "It's at my relative's house." She never held out much hope, and mentioning the ID card diminished her hopes even further. Chi Hung took out a business card from his wallet and handed it to Xianxia. "Our shop is quite welcoming to beautiful ladies." "Oh," she said, casually placing it in her pocket before heading out. "What a pity, such a beauty." Chi Hung shook his head helplessly. The shop wasn't lacking in pastry chefs, however. Most of the customers were reclusive young men. To ensure a thriving business, it was essential to hire a few attractive women to don anime-inspired outfits in the shop. With high aesthetics, the traffic would surely follow, along with the allure of fame. Tying her apron and securing her hair with disposable chopsticks, she adeptly chopped vegetables on the cutting board. Her attempts to find work that afternoon had been rather discouraging, leaving her spirits somewhat deflated. Outside the villa, the lawn was lush and vibrant green, while around the corner stood a tall, verdant tree, reaching slightly beyond the 3rd floor. Beneath the tree, a double-seated swing was anchored. Unable to soar too high, Xianxia approached and sat down to test it, ensuring the iron chains were sturdy before signaling for her dog to jump up beside her. She possessed little strength and could not lift the Samoyed, so she had to rely on the dog to comprehend her intentions. The xianxia knelt and sat in a moment of stillness, observing the unmoving swing. Tentatively, it leaped upward, causing the swing to sway slightly. Xianxia extended her arms, pulling the dog into her embrace to play, its fluffy form resembling a plush toy, save for its astonishing weight. She scratched its inner pink ears, holding the xianxia even tighter, burying her face into its fur, while her small hands roamed restlessly over its soft, delightful texture. Suddenly, she contemplated acquiring a dog from Qingjin's household. If that plan faltered, she would wait for this dog to mate with another female and request one of the pups from Qingjin. Surely, it would grow up to be just as fluffy. Yet, at present, she could barely care for herself. Xianxia sighed and nestled her face against the dog for a while. When she lifted her head again, her bangs were somewhat disheveled, and she lowered her gaze to tidy them up. Chapter 59. She was unconcerned out of the corner of her eye. She caught sight of two figures emerging from a nearby fork in the road. The taller individual clad in a school uniform was Qingjin. The girl in the school skirt was unfamiliar to her, a complete stranger. The dog, resting comfortably in Xianxi's arms, raised its head to gaze into the distance alongside her, barking, "Woof." Suddenly, Xianxi swiftly covered the dog's mouth, unfazed by the drool trickling from its lips. She placed her finger to her lips in a gesture for silence, reminding the dog not to bark, as they were merely observing nearby. The dog, understanding her intent, complied as soon as she released her grip. Qingjin heard the familiar sound of a dog barking and instinctively turned to glance at the entrance of his home. The villa door was shut, and Xianxi was at home, so the dog should not have been able to sneak out. Assuming it was merely a neighbor's dog, Qingjin dismissed any further suspicion. Meanwhile, Tong Yuyu, who had just entered the upscale neighborhood for the first time, curiously surveyed her surroundings. The illuminated street lamps and the elegant benches along the roadside were strikingly sophisticated, making her, who had grown up in a densely populated residential building, feel rather out of place and narrow-minded. After taking a few steps toward his home, Qingjin hesitated and turned to Tong Yuyu, pondering why they had never encountered each other on the bus before. Throughout 3 years of high school, they had never once crossed paths on public transport, yet today, she had inexplicably boarded the same bus as him and disembarked together. Tong Yuyu tried to steady her racing heart, awkwardly brushing a stray hair from her cheek. Because I only moved here recently. Why would you suddenly ask that? Was she afraid of revealing her secret? Qingjin squinted, his gaze intense as if he sought to penetrate her thoughts. However, I recall Chen Zhoming mentioning that your family's financial situation was challenging, and renting a villa here costs several thousand each month. Are you following me? First, delivering milk, and now brazenly riding the same bus. Things had been fine for the past couple of years, and they could still discuss application problems occasionally. But this semester, the class monitor had become increasingly peculiar. If it were mere affection, she could have simply stated it openly rather than him hearing it through others. How could that be? How could I possibly be following you? Tong Yuyu chuckled awkwardly a few times. In a fleeting moment, she felt a pang in her heart at Qingjin's words about financial hardship. The young man she adored, despite his unintentional remark, made her feel inferior due to her family background. Tong Yuyu grasped the straps of her backpack and deliberately walked towards the back door, uttering, "I have something to attend to, but I will come to find you again tomorrow morning." Qingjin, sensing something amiss, paused and sent a message to Chen Zhoming. After dispatching the message, he turned to head home, adjusting the weight of his backpack on his shoulder. It was then that he spotted Xianxi, who had emerged from an unexpected corner at the entrance of the villa. She opened the door, first allowing the dog to enter. Witnessing the villa's door close once more, Qingjin felt his heartbeat falter. The swing in the corner of the yard continued to sway, suggesting that Xianxi had been in the house for quite some time and had stepped out for fresh air. Instinctively pondering how to explain things to Xianxi, Qingjin shook his head and tucked away his phone. Her affairs seemed beyond his concern, and he had no desire to provide an explanation. Upon returning home, Qingjin changed his shoes, set down his backpack, and filled a glass with hot water. Turning to glance at Xianxi, who lay on the sofa engrossed in the television, he observed her as she fixated on the screen, seemingly unperturbed. Was she indifferent? Or had she simply not noticed anything? The meal remained untouched on the table, and as Qingjin opened the rice cooker to serve himself, he noticed the rice had not been disturbed. He called out to Xianxi, who was still engrossed in the television, raising his voice slightly. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Xianxi turned her head, still momentarily distracted by the screen, and replied, "Oh, I'll eat later." Qingjin squinted as he noticed his dog lying beside the coffee table, both of them seemingly entranced by the television, neglecting their meal. Chapter 60. What do you think of the little fairy you picked up? After a brief 10-minute animated episode concluded, it was time for advertisements. Xianxia, clad in cotton slippers, leisurely descended from the sofa, retrieved a bowl and chopsticks from the cabinet, washed them, and finally settled down with a bowl in front of Qingjin. Naturally, the dog followed Xianxia, weaving around Qingjin's legs, panting with joy. The dog appeared to be a fluffy mass, seemingly plump, yet its true form was revealed during bath time, where it was not as portly as it seemed. Qingjin picked up a piece of meat from the soup with his chopsticks and dropped it on the floor. The dog eagerly bent down to nibble at it. Satisfied with its morsel, the dog wagged its tail, chewing contentedly while waiting for the advertisements to conclude. Qingjin hesitated to speak, his words caught in his throat. The animated program resumed, and Xianxia sat cross-legged on the sofa with her bowl, while the Samoyed beside her stood proudly, brimming with energy. Qingjin rubbed his forehead in exasperation, feeling helpless with the two of them. After dinner, Qingjin tidied up the downstairs, leaving the rest to the housekeeper who would come over on weekends to clean. Half an hour later, Xianxia mustered the courage to emerge from the bathroom. Although she had devised a plan on how to approach Qingjin, the sight of him engrossed in his workbook rendered her speechless. Yet, recalling that her identification card was with her aunt, Jiang Fenglu, and knowing the dessert shop owner would not accept her without it, she felt an urgent need for employment. After drying her hair, Xianxia sat on the sofa, which Qingjin had appropriated as a makeshift bed, patiently waiting for him to finish writing. However, her eyelids felt heavy. She propped her head up with her hand, desperately clinging to her dwindling consciousness as she continued to wait. At 11:30, Qingjin finally put down his pen, picked up a carton of milk from beside him, tore open the packaging, and tilted his head back to drink. The straw was carelessly discarded into the trash bin. He shifted his chair slightly backward, savoring the remaining milk before tossing the empty carton into the bin. As he stood up, preparing to wash up in the bathroom, he noticed Xianxia, who had unknowingly drifted off to sleep on his bed. Xianxia had a delicate appearance, and now, curled up on the sofa, her hands innocently crossed over her chest, she appeared even more youthful. Under the soft glow of the light, her complexion was as pale as the remnants of milk left in the carton, devoid of any blemish. Ignoring her delicately crossed legs, Qingjin reached out to tug at the hem of her skirt, which had ridden up due to her movements, and gently bent down to lift the sleeping girl into his arms. Even through the fabric, he could feel the smoothness of her delicate skin. After tucking her in, Qingjin turned off the main light in the bedroom and switched on the dim, warm orange light on the wall. He removed his outer clothing and proceeded to the bathroom sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. The next morning, Xianxia lay in bed, frustrated and unwilling to move. The bedroom door was closed, preventing the dog from entering, and Qingjin had left for school early that morning. With a sigh, she buried her face deeper into the pillow. Meanwhile, Qingjin, as usual, rode to school with a few friends. Every time they arrived on campus, it was eerily quiet, with few students occupying the classrooms. However, this morning I encountered Qingjin and Tong Yuyu bizarrely heading to school together, the two entering the classroom in succession. Most intriguingly, Qingjin held a glass bottle of milk in his hand. Recently, he had been consuming boxed milk, which indicated that the bottled variety must have been purchased by Tong Yuyu. After placing his backpack down and sitting on his chair, Qingjin set the milk bottle on the table and rummaged through his backpack to retrieve a box of milk along with a neatly organized set of practice papers. The presence of two types of milk only served to confirm Qingjin's suspicions, prompting him to inquire, with a gleam of curiosity in his eyes, "Qingge, what do you think of that little fairy you picked up?" Qingjin replied coolly, "Pretty good. Do you have something to say?" Maintaining his characteristic aloof demeanor, Qingjin continued to engage in the conversation. Qingjin rubbed his hands together, feigning nonchalance as he asked, "And what about Tong Yuyu?" Qingjin replied, "She is also quite good." After that, Qingjin opened the box of milk and took a couple of sips before setting it aside. He casually flipped through his practice book and pulled out a stack of stapled test papers from the drawer, noting that a few were blank, and even some completed ones had one or two unanswered questions. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingjin picked up a pen and began to diligently write out his calculations, including his rough work. At that moment, the only two words echoing in Qingjin's mind were, "Scumbag." Here he was, accepting milk from Tong Yuyu while cohabiting with the little fairy he had found. The key point remained that Qingjin had remarked on both being quite good, which suggested he was indecisively wavering between the two. Qingjin averted his gaze, absent-mindedly prodding the examination paper with his pen, his thoughts drifting to the ethereal beauty he had encountered at his home. Although they had only met twice, he found himself captivated by her charm. In a world teeming with diverse and alluring women, there was something profoundly enchanting about the purity that radiated from this little fairy. He turned to Chung Jin, who was engrossed in answering the questions, and said, "Hey, Chung, could you pass me the WeChat of that enchanting girl you found?" Chung Jin replied, "She doesn't have a phone. Even if she did, he wouldn't share it." "Well, could you at least introduce me to her? Just ask if she is single, if she needs a boyfriend, and what she thinks of me. I must admit, I'm quite fond of her." Chung Jin furrowed his brow, pausing his writing. "She's still quite young. She shouldn't be dating." Chen Zhouding, puzzled, inquired, "How old is this girl you found?" 12. Chung Jin casually fabricated an age. After all, no one would dispute that Jiang Qi appeared to be 12. However, it turned out she was actually around 17, roughly Chung Jin's age. Oblivious to the deception, Chen Zhouding exclaimed, "So young. It's rather inappropriate for me to have such feelings for her." He buried his face in his hands, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. "I feel a sense of guilt. She is so young. How could I possibly act on this? By the time she matures, my mother will be pressuring me to marry, and who knows how she might age." With a sigh, Chen Zhouding removed his hands from his face, as if reborn. "Perhaps the goddess from the neighboring class I once secretly admired isn't so bad after all. Yes, I should invite her out after school for a late-night snack." "That sounds delightful." Chung Jin suddenly inquired, "By the way, did you find any information regarding the matter I asked you to check last night?" Chen Zhoming instantly turned his gaze towards Tong Yuyu's direction, noting that his deskmate had yet to arrive. At that moment, Tong Yuyu was resting her head on the desk, fast asleep. Chen Zhoming retrieved his phone from the drawer and placed it in the crevice between his and Chung Jin's desks. He accessed WeChat and shared with Chung Jin the conversation he had with the homeroom teacher the previous night. "Initially, the teacher was reluctant to share this with me. But when I mentioned it was you who wanted to inquire about Tong Yuyu, he handed me the class attendance record. However, the teacher had edited it, providing only Tong Yuyu's information." Chung Jin magnified the image sent by the teacher, bypassing other details and heading straight for the residential address. After verifying it, Chung Jin glanced back at Tong Yuyu, who was still dozing at her desk. Chen Zhoming extinguished his screen and tucked his phone back into his backpack, zipping it closed. He was not as diligent a student as Chung Jin. His first order of business upon arriving at school was not to enter the classroom but rather to submit his phone to the office. Being caught with a phone could lead to serious reprimands. Suddenly, Chen Zhoming recalled something. The previous evening, he had received Chung Jin's message while he was out drinking with friends, having only exceeded the school dismissal time by about 20 minutes. Chen Zhoming's eyes widened as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. "Could it be that Tong Yuyu attempted to confront you, leading you to yield to her? You both walked together this morning. There must be something extraordinary concealed between you two." As a good friend, Chung Jin was certainly withholding information. Chung Jin furrowed his brows in response. "What nonsense are you spouting? She simply followed me, perhaps coincidentally or perhaps intentionally." Had it not been for Chen Zhobing whispering to him about Tong Yuyu's family's financial struggles, he might have genuinely believed that everything occurring in the past few days was merely coincidental. Little did he know that it was all quite intentional. According to the images sent by their homeroom teacher, Tong Yuyu's residence was situated 2 kilometers away from the upscale neighborhood where he lived, indicating that she had to rise approximately 20 minutes earlier than usual. No wonder Tong Yuyu would be indulging in some extra sleep now. Chen Zhobing could easily deduce the performance that Tong Yuyu was staging. She was likely trying to linger in front of Chung Jin, making herself memorable, orchestrating chance encounters to leave a lasting impression. He had attended the same school as Chung Jin since middle school and had witnessed numerous occasions where Chung Jin was besieged by girls during their 3rd year. Due to his impeccable reputation, the girls would vie for his attention, relishing the pursuit. Chapter 62. This bottle of milk was sent by Chung Jin. "So, what do you intend to do now? Allow Tong Yuyu, this foolish girl, to run to your neighborhood every day and block you?" Chen Zhubing had previously assisted Chung Jin in fending off admirers, and over time, rumors had circulated about their relationship. However, as they did not step forward to clarify the nature of their bond, and with no inappropriate behavior on their part, the rumors eventually dispelled. This time, Chung Jin's admirer was of the tomboyish variety, Tong Yuyu. Fearing repercussions, he had no intention of aiding Chung Jin. During the days Chung Jin spent in the hospital, every time Tong Yuyu encountered him, she appeared as if she were a villain committing unspeakable acts. It seemed that girls never maintained a tranquil sleeping posture to avoid collisions. Chung Jin had placed the milk bottle at a distance. Upon catching a whiff of the familiar scent of milk, Tong Yuyu slowly opened her eyes. Her vision hazy as she noticed a shadow retreating from her desk. Tong Yuyu suddenly regained her senses, the drowsiness dissipating, her mind becoming remarkably clear. That person just now was Qingjin. The bottle of milk that had appeared on the table was at room temperature. Its glass exterior adorned with a strawberry emblem, indicating a different flavor. Earlier that morning, when she had been waiting for Qingjin at the entrance of the community, she had seen him holding a bottle of milk, though she hadn't paid attention to the design. However, she was well aware that Qingjin was the only one in class who had an insatiable fondness for milk. Therefore, this bottle was a gift from Qingjin. A faint blush crept across Tong Yuyu's cheeks, reminiscent of the fervent embarrassment of adolescence, as she longed to bury her face in the crook of her arm to hide her uncontrollable shyness. Qingjin had actually given her milk. Did this imply that he too sensed her affections for him? Meanwhile, Chen Zhoming nudged Qingjin's arm with his elbow, causing Qingjin, who had been focused on his exercises, to inadvertently draw a horizontal line across his workbook. Frowning, Qingjin set down his pen, took a couple of swigs from the nearby milk bottle, and only then did his irritation subside. Throughout this, Chen Zhoming remained oblivious, completely unaware that he was disrupting Qingjin's concentration. Bro, why do I feel like your gesture of giving milk has only led to more misunderstandings? Tong Yuyu laughed. Her entire face flushed. Qingjin gritted his teeth. What does it have to do with me? Chen Zhoming choked on his words, suddenly silenced, inwardly pondering what had provoked Qingjin's ire and how he had blurted out such a crude remark. Could it be because he had mentioned Tong Yuyu too often? Indeed. It seemed he had been incessantly talking about her to Qingjin lately. Qingjin disdainfully curled the corner of his lips, picking up his pen to continue solving the problems at hand. Beside him, Chen Zhoming continually guided his thoughts with trivial chatter, significantly enhancing his efficiency in solving problems. Under the blazing sun, Qingjin was summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher. Teacher, do you need something from me? Qingjin lifted his gaze, touched the back of his head, and adjusted his hair to cover the wound more securely, content with the current state. Though some hair had been sacrificed during the removal, it was preferable to wrapping his head in layers, resembling someone suffering from a terminal illness in need of a shave. The homeroom teacher, having been of this age himself, could fathom the boys' concerns about appearances and the importance they placed on their image. After conveying his message, the teacher dismissed the matter with a casual wave of his hand, adhering to the adage out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 63, The papayas at home are finished. Will you buy more for me? After school. Upon retrieving his phone from the homeroom teacher, Qingjin noticed an unanswered call from home. Excluding his parents and Cheng-Nai, only Jiangqi and Guzi remained. After about 3 or 4 seconds of ringing, Jiangqi's sweet, melodious voice emerged from the phone, stirring something deep within him, almost unbearably tender. Hello? Qingjin zipped up his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and stepped out of the classroom. What do you want to talk about? Recognizing Qingjin's voice, Jiangqi sat up from the sofa, glancing down at her still flat chest. The papayas at home are finished. Will you buy more for me? As Qingjin descended the stairs, he stumbled slightly, a momentary stiffness flashing across his youthful face. He steadied himself on the railing, contemplating, isn't she still undeveloped? Despite eating so much recently, there seems to be no change. Could you buy me some papaya? Jiangqi coaxed with a lilt in her voice, nervously fiddling with the edge of the sofa, uncertain if Qingjin would acquiesce to her request. Qingjin hesitated for a moment. He was at a loss with Jiangqi's whims. Although it didn't make much difference, it could be considered a slight nutritional supplement. I'll visit the supermarket later to purchase some groceries and check if they have it. If not, I want tea by any. All right, thank you, Qingjin. Jiangqi replied, beaming as she cuddled a cushion, her satisfaction evident even through the phone screen. After hanging up, Qingjin rubbed his ear, slightly overwhelmed by Jiangqi's overly sweet and delighted tone, which was consistently soft even during ordinary conversations. Upon exiting the school gate, Qingjin took a cab to the supermarket. In the produce section, he discovered papayas sold by weight and placed 3 into his shopping cart before proceeding to select other vegetables and meats. Remembering that his dog was running low on food, he grabbed 2 trays of raw meat, clearly labeled with prices. His monthly allowance was fixed, and coupled with his annual scholarship, his savings were modest. Ever since Jiangqi moved in, he felt the first pangs of financial strain in his life. Jiangqi, wearing fluffy slippers and radiating joy, rushed over to him, snatching the shopping bag containing the papayas from his left hand. Qingjin, let me carry that for you. Taken aback, Jiangqi froze, her hands suspended in the air, momentarily confused. It's too heavy, I can't lift it. Cheng Jin was momentarily surprised as well. He knew Xianxia was not particularly strong, and seeing her flustered and bewildered in front of him struck him as amusing. After casually placing his backpack on the nearby counter, Cheng Jin bent down to pick up the shopping bag from the floor. Noticing a yellow liquid seeping from the bottom of the bag, he feigned regret, exclaiming that it was torn. Upon examining the sticky substance at the very bottom of the bag, he realized it was not the innards of a papaya, but rather mangoes that had been crushed by the papaya. After cleaning up the mess, he discarded the plastic bag, placing the intact one filled with kitchen scraps into the kitchen trash bin. He then washed the mangoes thoroughly and placed them in the fruit bowl, which he carried over to the coffee table before returning to his tasks in the kitchen. Suddenly struck by an idea, he retrieved a fruit knife that was resting alongside a chef's knife on the same rack and proceeded to wash it at the sink. Meanwhile, Xianxia, lounging on the sofa watching television, found herself waiting for Cheng Jin to call her for dinner. Instead, she was presented with a small plate of mangoes, each quite large and leaning towards a greenish hue. Just as she hesitated to reach for one, Cheng Jin emerged with the clean fruit knife, followed by a samyet. He deftly removed the pit from the mango, slicing it into halves, and then cut each half into cubes while leaving the skin intact. He offered her a portion, asking if she would like to try. Xianxia paused for a moment before accepting it. In the past, she had always eaten mangoes directly, never realizing that Cheng Jin employed a knife and removed the pit. This new method was something she would certainly learn. As Xianxia enjoyed her mango, she felt the sofa sink beside her and turned in confusion, only to find Cheng Jin sitting next to her, feeding the eagerly awaiting dog mango pieces by hand. She curled her toes slightly, retreating a bit. Didn't the dog know how to eat by itself? With a heavy hand, she mashed the mango into a pulp, splattering its juices everywhere, creating a striking visual impact that was rather unpleasant. Xianxia wrinkled her nose. After devouring the mango, her hands were sticky, and her mouth was smeared with the residue. Discarding the mango skin into the trash, she approached the sink to wash her hands and, while at it, freshen her face. She dried her hands with a paper towel just as Cheng Jin finished feeding the dog. Since Xianxia had yet to prepare a meal today, Cheng Jin took it upon himself to undertake this task. After slicing a papaya in half, he cut it into several pieces and blended them into a rich juice. Mixing it with milk in a glass, he fetched a long spoon and brought it to Xianxia, who was watching cartoons in the living room. Remembering something, she pondered how to broach the subject with Cheng Jin, just as he presented her with a cup of what resembled a dessert. Try this milk and papaya combination. See if you enjoy it. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then curiously accepted the glass. Indeed, it contained only papaya and milk, the colors remaining distinct. She tilted her head back and took a sip, discovering it was far more delectable than freshly squeezed papaya juice. Thank you, she replied, taking another small sip and using the spoon to scoop up a piece of papaya to savor. Cheng Jin had no intention of lingering. He merely thought that if Xianxia consumed papaya juice too frequently, she might grow weary of it, hence his attempt to offer a change in flavor. As he turned to return to the kitchen, a hesitant Xianxia suddenly lifted her head and called out to his retreating figure, Cheng Jin. Yes? Cheng Jin replied, turning back in confusion. Xianxia grasped the glass tightly, her palms damp with anxiety. Could you possibly lend me 200 yuan? Cheng Jin furrowed his brow. What do you need 200 yuan for? He turned away, seemingly shrouded in an emotion she couldn't decipher, and strode into the kitchen with a cold demeanor. There was 300 yuan in cash beneath the first layer of notebooks and the bedside table. He could simply take it. Thank you. For reasons unknown. Xianxia had the unsettling feeling that Cheng Jin was upset, yet she couldn't fathom the cause of his anger. She intended to repay him once she secured the job at the dessert shop, so why would he be irked over a mere 200 yuan? Dinner was prepared by Cheng Jin, and he didn't call for Xianxia to join him. It wasn't until her hunger became unbearable that she ventured into the kitchen, only to find Cheng Jin already eating. She assumed he was still upset and chose not to engage with him. Later that evening, after finishing her shower and preparing to wash up, she emerged with a change of clothes, only to stumble upon Cheng Jin packing his belongings, appearing as though he intended to leave the house. Xianxia was utterly bewildered. Where are you going? I'm going to sleep in the guest room upstairs. What? What could she possibly say? If he was angry, why separate their sleeping arrangements? If her memory served her correctly, the guest room bed was also a wooden one, and while the sofa was cramped, it was quite soft and comfortable for sleeping. Why would Cheng Jin insist on retreating upstairs to a bed of boards? The relationship had inexplicably plummeted to a frozen state, leaving Xianxia utterly perplexed. Chapter 65. So will you come back and sleep with me tomorrow? At midnight, Jiangqi lay on her side in bed. Unable to find sleep, her gaze fixed on the sofa for an extended period. From her previous perspective, she could always see Cheng Jin resting on the sofa, his head turned towards her. However, at this moment, all that faced her was a sofa adorned with only 2 cushions. The guest room was not as exquisitely arranged as the bedroom downstairs. The vacant space lacked heating, rendering it particularly frigid in the harsh winter, which only added to the sense of desolation. Jiangqi contemplated for a moment before sitting up. She slipped on her cotton slippers and opened the wardrobe door, scanning the contents from top to bottom, then proceeded to the next door to continue her search. The lowest shelf contained only neatly folded off-season garments, with no extra thick blankets to be found. After much deliberation, Jiangqi pulled the quilt from the bed, folding it into a square shape, and rolled up the sleeves of her nightdress to avoid any hindrance while she worked. The sleeves were unexpectedly soft and ample, securing them. She hoisted the quilt over her shoulder, obscuring her view due to her petite stature. 5 minutes later, panting slightly, Jiangqi ascended to the second floor. Trusting her instincts, she randomly opened a door. It was unlocked, and the light inside was still on. With the quilt in tow, she stumbled into the room, heavily tossing it onto the simple wooden bed. The guest room's layout was stark and monotonous, as she had anticipated, with a chill that permeated the air and scant furniture. Jiangqi shook her aching arms and turned to leave. Suddenly, with a soft click, the door connecting to the small bathroom opened. A figure emerged, their physique marked by smooth lines and a cool complexion, muscles well-defined. The arms were robust, the shoulders not overly broad, and the waist slender. Water droplets cascaded down their body, sliding into loose sleeping pants in a manner that was irresistibly alluring. Their gazes collided, and Cheng Jin paused momentarily before continuing to dry his hair with a towel as he exited the misty bathroom. His demeanor was rebellious, yet his tone remained indifferent. "Do you need something?" Jiangqi lowered her head, her hands tightly clutching the sides of her skirt, her cheeks flushed crimson as if stained with blood. I brought you a blanket. There is no heating here, so I brought up a comforter. Are you worried about me?" Cheng Jin inched closer, drying his hair. Jiangqi nervously fidgeted with her fingers, sensing a disquieting atmosphere despite her concern. After speaking, she lifted her head and dashed away, as if fleeing from an impending disaster. Bang! Jiangqi collided with Cheng Jin's outstretched arm, instinctively raising her hand to shield her forehead from the pain. Tears of discomfort welled in her eyes as she looked up at him, her gaze laden with a sense of grievance that softened Cheng Jin's heart. Wait a moment. Cheng Jin concealed the lingering dullness on his face, simply rolling up the thick blanket he had brought from downstairs and tucking it into Jiangqi's embrace. "The remote is on the table. Raise the heating a bit before you sleep tonight." Jiangqi, holding the cold blanket, stood momentarily stunned. "Oh." As they stood close, a droplet of water from Cheng Jin's hair fortuitously fell onto Jiangqi's cheek, chilling her. She instinctively raised her hand to wipe it away, but Cheng Jin was quicker. His fingertips, roughened by texture, brushed away the moisture adorning her delicate face. Then he tugged down the sleeve of her shirt that she had draped over her shoulder, covering her slender arms. Cheng Jin paused for a moment. Once he heard her footsteps fade into the distance, he finally exhaled slowly. After all, he was a normal man, and here he was, receiving a blanket from her late at night while she revealed her arms. She was already blessed with beauty, yet in his presence, she seemed oblivious to this fact, truly perceiving him as a good person. Chapter 66, A Conscience Awakens, Quitting Dairy. After a night of restless tossing and turning, Jiangqi finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a fitful slumber. At 5:30 in the morning, she awoke, the shadows of fatigue evident beneath her eyes, to prepare breakfast. In her state of weariness, she boiled 4 eggs and warmed 2 cups of milk before ascending the stairs to rouse Cheng Jin from his slumber. Upon awakening, Cheng Jin sensed something amiss within his body, sitting pensively on the edge of his bed, lost in thought until Jiangqi's call broke his reverie. He leisurely made his way to the bathroom to change his trousers. As they descended for breakfast, Cheng Jin felt a rare sense of gratitude for Jiangqi's tendency to linger in bed. After sipping the warm milk she had prepared, he went to the guest room to retrieve his backpack, all the while bringing down the blanket he had embraced for her. The soft, dimly lit bedroom still held the warmth of the orange lamp, while the dawn barely illuminated the world outside, with delicate snowflakes beginning to fall. In the shadowy corner of the room, Jiangqi curled up, clutching her pillow, the thick blanket having long slipped to the floor. Cheng Jin set down his backpack, gently draping the blanket over her, and picking up the thick comforter from the floor to place it on the sofa. He reached out to touch Jiangqi's forehead, Gauging her temperature against his own, and upon confirming there was no cause for alarm, he shouldered his bag and exited the bedroom. As he stepped out of the community, he encountered Tong Yuyu once more. Standing under the streetlight beside a bench, clad in a white down jacket, she raised her hand to greet him. "Good morning, Chang Jin," she called out. Chang Jin tightened his grip on the straps of his backpack and furrowed his brow, muttering, "What brings you here again?" Tong Yuyu's expression froze momentarily as she composed herself from the awkwardness, calmly explaining, "Have you forgotten? I mentioned that I moved. If you don't mind, we could attend school together from now on." Chang Jin's gaze was profound as she lowered her head to place an order on her phone. "Suit yourself. But I detest being deceived." Tong Yuyu's face fell at that remark. "Regardless of whether your family resides here, I hope your so-called chance encounter is indeed just that, rather than a deliberate waiting." Chang Jin continued to scroll through her phone, contemplating, "Your grades have never been particularly stellar. If you find yourself with idle time, it would be more beneficial to tackle a few more exercises from the workbook instead of wasting it frivolously. If grades do not concern you, then consider my words unspoken." Chang Jin was aware that the student profile she was perusing contained information filled out for this semester. If Tong Yuyu had genuinely moved into their neighborhood, the first consideration should be financial circumstances, followed by the time required for paperwork. Their encounters had only occurred once within the community, with all others being outside of it. Thus, the deductions were not overly complex. Since the beginning of her second year, Tong Yuyu had not placed significant emphasis on her academic performance. For regardless of whether she exerted herself fully or merely scraped by, her ranking consistently regressed rather than progressed. Hence, she chose to embrace the present, putting forth a moderate effort. However, the individual she admired, Chang Jin, wielded grades as a means of undermining her. Yet, Tong Yuyu remained unfazed by her academic standing, confident that as long as she performed steadily in the college entrance examination, securing a spot in a prestigious university would pose no challenge. "Chang Jin, do you realize that I actually do not reside here?" Amidst the swirling snowflakes, they danced upon her fingertips, caressing the skin exposed to the frigid air. Tong Yuyu turned her gaze towards Chang Jin, summoning courage as if confronting a harsh reality. Chang Jin adjusted his scarf. His hands nestled within the pockets of his black coat for warmth, and glanced at the taxi approaching from a distance. "I'm uncertain. It's all based on conjecture." The taxi halted before him. After verifying the license plate and the driver's appearance, he opened the door and turned to Tong Yuyu, inviting, "Shall we go together?" With a sniffle, Tong Yuyu hesitated momentarily before stepping into the vehicle. Upon returning to school, they parted ways. Chang Jin ventured to the supermarket to procure a new notebook. Arriving in the classroom just as self-study commenced, Chen Zhoming observed Chang Jin rummaging through his backpack, extracting unfamiliar textbooks and exercise books. Miraculously, today, he did not witness Chang Jin pulling out a box of milk from his bag. "Brother Cheng, have you found your conscience and given up milk?" Chang Jin replied, "Lately, I've grown a bit weary of it. I wish to try something different." He produced a thermos from his backpack, stating in a nonchalant tone, "Boiled water is quite pleasant as well." Chen Zhiming responded with a silent pause. Chapter 67. Jiangqi departed under the influence of her deskmate. Tong Yuyu decided to present Cheng Jin with 3 bottles of milk, purchased with an entire week's worth of pocket money. As Cheng Jin slept, she refrained from initiating conversation, simply placing the items down and leaving a note. Chen Zhoming mused, "Not drinking milk today? Not studying? Have you decided to sleep instead?" And indeed, he slumbered through the entirety of the morning. After school, Cheng Jin was summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher, remaining there for an unusually lengthy 10 minutes. Upon exiting, he appeared revitalized, quite unlike the lethargic demeanor he usually exhibited when reluctantly dragged to the office. Chen Zhaoming had made plans after school, greeting Cheng Jin briefly before joining a group of boys. Cheng Jin, who preferred solitude, organized his backpack and glanced at the blue paper box on his desk containing 3 bottles of milk. He reached for a sticky note affixed to one of the milk bottles, which read, "You covered the fare this morning, and since I don't particularly enjoy milk, consider these yours, class leader." The villa felt somewhat desolate as Cheng Jin changed his shoes and removed his coat, only to find the Samoyed sprawled on the sofa cushions. Blissfully ignoring its shedding fur, he picked up the remote and turned on the television. But the absence of any enticing aroma of food prompted him to march straight to the bedroom to rouse Jiangqi from slumber. Expecting to find Jiangqi curled up at the edge of the bed, he was taken aback to discover the neatly folded quilt and the room's corners tidied up, with the laundry stacked cleanly on the balcony. Had it not been for Jiangqi's clothes still hanging on the balcony, Qing Jin might have thought he was dreaming. A quick inspection revealed that Jiang Qi maintained a commendable level of cleanliness. Opening the drawer, Qing Jin rummaged through its contents and confirmed that the 200 yuan was indeed just that 200 yuan, with Jiang Qi absent. He reluctantly took it upon himself to prepare lunch. Lacking enthusiasm, he hastily prepared a few dishes, heating leftover food from the refrigerator in the microwave. By mealtime, the dining table was adorned with 3 dishes ready for consumption. Qing Jin prepared a meal for the dog, adding a bit of dog food to increase the portion. "Come eat," he called to the dog. However, the more he observed, the more he felt something was amiss. When Jiangqi was around, the dog had never required his assistance during mealtime. Why was it now ignoring him completely? After Jiangqi's departure, it seemed as though the dog had suffered a heartbreak. Qing Jin, running out of patience, placed the 2 bowls on the small table by the doghouse and cast a cold glance at the Samoyed sprawled on the sofa. Lost in thought. If you're hungry, come eat. If you skip lunch, don't expect dinner. Chapter 68. Jiangqi arrives in Nangtown at 8 o'clock the following morning. Jiangqi arrived in Nangtown. It had been 2 years since she was brought to the Song family, and today, due to her identification card, she stepped foot in her hometown once more. Although this was her birthplace, she was unfamiliar with its inhabitants. Over the past 2 years, Nangtown had undergone some changes. Yet it still retained its charming rural inns and shops selling local specialties. Relying on her memories, Jiangqi made her way to her aunt Jiang Fenglio's home. Her aunt's family faced significant financial difficulties and did not operate a rural inn like many others. Their income relied solely on her uncle's modest monthly salary of 2,000 to 3,000, along with sporadic earnings from her aunt weaving bamboo baskets. In truth, the bulk of their support came from the child support payments provided by Miaoyu. However, since Jiangqi had been taken to the Song family 2 years prior, staying there for 2 to 3 months, and then spending 2 years in the hospital, Jiang Fenglio's family had not received any financial assistance from Miaoyu during this time. 2 years ago, my aunt's home remained a structure of red bricks with a cement floor, and it has not changed much since. In stark contrast, the neighboring house has been transformed into an imposing villa, its exterior rivaling that of the grandest residences in Hung City, albeit occupying a smaller footprint. Having grown accustomed to the opulence of the Qing family's villa, Jiangqi felt a sense of aesthetic appreciation for houses, concealing her unconventional perspective. She strode directly into the open doorway of the red brick house. Despite the winter chill outside, the interior was dry and stifling. In summer, however, the house became damp and cool, embodying the essence of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Jiangqi chose to disregard the litter strewn across the floor and made her way into the inner room. The inner chamber, unlike the red brick exterior, was coated in a mixture of cement. With the daylight insufficient to illuminate the space, it was dim enough to only vaguely discern human figures. Jiangqi fumbled at the entrance until her fingers brushed against a cord, which she gently tugged. With a click, the light flickered on, casting a modest glow that illuminated the room's layout. A woman at the large wash basin, sluggishly scrubbing clothes on a washboard, turned her head with a delayed reaction. She rinsed her hands in a nearby bucket filled with murky water, wondering who had arrived. Jiang Fenglu, though only in her 40s, bore the weight of premature aging. Her facial muscles had sagged, rendering her visage obscured by a network of wrinkles that belied her true age. Her clothes were tattered, having lost their original hues. Jiangqi had harbored the hope that Miaoyu had provided her aunt Jiang Fenglu with some financial relief, leading to an improvement in their circumstances. Yet, to her dismay, life remained as impoverished as it had ever been. A wave of sorrow swept over Jiangqi, and she felt a pang in her nose as she whispered, "Aunt, it is I." Jiangqi, her voice no longer possessed the soft and enticing allure of youth. Instead, it was deliberately restrained, adopting a low timbre that aligned more closely with her age. Jiang Fenglu narrowed her eyes, struggling to discern the features of the newcomer in the dim light. The face before her was fair and delicate, a living embodiment of a privileged young lady nurtured in the heart of the bustling metropolis. Her attire was impeccably clean, devoid of any blemish, a stark contrast to the frail girl who once frequented her home, perpetually hungry and reliant on traditional herbal remedies. It was Jiangqi in the blink of an eye. She had grown so much, becoming increasingly beautiful. "No," Jiangqi choked out. "Have you eaten breakfast?" "No." Jiang Fenglu entered the kitchen, lifting the pot lid to inspect the remnants of the morning meal. There were only 2 steamed buns left, but the pot still held warm rice porridge. "Would you like to have some?" A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Jiang Fenglio's face as she set the lid back down. Gazing at the healthier Jiangqi in Hang City, "Has your mother neglected you?" At your age, you should be focused on your studies, not seeking employment prematurely. Moreover, you have always been somewhat reclusive. Do you understand how perilous the world outside can be? I understand, Auntie, but I truly have urgent matters to attend to. I am no longer a child. I am capable of making my own decisions. Xianxia clenched her fists in her pockets, her clear eyes brimming with determination. The 2 buckets were filled not solely with her garments, but with the entire family's laundry. Chapter 69, The Undesirable Child Without Parents. Xianxia sighed with relief. As long as she could obtain her identification card, waiting here for a few hours posed no problem. When she previously resided at her aunt's house, she had her own room, albeit shared with her cousin Luqi. Xianxia brushed her hair back and walked toward the bedroom. The door was constructed from planks, faintly revealing the scenery within. Upon closer inspection, she could discern every corner with clarity. Just as Xianxia reached out to push the door open, a hushed voice from behind, belonging to Jiang Folu, cautioned her. Chi-Chi is still asleep. Please be quiet. Acknowledging with a slight nod, Xianxia pursed her lips and entered the room, gently closing the door behind her. Unlike 3 years prior, the layout had changed, now adorned with bamboo furniture. The windows were draped with fabric akin to tablecloths, softening the harsh daylight. The room was modest, and with Xianxia's presence, it felt somewhat cramped. 2 wooden beds were aligned against the walls, occupying half of the space from the opposite window to the door, while the remaining half comprised a narrow passageway. Despite its constricted nature, it still accommodated a table and stools woven from bamboo. Xianxia recalled that in the past, she would have to stretch her legs wide to navigate through, often accidentally bumping into Luqi's belongings, which would provoke loud outbursts from her cousin. Accusing Xianxia of being a pitiful child without parents, labeling her as the murderer of a father she had never met. During elementary school, Xianxia and Luqi attended the same institution, where rumors and gossip abounded. Over time, Xianxia became indifferent to the opinions of others. In a sense, she felt she did not require external validation, as she had already internalized the notion of being a wretched child without parents. Aside from her appearance, there was little that instilled in her a sense of pride. Xianxia took a few steps inside, passing by Luqi's bed, and noticed that Luqi was covered with a pink princess-themed quilt. Though the bed itself was not particularly attractive, the pillows, quilt, and sheets were all immaculately clean, adorned in shades of youthful pink. In stark contrast, Xianxia's own bed was cluttered with various items, including clothes stored in a bamboo basket. The room contained minimal furniture, let alone a wardrobe, and having been absent for over 2 years, Xianxia understood the accumulation of belongings on that bed. After surveying her surroundings, she found no suitable place to settle. Perhaps having grown accustomed to the plush sofas of a grand villa, the hard chairs did not appeal to her. Such is the nature of humanity. When one becomes accustomed to opulence, transitioning to a less favorable environment often proves challenging, even for those who could otherwise accept simpler things with ease. Luqi turned over, squinting as she reached for her alarm clock to check the time. But through her half-closed eyes, she caught sight of Xianxia, who appeared ethereal. She blinked in disbelief, as if lost in a dream, unable to accept the reality before her. The light pink jacket she wore was cinched with a bow at the back, complemented by an adorable Peter Pan collar, with a layer of white lace delicately resting on her shoulders. With her hair cascading loosely, her fresh and exquisite features appeared even more delicate. Luqi felt as though she were still dreaming, murmuring to herself, "Am I still dreaming?" Before her stood Xianxia, who had been embraced by Miao Yu into the luxurious life of the big city. Xianxia had always possessed striking beauty, prompting envy from the girls in her class, Luqi included. Xianxia was not surprised by Luqi's reaction. Luqi had never been particularly bright. She was quick with her words and straightforward in her demeanor. Her academic performance in school often placed her near the bottom of the class, occasionally even last. The disparity was stark when 2 girls, who had never been on good terms, met, one reclining and the other standing, one adorned in finery and the other clad in rags. As Luqi stood up and reached out to touch the fabric of Xianxia's coat, she noted its thickness. Although it was a coat, it was surprisingly soft to the touch, with fine plush lining that felt exquisite against her skin. In that instant, she recognized the coat's considerable value. Chapter 70. The sparrow's fate embedded in bone. Xianxia did not recall being close enough to Luqi to allow such liberties. She frowned, her displeasure evident. Yet, Luqi seemed oblivious to Xianxia's scornful gaze as she carelessly tugged at the bow tied at her waist. Unfortunately, the pin securing the bow accidentally pricked her finger, causing it to bleed profusely. Upon seeing the blood, Luqi froze in shock. Xianxia swiftly snatched the bow from Lu Qi's grasp, her expression devoid of emotion as she declared, "This is mine. You are not permitted to touch it." Lu Qi appeared taken aback, suppressing her tears as she shouted at Xianxia, "What is wrong with me touching it? Why are you being so petty? Your mother has attached herself to a diamond tycoon, and you're living your life as a pampered young lady. What is the harm in my touching it? Don't forget, without me, you wouldn't have had a single grain of rice to eat." It was clear that Lu Qi's predicament was of her own making. Yet Xianxia found herself increasingly perplexed by the origins of Lu Qi's unreasonable behavior. Her entire being was adorned with items purchased for her by Cheng Jin. She had yet to secure a job and was devoid of any income, rendering her incapable of repaying Cheng Jin for the debt she owed. One day, while wiping water stains from her skirt with damp hands, she was chastised by Cheng Jin. She still remembered that it was Cheng Jin who, unable to resist her charms and tears, had ultimately acquiesced to her request for that very dress. Given Lu Qi's nature, it was certain she would covet her possessions. Suddenly, Lu Qi burst into tears, her voice piercingly shrill, "Mom." This was soon followed by intermittent cries. Lu Qi felt a mixture of envy and jealousy, yet it proved futile. Jiang Fenglu arrived upon hearing the commotion. Within the room, Lu Qi stood helplessly by the bed, tears streaming down her face, mingling with mucus, rendering her countenance a portrait of despair. Her face was flushed from crying, in stark contrast to Xianxia, who stood by the window, appearing far more mature. Although Xianxia and Lu Qi were only 2 years apart in age, their personalities were worlds apart. Jiang Fenglu, with evident concern, offered Lu Qi some tissues to wipe her tears, her tone imbued with sincere helplessness. "What is wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Lu Qi pointed an accusing finger at Xianxia, who was standing with her back turned, apathetically dabbing at her tears with a tissue, her nose reddened and still dripping. "Mom, I want to wear that dress on Xianxia, and oh yes, the white skirt underneath it." Xianxia turned around, locking eyes with Lu Qi. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Jiang Fengliu's face as she pulled Lu Qi's pointing hand down to her side. "These belong to Xianxia. We cannot simply take them. If the Song family finds out, it would bring calamity upon us all." "Mom, the Song family bestows merely a few 100,000 each year, a sum insufficient to sustain our family's expenses, which my father squandered in an instant. It appears that the Song family is rather stingy. Their ostensible grandeur belies the countless unsavory deeds they likely engage in behind closed doors." Lu Qi cast a venomous glance at Xianxia, her tone laced with malice. "Do not delude yourself into thinking that after joining the Song family, you have truly become their esteemed daughter. Even if you ascend to the heights and transform into a phoenix, you cannot alter the sparrow's fate that is ingrained within you." In the face of Lu Qi's vitriol, Xianxia remained resolutely silent. "Enough, enough, Qi, do not compete with Xianxia," Jiang Fenglu interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. Her husband had spoiled Lu Qi since childhood. Regardless of their modest means, they endeavored to fulfill every demand Lu Qi made. Although Lu Qi had previously relished bullying the reticent Xianxia, her intentions were never malicious. Yet, Lu Qi's transformation into this petulant, demanding figure left Jiang Fenglu acutely aware of her own culpability. Chapter 71. Consuming from our own Lu Qi, undeterred, clung to her grievances. Her garments, worn for many years, were reluctantly replaced only at the onset of the new year, and even then, she would don new attire only after a couple of years. Over time, the colors of her clothes had long faded, contrasting starkly with the refined appearance of Xianxia's attire, which exuded both elegance and cleanliness, far surpassing any of her own garments. This disparity drove her to the brink of jealousy. Were it not for Xianxia's fortunate circumstance of having a mother who indulged her in the opulence of high society, she would still be relegated to wearing Lu Qi's discarded clothes and consuming her leftover meals. "Having consumed from our household and benefited from it, is it unreasonable for me to desire the new garments she wears?" Lu Qi's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of arrogance, her tone sharp and incisive. Yet it pierced directly into Xianxia's heart. Although she now resided in Cheng Jin's household, she did not feel like an unwelcome guest. There were no quarrels, no disdain, only affection. Xianxia, with her hands tucked into her pockets, declared, "If you desire this outfit I am wearing, then return my identification to me. After that, I shall sever ties with you." Miao Yu would send money to Jiang Fenglu and her family every year. So Xianxia was puzzled as to why their circumstances had become so dire. Her sole purpose for visiting today was to reclaim her ID, secure stable employment with a basic income, and repay her debts to Cheng Jin. If possible, She also aspired to carve out a place for herself in Hang City. Xianxia nodded slowly and made her request. May I borrow your bed for a moment's rest? Having traveled by bus for an entire day and night, she was truly exhausted and drained of energy. Having just struck a deal, Luchi was in high spirits and willingly offered her bed. Sure, sleep as you wish. After all, once you obtain what you came for, you shall have no further opportunity to rest here. All right, Xianxia replied, removing her coat and handing it to Luchi. Here, you may try it on first. It will only truly belong to you once I have retrieved my belongings. Luchi received the garment with delight, greedily caressing the soft fabric, her eyes wide with astonishment and joy. This exquisite piece must have cost a considerable sum. Xianxia, indeed weary and exhausted, had often slept on a hard wooden bed in the past. However, after being taken in by the Song family, her habits gradually transformed. Remarkably, this time she felt no discomfort, peacefully slumbering until darkness enveloped the sky. The moment Xianxia awakened, the thought of the last bus departing at 8 o'clock struck her. She opened her eyes and glanced at the alarm clock on Luchi's bedside. Startled, she instantly sprang up from the bed. As she donned her shoes, she was relieved to find that Luchi had not taken a liking to her little rabbit slippers. The dim light illuminated her skin, still radiant in its pallor. While Luchi's complexion was notably darker, one might exaggerate that in the night, only her teeth and the whites of her eyes were visible, the rest of her features blending into the shadows. Xianxia retrieved a sheet from the cluttered bed, which had once been a place of rest, and used it to seal the door tightly, standing atop a bamboo basket. After securing the door and windows, she confirmed everything was in order and hastily changed into a shirt and trousers. Given the precariousness of the situation, her change was swift. Upon her emergence, Lu Guohua extended her identification card, greeting her politely, remarking on how tall she had grown after all these years. Xianxia, who had never been particularly close to her uncle, felt no emotional connection now. She accepted the ID and glanced toward Luchi, who was seated at the dining table enjoying a bowl of thin rice porridge. The skirt is on your bed, she remarked, before turning on her heel and departing, like a task completed with mechanical detachment, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 72, Devotion to Xianxia. Jiang Fenglu suddenly recalled and increasingly felt that Xianxi's attire was somewhat familiar. She glanced down at the smiling Luchi and inquired, Chi-Chi, was that outfit you provided for Xianxia? Luchi rolled her eyes in response. She slept in my room the entire day. I had no chance to suggest it to her. Besides, those garments are inexpensive, quite cheap, in fact. If she took them, what does it matter? She did give me her new clothes. Upon finishing her statement, Luchi proudly twisted her body, seeking compliments. Jiang Fenglu sighed, serving a bowl of rice for Lu Guohua on the table, and spoke earnestly. I just remembered that last month, when Ame from next door came to play, she got some candy strands on that outfit, which attracted numerous insects. I simply washed it and tossed it with the unwanted clothes, fearing those parasites might crawl everywhere. Upon hearing Jiang Fenglu's words, Luchi turned her head and gagged a few times, covering her chest. The home environment was rather dim, and cleanliness was not well maintained, so the presence of insects was not unusual. It was raining again in Hang City tonight, with fine snow mingling with the rain. Xianxia, caught in the downpour, barely managed to catch the last bus. Soaked to the skin, Xianxia merely shook off the rainwater. The other passengers on the bus were equally drenched, having rushed onto the vehicle from the rain. They shared a sense of camaraderie, devoid of any disdain for one another. After half an hour, the bus finally set off. Xianxia felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, her hands clasping her identification card as she rubbed them together in a futile attempt to generate warmth. After several repetitions, she finally sensed a flicker of heat. Her gaze drifted to the window, where rain intermittently cascaded down the glass, rendering the outside world a murky silhouette. It was discernible that it was a desolate expanse, overgrown with wild grasses, besieged by the tempestuous winds and torrential downpour. The night prior had seen yet another bout of rain, leaving the floor damp and clammy. The Samoyed had gone 2 days without food, and Ching Jin was so anxious that he contemplated taking the dog to a pet store for forced feeding. However, the dog merely retreated to the room, stubbornly occupying his bed, lying there with shallow breaths, resembling a creature on the brink of death. Based on the symptoms observed in recent days, Ching Jin could only attribute the Samoyed's condition to a case of lovesickness. Just the day before, it had mimicked Xianxia, lounging on the sofa to watch television, and today, it mirrored her once more, refusing to leave his bed. Xianxia had departed, neglecting her meals, and the dog appeared utterly devoted to her. It seemed that even the faint scent of milk, which once lingered in the air, had dissipated. TSK. It had been 3 days since he last indulged in milk, and suddenly, a craving stirred within him. She was not one to be entirely reasonable either. Upon witnessing her beloved brother in such intimate proximity with another girl, sharing the same bed, she had been incensed, allowing her emotions to cloud her judgment and speak harshly. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her brother would inevitably seek love and companionship, searching for someone with whom to share his life. As his sister, her role was limited to offering suggestions, and she ought not to act so rashly. Chapter 73. I wonder how long you can remain aloof after several days of abstaining from milk. Qing rummaged through a few boxes of milk placed on the long cabinet beside the refrigerator. Just as he retrieved a bottle of a brand he hadn't tasted in a while, he heard Chang Nai's exuberant voice, accompanied by the sound of suitcase wheels gliding across the floor. He turned to glance toward the entrance of the villa. Not far away, Cheng witnessed Cheng Nai hastily making her way toward his bedroom without sparing a glance in his direction. She was carrying a carton of milk and heading toward the sofa. Resigned, he called out, "I'm right here." Cheng Nai, who had already reached the bedroom door and was peering inside, turned her head upon hearing his voice. She caught sight of a sleeve protruding from the sofa, along with the expressionless face of a dog, which was peeking from behind her brother's shoulder. The dog had grown up alongside her, having been under her care for 2 of the 3 years since she had taken it in when it was a puppy. Despite her inherent carelessness and aversion to pets, her mother had insisted on gifting her the young Samoyed on her birthday, disguised as a present. Cheng Nai approached Cheng Jin and plopped down beside him in the vacant spot. Glancing at the animated series playing on the television, she remarked, "Brother, why have you suddenly become so childish, watching these cartoons meant for kids? Isn't survival in the wild more captivating?" He tilted his head back and took a sip of milk. "The dog wants to watch it," he replied, glancing down at the dog in his arms. Satiated, he tossed the milk carton onto the coffee table and adjusted his hold on the dog. Cheng Nai raised her eyebrows in astonishment, her lips twitching. What does a dog want with television? As Cheng Na posed her question, Cheng Jin abruptly realized, slapping his thigh with fervor, and gazed at her with astonishment. "Brother, do you recall my classmate? Her name is Gu Fanjane, and she began her endeavors long ago." Understanding Cheng Jin's reticence, Cheng Na's expression fell. "Fine. Let's see how long you can remain aloof." Cheng Jin lifted his head, intrigued, as he picked up a bottle and scrutinized its label, reading it word by word as if weighing their significance. Banana flavor. Aware of Cheng Jin's penchant for brevity, particularly in the absence of pressing matters, she had prepared herself to apologize to Jiangqi. Indeed, the act of expelling the dog and her from the premises had been somewhat excessive. She had not attended her supplementary classes this week, opting instead to come and apologize, but with the victim absent, was she to offer her contrition to the heir? Should she reschedule, or perhaps, had she already departed? Chapter 74. Too impulsive. Cheng Na thought she was experiencing a hallucination as she swiftly turned to observe Cheng Jin's solitary figure retreating, seemingly engulfed in loneliness. Her brother had always been somewhat solitary since childhood, with a temperament that was rather cool and reclusive, to the extent that he had no contact or relationships with women outside the family. Shouldn't such aloofness have become a habit over the years? Yet, she found herself perceiving a sense of solitude in him. Moreover, she sensed his displeasure. His current demeanor suggested a total disinterest in engaging with her. He had not even opened the new flavor of milk on the coffee table, opting instead for the previously purchased whole milk. Was even the allure of the new flavor insufficient to sway him? Outside, the gentle rain continued to fall as Cheng Jin turned off the heating and opened the window for some fresh air. He wore a loose-fitting home sweater, and standing by the window, he could distinctly feel the chilly breeze brushing against him, causing his face to stiffen and feel damp. Cheng Jin unscrewed the cap of a milk bottle, setting it aside, and tilted his head back to drink several mouthfuls of strawberry-flavored milk. Upon glancing down, he noticed that more than half of it was gone. Feeling a twinge of irritation, he replaced the cap and set the bottle aside. He then picked up the dog, which was sleeping against the wall on the bed, and placed it on the carpet before pulling out a neatly folded thick blanket, shaking it out. Lifting one corner of the blanket, he lay down on the bed, and the scent that wafted to his nose was a faint hint of a young girl's fragrance mingled with an unfamiliar milky aroma. Surprisingly pleasant, it had a somewhat hypnotic effect, promoting a sense of relaxation both physically and mentally. The familiar softness of the bed felt far more reassuring than the sofa. allowing him to stretch his limbs rather than remain confined in a single sleeping position on the couch. A few moments later, Qianxia, regaining his senses, opened his eyes, adjusted his clothes, and rose from the bed. He sank into the sofa, enveloped in the thick blanket, and raised a hand to his forehead in frustration. Too impulsive, he thought. Checking the weather forecast on his phone, he noted that the upcoming week would be rainy, albeit with low precipitation levels, which should not affect Jiangqi's visit. In the living room, Qianxia, having turned off the television, joined a gaming session with her classmates. Qianxia and the dog showed little interest in her, leaving her to entertain herself by playing games with a boy from her class. Qianxia, take a moment to check if the mage opposite has ventured down to the lower lane. Do not remain hidden in the brush, merely observing me as I farm for gold by defeating minions. His raspy voice, tinged with a hint of magnetism, was somewhat muffled, reminiscent of a typical male voice deepening during puberty. Following the advice of her male classmate, Qianxia occasionally adjusted her vision. Yet by the time she could perceive the enemy entering the river, it was only when they reached the dragon pit that she gained clarity. Regardless, all you need to do is signal me if you notice anyone approaching from the opposite side. Qianxia maneuvered her character to accompany the marksman. The game hero played by her male classmate, feeling somewhat puzzled by their current voice chat. Is it not feasible to communicate directly without signaling? I could simply tell you, as I always lag a beat behind in responding to signals. Fine, as long as you are content. The male classmate, reluctantly logging in, found himself at a loss for words, momentarily stunned by Qianxia's gameplay. She felt indifferent towards this interaction. The boys in their class enjoyed inviting girls to play games, whether online or in reality, perhaps understanding her nature well enough to invite her straightforwardly, without the gentle teasing they reserved for other girls. They would candidly point out her shortcomings, unlike their approach with others, where they would meander around the issue or even spare harsh words out of a sense of tenderness. Yet, all of this was merely to leave a favorable impression on the girls. As they entered puberty, the surge of hormones led to a mutual attraction between the sexes, a subject in which she had acquired considerable knowledge. Chapter 75. In a predicament after receiving her gaming rewards, Qianxia exited the game, feeling a pang of hunger. She placed her phone on the coffee table and rose to peruse the fridge for something palatable to satiate her appetite. To her dismay, aside from some ingredients, a few bottles of milk, and several cans of cola, there were no other snacks to be found. Qianxia rummaged through the contents, her hands searching the plastic bags filled with fruits and vegetables. At last, she discovered a small stash of snacks hidden in the far corner: 2 bags of chips, 2 boxes of biscuits, and a white plastic bag containing loose dried tofu. With a sense of delight, she shut the refrigerator door, looping the plastic bag around her wrist, and eagerly tore open a bag of chips. Her eyes caught sight of several papayas arranged on the long table, prompting her to pause in curiosity. Her brother consumes these for nourishment? Or perhaps he is so financially constrained that he can only afford vegetables and not meat. Lost in thought, Qianxia instinctively approached the dining table and glanced over the few plates of leftovers, still untouched, neatly arranged without any signs of having been eaten. Sometimes, she truly questioned whether Qianxia ever needed to eat. A few bottles of milk seemed sufficient for him to survive in his room for several days, accompanied only by a few practice books. There were some spare ribs in the fridge, and Qianxia decided to prepare a soup. Although she had never tasted papaya, she was vaguely aware of its benefits. After a moment's hesitation, she cut a few pieces of papaya to add to the pot. Since Qianxia had purchased them, they must serve a purpose. She felt it best not to inquire too deeply into the matter, lest she stumble upon something private and thus create an awkward situation. After adjusting the heat and adding the ingredients, Qianxia spent 20 minutes in the kitchen before finally settling down on the sofa, snacks in hand, and turned on the television. The comfort of the sofa enveloped her, allowing for a moment of bliss devoid of pressure. Perhaps it was the simplicity and age of her attire that led the steadfast security guard to halt her, likely failing to recognize her. Upon returning to Qianxia's residence, Jiangqi was about to retrieve the spare key from the hook when she suddenly remembered that she had placed it in the pocket of her coat, which she had given to Lu Qi. Looking down at the identification card in her grasp, a wave of regret washed over her. She recalled the ID, but had forgotten the key. With no other option, Jiangqi reluctantly raised her hand to press the doorbell. Standing outside the iron gate of the courtyard with no shelter from the rain, she pressed the doorbell repeatedly, hoping against hope that someone inside would hear the chimes. Half dreaming, Qianxia was roused by the persistent sound of the doorbell. Still in a daze, She slipped on her cozy home slippers and made her way to the door. As she squinted to discern the shadowy figure standing outside the iron gate, a sudden fright caused her to slam the door shut with a bang. The inclement weather had cast an early gloom, rendering the evening nearly indistinguishable from night, and the figure in the rain was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to identify. Although she practiced taekwondo, she was only at the blue-red belt level. Panic surged within her, prompting her to hasten to Cheng Jin's door. Concerned that he might be asleep and unable to hear her, she raised her voice, calling out, "Brother, brother, there's a stranger outside." The individual appeared rather disheveled. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the door swung open from the outside. Cheng Jin leaned against the wall, one hand resting on the door handle. His weariness unmistakable. He let his heavy eyelids droop and paused momentarily, his pale lips moving slightly as he inquired about the color of her attire. Chapter 76. In this world, only Cheng Jin treats her with kindness. He released his grip and fully opened the door, allowing Cheng Nai to step outside. As he passed the foyer, he hesitated, retreating a few steps to grab an umbrella. Opening the door, Cheng Jin pressed the button to unfurl the automatic umbrella and descended the steps. His keen eyesight immediately recognized Jiang Qi, clad in garments seemingly salvaged from a refuse bin. As he approached, even through the iron gate, he could detect a foul odor emanating from her. Entering the code, he unlocked the door and stood before Jiang Qi, who was crouched on the ground, tilting the umbrella slightly. Frowning, he looked down at her with disdain. "Do you reside in a mountain village? After merely 2 days and nights, you've managed to make yourself so wretched." She appeared even more unkempt than when he found her in the hospital. At that time, she had donned a fitted qipao that clung to her gaunt figure, her complexion an icy pallor, the dress faded and somewhat antiquated, yet still presentable. However, tonight, Jiang Qi was utterly repugnant, soaked through and dripping with moisture. At that moment, she felt an intense dizziness. Her throat was parched, as if a fiery ember was slowly consuming her, ravaging her lungs. Upon hearing the familiar voice, it seemed as if the rain began to cease, leaving only the sound of the cold wind whipping through the air. She lifted her gaze, colliding with Cheng Jin's dark eyes, devoid of any emotion, as he regarded her with a detached demeanor. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Qi covered her mouth and sneezed twice in quick succession, believing the episode had concluded. Yet, in the next moment, she sneezed again, her curled body shivering subtly from the cold. Having endured many experiences, Cheng Jin easily surmised that she had succumbed to another fever. Observing her pitiful appearance, the anger he had harbored diminished significantly. There was no reason for him to unleash his frustrations upon this fragile beauty in ill health. Jiang Qi, taken aback, raised her head in astonishment, her gaze meeting Cheng Jin's with unmasked surprise. Her eyes sparkled with purity, emanating an innocent charm that was devoid of any superfluous elements. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Qi wrapped her arms around Cheng Jin's neck. His skin radiated warmth, prompting her to draw closer. Cheng Jin, with one arm encircling her, stood up, adjusting his hold to support her more securely. Jiang Qi, being petite and light, was not burdensome to carry. From the entrance to the bedroom, a trail of water marked their path. Cheng Nai, already startled, was on a voice call with Gu Fanjin, recounting her recent experiences when she suddenly witnessed her brother carrying a girl into the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, the unmistakable sound of a door locking echoed through the air. The situation was undeniably grim. Cheng Jin, with a look of disdain, carried Jiang Qi into the bathroom and placed her in the bathtub. After adjusting the water temperature, he turned on the shower and, in a frigid tone, commanded her to cleanse herself thoroughly and then soak for an additional 30 minutes. Cheng Jin glanced around the bathroom and noticed the absence of a trash can. He turned and exited, retrieving a slightly dusty black plastic bag from an unseen corner, which he hung on a hook. "When you change out of your clothes, place everything into this bag, including the garments beneath," he instructed. "I shall call you out when the time is right." With that, Cheng Jin turned and left, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Jiang Qi, momentarily taken aback, looked down at the identification card in her hand, now marked with water stains. She wiped it with her hand and set it on the edge of the sink, then obediently began to undress. Cheng Jin's anger seemed entirely justified, given that she had once again caused him trouble. Yet, without him, she found herself at a loss for what to do. In this world, only Cheng Jin had shown her true kindness. Chapter 77. Jiang Qi's identification card. The water temperature was just right. After finishing her shower, Jiang Qi wrapped her freshly washed hair in a towel and followed Cheng Jin's advice to soak in the bathtub for half an hour. A tingling sensation at her back compelled her to scratch, and soon her arms began to itch as well. Meanwhile, Jin diligently wiped up the water stains on the floor and disinfected every room on the first floor, not even sparing Nai's quarters. I've placed the clean clothes next to the washing machine by the door. Retrieve them yourself when you come out, as I shall not be here. After 10 minutes, Xianxia, enveloped in a towel and emanating warmth, opened the door a crack. Her delicate arms, resembling willow branches, reached out to grasp the freshly laundered garments resting on the chair. After lingering in the bathroom for a while, Xianxia changed her clothes and wrapped her damp hair in a small towel atop her head. She tossed her dirty clothes into a black plastic bag, tying it with a bow. Feeling an intensified itch on her back, she could not help but scratch it, instinctively turning her head to inspect the area, only to find nothing amiss. As she scratched, a dull pain began to emanate from her back, revealing faint traces of blood beneath her nails. Xianxia promptly ceased her futile attempts at relief. Relinquishing her endeavor, she pushed open the bathroom door and walked to the bedside table to retrieve a hairdryer. The dry towel, with its remarkable absorbency, enveloped her still wet long hair, quickly becoming heavy with moisture. After plugging it in, she used the towel to dab at the droplets accumulating at the ends of her hair, as well as the stubborn beads of water nestled within her thick locks. Rarely patient, she diligently dried her hair, yet soon found her attention diverted once more by the persistent itch at her back. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia endeavored to distract herself, striving to keep her hands from succumbing to the urge to scratch. Outside the bedroom, Jin stood with his head bowed, engrossed in a game on his phone. Upon hearing the sound of the hairdryer, he focused intently on the screen. 10 minutes later, as the game concluded, Jin turned and entered the room. Not wishing to disturb Xianxia as she dried her hair, he observed the steam still wafting from the bathroom. He ventured inside, opening a window to let in fresh air, and tentatively tested the running water, which remained scalding hot. After turning off the hot water, he re-entered the bathroom, bending to lift the black plastic bag hanging from a hook. The air was still infused with the lingering fragrance of the shower gel Xianxia had used. Yet the putrid odor emanating from the black bag was overwhelmingly pungent and jarring. Speaking of the putrid odor, it resembled the stench of a desiccated corpse, intertwined with fabric, emanating a long-standing foulness. Jin's expression of disdain showed no signs of restraint as he casually slipped his hand into his pocket, clutching a garbage bag, and stepped outside. In the next moment, he noticed an object resting beside the sink. Its reverse side revealed an identification card. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized it as Xianxia's. If Nai had entered his room for a purpose and could not find him, she would not linger. Moreover, Nai was not prone to carelessness. Her training in Taekwondo had endowed her with a meticulous nature and a rather fiery temperament. Jin cast a glance towards the doorway, finding no trace of Xianxia. After a brief hesitation, he picked up the ID card and turned it over. Upon seeing Xianxia's name, he let out a sigh of relief. However, upon examining the photograph, he found himself momentarily taken aback. While the name matched, the visage seemed both familiar and unfamiliar, an inexplicable oddity, resembling yet not resembling. Chapter 78. Xianxia's tendency to linger in bed with a sense of perplexity. Jin took the ID card while carrying the garbage bag, securing the trash from his bedroom and placing it alongside Xianxia's bag of soiled clothes. Xianxia was still busy drying her hair. Jin, intent on disposing of the garbage, did not wish to squander time waiting for Xianxia to finish drying her lengthy, voluminous locks, which took considerable time. Thus, he placed the forgotten ID card on the table before Xianxia without waiting for her to react. He turned and left to dispose of the garbage. Realizing the situation only after the fact, Xianxia swiftly turned off the hairdryer and instinctively tucked the ID card into the pocket of her skirt. A sense of unease mingled with shyness enveloped her. In the past, Xianxia turned her head, holding a hairdryer, in search of Jin's figure. The bedroom door remained ajar, and she bit her lip, her face flushing with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. The identification card had been procured several years prior when Miao Yu took her to obtain it. At that time, Miao Yu had already married into the Song family. Since the enrollment procedures for middle school required parental involvement, and she had just reached the age to apply for an ID, Miao Yu had taken the youthful and innocent her to the local police station to get the identification card. It had been approximately 4 years since then. Back then, she was a tomboy with short hair, dressed in ragged clothes, yet her demeanor was gentle and timid. In the photo, she appeared more like a girl masquerading as a boy. She seldom smiled, and her expression in the photograph was both delicate and cold. leaving one uncertain of her gender at first glance. Now, however, her long hair cascaded down to her waist, with wisps framing her face. Regardless of whether viewed from the front or the back, her gender was unmistakable. A mere glance at her face revealed her femininity. Xianxia covered her face, feeling even more embarrassed. Yet, upon reflection, Cheng Jin was a courteous young man. He likely wouldn't scrutinize someone else's identification card. After all, an ID photo required the ears and forehead to be visible, with no obstructions allowed on the face. How could the resulting image compare to the way she typically styled her hair to frame her features? She retrieved her identification card from her pocket and opened the first drawer of the bedside table, discovering a book within. Its thickness no more than that of a pinky finger. She flipped open the cover and tucked her ID into the first page of the book. Bored and languid, Cheng Nai reclined on the couch, her legs crossed and her posture exuding a carefree laziness. After an indeterminate period of being ignored, she finally mustered the strength to speak. "Brother, there's soup in the pot. Would you like some?" "No need," Cheng Jin replied, his fingers gliding over the screen of his mobile device. He turned to glance at Cheng Nai, sprawled haphazardly on the sofa, a sight he had long since grown accustomed to. "The housekeeper is coming tomorrow to do the cleaning. Remember to open the door early. Can it be delayed a bit?" "Not really," Cheng Nai replied candidly. Suddenly enlightened, she inquired, "Why didn't you get up earlier?" Cheng Nai's expression turned to one of disdain as she scrutinized Cheng Jin. "There are plenty of guest rooms in this house. Why must you and Xianxia squeeze into one room? You are not even a couple." Her bewilderment at his actions was palpable. With an abundance of guest rooms upstairs capable of accommodating 20 guests, each with their own private space, it baffled her why her brother chose to share a room with Xianxia, risking the development of unwanted feelings. Moreover, the implications of a man and woman cohabitating in a single room could lead to unforeseen consequences. Chapter 79. Allergy. He put away his phone and opened the bedroom door. "I'll go check on Xianxia. You can continue watching television, but remember to clean up the crumbs of chips you've scattered on the sofa. Otherwise, you might attract pests." Cheng Nai waved him off dismissively. "Go on. I think Xianxia is your true sister." Cheng Jin frowned slightly, but chose not to respond further as he stepped into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. A door effectively severed the connection. Cheng Nai rose from the sofa, crossed her legs, and neatly arranged her snacks on the coffee table. Grabbing her phone, she dialed her mother. "Hello, Mom. I have a vacation next month, and I plan to move to the second floor to sleep. Could you arrange for someone to decorate a guest room for me? I want something extravagantly luxurious." "Sure. Should I find a designer to create the plans, or would you prefer I just have it done and you can arrange it yourself?" "Just do it however you like. I'm not picky." Upon hearing that Cheng Nai wished to move to the second floor alone, her mother sensed her desire for independence. No longer fearing the dark as she would sleep alone on a different level. After hanging up, she conveyed this to Cheng Nai's father. Adjusting his glasses, Cheng Nai's father remarked, "Nai has grown up. She is now capable of sleeping on a separate floor." Meanwhile, Xianxia sat on the edge of her bed, ruffling her hair in frustration while her other hand, concealed behind her skirt, scratched an itch. Upon seeing Cheng Jin enter, she disregarded her disheveled state. Her voice soft and tinged with a hint of tears. "Cheng Jin, I feel itchy." She merely wished to alleviate the irritation, but to her dismay, scratching only intensified the discomfort. Looking back, she could only see the faint marks of her red-tinged skin, unable to discern the source of her distress. Noticing something was amiss with Xianxia, Cheng Jin approached her, glancing at the area where she was scratching. Through the fabric of her skirt, he could not see the skin beneath. "Put your hand down. Let me take a look," Cheng Jin commanded hoarsely. In that moment, he felt a dryness in his throat. Obediently, Xianxia followed his instruction, lowering her hands, her fingers anxiously gripping the hem of her skirt with a bit more force than intended, as if struggling to restrain the impulse to scratch. Cheng Jin gently swept Xianxia's hair from her shoulders, drawing it over her front, and delicately lowered the zipper of her white dress, disregarding the ivory lingerie beneath. A proliferation of scarlet papules had erupted, spreading across her skin, which was flushed from relentless scratching. Her entire back was marred by a tapestry of shallow, uneven red welts, rendering it unrecognizable. With no patch of skin retaining its normal hue, it seems to be an allergic reaction. "Arise, and I shall escort you to a physician." Realizing the situation, Xianxia reached for the socks resting on the chair beside her bedside table, bending to don them before slipping into her cotton slippers. Cheng Jin glanced at his phone's battery level, then retrieved a portable charger, tucking both into his coat pocket. After donning warm attire, he noticed Xianxia still lingering by the bed, preening before the mirror, combing her waist-length hair, and refraining from further scratching. She appeared unhurried, closing the wardrobe door. Cheng Jin was suddenly reminded of something. He reopened the adjacent wardrobe, revealing an empty corner, save for a solitary yellow coat hanging forlornly. Upon hearing this, Xianxia paused, a guilty expression flickering across her face. She lowered her gaze, observing the reflection in the mirror. I gifted it away, she stammered. Mindful of Jiang Fengliu's benevolence towards her, and with Lu Qi being Jiang Fengliu's daughter, she found herself unable to refuse Lu Qi's request. Without Lu Qi's support in the past, she might have gone hungry, even if she always wore Lu Qi's hand-me-downs. She felt indebted to her aunt's family, and to Cheng Jin as well. Chapter 80. Cheng Jin's ire, to whom did you bestow it? Cheng Jin's countenance darkened, his brow furrowed with suppressed anger. He leaned against the wardrobe, his gaze coldly fixed upon the suddenly composed Xianxia. He awaited her explanation. Gifts exchanged. Did he truly believe himself to be a scion of wealth, as if money simply fell from the sky? The expenses for dog food had been significantly reduced. The clothes she desired were purchased at her whim, with him indifferent to their cost as he made the payment. In the end, she declared them as gifts. Although his parents' enterprise engaged in philanthropy that was merely a reflection of their endeavors, he lacked the means to partake in charity himself. His cousin, however, sensed that Cheng Jin was somewhat different than usual, making her hesitant to approach him. Xianxia instantly lost her confidence, her voice weakening as she clenched her fists, resolutely stating, I will repay you for what I owe. I shall not take advantage of you. Cheng Jin's expression was laced with disdain, a dismissive click of his tongue escaping him. He turned away, casually retrieving a black coat. Seemingly indifferent to whether Xianxia would mind that it was evidently a men's garment, he tossed the coat onto the edge of her bed. Exuding irritation as he scratched his head and slumped onto the sofa, coldly extracting his phone. Put on the coat and hurry up, he ordered, leaning back into the sofa. His head tilted in a way that obscured his expression, his long legs awkwardly positioned between the sofa and coffee table. As his thoughts wandered, Cheng Jin's gaze fell heavily upon Xianxia, his displeasure evident. How long do you expect me to wait for you? With a faint glance, Cheng Jin pocketed his phone. Rising from his seat, let's go. Without waiting for Xianxia, he exited the bedroom first. Xianxia stood momentarily stunned, then followed suit with a delayed response. As Cheng Jin prepared to leave, Cheng Nai instinctively approached, wrapping her arms around Cheng Jin's and playfully pressing against her throat, smiling as she sought his favor. Brother, where are you off to so late at night? Take me with you? Upon noticing something amiss with Cheng Jin, Cheng Nai did not immediately urge him to take her out. Instead, she looked at him with concern and asked, Brother, what is wrong? Cheng Jin raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Cheng Nai's unexpected display of empathy, which only served to infuriate him. Was it possible that Xianxia once again? Before Cheng Nai could finish her thought, Xianxia followed closely behind, inevitably overhearing part of the conversation. After a moment's hesitation, Xianxia quickened her pace to catch up. Outside, Cheng Jin, having placed the order, shut the door coldly and tossed two curt words at Xianxia, leave. Xianxia lowered her head, hands tucked into her pockets for warmth. As she stepped outside the community, the driver's car arrived just in time. Cheng Jin verified the details and climbed inside. Xianxia, still unprepared to board, noticed Cheng Jin's indifference as she made no move to assist her. Pausing for a moment, Xianxia attempted to tug at the door handle, but it would not budge. Cheng Jin, engrossed in her phone, belatedly realized that Xianxia had not followed. When she looked up, she saw Xianxia standing motionless by the car door, her head bowed so low that her face was obscured by her long hair. If not for her dark attire, she might have resembled a specter from a film. With a resigned sigh, Cheng Jin opened the other side of the car door and, circling around, grasped Xianxia's collar, pulling her back a couple of steps. He then forcefully shoved her into the car, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Chapter 81. The disheveled Xianxia. Cheng Jin circled back to the rear of the car, entered, and closed the door. The driver then started the vehicle. He irritably picked up his phone to play a game. As the game began and he prepared, he cautiously glanced at Xianxia beside him. She sat there, seemingly lost in thought, devoid of any reaction. She appeared much like her usual self, though quieter, and her eyes were slightly reddened. Cheng Jin pursed his lips. Had she already felt wronged? He directed his attention back to the game on his phone. The dappled light streaming in through the window swiftly danced across the interior, while Xianxia sniffled and leaned against the car window, gazing at the nightscape of Hang City outside. She had never ventured out at night before. During her stay at her aunt's house in the small town, Her daily routine was rigidly fixed, rising at 7 in the morning, eating meals punctually, and lights out at 10 in the evening. The same structure applied at the Song residence, where a housekeeper managed all aspects of daily life, from meals to personal hygiene, and she had to report her outings to Miao Yu. Under Miao Yu's constant supervision, she had never made friends, and her daily activities were meticulously planned in advance, leaving her with scarcely any free time. Though her life was comfortable, her emotional state was far from satisfactory. From a young age, she had been acutely aware of the feeling of being a guest in someone else's home. It was a sensation that accompanied her wherever she went. Upon arriving at the hospital, Cheng Jin took the receipt from the driver before opening the car door to exit. He walked around to the other side to assist Xianxia out of the vehicle. Xianxia was taken aback by Cheng Jin's considerate gesture. As she bent down to exit the car, she inadvertently bumped her head against the sturdy vehicle, resulting in a painful thud. Already feeling aggrieved by Cheng Jin's earlier anger, this mishap caused tears to slip from her eyes. Cheng Jin closed the car door, and the driver sped away. He held his phone, sending a message to the director of a private hospital. His parents, known for their virtuous deeds, had extensive business interests, and their family held shares in the hospital, granting them a certain level of influence. If the registration line at the hospital was too long, he would take Jiangqi through the back door. After having given the director a heads-up, Cheng Jin felt at ease and tucked his phone away. Noticing Jiangqi with her head bowed, gently rubbing her hair and sobbing, he paused, asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she replied. Sensing Cheng Jin's intent gaze as he leaned down, Jiangqi turned her head away to avoid him. "Did you bump into something?" His warm, magnetic voice resonated in front of her. Jiangqi averted her eyes, biting her lip in silence. Cheng Jin reached out to push her hand away, placing his palm atop her head and gently massaging it. He was unsure where she had hurt herself, but continued to soothe her without much thought. Observing her buried face, tears cascaded down the traces left on her cheeks. He softened his tone, striving to sound less indifferent. "It's just a bump. Why are you crying?" He understood her emotional fragility, but thought it unreasonable for her to weep like a child over a minor injury. Jiangqi sniffled, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, not daring to look at Cheng Jin. "I don't understand anything. When I lived with my mother, there were servants to take care of everything. I can't turn on the water heater, nor can I open the car door. You are a good person, but you ignored me just now. Giving clothes to someone is because that person is my cousin. My aunt's family is quite impoverished, and they have always treated me kindly." Cheng Jin pressed his lips together, took out a spare packet of tissues from his pocket, bent down, and offered one to wipe her tears. He noticed that she was a rather clean-looking girl, albeit lacking in personal hygiene. Chapter 82, Stop Crying, Is Sorry Enough? Cheng Jin gently wiped Jiangqi's tears, while she buried her head low, her face nearly pressing against the floor. Cheng Jin had to bend further down to meet her gaze, enduringly continuing to wipe her tears. As soon as he wiped one tear away, another followed, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable flow. Cheng Jin furrowed his brows, discarding the soaked tissue into a nearby bin, gazing at Jiangqi, and helplessly said, "Stop crying. Is sorry sufficient?" He had encountered numerous complex problems, some so challenging that they required him to consult reference materials or seek related explanatory videos online. Yet it was the first time he found Jiangqi's tears more difficult to manage than those intricate exercises. Cheng Jin handed her a tissue, allowing her to sob in solitude. As he checked the time on his phone, it was not yet bedtime, and she still had time to cry. After Cheng Jin ceased to wipe her tears, Jiangqi took it upon herself to compose herself, sniffling softly. 2 minutes later, her tears had ceased. Cheng Jin observed the unnecessary and unhealthy content within the group chat, and with the absence of Jiangqi's sobs, he raised his head, only to meet her reddened eyes. Having just wept, her eyelids were a tender shade of crimson, her nose tinged with pink, and her entire face bore a soft rosy hue, as though wrapped in a delicate filter that blurred her features. Cheng Jin felt a sudden tremor in her heart as she raised her brow and tucked her phone into her pocket. "Cried enough?" Cheng Jin glanced at her, hands buried in her pockets, urging her to move forward. Jiangqi followed closely behind, her steps small and tentative. Cheng Jin intentionally slowed her pace to accommodate Jiangqi, with remnants of anger still simmering within her, seeking an outlet for her frustration. A mere disapproving glance at Jiangqi could send the fragile girl into tears, and it seemed that if left alone, she could find a corner to weep for 3 days and nights. Due to the absence of her identification, Cheng Jin was unable to verify her identity and thus could not register. She had anticipated this predicament on her way to the hospital and sent a message from her phone, accompanied by Jiangqi. She took the elevator upstairs and entered through the back door, circumventing the registration and examination process. Qingjin led Jiangqi to the vice president's office. Before she could knock, the door swung open, revealing a nurse clad in a white coat, carrying files. "Come in." A brisk and authoritative female voice emanated from the independent office. The sharp scent of disinfectant enveloped Jiangqi, prompting her to tread lightly. The pure white curtains drawn tight shielded the room from the distant city lights, creating a soothing atmosphere conducive to complete relaxation for weary minds and bodies. Qingjin closed the door and observed the vice president, a woman in her early 50s clad in a white coat, who was on the brink of retirement. Qingjin politely greeted, "Hello, Aunt Zhong." Aunt Zhong glanced at Jiangqi, who was following closely behind Qingjin. "Is this the girl?" Qingjin affirmed, "Yes." "She is quite lovely," Aunt Zhong remarked, expertly donning her mask as she assisted Jiangqi into a chair. She then cast a sidelong glance at Qingjin, who stood straight with a calm demeanor, and inquired, "Is this girl your girlfriend?" Qingjin. "No." Qingjin paused, the relentless inquiries converging upon a singular point. Furrowing his brow, he decisively curtailed Aunt Zhong's fanciful musings, stating, "My mother does not permit me to engage in romantic relationships." Aunt Zhong. When did these two spouses become so idle as to meddle in Qingjin and Qingnai's affairs? Have they even taken it upon themselves to oversee their son's romantic endeavors? Chapter 83. Do not scratch. It will leave scars. Your mother truly is something. Your son has grown so much. Aunt Zhong sighed, wielding a small stick to press down her tongue while illuminating her throat with a flashlight. After a moment, she retracted her tools and inquired of Jiangqi, "What are you allergic to?" Aunt Zhong cast her gaze upon Qingjin, instinctively perceiving him as the more reliable one. With commendable academic performance and commendable parents, his upbringing was undoubtedly superior to the average. It is difficult for a well-mannered child raised in such a family not to endear themselves to their elders. Qingjin was also uncertain about the nature of Jiangqi's allergy. He moved closer, situating himself behind her, gently parting her cascading hair and unfastening the top 3 buttons of her coat. With a gentle tug, he pulled the coat downwards. It was already voluminous, and simply unbuttoning 3 buttons caused it to hang loosely at the juncture of her elbows and waist. Qingjin lowered the zipper behind Jiangqi. Glancing at the increasingly reddened area, he narrowed his eyes. It appeared to have worsened. It resembled an allergic reaction, yet it seemed not entirely so. The itching was localized solely on her back, with certain areas having been scratched to the point of bleeding. Qingjin caught sight of the dried streaks of blood, and a wave of complex emotions washed over him. Was he perhaps too anxious? Qingjin's gaze lingered momentarily on the zipper he still held. It seems the tension has escalated. Before having the chance to inquire with Jiangqi, she found her skirt zipper being pulled down. Aunt Zhong, wielding a flashlight, illuminated the scene, revealing the unblemished, radiant skin that reflected the light, delicate and fair. She parted the skirt to investigate further. Afterward, Aunt Zhong added, "Remember to disinfect her." Qingjin raised her hand to fasten Jiangqi's skirt zipper, politely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Zhong." Qingjin's gaze darkened as she resolved to regularly summon a housekeeper for cleaning in the future. "Well, as long as you children can make decisions for yourselves," Aunt Zhong replied, handing Qingjin a list and instructing, "Take this to the front desk and ask my assistant for the ointment. I will reimburse your parents for the cost. And remember, that girl must not scratch her back. Doing so could leave scars." Qingjin accepted the list, acknowledging understood. "Thank you, Aunt Zhong." Once outside the hospital, Qingjin ordered a car through her phone, suddenly recalling something. She turned to glance at Jiangqi, who stood with her hands in her pockets, staring at her toes. "Are you hungry?" Qingjin inquired. "Yes," Jiangqi replied, lifting her head to survey the surroundings, which appeared desolate, lacking any nearby establishments. This hospital seemed rather isolated. She instinctively reached behind her, calmly asking Qingjin, "Where are we going to eat?" Qingjin noticed Jiangqi's hand curving backward, resembling a scratch or a gentle caress through her clothing. She grasped Jiangqi's wrist, moving her hand away. "Don't scratch. It will leave a scar." Chapter 84. Qingnai visits Shi Chuanxuan's home for a meal after waiting outside the hospital for approximately 2 minutes. The driver arrived at the designated location. Qingjin verified the information before opening the car door. Unlike her initial eager entry, she turned to glance at Jiangqi before inviting her to join. Meanwhile, Cheng Jin extended her hand over Jiang Qi's head to prevent any potential mishaps. Jiang Qi shifted slightly to make room, and Cheng Jin followed her into the vehicle. With a decisive thud, the car door closed, and they set off. At home, Cheng Nai found her existence rather tedious while watching television. The snacks in the refrigerator merely served to appease her hunger and were far from sufficient to constitute a proper meal. By 9 in the evening, Cheng Nai turned off the television and reluctantly took her dog to the neighbor's house for a meal. The entire villa was shrouded in darkness, prompting Cheng Nai to illuminate her path with her phone's flashlight as she approached the door to ring the bell. Unlike her own residence, Chuanchuan's home featured a low fence, barely reaching the height of her calves, and lacked a gate to deter unwelcome visitors. Cheng Nai pressed the doorbell for a full minute before someone finally answered. Upon seeing the visitor, she squinted in disbelief, uncertainly calling out his name. Chuanchuan? The young man, clad in summer pajamas and wearing fuzzy slippers, appeared weary, with a faint stubble adorning his face. He seemed a stark contrast to the clean, artistic boy she remembered, who once painted in the sunlight. The familiar yet strange figure before her was disheveled, leaving Cheng Nai taken aback. Chuanchuan squinted in an attempt to discern the identity of the visitor, his ears buzzing, struggling to catch her earlier words, which sounded vaguely reminiscent of his name. The two individuals locked eyes silently, each reflecting the same sense of confusion and uncertainty. Chuanchuan, caught off guard by Cheng Nai's gaze, suddenly regained his awareness. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he irritably scratched his head and inquired, "What brings you here?" Cheng Nai, with an expression of disdain, replied, "Just mooching a meal. But it seems there is no food here. Farewell." With that, she tugged on the leash, hastily dragging her dog away, as if an ominous news were pursuing her. Having just awakened, her energy was less than optimal, her voice roughened from the rarity of speaking for an extended period. When she called out, her voice cracked by the end. As she reached the threshold of her home, the sound of her strained voice nearly elicited a laugh from her. She glanced back at Chuanchuan, who was partially obscured by the door. At first glance, he appeared less disheveled, merely looking weary as if he had endured 2 consecutive nights of sleeplessness. A grumbling protest emanated from her stomach, betraying her hunger. After a moment's hesitation, she secured the door and quickly retraced her steps to Chuanchuan's residence. Pausing before his door, her eyes glimmered as she asserted, "You were the one who asked me to wait for you. It wasn't my choice to linger." Chuanchuan, momentarily perplexed, did not respond immediately. Cheng Nai, confidently leading her dog, gracefully walked past him and into the house. Although she had visited numerous times before, the intervals had been lengthy. Since the start of her semester, her visits had dwindled. Now, as she surveyed the surroundings, she noted that the home appeared unchanged, still as desolate as if no one resided within. Cheng Nai extinguished the candlelight and illuminated the living room, releasing the leash of her dog and placing it upon the limited edition Samoyed embroidered plush carpet beside the sofa. She proceeded to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door, which was, as always, brimming with ingredients. A cursory glance revealed a rotten tomato, decayed into a mushy pulp, emanating a pungent odor of sourness. From the first floor, the ascent was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. A deep blackness that sent a chill down one's spine. He entered and sat upon the sofa, retrieving an apple from the fruit bowl to offer to the Samoyed sprawled on the carpet. The dog lifted its head, took the apple, and placed it on the floor to sniff, then swatted it with its paw. It was unwashed and unpeeled. Chuan's son lay back into the sofa, his cold gaze fixed upon the Samoyed, memories of its owner, Cheng Nai's admired elder brother, flooding his mind, causing a heaviness in his heart. "If you wish to eat, then do so." He turned his face away in disdain, just as Cheng Nai emerged from the kitchen, her body angled sideways, carrying a large bag filled with spoiled fruits, vegetables, and expired snacks. Cheng Nai tied the garbage bag securely and placed it at Chuan's son's feet, brushing off the invisible dust from her hands. With a heavy breath and hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "These are all the items I cleared out from your refrigerator. Many are past their expiration date. Why do you keep piling so much food in there when you can't eat it all by yourself?" Chuan's son frowned and defiantly replied, "I was waiting for you to come." Cheng Nai pouted, refraining from retorting, understanding the sentiment behind Chuan's son's words. She has a hearty appetite, often visiting primarily to partake in meals, engage in conversation, or spar playfully. Occasionally, she even poses as a model for him, which consumes both time and energy. Hence her substantial consumption of food. "Please dispose of the trash. Later, I shall accompany you to purchase some ingredients." Cheng Nai, feeling disheartened, reclined into the single sofa, pulling the nearby dog into her embrace, and directed a stream of complaints towards xianxia-tinged. I came to enjoy a meal, not to prepare one. A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed xianxia-tinged's face as he assured her, there will be no next time. Qingnai removed her cotton slippers, seated herself cross-legged in the sofa, and bestowed not even a glance upon him. xianxia-tinged took the trash bag and exited to dispose of the refuse. It was early in the year, with delicate snowflakes drifting through the night, the cold wind howling, brushing against exposed skin, stimulating the senses to a piercing clarity. His hair was short, and after a mere 2 or 3 minutes, it had completely dried, free of damp strands. Dressed casually in a black hoodie, he descended the spiral staircase, which was rather high, affording him a clear view of the living room. There, he could distinctly see Qingnai nestled on the sofa with the dog, engrossed in her phone while watching television. The Samyed's eyes were also glued to the screen. The sight of the girl and her dog was blissfully harmonious. xianxia-tinged adjusted his coat and fastened the buttons as he made his way downstairs. Approaching Qingnai to gently pat her head, signaling that it was time to leave. Is it time already? Qingnai reluctantly pulled from her cinematic reverie, stretched lazily, and set the dog down onto the carpet. She donned her shoes and stood up, retrieving the leash from the coffee table to secure it onto the dog. xianxia-tinged glanced down at the standing Samyed, which was panting and smiling at him with a familiarity that was almost endearing. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of Qingnai whether they were indeed taking the dog along. With the leash already secured, the likelihood of its accompanying them to procure ingredients was quite high. As expected, Qingnai nodded in affirmation. My brother has taken a friend to the hospital, and there's no one at home to keep the dog company. It must feel quite lonely by itself. xianxia-tinged frowned. If his memory served him correctly, this Samyed appeared to live a rather comfortable life. Qingnai's home was warm in winter and cool in summer, with ample provisions stocked. After her brother left for school, the Samyed had little to occupy its time. Often sprawled on the balcony, basking in the sun, it seemed to relish its existence. Could it truly feel lonely? Chapter 85. You haven't yet begun your journey. Qingnai secured the leash onto the dog, standing upright to face the boy who towered over her. Let's go, she urged. xianxia-tinged hesitated for a moment before turning to ascend the stairs. Wait for me. Qingnai rolled her eyes in exasperation. All she had wanted was to snag a meal, yet here she was, waiting for xianxia-tinged for at least a quarter of an hour. From the disheveled man to the dapper young gentleman, she had lost count of how many transformations she had witnessed. In the cloakroom, xianxia-tinged rummaged through the garments until he found a jacket suitable for Qingnai. Being several years older, and with Qingnai merely 14, a young girl, he was concerned that his taste might not align with hers. Fearing she might reject his clothing, he took extra time to select something appropriate for her. After waiting downstairs for 10 minutes, Qingnai finally spotted xianxia-tinged descending from the second floor. Annoyed, she chided him. Why did you go back up? Did you intend to keep me waiting for so long? Do you really not consider me a guest? After all, she was indeed a visitor, yet he had made her wait for such a lengthy duration. xianxia-tinged stuffed his coat into Qingnai's arms and put it on. As the wind outside was quite strong, he had felt the chill when he took out the trash. Even after 5 minutes in his pajamas, he felt thoroughly cold, devoid of warmth. It was hard to imagine how a petite girl like Qingnai, clad in a sweater, could believe that her knitted garment was impervious to the cold, especially with only a fleece-lined shirt beneath for warmth. Qingnai pondered. How on earth had she come to the decision to crash at a straightforward man's home for a meal? Grabbing his car keys and phone, xianxia-tinged glanced at the Samyed that Qingnai was holding, appearing somewhat reluctant to have it accompany them, as it seemed rather superfluous. After shutting the door of the villa, he and Qingnai walked to the underground parking lot of the community. Qingnai placed the dog in the back seat, still holding onto the leash to prevent it from going wild at the sight of any peculiarities. She settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, gazing at xianxia-tinged, who was preparing to start the car and turn the steering wheel. When did you change your car? She inquired. A few months ago, he replied. In the dimly lit parking lot, the sound of the car horn was jarring. After making the turn, xianxia-tinged drove the vehicle out of the underground garage. The light outside was akin to that in the parking lot, albeit occasionally more vibrant, rather than the monotonous yellow-white glow. Qingnai grasped the seatbelt with one hand while using the other to message Qing. With little to converse about with xianxia-tinged, she casually remarked, Why have you switched to such an inexpensive car? If a girl from an ordinary family were to ask, it might be misconstrued as a disdain for poverty. But Qingnai was different. xianxia-tinged pursed his lips, revealing no hint of concealment, and admitted, I've been a bit tight on funds lately. Nai was taken aback. Are you still painting? Yes. After sending her message, she tightened her grip on the seatbelt, gazing at the vehicles ahead. The rear lights shimmered in a dazzling array of neon colors. Leaning her elbow against the window, she couldn't help but exclaim, "While you do look quite handsome when you paint, surely you're not relying on it for a living. And you're not even a professional. Your amateur hobby can't possibly compare to someone who has studied for 4 or 5 years." Shi Chuanxuan was momentarily taken aback, casting a cold glance at Cheng Nai. Unwilling to engage further, Cheng Nai silently turned to observe him. He was undeniably attractive, albeit a bit older, embodying the quintessential older brother next door archetype. Though his expression bore a hint of severity. Contemplating this, she turned back to the window, noticing the vehicle's speed gradually decreasing as they approached the next traffic light. "Actually, I merely want you to earn a bit more money," she continued. "After all, your situation is quite different from my brother's. You haven't even attended university, and you have no funds saved up." Cheng Nai's eyes took on a profound expression. It was quite remarkable for a 22-year-old man to possess pockets as empty as a mere boy's. Shi Chuanxuan pursed his lips again as they halted at the red light. The man seated in the driver's seat suddenly spoke. "I will do my utmost," Cheng Nai remarked. She comes from a wealthy family. Yet she remains oblivious to the significance of money. It is only when her resources dwindle that she feels a sense of crisis. Aspiring to achieve is commendable. Cheng Jin placed the takeout box on the dining table, which contained only Jiangqi's pumpkin millet porridge and 3 individually purchased small steamed buns. Jiangqi's diet has always been quite bland, as she cannot tolerate strong flavors. After changing her clothes in the bedroom, Jiangqi emerged with a casual braid and donned her fluffy bunny slippers. Upon seeing the pumpkin millet porridge packaged in a non-woven tote bag on the table, she inhaled the aroma and settled at the dining table, securing her hair with a cloth strip. The loose and carefree style held a unique beauty in her eyes. Cheng Jin opened the door to retrieve the takeout, which was 2 servings of potato beef rice. From a distance, Jiangqi caught a whiff of a tantalizingly spicy scent. She took a small spoonful of porridge and brought it to her lips, then curiously leaned in to sniff the contents as Cheng Jin placed the 2 takeout containers on the table. "What is this?" she inquired, puzzled. "Rice," Cheng Jin replied succinctly. As he lowered his gaze to unscrew the cap of a medicinal ointment, its complex composition emanated a potent fragrance. Jiangqi, while sipping her porridge, caught a whiff of it and instinctively wrinkled her nose in distaste. Cheng Jin walked over to the sofa, tossing the 2 cushions that obstructed the way aside, and turned to Jiangqi, who was sipping her porridge with her back to him. "Come here and lay down." Jiangqi was taken aback, stepping down from her chair. Why? She felt a tinge of embarrassment, but, after a moment of contemplation, decided it would be best to comply. Sitting on the edge of the sofa, she slipped off her shoes and reclined comfortably before turning over. As she reached behind her to tug at the zipper of her skirt, it snagged halfway. Jiangqi paused, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Cheng Jin bent down, kneeling beside the sofa, and gently pulled the zipper down to its full length, tugging it aside. He then dipped a cotton swab into ointment and began applying it to the reddened skin on her back. Jiangqi clasped her hands beneath her chin, burying her face into the pillow, too shy to lift her head, her ears tinged with a delicate pink, a clear sign of overwhelming embarrassment. Cheng Jin was perplexed by how quickly her face had flushed until he lifted the inner garment behind her to apply the ointment, at which point he distinctly felt his own ears burning. She felt shy, and he was not without his own sense of embarrassment. He had never been this attentive even with Cheng Nai. In Jiangqi's recollection, she had few male companions growing up, and her relationships with other girls were not particularly strong either. Due to her appearance, she often attracted animosity wherever she went, which, in truth, stemmed from jealousy. Thus, she gradually developed a solitary habit, preferring to keep her thoughts to herself, unable to find a confidant for her innermost feelings. After applying the ointment, Cheng Jin capped the bottle and affectionately tousled Jiangqi's hair, his tone unusually gentle. "Just let it sit for a moment. The zipper will be fine in 2 minutes." He brushed aside the hair that fell over her ear and, feeling unexpectedly pleased, playfully tugged her ear, a low chuckle escaping his throat. "You're blushing quite noticeably." "Not really." Jiangqi raised her hand to swat away Cheng Jin's, covering her recently pinched ear, turning her face aside to continue lying down, ignoring him. 2 minutes truly felt like only 2 minutes. Jiangqi, suppressing the itch at her back, immediately stood up to zip her jacket once the time had elapsed. Having just applied the ointment, the medicinal effect rendered the itch significantly more intense than before, yet scratching was not an option. She could only endure it, striving to distract herself from the desire to scratch. Sitting at the dining table, she picked up the container of porridge, tilting her head back for a sip, only to be scalded and compelled to put it down, reluctantly resorting to a spoon to sip it slowly. An inexplicable sense of grievance surged within her. She felt a pang of embarrassment, as if she couldn't overcome that hurdle, still vexed about Qing Jin's application of the medicine moments earlier. By rough estimation, had she not been seen in her entirety? Xianxia pondered, and it seemed not quite so. After all, she had little to show. Pouting slightly, she resolved to drink the porridge, for she had been hungry for 2 or 3 days. In the past, she often went without a meal for a day or two, subsisting on some spoiled leftovers. Her digestive system was delicate, and consuming them would upset her stomach, yet over time, she gradually grew accustomed to it. The most meager instance was when she managed only a few sips of millet porridge over 2 days, which had been left over from Lu Qi's meal. At her aunt's household, rice and oil were purchased with money, but her uncle was infatuated with gambling. Even though Miao Yu provided them with hundreds of thousands each year, it was never sufficient for their extravagant spending. Her uncle's gambling had not reached a point of no return. He merely placed large bets and lost frequently. Yet he had children and a sense of moderation. Xianxia sighed softly. Although her uncle had indulged in gambling, it had not led to a complete disintegration of his family. After a few years, he had managed to secure a respectable job. Despite their meager means and the challenges of daily life, the family of 4 cohabited in a manner that, while not idyllic, could still be deemed fortunate. Had she chosen to remain with Miao Yu, after being brought into the Song household and fleeing from the hospital, no one from the Song family sought her out. Throughout it all, she had been a mere afterthought. And Song Yaoao, the very individual who had pushed her onto the road, resulting in the accident that had left her hospitalized for 2 years, was now the cherished daughter of her own mother. What did age matter when one had erred? Consequences must be faced, after all. Ultimately, did she not long for a complete family? Her father had passed away early, and having a mother by her side had sufficed for her. She had always been well-behaved, refraining from causing trouble or speaking out of turn. So how had she ended up as an orphan, bereft of both parents? Suddenly engulfed by a wave of melancholy, Xianxia sniffled and took a sip of her porridge, the sweetness lingering on her lips, hot enough to sear away the painful memories, gradually dispelling her sorrow. Qing Jin emerged from the shower, and Xianxia had already finished a bowl of porridge. Reclining on the sofa with a small bun in hand, she was engrossed in the television, her posture more composed than usual, with 2 cushions nestled in her embrace. That friend was male, and it was late at night. She had gone out shopping with him, though she had no idea where they were headed. The phone rang for 26 seconds, yet remained unanswered. Xianxia, enticed by the tantalizing aroma of the meal, eagerly approached, gazing longingly at the food through the plastic container. Her eyes sparkled like bright stars, reminiscent of a cat pricking up its ears, as she looked at the soft, tender dish that seemed to be playfully beckoning her, whispering, "I wish to partake." Qing Jin cast a fleeting glance her way, instinctively reaching out to ruffle her hair, before resuming his phone call. "You stay here and eat. I need to make a quick call." Xianxia nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Irritated, he clenched his fist and strode out the door towards the neighboring apartment. After pressing the doorbell, he waited outside for 5 minutes, yet no one came to answer. This only solidified his suspicion that the man who had gone out with Cheng Nai was indeed the peculiar individual next door. With the lights off and candles unlit, it was evident that the occupant rarely ventured out, preferring the confines of his home. Qing Jin, momentarily taken aback, replied with a nonchalant Xianxia rose from her chair, tossing the disposable plastic spoon into the trash with a determined air. "I just had 4 bites of your meal and a piece of meat," she reported earnestly. Qing Jin raised his eyes, tossing his phone onto the single sofa, Noticing an unusual tension in Qing Jin's demeanor, Xianxia fell silent, curling up on the sofa with a cushion, her legs folded beneath her. She cast a tentative glance at Qing Jin, pouting in frustration. Had she truly done something amiss? She had eaten his food and communicated with him. So why the inexplicable anger? Meanwhile, Qing Jin remained oblivious to Xianxia's musings. After finishing his meal and disposing of the trash, he sent a message to Cheng Nai. Remembering the soup simmering on the stove, he retrieved a bowl and porcelain spoon from the cupboard, serving Xianxia a portion of the broth and placing it on the coffee table for her enjoyment. While watching television, Xianxia was taken aback, his head snapping up in surprise. Before he could utter a word of thanks, Qing Jin had already made her way to the bedroom door, leaning against the wall while making a phone call. It was to his sister, who was not at home. One could discern Xingjin's anxiety. Yet it seemed she was of little assistance. In Chapter 87, Tender Cattle Eating Old Grass, Jiangqi continued to watch television, and therefore, he accompanied Jiangqi in viewing a cartoon meant for children aged 4 to 5. He unclipped the leash from the dog, which immediately sprang into action, wagging its tail as it bounded over to Chengjin, barking several times with its head held high. It then shifted its attention to Jiangqi, sniffing at the cotton slippers before obediently lying down. Jiangqi reclined on the sofa with his legs bent, with Chengjin seated close by. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an unfamiliar figure approaching from the entrance, prompting him to sit up and arrange his legs. Mimicking Chengjin by leaning against the sofa with his legs spread, Chengjin cast a puzzled glance at Jiangqi's sudden change in posture, nearly breaking into laughter. The samyet, which had been sprawled on the floor, slowly rose. Having just eaten and feeling somewhat bloated, its movements were no longer as sprightly. Chengjin reached out to pat the dog's head, commanding it sternly, "Sit down." The dog, however, wore an expression of discontent. Cheng Nai neatly folded the clothes of Shi Chuanyuan and placed them in the cupboard. After changing her shoes, she casually tied her hair into a high ponytail using a scrunchie on her wrist and headed straight for the takeout boxes on the dining table. Noticing Chengjin seated on the sofa, she felt no sense of anything amiss and greeted him in her usual friendly manner. "Brother, have you eaten?" As she spoke, she unwrapped the takeout packaging, opened the box, and sat at the dining table, eating with little appetite. Beneath the loose sweater, a noticeable arc subtly protruded. Chengjin's voice lowered, his gaze deepened with a hint of resentment. "Where have you been?" "Of course, to the supermarket," Cheng Nai blurted out. Upon sensing the dissonance in her brother's tone, she instinctively turned her head, only to find her elder brother glaring at her with a dark expression, his eyes piercing as if attempting to see through her, sending a shiver down her spine. Unable to suppress a tremor, she stammered, "Brother, what's wrong?" Adopting an innocent demeanor in a bid to evade trouble, Chengjin furrowed his brow and pressed, "Were you with that boy next door?" Cheng Nai's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she retorted, "His name is Shi Chuanyuan. Don't refer to him merely as that boy, he has a name. Aren't you ashamed? Being a girl?" Chengjin clenched his fists, the hostility in his eyes unabated. His initial anger stemmed from an overwhelming concern. He feared that Cheng Nai might encounter unforeseen dangers while out with other boys, potentially being abducted at such a tender age. If not for Cheng Nai's years of training in Taekwondo, he would not be sitting here calmly conversing with her, but rather roaming the streets with his phone in hand, contacting friends. Just as the weight of his worries began to lift, Cheng Nai casually extended her arm outward. Was this truly the bond of siblings? Cheng Nai found it puzzling. Why should she feel ashamed? She had no intention of engaging in any illicit activities. Her relationship with Shi Chuanyuan was entirely above board, far from the sordid implications her brother seemed to assume. Without a moment's thought, she knew he must believe she was out there romancing some boy. Time has passed, and Shi Chuanyuan, despite her advanced age, finds herself in discussions of marriage with younger suitors in certain small circles. Could it be that she harbors a predilection for the unconventional, favoring youthful companions? It would be best if one adhered to the notion of age-appropriate conduct, diligently pursuing studies and alleviating parental concerns. This ought to be one's foremost responsibility. Suddenly, Chengjin grew magnanimous, resembling a seasoned elder as he imparted wisdom to Cheng Nai regarding the principles of life. Cheng Nai, exasperated, rolled her eyes and retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Do you suppose everyone is like you, fixated solely on academics? By your logic, every student in the world would be exemplary, with perfect scores across the board. Without underachievers, how could we define the good students? Moreover, I see nothing amiss with engaging with boys at my age. It is merely a natural attraction driven by hormones." Shi Chuanyuan may lack parental guidance and, while currently facing financial challenges, I firmly believe that individuals of his caliber are destined for success. After all, he possesses remarkable looks. If I were to encounter no one more appealing in the future, I would consider the likelihood of providing for him quite substantial. Upon hearing this, Chengjin's brows furrowed in confusion. What was his sister implying? Providing for someone? With a blank expression, he rose from the sofa, noticing the bowl that Jiangqi had used for soup, left unwashed. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the bowl and spoon, heading towards the kitchen sink. Cheng Nai settled herself beside the dining chair, idly crossing her legs. With her left leg perched atop her right, she cast a disdainful glance at her older brother, who was hunched over the sink, squeezing dishwashing liquid. In a tone laced with subtle animosity, she inquired, "Is that used by Jiangqi?" Ever since childhood, her brother had never been fond of soups, preferring the blandness of light porridge. Consequently, whenever the family prepared soup, he would routinely take a bowl and finish it in a few swift gulps. It was only when he indulged in porridge that he would exhibit the refined demeanor of using a spoon. Today, however, he had inexplicably picked up a spoon without any sign of porridge, leaving behind only remnants of soup, which inevitably aroused suspicion. Xianxia felt that Qing was unnecessarily burdening himself by catering to others, and she scolded him with a hint of irritation, questioning why he needed to assist someone who couldn't even wash for herself. If you're staying at someone else's home, you should contribute by tidying up or taking out the trash instead of being so lazy. She swayed her chair slightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Deep down, she harbored an aversion towards Jiangqi. Being a girl herself, she understood that having a cunning nature was not uncommon. However, Jiangqi had always struck her as a delicate creature, yet did it truly warrant Cheng Jin's constant assistance? Did she possess no practical skills whatsoever? Or was she merely slothful? Then, inexplicably, she added, "You two are sleeping together." Cheng Jin firmly asserted, "I will sleep on the sofa." Xianxia retorted, "I would believe you would take the floor." Cheng Jin replied, "The floor is cold." Chapter 88. Her presence irritates me. Jiangqi had just finished her morning routine when Cheng Jin entered the room. She paused momentarily, rubbed her soft cheeks, and walked past him toward the living room. As she reached the doorway, Cheng Jin's deep voice resonated from behind, inquiring, "Where are you going?" Jiangqi felt a twinge of embarrassment, even a hint of awkwardness, as she turned to face Cheng Jin, who was standing by the sofa, on the verge of removing his clothing. "I just remembered, I think I forgot to wash the dishes." After finishing her soup, she had placed the bowl on the coffee table and then comfortably sprawled on the sofa to watch cartoons, only to recall the task while washing up. In someone else's home, her forgetful nature often led to light-hearted ridicule. In the past, she frequently forgot her responsibilities, feeling carefree, yet this habit had become ingrained, resulting in her facing numerous reprimands. Cheng Jin grasped the hem of his sweater and slightly bent his back, efficiently pulling the garment off. Underneath, he wore a long shirt, perfectly complemented by his black trousers, creating a harmonious ensemble without the sweater. Jiangqi watched, momentarily entranced, and before Cheng Jin could catch her stealing glances, she quickly closed the door and sheepishly made her way to the bed. She removed her shoes, lifted the covers, and settled into the slightly chilly bedding, gradually warming herself within. After Cheng Jin emerged from the shower, towel-drying his dripping short hair while donning a bathrobe, he recalled something important. He stepped out, still drying himself, and into the single armchair nearby. Before he could utter a word, Xianxia's exasperated gaze shifted toward him, filled with annoyance. Cheng Jin perceived a hint of disdain in Xianxia's eyes. He felt somewhat innocent. Leaning slightly forward to prevent droplets from falling onto the sofa, he impatiently wiped his hair with a towel and earnestly said, "Go in and apologize to her." "I have no intention of apologizing to her. After all, she resides here as well, and I haven't forced her out." Xianxia defiantly nestled deeper into the sofa, engrossed in a text conversation with Chuan on her phone. What kind of person is she, and what kind of person am I? If I apologize to her, wouldn't that be a blow to my pride? If she has the capability, she shouldn't be living here. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jin felt another wave of frustration and helplessly gazed at Xianxia, unable to utter harsh words. "What did you promise me before?" Xianxia lifted her gaze from the phone screen, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Jin. "Wasn't he just you using your meager scholarship to buy me a dress?" "I certainly remember that. However, Chuan just messaged me, saying he bought me a dress, with the delivery address set to my school." Xianxia opened the order screenshot sent by Chuan for Cheng Jin to see. "Look, he has already placed the order. Although it isn't as expensive as the one you bought for me, its aesthetic appeal undeniably surpasses yours." Cheng Jin frowned, clearly displeased. "Whose sister are you exactly, to be so biased toward that guy?" Xianxia corrected him. "He is not that guy. His name is Chuan, understand?" "I do not understand." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Cheng Jin while clutching her phone. "Oh, spare me. You're just envious of how well he treats me, trying to win my favor. Were it not for your good looks and excellent grades, when we went shopping together, the staff would have inquired if we were siblings. To which I would certainly have replied that I hardly knew you." Cheng Jin, how could Xianxia utter such words, transforming him into a brother devoid of merit? Previously, when Shen Zhoming whispered in his ear about how Xianxia admired and cherished him as her brother, he felt a twinge of pride. Yet now, as he matures, he perceives himself as nothing at all. The man next door is hardly superior. Yet Xianxia seems to gravitate towards him. As their conversation meandered, Xianxia found herself disinterested and, for reasons unknown, began to compare Qingjin with Shi, ultimately deeming the older man to be more reliable. Since discovering that her brother shared a room with Jiangqi, Xianxia has come to view everything through the lens of her brother's inadequacies. Truly, aside from his commendable grades and striking appearance, he possesses little else of note. Just seeing her irritates me. Upon hearing this, Qingjin was momentarily taken aback. After spending time together, he had come to understand Jiangqi's temperament. With a loud bang, the door to Xianxia's bedroom deliberately echoed through the air. He felt helpless, more so than ever. He could comprehend Xianxia's aversion to Jiangqi, after all. She had often been unreasonable, reminiscent of her first encounter with him. From the onset of her memories, Xianxia had been indulged by her parents, leading to her troublesome behavior. At school, she was either embroiled in fights with boys or instigating disputes among girls. Those she singled out would not dare refuse her, knowing well the repercussions of incurring her wrath. During parent-teacher meetings, her homeroom teacher had repeatedly emphasized this, and he had caught wind of it. Given Jiangqi's slight frame, being driven out by Xianxia was already a lenient outcome. At the very least, he was spared the indignity of being pinned to the floor and beaten, the repercussions of which would have been dire. Qingjin leaned against the sofa, lost in thought, his peripheral vision catching sight of the dog nestled comfortably in its bed. The small quilt twisted into a tangled mass, wrapped around its body in a snug embrace. With a sense of resignation, he rose and tossed the towel over his shoulder as he made his way to the dog-ass bed. He crouched down, carefully extracting the intricately patterned quilt that had been squished beneath the dog and shaking it out before draping it back over the creature. The Samoyed, ever vigilant, sensed the movement and instantly opened its eyes. Upon seeing its owner, it greeted him with a delighted pant. Qingjin raised his hand to gently ruffle its fur, his voice soft yet firm, urging it to sleep. The Samoyed, appearing utterly content, closed its eyes once more. The room remained dimly lit, mirroring the desolation that had accompanied him earlier. Qingjin removed the towel from his shoulder as he made his way to the bathroom, washing it clean before hanging it up. After completing his grooming routine, he returned and lifted the thick blanket on the sofa, preparing to lie down, only to notice Jiangqi still awake. He paused, spread the blanket out properly, and casually inquired, "Why are you still awake?" "I can't sleep." The girl's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of muffled distress. Qingjin pressed his lips together, weighing his words before shifting his gaze towards her. "I need to tell you something." Chapter 89. I will leave tomorrow. Jiangqi lifted her eyes slightly, shifting her body yet remaining comfortably sprawled. "What is it?" His parents disapproved of him dating at such a young age, and Xianxia held an aversion towards Jiangqi. He found himself at a loss for reasons to keep her around. It was indeed inappropriate to overstay in someone else's home, a fact she was aware of. Sooner or later, she would have to part ways with Qingjin. She was acutely aware that everything she currently possessed was granted by Qingjin, and it was merely temporary. Observing Jiangqi's listlessness, Qingjin could somewhat surmise her discontent. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, "If you do not mind, you may stay at our other apartment, located in a community near the commercial street. Although it is just a 2-bedroom unit, it is more than sufficient for your needs. In fact, we also have a seaside property with a splendid view, though it is rather spacious for just one person." Jiangqi interrupted, "I will leave tomorrow." With that, she sat up from the bed, threw her pillow to the headboard, and turned away, collapsing back into slumber, resembling someone sulking. Yet, she did not weep. Qingjin breathed a sigh of relief and admonished her, "Ultimately, you must grow up. You cannot rely on me, a mere stranger, for eternity, can you?" Jiangqi tugged the blanket over her head, burrowing deeper beneath it. Within a mere 3 to 4 seconds, she had concealed herself within the covers, remaining silent. Qingjin, feeling helpless, settled at the edge of the bed and gently tugged at the blanket, fully aware that, given Jiangqi's temperament, she might be hiding beneath it, secretly wiping away tears. Though he did not forcibly remove the blanket, he could distinctly sense a pull from beneath it. With increased determination, he lifted the blanket, revealing Jiangqi lying on her side, her face streaked with tears. This outcome did not surprise him. With one hand gripping Jiangqi's shoulder and the other grasping her arm, he assisted her in sitting upright. Once she was properly positioned, he leaned over to the bedside table and retrieved several tissues to help her dry her tears. "Do not cry. It is of no use." Jiangqi's face was flushed with a hint of pink, her rounded nose more pronounced in color. She raised her tear-filled eyes, choking on her words, "Can't we live together?" Due to her upbringing, she felt both lonely and withdrawn. Initially welcomed at her aunt's home, The warmth faded over time as her uncle began to display disdain openly, while her cousins whispered about her behind her back. Throughout those years spent at her aunt's, Xianxia contemplated escape more than once, yearning to live free from the judgment of others. Yet, she lacked the means to flee, her wings clipped. After being taken in by the Song family, only the servants offered her any semblance of kindness. She selfishly wished to avoid reliving the past. Cheng Jin remained silent, gently drying Xianxi's tears with a tissue, his fingers tenderly ruffling her soft hair, embodying both gentleness and patience. He felt utterly powerless, yet offered no definitive answer. After weeping for approximately half an hour, exhaustion eventually claimed Xianxia, lulling her into a drowsy slumber. Cheng Jin carefully tucked her in, ensuring she was warm beneath the covers, then sat by the bed to collect his thoughts. He brushed his hand through his hair, now thoroughly dry. "Mom." Suddenly, the girl murmured in her sleep, extending her arms high above her head as if stretching. Cheng Jin instinctively turned, gently tucking her delicate arms back under the covers, pulling the blanket up to her chin, and delicately arranging her tousled hair beside the pillow. After a long moment, he lowered his voice and gazed at her peaceful sleeping face. "Good night." Early in the morning, Cheng Nai completed her grooming and, dragging her suitcase, stepped outside. It seemed that rain had graced the night before, as she was greeted by the invigorating scent of fresh grass mingled with earth upon her exit. The aroma of the grass, however, was rather overpowering. Cheng Nai tucked her phone into the pocket of her down jacket, adjusted her hood atop her head, secured the door, and stumbled her way out of the courtyard with her suitcase. Shi Chuanxuan emerged 3 minutes later, holding a strawberry cake. The two crossed paths at the entrance, and instinctively, Cheng Nai offered her suitcase for Shi Chuanxuan to push. "Could you help me with this?" she asked. "Of course," he replied without hesitation, placing his other hand naturally on the handle of her pink suitcase. He presented the strawberry cake to her. "I made this morning. You can have it on the way." Cheng Nai accepted it with a beaming smile. The foggy weather had initially cast a shadow over her mood, but the sight of the strawberry cake lifted her spirits considerably. She had yet to have breakfast, as there was none prepared at home, and no one had risen to make it. Shi Chuanxuan was thoughtful, unlike Cheng Jin, who still lay in bed at 6 o'clock. As Shi Chuanxuan pulled Cheng Nai's suitcase along, he urged, "Let us go to the parking lot." Cheng Nai followed closely behind, unwrapping the cake with small steps. The next day, upon receiving her identification card, Xianxia hurried to a dessert shop named Drooling located on the first floor of a commercial street. Perhaps due to a shortage of staff, the owner, Chi Hung, donned a chef's hat and apron as he prepared desserts, while a nearby attendant, dressed simply in black pants and a white shirt, appeared to be considerably more relaxed, leaning against the table engrossed in her phone. Despite the numerous customers in the shop, it seemed to operate at a leisurely pace. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, her hand subconsciously tightening around her identification card tucked in her pocket. She stepped forward and politely greeted, "Hello, I am the girl who came to inquire about a job last time. May I ask if you are still in need of staff?" Her voice was excessively sweet, causing the male attendant beside her, who was engrossed in his phone, to look up with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "Miss, you are truly beautiful," with a melodious voice. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, loosely hanging from her shoulders. She wore an oversized male coat that contrasted with the white dress underneath, and her pale pink bunny slippers were strikingly eye-catching, exuding an indescribable sense of homeliness, as if she had merely thrown on a coat after stepping out. Despite her casual attire, her beauty was anything but ordinary. Xiao Baiyuan leaned against the counter, supporting his head with his hand, his gaze entranced. Chi Hung raised his head and recognized her as the girl who had visited a few days prior in search of work. An inexplicable smile danced in his eyes. "Little girl, we truly cannot accept you without your ID." Xianxia replied softly, "I have my ID." Chi Hung was taken aback, turning to glance at a girl clad in anime-inspired attire, who was animatedly chatting with a customer in the corner. He instructed the male attendant, Xiao Baiyuan, to bring Nanyu over to assist this girl in signing the contract in the staff dormitory located at the right-hand drawer upon entry. Xiao Baiyuan, a bit puzzled, paused for a moment before obediently making his way to the corner. Xianxia felt awkward and at a loss, her hands stuffed in her pockets, biting her lip as she watched Xiao Baiyuan approach the girl on the sofa, engaging in a hushed conversation. After a while, the elegantly poised anime girl stood up, lifting her skirt as she made her way toward Xianxia. It has been 2 months since the shop successfully recruited a suitable and aesthetically pleasing young woman. Upon hearing from Xiao Baiyuan about a beautiful girl with a sweet voice who recently joined, Nanyu felt a flicker of curiosity. As she approached, She was instantly struck by the girl's appearance, which made her feel rather self-conscious. The girl possessed a clean and pure visage, dressed simply yet elegantly, radiating an aura of innocence that suggested she might be easily deceived. Nanyu greeted her politely. "Hello, my name is Nanyu, the queen of two-dimensional cosplay at Drooling Dessert Shop." In response to the friendliness of this stranger, Xianxia appeared somewhat uncomfortable, replying, "I'm Xianxia." After exchanging pleasantries, Nanyu turned to the boss, gently inquiring, "Boss, should we have her sign the contract now, or would it be better to let her intern for half a month before deciding?" It is often true that those who are visually appealing find shortcuts, particularly when it comes to matters of benefit. "Let us have her sign the contract," the boss decided. Jiangxi hesitated for a moment before shyly stating, "Actually, I can start working today." Nanyu was taken aback. The girl appeared quite young yet displayed a commendable eagerness to work. Ji-hung looked up, confirming, "Are you sure?" Jiangxi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I'm sure." Coincidentally, she had nowhere else to go. Having prepared herself to leave Qingjin, she believed that securing this job would merely entail enduring a bit of hardship, ensuring that after departing from Qingjin, she would not find herself wandering the streets, struggling to find a place to stay or even to fill her stomach. Nanyu led Jiangxi towards the back of the shop, turning a corner to reveal the employee dormitory of Drooling. Upon entering the employee dormitory, Jiangxi curiously surveyed her surroundings. Little had changed since her last visit. The layout remained the same, with bunk beds on either side and an array of diverse anime costumes adorning the central clothing rack. Nanyu bent down to retrieve a contract and a pen from the drawer, presenting them to Jiangxi for her signature. With genuine concern, she cautioned, "You are still quite young. Once you sign, do not regret your decision. This job is not as simple as you might imagine." "I am aware," Jiangxi replied. She understood the appealing benefits of the job and felt adequately prepared for the opportunity that had come her way. Taking a seat at a table cluttered with cosmetics, she glanced over the contract, casually flipping through its pages. After confirming everything was in order, she lowered her head and signed her name. Nanyu retrieved her phone from a bag hanging at the head of the bed, activated the camera, and turned to Jiangxi. "By the way, please hand me your ID. I need to take a photo to share with the boss." "Sure," Jiangxi said, pulling her ID from her pocket and handing it over. Nanyu examined it, appearing somewhat astonished. "You're actually the same age as me? You certainly don't look it, and this photo doesn't resemble you at all." The disparity between her appearance and her age was striking. After taking a photo to send to Ji-hung, Nanyu returned the ID to Jiangxi, her expression akin to that of someone who had uncovered a monumental secret. "Are you using someone else's ID to deceive me?" Jiangxi was taken aback. "How could that be possible?" Nanyu, still skeptical, responded, "But you look nothing like the person in this ID. Have you undergone cosmetic surgery? It's not just your appearance. You seem to be around 14 years old, yet the ID states you are nearly 17. If you're trying to pull a fast one, at least prepare a draft." Uncertain about the validity of the contract she had just signed, she pondered whether the boss would still honor it after discovering the truth. At such a young age, to deceitfully present another's identification for personal gain is quite audacious. Jiangxi brushed her hair back, lifting the delicate strands that framed her face, revealing her features to Nanyu. "I merely have long hair. I have not undergone any cosmetic procedures." She explained that having previously lived in someone else's home, she seldom engaged in labor or ventured outside. Subsequently, after a car accident, she spent 2 years in the hospital, and upon awakening, her appearance remained largely unchanged. Nanyu squinted, thoughtfully stroking her chin, before reaching out to touch Jiangxi's face, playfully tugging at her nose. After a brief pause, Nanyu concluded that Jiangxi had indeed not altered her appearance. She was entirely natural. Jiangxi let her hair fall, feeling a slight discomfort from the tug, and sighed softly. "Now do you believe me?" Nanyu hesitated, exhaling with a hint of regret. "Perhaps beauty possesses such standards. When I remove my makeup, my complexion pales in comparison, dull and sallow." Suddenly intrigued, Nanyu inquired, "Why is your skin so fair? Is it a calcium deficiency? Does that not leave you frail?" Jiangxi admitted, "A bit." Nanyu glanced at the time displayed on her phone, deciding not to prolong the conversation. She asked again, "Are you certain you begin work today? If so, you must join me outside for duty at noon." Jiangxi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I can." "Then choose your work attire here. I will inform the boss," Nanyu instructed. "All right." After settling Jiangxi, Nanyu handed the signed contract to Ji-hung, assuming he perceived Jiangxi merely as a 12 or 13-year-old middle school student. She casually remarked, "Boss, Jiangxi only appears young. In reality, we are the same age. I am aware of that, replied Qi Heng, as he tucked the contract into a drawer. You and Jiangqi will move to the vacant room on the second floor, freeing up the staff dormitory downstairs for the employees of the adjacent clothing store. Nan Yu, puzzled, inquired, is it urgent? I haven't begun packing yet. You'll pack this afternoon and move upstairs. They are set to arrive tonight. And what about Jiangqi? You have the afternoon off. Unable to suppress her laughter, Nan Yu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, boss. She paused, secured the door, and began to undress while asking, have you chosen your clothes? We need to move things upstairs soon. This space must be cleared for the staff of the clothing store next door. It's all right, Jiangqi replied, pursing her lips and softly correcting, he is not my boyfriend. He is my savior. Are you still studying? Nan Yu inquired again. Jiangqi shook her head. During her time living with her aunt, she was often mocked at school. When she was brought to the Song family, she, like Song Yao Yao, occupied a school slot while receiving lessons at home from a private tutor, without actually attending school. I am no longer studying, she concluded. In essence, she could still be considered a student. At least, at her current age for schooling, she found herself unable to attend school, lacking the means. As Miao Yu remained her nominal mother. With her parents indifferent, she felt powerless. Nan Yu appeared to perceive the situation clearly, speaking with an unruffled tone. I have not pursued my studies either. However, my family resides in the town, and our financial circumstances are rather modest. Thus, I have relinquished my opportunity for education to my younger siblings. I, too, once lived in the town. Jiangqi, head bowed, fidgeted with his hands, seemingly lost in thought. Nan Yu, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, which town is your family from? All right, Jiangqi replied, rising from his chair. Nan Yu gestured towards an empty bed in the corner, where a few cardboard boxes and plastic bags lay. You can use those to pack your things. Understood. Heeding her suggestion, Jiangqi retrieved a clean cardboard box from the vacant bed and began to organize the garments hanging on the rack, placing them inside. The dresses were somewhat heavy and cumbersome to fold, so he decided to simply take the hanger along with the garments and put them into the box. Nan Yu observed but refrained from commenting, and Jiangqi paid little mind to her silence. After completing his packing, Jiangqi stacked the neatly boxed items in the corner. Approximately an hour later, Nan Yu emerged from the bathroom after removing her makeup and showering. With her long hair still damp and dripping, she entered the dormitory to find that his luggage had already been organized. She hastily wrapped a towel around her head, resembling a makeshift hair-drying cap. With ease, Nan Yu lifted the cardboard box with both hands. I will take this upstairs first. You should go find the boss to request an advance on your salary. Later, I will head to the supermarket and, on my way, I can accompany you to purchase some daily necessities. Remarkably, despite being the same age as Jiangqi, Nan Yu effortlessly carried the box, and its weight did not compromise the integrity of the bottom. The quality appeared to be quite commendable. Jiangqi sought an advance on her wages for 3 days, as she had yet to officially commence her employment, uncertain of her professionalism or capabilities. Her daily earnings were currently lesser than her predecessor, Nan Yu, earning a modest 70 yuan compared to Nan Yu's 120, according to Xiao Bai Yuan. The establishment featured a program allowing customers to rate the service staff, and last year, a tipping function for the talented dessert artisans in the realm of two-dimensional aesthetics was introduced. Being a male and merely a server, Xiao Bai Yuan's recounting of this left Jiangqi amused, as she vividly recalled his expression of near despair. She mused internally that the owner seemed rather generous, exuding an air of affluence. Although everyone was ostensibly a dessert chef, on her 2 visits, she had only witnessed Qi Heng crafting confections. Others, like Nan Yu, wandered about in charming dresses, occasionally engaging with customers, while Xiao Baiyuan occupied his spare moments browsing his phone and messaging others. The owner bore no resemblance to a conventional boss, nor did the employees fit the typical mold. Yet, she rather appreciated this down-to-earth, semi-luxurious dessert shop, which alleviated unnecessary constraints. Is this all? Upon seeing the amount, Nan Yu initially expected a considerable sum for 3 days of work, but upon receiving merely 2 red bills and a 10 yuan note, she burst into incredulous laughter. You keep it. It might help you save when you go to the supermarket. Jiangqi paused for a few seconds, grasping the implication of Nan Yu's words. Was it truly that little? During her stay at Qingjin's residence, she had ample toiletries on the bathroom shelf, rendering her oblivious to the actual prices of such essentials. Nan Yu smiled lightly as she ascended the stairs, carrying a multitude of bags of various kinds. No need for concern. Just manage as you see fit. After joining the workforce, she became quite meticulous about skincare, utilizing only high-end cosmetics. Subsequently, she saved up to undergo orthodontic treatment. And now her toothpaste and toothbrush are of a premium range, with anything under 100 yuan being somewhat unacceptable to her. After all, who among young women does not cherish beauty? However, Xianxia possessed a more striking appearance than her, and it seemed she was not as preoccupied with aesthetics. Xianxia, perplexed, tucked the money into her coat pocket and followed Nanyu upstairs. Nanyu gave off an aura devoid of malice. In fact, Xianxia found herself feeling envious and admiring. Despite being of the same age, Nanyu had achieved financial independence and adorned herself like a celestial being, her attire exuding an air of luxury that Xianxia felt was beyond her reach. She resolved that with diligent effort in the days to come, once she repaid Qingjin, she too would lead a fulfilling life akin to Nanya's. Shi Hong had arranged for Nanyu and Xianxia to share a dormitory styled in an academic manner, featuring a lofted bed and a desk below, compact in size akin to an ordinary bedroom. The decor leaned towards a minimalist aesthetic with muted colors, not particularly spacious, yet sufficient for two young women. After hanging all her bags on the rack, Nanyu took her time to attend to other matters. She seated herself at the vanity, removing the towel wrapped around her hair, and made her way to the balcony to wring it out. Continuing to dry her hair with the towel, she noticed Xianxia, having finished hanging her bags, standing idly with her hands in her pockets, observing her. To alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, Nanyu prompted Xianxia to engage in a task. Why not tidy up these items? The valuable dresses in the box can simply be hung on the nearby rack. Fearing that Xianxia might not comprehend, Nanyu deliberately pointed to the horizontal clothing rack situated between the two wardrobes. The cabinet could hardly accommodate the voluminous, opulent two-dimensional gowns, which were presumably intended for everyday attire. The elongated rack could easily hold at least 15 outfits. Xianxia did not refuse. He nodded in agreement to Nanyu and then bent down beside the cardboard box to organize the dresses, subsequently standing to hang them on the rack. Nanyu rummaged through her suitcase and retrieved a hairdryer, spending several minutes styling her hair. She applied a lipstick shade close to her natural lip color to enhance her complexion, casually donned a warm overcoat, grabbed her phone, and glanced at Xianxia, who was still hanging clothes on the rack. That's enough. We are heading to the supermarket now. Xianxia turned, hung the dress in his hand, and approached Nanyu, asking, aren't we going to deal with these items first? Let's fill our stomachs first, she replied, her fingers gliding over the screen as she typed a message with one hand, nonchalantly tapping the keys. After sending the message, she stowed her phone and glanced at Xianxia, urging, let us go. The location they were heading to was not the most bustling area of Hang City, yet it attracted more foot traffic compared to other districts, lacking large supermarkets nearby. Nanyu skillfully borrowed an electric bike from Xiao Baiyuan to take Xianxia shopping for daily necessities. Her primary intention was to procure some chilled side dishes from the supermarket, while Xianxia sought toiletries and undergarments. The wind howled past them, and Xianxia, seated on the back, clutched Nanyu's clothing tightly, wishing to bury his face in her back. However, the dark gray helmet hindered his closeness. Accustomed to the peculiarities of life, inquired at a leisurely pace, can you operate this little electric vehicle, Xianxia? With her head lowered, Xianxia struggled to breathe against the biting wind. No, she replied. Shortly thereafter, she heard a light chuckle from Nanyu, who jestingly mocked her, at 17. And you can't even ride an electric scooter? Indeed, Xianxia had never operated such a vehicle nor had any prior exposure to it, despite their ubiquity on the streets. During her time living with Qingjin, they had always summoned a nearby driver to pick them up, sheltered within a fully enclosed vehicle complete with heating. A stark contrast to this aesthetically pleasing yet drafty electric scooter. Biting her lip, Xianxia fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, Nanyu couldn't help but laugh, bluntly stating, Hey Xianxia, do you perhaps have a slight intellectual deficiency? You seem rather slow on the uptake. Were it another girl, such a remark might come off as pretentious. Yet, Xianxia's demeanor was different. It was hard to articulate, perhaps due to her youthful appearance, which made her seem rather innocent and naive. Despite nearing 17, their acquaintance had been brief, yet Nanyu had already sensed certain traits, like her somewhat reserved nature, which exuded a timid aura. After a while, Xianxia gradually processed the conversation, lifting her gaze from Nanyu's back, adjusting her slightly askew helmet, her voice unconsciously softening. Maybe. Though her response was barely audible, Nanyu still caught it. She couldn't help but speculate that perhaps Xianxia had encountered some form of shock or unexpected incident, as she appeared rather dazed and vacant. Chapter 92. The new anime pastry chef at the shop in the city of Heng. The warm sun had graced the midday hours for several consecutive days, with temperatures steadily rising. Under the guidance of Nanyu, Jiangqi gradually acclimated to her tantalizing role. Mastery of dessert making was paramount. Donning exquisite anime attire while presiding over the shop was predicated upon a solid foundation of confectionery skills. Thus, Jiangqi's recent endeavors involved donning a light, flowing dress, adorned with an apron, as she learned the art of dessert creation under her boss's tutelage. Meanwhile, Nanyu continued to serve customers in her resplendent attire, occasionally attending to tasks such as pouring tea and serving water. Jiangqi, sensing a sudden shift, inquired with curiosity, "Is something amiss?" She leaned in to observe the movements of her boss's hands, wondering if she had faltered in her task. In an instant, she grasped the implication of the words spoken. Perhaps she had pressed the strawberries too forcefully during extraction. "My apologies," she murmured. The boss merely shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. "Boss, do we have any more towel rolls?" A customer leaned over the counter, phone in hand, poised to scan a QR code. Casting a glance at Jiangqi, who was diligently operating the juicer, the customer sprang up with renewed energy, a mischievous grin directed at Qihang, who was clad in gloves and retrieving towel rolls from the display case. "Ah, a new girl has arrived at the shop? Quite the sight, isn't she? Is she of age?" Qihang chuckled lightly. "The young lady is still quite young. Let's not entertain such thoughts." "Ah, one must be cautious." Nanyu is not to be trifled with. "This girl, with her delicate limbs, appears rather easy to sway," remarked the man, his gaze toward Jiangqi growing increasingly lascivious. Jiangqi, overhearing their banter, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her breath momentarily slowing as the coarseness of the man's words ignited a blush upon her cheeks. A man of similar age to Qihang leaned against the counter and cast a flirtatious glance at Jiangqi, nearly resembling a wayward youth from the streets as he whistled and exclaimed, "Hey, miss, what is your name?" Jiangqi felt immensely awkward, stealing a glance at the owner, who was busy wrapping towel rolls, as if seeking rescue. She remained silent, simply standing there, and when she noticed the strawberry puree was nearly ready, she pressed the switch to pour it out and strain it through a filter. The man, exasperated, shot an irritable look at Qihang, who, despite his youth, displayed a rather fiery temperament. The aloof demeanor of the man was decidedly uninviting. Qihang handed over the neatly packaged towel rolls with a resigned smile, suggesting that one would gradually acclimate to the situation. He then mentioned that the shop was currently only offering mango-flavored towel rolls, as matcha had not been selling well, and they likely wouldn't be available in winter. TSK, this shop could really use a renovation to attract more customers, he mused. After the man paid and elegantly departed with his plastic bag, not even sparing a glance back, Qihang lowered his head to retrieve a flat stick from a bamboo tube and spread chocolate sauce over a cookie, demonstrating an artistic flair by shaping the chocolate into designs. With the man gone, Jiangqi felt a sense of relief. Noticing there were still 2 cups of double-skim milk left, she began to gather ingredients to attempt the preparation. Just as she thought this awkward episode had passed, the owner suddenly issued a stern warning: "In the future, when customers ask you anything, you must respond. Understood?" Jiangqi was taken aback, feeling that the man's words were rather crude, leaving her flushed and somewhat humiliated. She lowered her head and replied quietly, "All right." Perhaps this is the nature of her work, a choice beyond her control. After approximately half a month, Jiangqi mastered the fundamental processes of crafting exquisite desserts, displaying a level of professionalism that surpassed that of a novice, yet still falling short of Nanyu's expertise. As February dawned, Jiangqi received a salary increase, her daily earnings rising from 70 yuan to 110 yuan, while Nanyu's daily wage had escalated to 170 yuan. Apart from their salaries, there were also customer tips, which, albeit modest, amounted to 200 to 300 yuan available for withdrawal each month. By the 3rd week at the establishment, Jiangqi found herself stationed alongside Nanyu, performing her duties in the shop. In essence, this entailed donning elegant attire while serving tea and refreshments, occasionally engaging in conversation with customers, and sometimes even being specifically requested by patrons to prepare desserts. This was a matter of professional etiquette. Employees had no authority to refuse. When customers were pleased, they naturally expressed their gratitude through tips. Jiangqi possessed a rather timid disposition, which led to her receiving a fair share of unfavorable reviews. However, some appreciated her unique character and would reward her with tips ranging from 10 to 30 yuan. This morning, It was xianxia-tinged's turn to attend to duties. She endured until noon, and upon finally ascending the stairs, her weary body had little strength to reach the bed. Instead, she slumped in front of the vanity mirror, resting her head on the table in exhaustion. Struggling to comprehend her circumstances, she lifted her heavy eyelids and, with a surge of determination, sat up to tear open a plastic bag of disposable chopsticks to eat. Having had a meager breakfast, she found herself famished and drained of energy by this hour. After a few bites, she couldn't help but inquire of Nanyu why the majority of the customers in the shop were men. In the past, when she lived with Qingjin, she paid little heed to the distinction of gender. However, upon arriving here, she encountered a plethora of adult men, which occasionally induced a sense of panic within her. At times, she even suspected she had developed a phobia towards men. Reflecting on the lascivious glances some of those men cast her way, Jiangqi could not help but shudder. Nanyu, perceiving that Jiangqi had not been exposed to much of the world, let out a soft laugh. This dessert shop, named Salivation, evokes both a craving for sweets and an allure for the anime-inspired girls who frequent it. Otherwise, would you think earning money is so effortless? Jiangqi paused, contemplating whether this establishment was legitimate. What if it were to be investigated? Why? Jiangqi listened intently. Nanyu nearly burst into laughter, as if mocking her lack of understanding. Are you genuinely unaware, or merely pretending? Such anime-themed dessert shops attract a certain demographic of otaku. They linger here all day, only departing after you finish your shift. They undoubtedly harbor intentions towards you. Jiangqi inquired. What do you mean? The kind of intentions that pertain to romantic interests. After all, those otaku are fond of your delicate figure and youthful appearance. Of course, the mature woman type tends to ignite a man's competitive spirit, inciting a desire to conquer. Then you lowered her gaze to pick at her meal, casually consuming a few bites before glancing at Jiangqi's plate. You should eat as well. This afternoon, you'll take a nap while I attend to my shift. And later, we can both work together. All right, Jiangqi nodded in agreement. The alluring work hours are not fixed. They merely require two girls to collaborate. Generally, as long as someone is present to oversee the operations, there are no stringent demands. Hence, Nanyu and Jiangqi take turns. Jiangqi works in the morning while Nanyu rests, and in the afternoon, Nanyu takes over while Jiangqi enjoys her respite, culminating in their joint evening shifts, alternating thereafter. At first, Nanyu perceived Jiangqi as somewhat naive, for her evident sluggishness suggested a lack of mental acuity. However, as time passed, she began to sense a subtle distinction. It was not naivety, but rather an instinctive tendency to shield herself from the unpleasantness of the outside world, retaining only the beauty. Early in the morning, Nanyu engaged in conversation with 7 or 8 customers, traversing a myriad of topics. Despite the winter chill, her throat was parched, leaving her oblivious to the dwindling moisture within. She filled a glass with warm water, tilting her head back to drink, and within a few sips, half the glass was gone. Setting the glass down, she sat before the vanity, preparing to remove the cumbersome headpiece adorning her hair. The mirror reflected the charming image of Jiangqi, precariously clutching her pillow while sleeping in the upper bunk. As she continued to untangle her headpiece, Nanyu called out to Jiangqi, urging her to rise. If you don't get up soon, you won't have time to change after washing up and having breakfast. Being 5 minutes late will cost you 10 yuan. Upon hearing the mention of a fine for tardiness, Jiangqi instantly awakened. Confused, she tossed her pillow aside and threw off the covers to get out of bed. However, in her haste, she misstepped on the final step, and with a thud, her head collided with the iron frame. Upon hearing the sound, Nanyu furrowed her brow, a smile almost escaping her lips, but she hesitated, deeming it impolite to do so. Controlling her urge, she anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Jiangqi pressed her hand against the spot where she had been struck. In that fleeting moment of collision, she was jolted awake, the pain nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Rubbing her head, Jiangqi unsteadily made her way towards the bathroom, murmuring, "I'm off to freshen up." Nanyu observed Jiangqi's unsteady gait, finding it rather comical, and asked with concern, "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine," Jiangqi replied, turning to lean against the wall, still looking as though she had not fully awakened. Nanyu couldn't help but chuckle, as a sudden realization dawned on her regarding Jiangqi's apparent lack of lucidity. Stumbling about, Jiangqi's accustomed demeanor suggested she had endured her fair share of bumps and bruises. It was no wonder she seemed somewhat daft. After their meal, as noon approached, Jiangqi was due to report for duty downstairs at 25 minutes past 12. With the afternoon off, Nanyu decided to pass the time by selecting clothes for Jiangqi. As she rummaged through the wardrobe, She found numerous outfits that would suit her, but only a handful that were truly fitting for xianxia-tinged. "Come here for a moment," she suddenly called out. Xianxia, puzzled, approached after applying her lipstick. "Sister Nanyu, what's the matter?" Nanyu took a dress from the hanger, holding it in front of Xianxia for a fitting. Aside from the neckline's heart-shaped cutout not aligning perfectly, the dress fit her figure rather well. With one hand holding a bowl and spoon, and the other clutching the dress, Nanyu hesitated, suggesting, "Why not try this style?" Xianxia's expression turned to one of surprise, and she shook her head in refusal. "Sister Nanyu, I believe this style suits you much better." The dress, undeniably more splendid than a doll's frock, featured a heart-shaped cutout at the chest, exuding an air of sensuality. She found it difficult to fathom herself stepping into the public eye clad in such attire, especially considering that most patrons in the store were men, leaving her feeling utterly self-conscious throughout the afternoon. Lowering her gaze to her flat chest, she realized that a mere tilt of her head would reveal the bunny slippers adorning her feet. "I am more acutely aware of my physique than you might presume." Without hesitation, Nanyu thrust the dress into Xianxia's embrace, asserting that it wouldn't take long to try on. After all, she bore little excess weight and rarely adorned herself. She had a partner while you remained a solitary soul. Wouldn't that be embarrassing to admit? Xianxia grasped the dress, hesitating at the neckline, before murmuring softly to herself, "What's so shameful about this?" The unabashed Nanyu, eavesdropping with delight, observed as Xianxia wrestled with her decision for several moments before reluctantly retreating to the changing room. Due to the persistent water stains and unclean floors in the restroom, a clean, private changing area had been established indoors. Once Nanyu discerned Xianxia's resolve, she settled into a chair, munching on her meal while awaiting Xianxia's emergence in the dress. Indeed, such a style did not suit Xianxia. But one must venture beyond their comfort zone. After all, she could not continue to work here, cycling through the same 3 or 4 outfits daily. Unlike her, who possessed an enviable figure and faced no such dilemma. After 5 minutes of deliberation in the changing room, Xianxia awkwardly emerged, her hands clasped over her chest. Sister Nanyu." She felt quite uncomfortable, burying her head. Aware of Xianxia's shyness, Nanyu naturally approached, gently pulling away Xianxia's hands that shielded her chest, stepping back to scrutinize her. Without the support of a petticoat, the dress appeared rather ordinary on Xianxia, resembling a simple frock. Moreover, the bodice was rather empty, flat and unshaped, almost as if she had yet to develop. Nanyu felt a pang of frustration, moving to the clothing rack to sift through the garments, eventually selecting a more casual dress for Xianxia after contemplating the ensemble. She retrieved a creamy white apron from the wardrobe, which complemented the dress beautifully. Holding it in front of Xianxia, she deliberated, ultimately deciding that this cute style would suit Xianxia better, given her sweet appearance that could effortlessly carry it off. She encouraged Xianxia to try on this more casual dress. Reluctantly, Xianxia accepted the dress and apron, inspecting them for any flaws before feeling reassured enough to head to the changing room. The casual dress felt light, noticeably heavier than a typical dress due to its fabric, while the vibrant array of garments on the rack showcased more extravagant and cumbersome attire. Meanwhile, as Nanyu dined and browsed her phone, she discovered that next month, the Heng City Sports Center would host a comic exhibition, with relevant updates being shared by various bloggers. Previously, she had dabbled in cosplay online, purchasing costumes for a couple of hundred yuan, and she excelled in makeup imitation, allowing the audience to overlook the inexpensive nature of her cosplay outfits through visual appeal. Consequently, she had garnered a considerable following on social media. However, she had not appeared online for half a year, and her fan base dwindled from over 500,000 to just above 300,000. When she occasionally logged in, it was rare to see any messages from her fans. Unbeknownst to her, she was drifting further away from this circle. Nanyu extinguished the light from her phone screen and set it aside, focusing intently on her bowl while waiting for Xianxia to emerge. After lingering in the dressing room for about 10 minutes, and perhaps prompted by the realization that she needed to get to work, Xianxia hurriedly burst forth, the ties of her apron still untied. "Sister Nanyu, I am going to have my wages docked." Without a moment to spare, Xianxia sat on the chair at her vanity beneath the bed and casually retrieved a box from the cabinet below the table. It was a compartmentalized storage box, neatly containing an array of pattern stockings. She grabbed a pair at random, donned them, and then put on safety shorts. With a comb, she styled her hair into twin ponytails, and to complement her dress, she rummaged through her jewelry box for matching hair clips. "Nanyu, Observing with a mix of amusement and exasperation, understood that Xianxia's urgency stemmed from the fear of losing her pay due to tardiness. For other matters, she would undoubtedly take her time before finally making a move. Chapter 94. Jiangqi gets photographed. Seeing Jiangqi flurry about, Ninyu felt compelled to lend a hand. With little she could assist with, she opted to find a suitable petticoat for her. Each style and length of dress required specific petticoats, and mismatched ones would render the overall appearance of the skirt quite awkward. While Jiangqi was busy tying her hair, Ninyu held up the petticoat behind her, and by the third one, the length barely aligned with that of the dress. Engrossed in her tasks, Ninyu took a moment to smooth out Jiangqi's skirt and fashioned a bow with the ties of her apron. Observing this, Jiangqi expressed her gratitude. Ninyu regarded Jiangqi as a younger sister, smiling quietly without uttering a word, adorned with cat ear hair accessories that beautifully complemented her dress. Jiangqi donned her petticoat and gracefully made her way to the front courtyard. Xiao Baiyuan had been prepared for the timing, pondering whether Jiangqi would incur a deduction from her wages for tardiness. As he noted there were merely 2 minutes remaining until the start of their shift, he couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. In the next moment, a figure clad in pale green emerged from behind the curtain. At first glance, one might mistake her for a mischievous little fairy attempting to pilfer something, but to his astonishment, it was indeed Jiangqi. Xiao Baiyuan's mouth fell open. Disbelief etched across his face. As Jiangqi approached, he curiously touched the fabric of her skirt, his eyes widening in surprise as he appraised her from head to toe. "Oh, you actually managed to rise early and dress up today?" he remarked, his tone laced with curiosity. "Do you find it appealing?" Although the rapport between Jiangqi and Xiao Baiyuan couldn't be described as particularly close, their frequent encounters at work had fostered a casual familiarity, leading to occasional greetings and exchanges. Jiangqi bypassed Xiao Baiyuan and began tidying the disordered items on the counter, a task likely overlooked by their boss after preparing pastries that morning. Xiao Baiyuan's gaze followed Jiangqi's movements, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered. "If only you would take a cue from Nanyu and enhance your appearance. You could easily become the star of our establishment. You already possess a pleasing countenance, and should you spare some time from your slumber to adorn yourself, perhaps you wouldn't receive unfavorable reviews so soon after your appointment." Those who possess striking appearances yet remain silent are deemed aloof, while those who lack such allure and choose silence are considered foolish. One ought to make the most of their visage. I heard from Sister Nanyu that aside from slumber, you engage in little else, TSK. What a waste of your splendid youthful years. Jiangqi. How had she never realized before how loquacious Xiao Baiyuan could be? As the afternoon tea hour approached, the number of patrons in the CAF steadily increased. Glancing around, only the 4-person table nestled behind the screen had any available seats, while solitary guests occupied 2-person tables for their own enjoyment. However, new patrons generally preferred not to share tables with others. Today, the proprietor, Qiheng, was absent due to prior commitments, leaving all the dessert preparations to Jiangqi, while Xiao Baiyuan took on the responsibility of serving tea. With 7 portions of dessert remaining, Jiangqi quickened her pace, deftly slicing mangoes into small cubes for the pudding. Next came the sago, followed by some watermelon, and then a few intricate garnishes, all adorned with a sprig of mint, resulting in a refreshing summer dessert that exuded cool vapors. Xiao Baiyuan placed the desserts onto a tray according to the orders and delivered them to the customers, after which Jiangqi began preparing the next order. Summer desserts remained popular even in winter, as she received several requests for chilled treats. Coincidentally, the ice supply in the refrigerator was dwindling. The final orders consisted mainly of small cakes, and the various flavors displayed in the showcase were still fresh, thus eliminating the need for the laborious processes of baking and icing. Orders continued to flow in at intervals of merely 10 minutes or so from either new patrons or those already seated. Jiangqi may not be particularly professional, yet she possesses a solid foundation in the art of dessert making, rendering her tasks in this domain effortlessly manageable. Today, she is dressed exceptionally beautifully, making it quite difficult to avoid attracting the attention of the anime enthusiast patrons in the shop. Once they fixate on her, it becomes challenging to extricate oneself from their gaze. The essence of these otaku lies not only in their pursuit of the shop's discounted delicacies but also in their admiration for the anime character standees adorning the establishment, or at the very least, their infatuation with the alluring young ladies present. Consequently, these once reclusive individuals transform into fervent visitors, seeking the most affordable sweets, coveting the anime figures, and developing an unhinged obsession with the captivating waitresses. However, Jiangqi's attention shifts to the customer seated at table 36. This male patron is accompanied by a woman who appears to be 4 or 5 years her senior. There is nothing about him that suggests he harbors any inappropriate intentions. As she contemplates how to defend the gentleman at table 36, he suddenly turns to face her. Their eyes briefly meet. She is aware that mocking others for their appearance is unkind, yet his formal attire, a well-tailored suit, initially suggests a scholarly demeanor. However, upon seeing his face, it becomes difficult to categorize him as an intellectual. When he smiles at her, the excess flesh on his face gathers in a lump, obscuring his features. Xianxia takes a deep breath, slowly exhaling as if engaging in self-reconciliation. Soon, she realizes her own discourteous behavior and instinctively turns her gaze back to table 36. Feeling somewhat guilty and apprehensive about being discovered in her overt display of disdain. This time, the customer at table 36 did not turn around, engrossed in their phone. At this moment, Xianxia felt a little less burdened. She was not nearsighted, from a distance. She could clearly see the colorful images displayed on the phone screen of the customer at table 36. It was evident that the images depicted the decor of a dessert shop, characterized by a light luxury style, with a prominently adorned refrigerator plastered with sticky notes. Beside it, a subtle pale green figure appeared to be her, exactly the outfit she wore today. Xiao Baiyuan, who also possessed perfect vision, leaned against the counter. Audaciously fixated on the customer at table 36 alongside Xianxia as he observed, he seemed to uncover something of great significance. As a mature man, he understood the peculiar nature of men. He had discussed such matters with his dormitory mates during late-night conversations back in high school. However, the reality of the situation was still hard for Xiao Baiyuan to fathom. Xianxia, it seems you've been photographed by that table 36. Xiao Baiyuan turned to Xianxia, but the words so pitiful were swallowed before they could escape his lips. The young girl appeared ghostly pale, as if startled. Her lips, already a shade close to their natural color, had turned even more ashen. Xiao Baiyuan, feeling at a loss, anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Once he spoke, he realized something felt amiss. He took out his phone, attempting to reassure Xianxia while messaging Qi Hong. "The customer at table 36 hasn't left yet. I'm going to message the boss to check the surveillance." The clientele of this dessert shop was quite diverse, with a constant flow of familiar faces each day. At that time, Nanyu had also experienced harassment. However, her boyfriend wielded considerable influence, and he had someone take the stalker into an alley and give him a thorough beating, leaving him hospitalized for 3 months. Since then, the individual had not dared to harass her again. This time, when Xianxia was photographed, the image, captured in full and stored in an album, was magnified repeatedly, making it difficult not to entertain unsavory thoughts. Although only her full body had been captured, how could one be certain that other parts had not been recorded? Moreover, Xianxia often wandered around the shop, oblivious to the possibility that someone could have discreetly taken her picture. Xianxi's gaze fell upon Xiao Baiyuan's phone screen as she observed him sending a message to their boss, and her mood suddenly turned heavy. Was she being overly dramatic? Perhaps her aversion stemmed from her childhood distaste for being photographed. Yet, when she recalled that customer's suggestive smile, a chill ran down her spine. Chapter 95. A bit like that little fairy from before. After sending the message to Qi Hang, Xiao Baiyuan succinctly recounted the entire situation, then pocketed his phone. He looked at Xianxia with a sense of ease, assuring her, "Rest assured, the boss is reviewing the surveillance footage. If he indeed recorded you without consent, he will be placed on the blacklist of those to be avoided. Should it involve your privacy, that individual can expect to face a lawsuit." Xianxia was taken aback. Is it really that serious? Just for taking a photo, there's a possibility of legal action? She was stunned. Realizing that such incidents of harassment by the opposite sex had indeed occurred, she had seen them portrayed on television. But the thought of such a situation happening in her own life filled her with apprehension. Just then, customer number 36 stood up, prompting the girl sitting across from her to rise as well. Due to the policy of payment prior to the preparation of desserts, Xia Baiyuan assumed they were about to leave and proceeded to the table to clear away the refuse. The three of them passed each other, appearing rather inconspicuous. However, in the next instant, the man abruptly turned towards the counter, deliberately rapped on its surface, and leaned forward to order a black forest cake. The presence of an unfamiliar male felt like a nightmare to Xianxia, causing her to instinctively retreat. She noticed the man's phone was lit up, leading her to ponder whether he was recording her. Recognizing him as a customer while she was merely an employee, Xianxia held her breath, grabbed a packaging box, and prepared the black forest cake. She removed her gloves, set down the cake tongs, sealed the box, placed it into a plastic bag, affixed the order label, and set the packaged cake on the counter. Before she could prompt the man to scan for payment, she keenly observed his hand reaching out towards her. Xianxia swiftly evaded, her gaze filled with trepidation. She was certain that he was not reaching for the cake but was directly extending his hand towards her. Her expression gradually morphed into one of vigilance as she took 2 steps back, her back pressed against the preparation counter. In that fleeting moment, she felt a swell of indignation that nearly brought her to tears. The girl accompanying her remained utterly indifferent, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Upon hearing the notification sound from the register, Xianxia watched helplessly as the man, clutching the Black Forest cake, turned and departed. After taking 4 or 5 steps, he seemingly remembered something, spat at a cardboard cutout of an animated character, and finally exited the establishment with a menacing air. Xianxia remained rooted to the spot, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if she were desperately holding back her emotions. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the man had spat on the standee of a 2-dimensional character, a detail that was rather difficult to articulate, for it was precisely the chest area. At that moment, a coarse exclamation of discontent echoed from a corner. A man, seemingly in his 20s and adorned with black spectacles, took a tissue and diligently wiped away the saliva from the standee. The male attendees intermittently uttered vulgarities, exuding an air of hostility as if they were prepared to engage in a confrontation. How dare he spit on my wife's standee, that despicable wretch? Such a person. Damn him. How could my wife be an object of his lewd desires? What audacity. The next time I see him, I shall make him pay dearly. Amidst the tumultuous discussions, Xianxia discerned the recurring mention of my wife amongst the other boys, the frequency of her name resonating distinctly. Hey, have you gone daft again? Just as the words fell, a voice processed through a voice modulator to sound like a lowly, welcomed newcomers at the entrance. 3 tall young men, each around 6 feet tall, entered with backpacks in tow. The leader scanned the surroundings and remarked, "This establishment actually has heating. It's truly a haven for studying." Xiao Baiyuan mused, "Have high school students reached such a level of dedication to their studies?" He then inquired, "May I ask what drinks you young gentlemen would like?" As always, Xiao Baiyuan approached the newcomers with a tray in hand. Regular patrons frequented the shop, and unfamiliar faces were a rarity. Chen Zhoming feigned disdain, retorting, "Who are you calling young? We are adults." Xiao Baiyuan, accustomed to such banter, chose to remain silent. Qing Jin lifted his gaze from the mobile screen, tightened his grip on the backpack strap, and glanced upward at the array of desserts and beverages displayed above the dessert preparation area. His attention then shifted to the waiter, as he ordered a serving of tiramisu. Cheng Jin nudged Chen Zhoming with his elbow, signaling towards an empty corner, indicating that he would wait for them over there. Go on, he urged. Chen Zhoming, aware of Cheng Jin's penchant for studying, did not insist further. Instead, he turned to a boy from their class who had been casually invited to join them. Hey, what would you like to eat? The boy, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, My family isn't well off, and I've never been to such an upscale place before. Chen Zhoming, puzzled, elongated his response with an ah, but soon regained his composure and addressed the waiter. Could you recommend something that is particularly popular in your establishment? The waiter responded that the best-selling items in January were macarons, cotton candy cookies, and tiramisu. Last December. Enough, Chen Zhoming interrupted, feeling somewhat irritated. He cast a cursory glance at the sign above the dessert preparation area. I'll have 2 servings of tiramisu, making a total of 3, including the one ordered earlier. With that, Chen Zhoming led the boy he had brought along towards Cheng Jin, who had already settled down and unzipped his backpack. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss and turned around, only to be captivated by a figure clad in pale green. The sight struck him as vaguely familiar. Was it reminiscent of a celestial being, perhaps resembling a previous enchanting fairy? Xiao Baiyuan carried a pen with him, inscribing and recording on a slip of paper before tearing it off and turning to the counter to hand it to Xianxia, who stood a little farther back. Xianxia, could you kindly fetch 3 servings of tiramisu? Due to sales fluctuations, you will need to prepare additional tiramisu shortly to accommodate any potential customers this evening or tomorrow morning. Xiao Baiyuan tilted his head in curiosity. What troubles you? Nothing, Xianxia replied, setting his hands down, seeking confirmation from Xiao Baiyuan. 3 servings of tiramisu, correct? Indeed, Xiao Baiyuan replied, placing the tray upon the counter, his gaze inquisitively drifting to the corner behind the screen. He could only glimpse half of a silhouette, but was certain that 3 individuals occupied that space. He propped his chin on his hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how today's high school students, Sigh, they seem taller than I am. Xianxia nodded in agreement, retrieving the tiramisu from the glass display and placing it on the tray, followed by the cutlery. After printing the order, he set it in the corner of the tray. They haven't paid yet. Remember to display the sign for them to scan later. A small number of customers opted not to scan at the counter, hence the staff wore name tags around their necks, behind which was the dessert shop's payment QR code. However, the pastry chef on duty was exempt from this requirement for aesthetic reasons. That is certainly understood. Xiao Baiyuan straightened up, casting a glance at the vacant space in the cabinet, the spot where the 3 servings of tiramisu had just been. He reminded Xianxia, "Make sure to prepare a few more servings of tiramisu. This area has been cleared." After some contemplation, he decided to prepare 5 servings instead, suggesting that when Sister Nanyu arrives for her shift later, they can make a few more to ensure there is enough for tomorrow. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Xiao Baiyuan acknowledged with a sound and proceeded to carry the tray, delivering 3 servings of tiramisu. Chapter 96. An unwanted inconvenience. Chen Zhuming, having just taken his seat, turned back with a hint of suspicion. Their corner was indeed somewhat secluded, but it afforded a glimpse of a small portion of the dessert preparation area, where occasionally a figure clad in pale green would come into view. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. The attire did not align with Xianxi's style, and this pastry chef appeared to possess a more refined education than Xianxia, not to mention being more aesthetically pleasing. Yet, there was an inexplicable resemblance between the two. Having spent countless late nights engrossed in video games, his eyesight was not at its best. He couldn't very well approach to scrutinize the person's true appearance, especially since they were wearing makeup. It would be rather foolish to ask if their name was Xianxia. Chen Zhuming shook his head. He couldn't claim to be familiar with them. Beyond that, he was entirely in the dark. Moreover, he was uncertain if that figure was indeed Xianxia, considering the lengthy absence. At that moment, the waiter presented 3 servings of tiramisu, respectfully placing them in front of the trio, followed by pristine cutlery beside the porcelain plates, inviting them to enjoy their meal. The waiter also left behind a detailed order. Afterward, Xiao Baiyuan took a step back, revealing the payment code on his work badge, requesting the payment. Cheng Jin, who was occupied with writing test questions, picked up the nearby phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the code. With a chime, he entered the amount and completed the transaction. Xiao Baiyuan had completed his task and was naturally preparing to take the tray for the next order. Just as he turned around, he was called to a halt. "Wait a moment." Xiao Baiyuan turned back in confusion to gaze at the young boy who had spoken, and in a formal manner, he inquired, "May I assist you with something?" Chen Zhoming leaned against his chair, his gaze drifting toward a young woman at the countertop, diligently stirring an unknown viscous substance. He pointed towards her and asked, "What is the name of that server in your establishment?" "Her name is Xianxia. She is the pastry chef responsible for creating desserts and serving guests," Xiao Baiyuan replied. He glanced at the busy Xianxia, initially thinking that something had gone awry with the tiramisu she had prepared earlier that morning before dawn. However, he quickly realized that the customer's fork remained untouched, still resting peacefully on the plate. Chen Zhoming's attention was drawn to a poster affixed to the wall featuring female heroes from the most popular MOBA game in the country, including Yang Yuhuan, Jiao Chan, Shi Shi, and Wang Zhaojun. Below, another poster advertised the services of the female pastry chefs in the shop, adorned in vibrant pink hues, with the title proclaiming professional one-on-one service by 2-dimensional young ladies. The services offered were diverse, yet none crossed the boundaries of propriety. Chen Zhoming's gaze settled on the third option, which stated chat companion. He asked the server, "Does this 2-dimensional young lady refer to those in your establishment who don 2-dimensional attire?" Xiao Baiyuan nodded, "Indeed." "Then please summon the young woman at the countertop to join us for a conversation." Xiao Baiyuan was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for Xianxia to be specifically requested by a customer, perhaps due to their similar ages and mutual attraction. Returning to the kitchen, Xiao Baiyuan had just received a new order. A customer who had arrived early in the day had requested a tiramisu, but unfortunately, the shop's supply had already been exhausted, and Xianxia had only managed to prepare a small portion. Without further ado, Xiao Baiyuan tapped on the table to capture Xianxi's attention. She looked up in confusion, having been sifting low-gluten flour, wondering if there was a new customer. There wasn't he. Xiao Baiyuan leaned back in his chair, speaking with an air of mystery. "The 3 high school students at table 1 specifically asked for you to join them for a chat. I suspect one of them has taken a liking to you. They appear to be around your age, so such things are bound to happen." Initially, he had thought they were merely there to do their homework, but but it turned out that one of them was more interested in socializing. Nonetheless, it was acceptable if they could engage with the other two diligent students. Their academic standings must surely be comparable. As Jiangqi processed this information, she momentarily hesitated, her stirring forgotten. Suddenly, she recalled the moment the three had walked in just moments ago. It had been half a month since their last encounter. He likely had no memory of her. She stood directly across from him, yet his gaze had merely skimmed the dessert list above her head. Perhaps he truly had forgotten. Xiao Baiyuan dialed Nanyu on his phone. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, Nanyu. The boss isn't in today, and there's no one to prepare desserts. Could you come down to the shop? Jiangqi has received a request for company. Oh, came a groggy voice from the other end, followed by a long yawn. After hanging up, Xiao Baiyuan turned to Jiangqi. Go ahead, Nanyu will be here shortly. Jiangqi suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. It hadn't been long, but she already felt as if her feet were laden with lead, making each step excruciatingly difficult. As an employee of the establishment, she relied on her salary for sustenance and found herself devoid of any reason to refuse the companionship request. Awkwardly, she lifted her skirt and approached the table, which was nestled in a corner. Only a narrow passage separated the four-person table from the wall. Behind the chairs was a screen, and further back lay another set of steps alongside another four-person table, with a freshly painted teal wall beyond that. As she drew nearer, the extent of her mortification became palpably overwhelming, and an urge to flee immediately took root in her mind. However, the presence of surveillance cameras meant that every move was under the meticulous scrutiny of her boss, Qi Heng. Should she bolt, her wages would undoubtedly be docked. Furthermore, such an act of evading a customer would result in a significant penalty. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Zhoming's gaze remained fixed upon Jiangqi, his eyes ablaze with intensity, as if he sought to penetrate her very soul. Upon Jiangqi reaching the side of the table, Chen Zhoming abruptly rose from the plush chair, pointing at her with fervor as he exclaimed, "It really is you." Jiangqi remained silent, unsure if it was the tone of his voice that rendered his words somewhat accusatory. Chen Zhoming, interpreting her silence as acquiescence, surveyed the establishment's tasteful decor and sincerely remarked, "Though this place is quite nice, I imagine your accommodations as employees are not nearly as lavish. Isn't your brother Cheng's home quite comfortable? Why would you choose to move out?" Jiangqi clenched her skirt, recalling her boss's words. She was obliged to answer whatever questions the customers posed. One after another, questions were thrown her way, each one somewhat difficult for her to articulate, leaving her uncertain about how to respond appropriately. Hearing this, Chen Zhoming nodded with skepticism, resting his chin on his hand, displaying an enthusiasm akin to that of a salesperson. "If you wish to avoid troubling Chengge, feel free to bother me instead. I have plenty of rooms available." Jiangqi felt a bit awkward, lowering her gaze and replying, "There's no need to trouble you. After such a long time apart," he remarked, "you've become even more beautiful, truly deserving of the title Little Fairy." In the end, Chen Zhoming couldn't help but compliment her. Chapter 97. You're sitting on my skirt. Cheng Jin, who had been absorbed in his work, lifted his head slowly. Casting a glance at the hand gripping the hem of the skirt at the edge of the desk, he picked up the backpack resting in the corner and placed it on the table. Leaning against the wall, it would not topple. He pushed aside the exam papers that had been pressed down and shifted his position slightly. The soft chair was sofa-like, lacking any partitions in the middle. Observing this, Chen Zhoming pointed to the vacant seat opposite Cheng Jin, saying, "Little fairy, you should sit there, facing me." "Oh," Jiangqi acknowledged, lifting her skirt as she moved. Just as she was about to take a seat, Cheng Jin suddenly set down his pen, stood up, and took a couple of steps toward the exit. He placed a hand on Jiangqi's shoulder, gently pushing her inward, and said coolly, "You sit on the inside." Somewhat reluctantly, Jiangqi complied, and as she settled down, she instinctively tugged at her skirt. However, the next moment, Cheng Jin also sat down, inadvertently pressing down on a small portion of her skirt that she had left behind. Jiangqi felt a momentary choke, pulling at it but to no avail. Beneath her casual skirt, she wore a frosted petticoat, the quality of which suggested a rather hefty price tag. Since her arrival at the establishment, aside from her intimate garments, all her consumables have been sourced from there, and her attire mirrors that of Nanyu. When unable to find suitable replacements in the staff dormitory, she merely seeks out alternatives herself, with the store covering the expenses. Jiangqi felt a tinge of grievance as she tugged at Cheng Jin's shirt hem, whispering in a voice tinged with embarrassment, "You're sitting on my skirt. This is a dessert shop, devoid of raucous conversations and nestled in a corner. It provides an ideal atmosphere for focused study. Seated opposite her, Chen Zhoming and the young man he brought undoubtedly caught the faint undertone of Jiang Qi's carefully lowered voice, which, although naturally sweet, took on a softer, almost coquettish quality when subdued. Both were momentarily taken aback. Chang Jin rose, noticing that Jiang Qi had pulled her skirt away, and then he resumed his seat. Jiang Qi took a deep breath, adjusting her skirt. However, due to the aggressive structure of the petticoat, she could not hold it down, causing the edges to mischievously inch toward Cheng Jin's lap. Patiently, she maneuvered the fabric closer to the wall. Although it was not her first time sitting so close to Cheng Jin, the half-month interval had imbued her with an inexplicable sense of pressure, stemming from the debt she owed him. Upon her arrival, she had advanced 3 days' wages to acquire some inexpensive essentials, and her intimate garments had been temporarily covered by Nanyu due to her insufficient funds. Later, the boss had disbursed half a month's salary, allowing her to repay over 200 to Nanyu. Yet the remainder she had been diligently saving in her backpack was still insufficient to settle her debts. The atmosphere remained awkward for approximately 3 minutes as the two seated across from her, each preoccupied with their thoughts, retrieved their notebooks from their bags, engaging in copying and solving problems. Jiang Qi's presence within the room felt rather incongruous. She approached with the intent to engage in conversation, yet her words were few, and she struggled to steer the dialogue. The others, engrossed in their assignments, paid her little mind, rendering her situation increasingly awkward. She raised her hand to support her chin, turning her gaze towards the intricate patterns etched upon the azure wall. They bore a certain uniqueness, yet after a prolonged observation, she could only conclude they were merely distinct. Suddenly, a serving of tiramisu was slid to the edge of her elbow. Jiang Qi paused, lifting her gaze to meet Cheng Jin's emotionless stare. Her breath hitched momentarily, and after a brief respite, she earnestly stated, "The tiramisu in our shop remains fresh during the designated selling hours. Beyond that time frame, we do not serve it to customers. So you need not worry." The implication was clear. There were no quality concerns regarding the tiramisu. Cheng Jin remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qi realized her point was indeed valid. She recalled that employees were generally not permitted to consume items offered by customers until payment had been made. Cheng Jin, pen in hand, turned the page and resumed writing, seemingly indifferent. Jiang Qi hesitated before inquiring further. "I fear my wages might be docked if I choose not to eat. When may I leave?" Cheng Jin, without lifting her head, coldly replied, "When your shift ends." Jiang Qi was taken aback. It was still midday, and the sun outside was just beginning to warm the air. Must she remain seated there for the entire afternoon? If she truly had to wait until the end of her shift, would it not extend to 10 o'clock in the evening? However, after closing at 10 o'clock in the evening, she and Nanyu had to stay behind to prepare desserts for an additional hour. The following day, they would continue their work to avoid any shortages that might lead to customer dissatisfaction, thereby leaving a negative impression on the establishment. Jiang Qi sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled the rules regarding the companionship service. Although she possessed a modicum of knowledge about its regulations, she was aware that companionship exceeding 20 minutes would incur an additional charge, 10 yuan for half an hour and 20 yuan for a full hour. If I were to begin charging you at 1:30 p.m. until our closure at 10 o'clock p.m., the total would amount to 170 yuan, which, when divided among the three of you, would result in approximately 56 yuan and 5 jiao per person, with the remainder being a non-repeating decimal, necessitating that one among you pays an extra cent. Chen Zhoming. Without a calculator, how can you calculate so precisely? Is a server's mental arithmetic truly this impressive? For Chen Zhoming, a young man from a modest background, the companionship fee of over 50 yuan was insignificant to Cheng Jin and Chen Zhoming. However, for him, it represented 3 weeks' worth of pocket money. To him, spending such an amount on an attractive girl outside seemed utterly unworthy. With that spare cash, he would rather purchase some study materials or acquire a couple of exercise books for practice. Cheng Jin halted her pen, extending her arm to retrieve her phone, which was pressed beneath her backpack. Jiang Qi, seated within, instinctively leaned back, as if to avoid contact, her movements somewhat hurried. Cheng Jin cast a glance at her, remaining silent as he unlocked his phone and opened WeChat. There were no unread messages, and the interface was cluttered, devoid of any labels, presenting a myriad of unique and profound online nicknames. The payment code caught Jiang Qi off guard, located at the counter. Cheng Jin lifted his gaze from the screen, seemingly taken aback, and scrutinized her consistently flat chest. Unlike the male server, She did not wear a name tag, but rather adorned an expensive dress. Indeed, she resembled the ethereal fairy that Chen Zhoming had described. He had noticed this long before Chen Zhoming did. Cheng Jin set down his pen and rose to the counter to scan the payment code, catching a glimpse of the pastel macarons in the display window, and adjusted the payment balance. Jiang Qi, seated in her corner, found herself utterly bored from her vantage point. She could see nothing but the ceiling above and the table below, with Cheng Jin's friend writing test papers directly ahead. When Chen Zhoming had called Cheng Jin outside to find a place to write, he had already agreed to a mere 4-hour arrangement. Now, Cheng Jin had unilaterally altered the time, disrupting his plans, and instinctively, he felt a reluctance to cooperate with Cheng Jin, intending to leave at the appointed time regardless of how many test questions had been completed. However, this thought compelled Chen Zhoming to ponder further. He glanced toward Jiang Qi, who was seated against the wall, and, as if seeking intelligence, leaned in discreetly. "Hey, little fairy, how far along are you in your relationship with my brother Cheng?" Chapter 98. She was merely asleep. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qi paused, her expression one of confusion as she inquired, "What do you mean by the next step in our relationship?" Chen Zhoming's expression stiffened. "Are you genuinely clueless or merely pretending?" His tone suddenly shifted, causing Jiang Qi to instinctively believe she had inadvertently affected the customer. With a timid shake of her head, she maintained her submissive demeanor. Chen Zhoming extended his hands, his index fingers touching, as if to entice, eagerly awaiting Jiang Qi to comprehend his implied meaning. "This is what I mean. Surely you understand?" Jiang Qi shook her head, perplexed. "What does the touching of index fingers signify? What is its significance?" Chen Zhoming sighed in exasperation, straightened up, and began to write, adopting an air of disdain for Jiang Qi's apparent lack of understanding. Nearby, a male classmate glanced curiously at Jiang Qi seated opposite him, instantly captivated by her bewildered yet clear-eyed gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. The alluring aroma drew Chen Zhoming in, a rich, creamy scent more enticing than that of tiramisu. His senses were piqued, and he felt a faint pang of hunger as he watched Cheng Jin place a tray on the table. Instinctively, Chen Zhoming reached for a plastic glove. In the next moment, Cheng Jin's warning rang out. "Don't touch that. Eat what you bought yourself." Chen Zhoming, taken aback, thought, "Wasn't that meant for us? Do you see this as your portion?" Cheng Jin sat down, casting a casual glance at the empty 4-person table nearby. Then his gaze swept over the two seated across from him. "You two should move your things to that 4-person table." "Why? Why?" In unison, the two spoke. Chen Zhoming looked at Cheng Jin in bewilderment. If his memory served him right, their purpose for venturing out was ostensibly to tackle some problems, was it not? Why were they being dismissed at this moment? Was it merely to allow Cheng Jin some private time with the ethereal girl nearby? Who wouldn't desire a conversation with such a celestial being? The next moment, they heard Cheng Jin's voice, devoid of any inflection, gradually resounding as he ordered 2 sets of afternoon tea, complete with a meal. The two had barely organized their bags when they hastily seized the exercise books and pens scattered on the table, abruptly rising with the bag that had been set aside. Jiang Qi stood there, momentarily taken aback. Cheng Jin pushed the tray towards Jiang Qi, and he resumed inscribing the mathematical calculations onto the draft paper, as if the world had suddenly fallen silent, allowing him to delve deeper into the intricacies of the problems at hand. Jiang Qi, seated beside Cheng Jin, awkwardly tugged at her skirt, perhaps due to the movement or the skirt's inexplicable expansion, which had somehow encroached upon Cheng Jin's lap. As she fidgeted, her hand inadvertently brushed against his thigh. In that fleeting instant, time seemed to freeze, as if a pause button had been pressed. Cheng Jin, equally taken aback, lowered his gaze in astonishment. His hand, which had not been holding a pen, descended to grasp her soft hand resting on his thigh, suppressing his surprise. His voice, now slightly hoarse, urged her, "Don't fidget." Jiang Qi bit her lip, wishing fervently to cover her face with her hands, too embarrassed to meet Cheng Jin's gaze. She truly had not intended to touch him. She simply had not reacted swiftly enough, and she too was startled by the unexpected turn of events. Uncertain of how her hand had suddenly found its way to his leg, she remained momentarily dazed, her reaction sluggish. Had it not been for Cheng Jin grasping her hand, she might have drifted into a daydream. "Let's eat something," he suggested. After a fortnight apart, she appeared somewhat thinner than before, though the establishment was lavishly decorated. It was merely a fade, as it occupied only the ground floor, leaving the upper levels shrouded in mystery. The eclectic array of character standees within the shop, coupled with Jiang Qi's flamboyant attire, instinctively led her to perceive the place as rather disreputable. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Jiangqi leaned against the wall, remarking, "I had lunch already. Just a light afternoon snack then," she added. At times, hunger strikes in the afternoon, and after a brief slumber, one must dutifully change into evening attire to await dinner. After a considerable pause, Jiangqi lowered her gaze and softly uttered, "Thank you." Beside her, Cheng Jin maintained his cool demeanor, responding with a nonchalant HM as he focused on jotting down notes. Time slipped by until the sound of plastic gloves being donned broke the silence. Jiangqi genuinely felt a pang of hunger. After consuming a macaroon and sipping some warm milk, she had not eaten much more. Leaning against the wall, she appeared lethargic, as though utterly drained of interest in anything. Cheng Jin cast a sidelong glance at her, then reached out to tousle her dual ponytails. Previously, the softness of her cascading hair had offered a comforting touch, but now, the tightness of the ponytails rendered the sensation somewhat lacking, leaving him with an impression of her hair being almost non-existent. However, he had seen her with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, abundant and slightly unruly at the ends. He had touched her hair a few times, each instance revealing its softness. Cheng Jin glanced at his phone to check the time, unlocking it effortlessly. It was now 14:17, indeed the hour for her afternoon nap. In the next moment, he caught sight of Jiangqi stifling a yawn. As if to invigorate her, Cheng Jin opened a video app on his phone, searching for an episode of her beloved animated series. Uncertain of which episode she had last watched, he selected the 7th episode from the end, skipping the advertisements. As the theme song began to play, Cheng Jin swiftly navigated past the opening credits, diving straight into the story. The familiar melody of the animation played briefly, prompting Jiangqi to sit up straight. Her curiosity piqued as she focused on the phone in Cheng Jin's hand. Previously, she had considered the phone to be of little use, but now it appeared quite convenient. Cheng Jin offered the phone to Jiangqi, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, asking if she would like to watch for a while. Jiangqi did not decline. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation, she nodded carefully and accepted the phone, becoming engrossed in the animation while politely expressing her gratitude. Meanwhile, at the 4-person table on the next tier, Chen Zhoming stubbornly held out until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the now empty tray before him, he let out a deep sigh, resting his head on the table for about 5 minutes. Straightening up, he picked up his practice book and began to gather his belongings. Observing Chen Zhoming preparing to leave, the boy next to him promptly started to tidy up his own things as well. Having finished packing their belongings, Chen Zhoming slung his backpack over his shoulder and, with a lackluster demeanor, turned to glance in Cheng Jin's direction. Cheng Gu, I. It was as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chen Zhoming blinked furiously, striving to clear his vision, unable to believe the scene before him. The little fairy, how was she resting her head on Cheng Ji's table, fast asleep? In her hand, she held Cheng Ji's phone? Chen Zhoming was so astonished that his words stumbled out. "WWW, what have you two been up to while we were away?" Chen Zhoming exclaimed. "Cheng Gu, you've changed. There are cameras here. How could you do such a thing with the little fairy?" Cheng Jin merely replied, lowering his head to continue with his work. "She's just asleep." Chapter 99. Cheng Jin's backup device. Compared to Cheng Jin, the mental clutter in his mind could rival an entire ocean. A customer departed, and naturally, the waiter approached with a tray to clear away the remnants left on the table. Nanyu was reluctantly stationed downstairs. The tiramisu was ready and displayed in the cabinet, while she leisurely rested her chin in her hand, engrossed in videos on her phone. 10 minutes earlier, she had stealthily peeked into a corner. Jiangqi was blissfully asleep on the table while she was here working. Heaven knows the nightmare of being awakened from her afternoon nap by a phone call compelling her to come downstairs for duty. She had been enjoying a sound slumber only to be jarred awake by the ringing. The boy seated next to Jiangqi was a man in his 30s, which was bearable. At least she didn't feel inclined to complain. The real issue was that now, sitting beside Jiangqi was a boy around the same age as him. The youthful exuberance was palpable. During her school days, the majority of the top 10 students in her class were girls. There were hardly any boys whose academic achievements could hold a candle to theirs, with some barely managing to scrape by, and their looks were certainly not to her taste. Yet, the boy sitting beside Jiangqi was a different story. He had consumed an impressive stack of draft paper and had flipped through countless pages of practice work. One could argue that if she were still a student now, she would undoubtedly have pursued him fervently. However, upon reflection, it seemed that he harbored some interest in Jiangqi as well. After spending several hours there, she had even dozed off. And upon hearing Xiao Baiyuan mention that the boy had waited for Jiangqi for a staggering 8.5 hours, until the establishment closed at 10 o'clock, she was taken aback. Although the amount spent was not exorbitant, it surpassed Jiangqi's daily earnings, which could be considered a win in its own right. Cheng Jin remarked that waiting for Jiangqi to finish work was indeed a test of patience. Awakening from her slumber due to hunger, Jiangqi instinctively illuminated Cheng Jin's phone screen to check the time. A glance was enough to startle her. If she slept any longer, she would surely miss closing time. Meanwhile, she had comfortably dozed in this corner for an entire afternoon, leaving her somewhat disoriented. She straightened her posture and gently touched her face, the cool, soft sensation awakening her senses. Turning her gaze to Cheng Jin, who was still diligently solving problems, she noticed that approximately 10 more sheets of draft paper lay beside him. The tray that had held desserts had been whisked away by the waiter at some point, indicating that she had indeed slept for a while, during which time Cheng Jin must have eaten something, allowing him to muster the energy to continue his work. Jiangqi propped her chin on her hand, choosing not to disturb him, while occasionally glancing at Cheng Jin's phone screen to monitor the time. Only a few minutes remained before she could leave. In an instant, Cheng Jin's weary and subdued voice resonated in her ears. Awake? Jiangqi, momentarily dazed, nodded. She gazed at the exercise book pressed beneath Cheng Jin's arm. It was not overly thick, yet each blank space for answers was densely filled with black ink. The calculations on the draft paper were intricate and haphazard, rendering them difficult to comprehend. She quietly inquired, "Do you write this much every day?" "Not really," Cheng Jin replied, removing the pen cap and securing it. Then, tilting the pen to hold the exercise sheet, he closed the book and, gathering his belongings including the draft paper, tidied the desk. Casting a sidelong glance at the silent Jiangqi, he inquired in a tone as casual as discussing everyday matters. "What time do you start work tomorrow?" "Ah." Jiangqi hesitated, puzzled by the question. They were no longer living together as they once had, once she repaid her debts to Cheng Jin. It was unlikely they would cross paths again. Cheng Jin zipped up his backpack, stood up, and slung it over one shoulder, retrieving his phone from the desk. "My dog hasn't been eating well lately. Tomorrow, I'll take it out for a stroll, and I might swing by your place." His dog was in a state akin to a lovesickness. Despite having spent little time with Jiangqi, it refused to eat after her departure, its weight plummeting. It was a mystery what sustained it, as it barely consumed anything each day, continuing to embody the tragic narrative of starvation without succumbing. Jiangqi, reassured that Cheng Jin would indeed come by tomorrow, rose from her seat. She lifted her skirt and brushed past him, hurriedly saying, "Wait for me here." Cheng Jin, momentarily perplexed, made her way towards the counter with her phone in hand. This was the half-month salary that Chi Hong had sent her last month, which she had been saving in bits and pieces. Seizing this opportunity, she intended to return a portion to Cheng Jin. Cheng Jin had previously bought her clothes, provided her with shelter, and taken care of her needs, and when calculating the expenses, the details were not overly meticulous. As Jiangqi descended the stairs with several red banknotes in hand, she coincidentally arrived at the closing hour. The patrons of the shop had already dwindled significantly, with the remaining few gradually making their exits. Cheng Jin had just packed a cream bun and a strawberry cake, having completed the payment and holding the purchased delicacies in her hands, when she caught a glimpse of Jiangqi emerging from the back, panting slightly. He appeared momentarily taken aback, as if in confusion. Jiangqi extended the crumpled red notes, her chest rising and falling with uneven breaths. "This is my salary from last month. Though it's only a few hundred yuan, I still wish to return it to you." Cheng Jin gazed at Jiangqi's pale face, her brows furrowing slightly as she glanced at the money being offered. He instinctively turned his face away, unwilling to accept it. Noticing Cheng Jin's reluctance, Jiangqi took a step forward, placing the money into the pocket of his coat. "You mentioned that Guzzi hasn't had much of an appetite lately. I suggest you take him to see a doctor. Besides, this is something I owe you, and it will eventually be repaid." However, he had never contemplated that Jiangqi would endeavor to repay him. It was only upon encountering her in this rather unconventional dessert shop that he noticed how she seemed to have matured, no longer clinging to him as she once did. The two remained locked in a silent standoff for several seconds, after which Cheng Jin retrieved a smartphone from the compartment of his backpack and handed it to Jiangqi. It was a model released the previous year, serving as his spare device. There was no password. She could explore it at her discretion, and if she required assistance, she could simply message him on WeChat. "Oh," Jiangqi exclaimed in astonishment, "I am perfectly fine here and will not trouble you any further. I shall return your money promptly." Before she could finish her sentence, the apron she wore, adorned with lace trimming and a heart-shaped pocket, suddenly felt weighted down. Glancing down, she realized it was the very phone Cheng-Jin had just given her. Cheng-Jin adjusted his backpack and, with a stoic expression, turned to leave. Jiangqi was left in a daze, feeling as though she owed him even more. She had come to believe that repaying him was beyond her means. Without a steady income in Hung City, she felt as though she had already accrued a substantial debt. Chapter 100. Do you mean to refuse me? Witnessing the entire exchange, Ninyu leaned against the counter, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she observed the flustered Jiangqi with keen interest. She inquired, Jiangqi, have you fallen in love? Oh, Ninyu drawled, her smile unwavering. I already have a boyfriend. So, when do you plan to make your move on your savior? After all, he is quite handsome. As they say, a close proximity to water ensures one can enjoy the moonlight first. Claim him for yourself. Jiangqi felt a mix of embarrassment and agitation. He was still studying and needed to focus on his education, not entertain thoughts of romance. That suggests you have some inclination, does it not? Ninyu teased, her chin resting on her hand, gazing intently as if she could decipher Jiangqi's innermost thoughts. Jiangqi retorted, no, that is an absolute impossibility. Ah, stubborn as ever, Ninyu replied. This was the first time Jiangqi felt that Ninyu understood the complexities of love like an elder. Ninyu's words left her feeling somewhat uneasy. She had always been aware of Cheng-Jin Hao, but for her, he was ultimately unattainable. She recognized her own limitations and understood her capabilities. In contrast, Cheng-Jin was a studious prodigy who could spend 8 hours on exercises without the slightest hint of frustration. The two of them were entirely incomparable. At precisely 0:10, the lights in the staff dormitory were turned off. Ninyu lay in bed, exchanging messages with her boyfriend, while Jiangqi, having just settled into bed, quickly drifted into slumber. Cheng-Jin had mentioned he might bring his dog to the shop today, but after waiting all day, Jiangqi found herself disappointed. Ninyu had been compelled to work the previous afternoon, leaving Jiangqi and Xiao Baiyuan to manage the shop all day. Xiao Baiyuan informed her that the boss had packed his bags for a business trip to discuss collaborations and was also visiting his girlfriend, who was studying in her 3rd year at a university in another city. With only the two of them working, they were completely swamped. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the dessert shop closed promptly. Xiao Baiyuan busily wiped down the tables and dusted the windows, while Jiangqi focused on preparing the desserts for the following day. Mornings typically saw a higher influx of customers purchasing baked goods or Western-style desserts. So Jiangqi not only prepared the ingredients, but also set the oven timer to bake the various pastries, just as she added condensed milk to whip the cream. The glass door, marked with a sign indicating a break, was pulled open from the outside. She instinctively glanced up and found herself locking eyes with Cheng-Jin, who was clad in a loose, white sweater suitable for homeware. The temperature outside was significantly colder than the warmth of the shop. He stepped outside, surprisingly without even donning his coat. What brings you here? The store has already closed and is no longer selling anything. Jiangqi, while skillfully whipping the cream with a whisk, occasionally glanced at Cheng-Jin. Cheng-Jin had always been a meticulous person, not someone who would forget to dress warmly in cold weather. He appeared somewhat anxious, as if entangled in a troublesome matter. Standing before the counter, he observed Jiangqi expertly whipping the cream. The machine emitted a gentle hum, and the oven behind her still glowed with light. His voice involuntarily lowered. When will you be finished? Jiangqi glanced at the small clock on the table beneath the counter. There's still over half an hour. I don't finish until 11. After speaking, she lifted her head. Is there something you need? Jiangqi. Once the cream was whipped to perfection, she took a mold and placed it atop the baked chiffon cake, followed by pouring in the cream. With her unloved hand, she adjusted the mask on her face, pulling it slightly at the bridge of her nose. She patiently watched the cream cascade into the cake, but she felt compelled to voice her thoughts. I think you should take it to see a doctor instead of coming to me. I'm not a doctor. It likes me. Then you could find it a companion or something. As she spoke the last words, her voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of guilt. The truth was, the dog indeed deserved a companion. Yet, a devoted owner might hesitate to seek out a suitable match for their pet. Are you saying you refuse me? Cheng-Jin placed his hands in his pockets, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Jiangqi remained silent, biting her lip, unwilling to refuse Cheng-Jin. She dared not do so. If he were to settle accounts with her, she might end up losing everything. I'll come to your house after I'm done. A hoarse sound escaped from Cheng-Jin's throat, a mere acknowledgement. He casually pulled over a chair and retrieved his phone from his pocket. unlocking it with a nonchalant demeanor that belied the somber expression he had worn upon entering. For a fleeting moment, Xianxia felt as though Qingjin were attempting to elicit her sympathy. After spending an hour preparing desserts, Xianxia disposed of those that had been on display for over 2 days, tossing them into a large garbage bag designated for kitchen waste. She meticulously arranged the freshly made confections in their place, leaving room for more to be crafted tomorrow when Nanyu returned to work. After washing her hands, Xianxia wiped away the water droplets with a towel from the hook, then turned to Qingjin, who was engrossed in his phone, and greeted him. "I'm going upstairs to change. Please wait for me here." Qingjin looked up at her and responded slowly, "All right," with a sense of relief. Xianxia ascended to her room to change. Meanwhile, Nanyu, who was resting in the dormitory, had already indulged in a late-night snack. Seated at her vanity while video chatting with her boyfriend, Xianxia sighed. She had initially intended to grab a drink to quench her thirst, but seeing Nanyu's camera was on made her hesitant to intrude. Thus, she retrieved her everyday clothes from the wardrobe and turned to enter the changing room. In a casual video call, Nanyu, with her natural beauty, sat before a lavish platter of cold dishes. It was only when she sensed Xianxia's presence that she turned her gaze towards the tightly closed changing room. "Hey, Xianxia, would you like some cold dishes? I bought the non-spicy ones today." From within the changing room came Xianxia's voice. "No, thank you. I need to step out shortly." Instantly, curiosity surged within Nanyu. "Who are you going with?" "My savior. His dog is having a bit of trouble, so I'm going to check on it." The sound of fabric rustling filled the air. And 3 minutes later, Xianxia emerged, having changed her attire. Her petite frame was accentuated by an oversized hoodie, making her appear even smaller. Beneath a thick white pleated skirt, her long legs appeared slender and fair. The only imperfection was a slightly darker patch around her knee, though it was hardly noticeable. Nanyu disregarded her boyfriend in the video and leaned on the back of her chair, watching as Xianxia rummaged through her makeup mirror for her stockings. Xianxia sifted through 2 pairs, both in a creamy white hue but differing in patterns. A hint of conflict crossed her mind. Although she was merely going to check on the dog, she yearned to present herself attractively. Observing her friend's dilemma, Nanyu decided to assist. Pulling out her own box of stockings, her collection surpassed Xianxia's by several pairs, featuring an array of styles. Noticing Xianxia's outfit, Nanyu generously offered a pair of her cherished, yet previously unworn, adorable stockings adorned with a delicate white lace trim. Chapter 101. Wearing these stockings at my boyfriend's house is absolutely perfect. Nanyu stifled a laugh and shook her head, silently giving herself a thumbs up. Wearing these stockings at her boyfriend's house would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. The lace-trimmed stockings exuded a youthful charm, perfectly suited for the sweet-faced Xianxia. Coupled with her long legs, they created an irresistible allure. With a heart filled with skepticism, Xianxia donned the stockings and slipped into her shoes. Letting down her hair tied in twin ponytails and casually combing it with a wooden brush before pinning it up with a simple clip as she headed out the door. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, instinctively wanting to refute, but concerned that Qingjin might be waiting downstairs for too long. She opted for silence and hurried down the stairs. Fortunately, Qingjin was still there. "I've changed my clothes. Let us go," Xianxia announced as she approached Qingjin. Inside the shop, only Xiao Baiyuan remained, tidying up the place, leaving it quite empty. Xiao Baiyuan, focused on the visible dust on the glass, turned his head in confusion, then cast his gaze towards the young man beside Xianxia, one of the high school students from yesterday, likely memorable due to his height. The shop closed and locked at 12 o'clock. There was no such thing as leaving the door open. This had always been the rule. Curiously, Xiao Baiyuan inquired, "What are you doing with this person?" He then admonished, "Nowadays, those unsavory types love to deceive innocent girls like you. One moment of carelessness, and you could find yourself whisked away to some remote village, becoming a plaything for an old man. Just thinking about it is dreadful." Xianxia's complexion paled in fear, evoking a somewhat ashen appearance. She had heard such frightening tales before, often recounted by the elderly during her time in Nangtown. Each narrative left her trembling for days, too scared to venture outside or even lift her gaze at strangers. Qingjin, standing beside her, seemed to notice her distraction. He paused, then gently rubbed the back of her neck, the softness of her unbound hair yielding beneath his touch. Xiao Baiyuan remarked, "It is February. The school holidays should be upon us, shouldn't they?" No matter how many times those eerie stories were told, she remained credulous, the fear always palpable. Qingjin released his hand and, through the thin fabric of her sweatshirt, grasped her wrist, gently tugging her along. Jiangqi glanced at Xiao Baiyuan and ultimately decided to follow Cheng Jin. Watching the two figures depart, one after the other, Xiao Baiyuan appeared somewhat weary. Apart from the proprietor, there were only 3 employees in the shop. The owner had a girlfriend studying in another city. Nanyu was involved with a senior in the local university. Jiangqi had a close relationship with a high-achieving classmate, and he was left solitary. Upon exiting the dessert shop, Cheng Jin summoned a driver via his phone, leading Jiangqi to the small path at the parking lot to await their vehicle. The night air was cool. Despite the sun having shone during the day, the temperature noticeably dipped after sunset. Cheng Jin continued to hold Jiangqi's wrist, but, upon realizing, he politely released her, feeling somewhat awkward yet maintaining a calm demeanor. While waiting for the bus, Jiangqi tucked her hands into the pockets of her hoodie for warmth. Had it not been for the hairpin adorning her head, she would have wished to pull the hood over her head. Fortunately, her long hair offered some protection against the wind, preventing it from fully enveloping her delicate neck. The stockings enveloping her slender calves appeared rather thin, making it uncomfortable for him to reach out and touch them. Jiangqi glanced down at her pleated skirt, which fell just above her knees, not too short, and deemed it not overly cold. Moreover, this skirt was designed for winter and possessed a certain weight. Why not buy one with fleece lining? Jiangqi inquired. Where can one find a fleece-lined skirt? Cheng Jin replied, somewhat perplexed. He had assumed that girls would opt for fleece-lined skirts in winter, much like they would with trousers due to the drop in temperature. To his surprise, the pleated skirt merely featured a heavier, wind-resistant fabric, rendering it somewhat cumbersome. As the driver arrived at their destination, the two walked over. Cheng Jin courteously opened the car door, allowing Jiangqi to enter first, before following her inside. Jiangqi shifted in her seat, adjusting the hem of her skirt. And with a resounding thud, the car door closed. The driver activated the meter and proceeded along the route indicated by the navigation system. Their destination was nearby, situated in a commonplace residential area. However, due to restrictions on vehicle entry, private cars could only park in the underground garage. So the driver dropped them off at the entrance of the community. As Jiangqi stepped out of the vehicle, a gust of cold wind swept toward her, prompting her to instinctively thrust her hands into her pockets, drawing her body slightly closer into her hoodie. She glanced around, taking in her unfamiliar surroundings. Cheng Jin completed the payment and alighted from the car, noticing Jiangqi shivering as if she sought warmth and company. He raised his hand to adjust her hood, placing it snugly atop her head, and with a leisurely pace, grasped her wrist, guiding her inside. Let us proceed. Jiangqi lifted her other hand to adjust the brim of her hood, pulling it back slightly to avoid obstructing her view. Reluctantly, she followed Cheng Jin, finding no aversion to his hold on her wrist. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out in succession. Cheng Jin released her wrist, retrieved a key from his pocket, and unlocked the door. The entrance to the complex bore resemblance to the doors found in villas. Yet there existed a palpable disparity in their quality. With a click, the doors swung open, revealing a brightly lit interior. Understanding Cheng Jin's intentions, Jiangqi entered first. The decor was minimalist, with all furniture being brand new, reflecting brightly under the glaring lights. Upon entering, Jiangqi spotted a dog nestled at the corner of the sofa, its fluffy head peeking out, easily mistaken for a cushion. The entryway lacked a shoe rack, so Jiangqi stepped directly inside, navigating around the dog to settle onto the adjacent sofa. Before she could adjust her skirt and reach for the dog, it had already bounded onto her lap, playfully licking her clothes before collapsing in a heap. Chapter 102. You sleep in the bed, I sleep on the sofa. Cheng Jin, having changed his shoes and placed the key in a drawer, entered the room, suddenly recalling that his phone was out of battery. He grabbed a charger from the side table next to the television and connected it to the power outlet. As he charged his phone, Cheng Jin caught a glimpse of Jiangqi, who was seated on the sofa, struggling to correct the sitting posture of the dog in her lap. The dog, perched on her legs and leaning against her shoulder, restlessly nudged her skirt upward with its paws. A sense of displeasure welled up within him as he swiftly approached, lifting the dog from Jiangqi's grasp. With one hand, he set the prepared dog food on the coffee table and from the kitchen. He retrieved a plate of chicken breast, placing it alongside the dog food. Cheng Jin, cradling the dog, settled beside Jiangqi and personally held its designated bowl to its mouth. The dog turned its head, straining against Cheng Jin's arm, gazing longingly at Jiangqi, tongue lolling in delight as it leaned forward. However, due to its diminished appetite, exacerbated by 2 days of fasting, it lacked the strength to eat. Jiangqi, unable to bear the sight, felt that Cheng Jin's behavior as the dog's owner was somewhat harsh. Given the dog's poor appetite, she believed a gentler coaxing was warranted, rather than presenting the food bowl so assertively, as if to say, "Eat if you wish." The dog, though of considerable size, still fell within her manageable range. With a serious expression, Jiangqi gently rubbed the dog's head and inquired of Chen Jinyu, "Why are you so fierce?" Chen Jinyu's expression darkened. He did not perceive himself as fierce. It was evident that the dog favored women. Its refusal to eat was clearly a means to provoke him. Yet, it still had the audacity to nuzzle against Jiangqi, evidently flaunting its affection before him. Chen Jinyu suppressed his frustration, irritably nudging the dog with the bowl, forcing out a single word, "Eat." However, the dog remained unmoved. Jiangqi was amused by the situation, holding the bowl filled with dog food in her hands. The dark morsels were indistinguishable in brand, yet they resembled the kind she had previously encountered at Qingjin's home. She lowered the bowl to the Samoyed's mouth, and in the next moment, the dog nestled in her arms slowly leaned down to sniff the food, before eagerly devouring it. After 2 days without sustenance, the sudden return of appetite was heartening. The dog consumed the food with remarkable speed. Jiangqi felt a surge of sympathy for the poor creature and glanced up at Qingjin, who leaned against the sofa, watching them with a resigned expression. Was it possible that the change in environment had affected the dog's willingness to eat? Qingjin remarked, "It's not that delicate. It won't come to any harm after another couple of days without food." Jiangqi observed the dog ravenously devouring the meal. Bits of kibble scattered from the bowl due to its fervent licking. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitated before mustering the courage to inquire. "Could it be that it's reached the age to have puppies? Shouldn't you consider finding it a mate?" Qingjin paused, taken aback by her suggestion. The dog's affection for Jiangqi indeed stemmed from its age. "I'll ask Nai if there are any suitable candidates," he replied. Jiangqi nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze back to the bowl, now containing only a few remaining pieces of food. Suddenly recalling that it was already February, she asked, "Have you completed your final exams?" "Yes." "Oh." Satisfied with the dog's contentment, Jiangqi gently patted its head as a reward. Suddenly, Qingjin called her name. Jiang hesitated, raising her head with a look of confusion. "What's wrong?" "I have once again achieved the top rank in my grade." Jiang paused, contemplating. She had always regarded Qingjin as an exemplary student. His excellent academic performance seemed only natural, considering his desk was perpetually cluttered with an array of books and practice materials, towering to the height of several volumes, each containing 50 to 60,000 words. It was evident that he possessed a remarkable sense of diligence towards his studies. "Well, congratulations," she finally offered. Qingjin pressed his lips together, responding with a simple mm. The conversation came to an abrupt halt. After finishing his chicken breast, the dog awaited a mere 10 minutes before indulging in the post-meal fruit. At precisely 12 o'clock, he dutifully retreated to his doghouse, covering himself with a blanket. Having grown accustomed to Qingjin hailing taxis, Jiang had picked up a few tricks. Although she was unable to utilize her phone for mobile payments, she carried cash and knew how to wave down a cab by the roadside. "I won't trouble you any further," Jiang began, but Qingjin interrupted her, rising to his feet. "There are suitable pajamas for you to wear. The clothes in the wash will be dry soon." Jiang clenched her fists and replied softly, "But I still feel it's not quite right to stay here." Qingjin gently grasped her wrist, leading her toward the room. The layout of the community was quite straightforward, and Qingjin's residence comprised 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, along with a small balcony adorned with lush greenery. As I pushed open the tightly shut door, the warm glow of the floor lamp flooded into my view. The walls were a simple, pristine white, and in one corner of the room, a princess bed was adorned with an array of cartoon plushies. The window, framed in white, resembled the ivy-clad windows of a storybook cottage inhabited by a princess. Under the soft, golden light, everything in the room appeared to have been meticulously arranged. Jiangqi stared in a daze, questioning the meaning behind this setup. "I had mentioned it to you before, yet you left the very next day." Qingjin released Jiangqi's wrist, fully opening the door to the room. In truth, Nai had contemplated moving in herself, but since the person next door had not made the move, the room had already been prepared. A sense of gratitude washed over Jiangqi, dispelling any hint of tears. "This room was not arranged by you? I had thought it was your doing." "Qingjin." Jiangqi tucked her hands into the pockets of her hoodie, averting her gaze. "To be honest, your sister does not like me, and I have always been aware of that. So, there is no need for you to think of me sleeping in her room. She has never been fond of me. Although our interactions have been limited, I do not wish to increase her dislike towards me." Qingjin, caught off guard by this revelation, paused momentarily. He then pushed open the door to the opposite room, revealing the one that Chang'ai had not decorated, and closed it. You can sleep in my room. You take the bed, and I will take the sofa. Jiangqi looked up in astonishment, realizing once again that she would be sleeping in the bed. Chapter 103. Is this chat service still available? Qi Heng, at the age of 28, had long reached the age suitable for discussing marriage. 2 years prior, while on a business trip, he fell head over heels for Wan Mingxin from Yindaxin's law school. After a courtship lasting nearly half a month, they solidified their relationship, and thus commenced a 2-year bond. Nanyu and Jiangqi operated simultaneously, with Qi Heng naturally assuming the role of the pastry chef, responsible for all dessert orders, while Xiao Baiyuan specialized in delivering these confections to the customers' tables. Wan Mingxin sat languidly in a chair behind the counter, her gaze drifting to a desktop computer on the table before her, equipped with all necessary facilities. Bored, she fidgeted with the corner of Qi Heng's apron as he focused intently on piping cream. Her eyes wandered to Nanyu and Jiangqi, adorned in their exquisite little dresses, and a twinge of envy and jealousy stirred within her. Do you not think you have an excess of wealth? Hiring employees who resemble mere ornaments, only to be admired? Setting aside their professional capabilities, the outfits worn by Nanyu and Jiangqi cost no less than 300 yuan each, and their monthly salaries were comparable to those of an ordinary office worker. Yet, the simplicity of their tasks rendered the disparity between their efforts and rewards glaringly disproportionate. It's not much, but it should be sufficient to sustain you for decades. Qi Heng placed a freshly shaped cookie near Wan Mingxin's lips, gently nudging it toward her with a gaze filled with extraordinary affection, reminiscent of the first time he laid eyes on her. Wan Mingxin opened her mouth and bit into the cookie, still warm but not scalding. The cookie was small, and after a few bites, she swallowed and mumbled, "So, does this mean that during the 3 years I studied at Yin University, you perceive them as reflections of me? How beautifully put. Seeing objects evokes memories of people. Have I been relegated to the status of a backup?" Qi Heng was so amused by Wan Mingxin's irritation that he chuckled, the corners of his mouth lifting beneath his white mask. "What I meant was not that you resemble them in appearance, but rather in background." He was tall, exuding the aura of a successful entrepreneur from the upper echelons of society. That day, Qi Heng wore a suit, and although he was older than the boys at school, he still attracted girls who chased after him for photos and even requested to exchange contact information. Given his age, Wan Mingxin mused that a man of his caliber must be a renowned figure in a first-tier city, likely occupying a corner office in a skyscraper. Their encounters, orchestrated by Qi Heng, left a lasting impression on Wan Mingxin, and after about half a month, she agreed to his advances. However, he was already at the age for marriage, and 3 years had passed in waiting. Now, orphaned and alone, she was supported by Qi Heng, who had purchased the apartment near Yin University in full 2 years prior. 18 years ago, her life was marked by tragedy, but after meeting Qi Heng, she considered herself fortunate. "I remember you mentioning that your mother treated you poorly since childhood, often venting her frustrations on you after her divorce from your father." Qi Heng glanced at the newly displayed orders on his computer, expertly using a cake server to retrieve a tiramisu from the glass cabinet and meticulously packaging it. "Nanyu shares a similar plight with you, albeit her circumstances are somewhat more dire." Wan Mingxin raised her gaze towards Qi Heng, her eyes brimming with anticipation for him to elaborate further. Qi Heng handed the meticulously packaged tiramisu to a customer, observing as they lifted their phone to scan the payment code protected by a glass shield. He then lowered his head to offer Wan Mingxin a piece of chocolate-filled biscuit. Once the customer completed the payment and turned to leave with the tiramisu in hand, Wan Mingxin found herself perplexed. If her parents truly loved her, why did they not allow her to continue her education? Although she hailed from a single-parent household, her mother had still managed to support her through high school, fulfilling her maternal obligations to some extent. Perhaps there was a lack of affection, yet her mother raised her to adulthood without reproach, even accepting her mother's remarriage with composure after their relationship was severed. Qi Heng continued to methodically package items according to the orders, placing them on the glass counter. Adhering to hygiene standards, he wore a mask, concealing his facial expressions. The indifference of her family was stark. The prevailing gender biases in her hometown were severe, reminiscent of the portrayals in television dramas, where the older siblings were expected to cede to the younger ones, regardless of the circumstances. The people from that region always seemed to conjure absurd justifications to evade responsibility. Peers like Nanyu and Jiangqi at their age should be diligently pursuing their studies rather than prematurely engaging with the world. Wan Mingxin rested her chin on her hand, momentarily at a loss for words, deeply moved by the unfortunate reality of it all. Indeed, it was quite tragic. The remote areas often harbored outdated views, with older generations eager to impose their ideologies on the youth. Nonetheless, her boyfriend treated her exceptionally well. Chi-hung patiently used tongs to place each cookie into a bag adorned with a drool-worthy logo, his movements imbued with a quiet grace. A faint smile danced upon his lips, as if he were recalling a cherished memory, tempered by a sense of restraint, reminiscent of the moment you first encountered me. Ruan Mingxin interjected, drawing the conversation back to him. How vain you are? Jiangqi, having delivered tea to the customers, expected to simply set down the items and depart as usual. However, just as he turned to leave, a voice called out to him. Hey, you must be Jiangqi, right? With a look of confusion, Jiangqi turned back, his expression neutral yet polite. Hello, how may I assist you? The man, in his 30s, pointed to a promotional poster on the wall. Is this companionship service still available? Jiangqi hesitated momentarily before earnestly explaining the rules and pricing of the companionship service. Yes, it is available. The first 20 minutes are complimentary, and thereafter, it is 10 yuan for every half hour. The man nodded in agreement, seemingly absorbing the information before. In a manner reminiscent of ancient times selecting a consort, he pointed directly at Jiangqi. You will do. Surprised by the unexpected attention from a customer, Jiangqi hesitated briefly before turning to sit across from him, lifting her skirt slightly as she settled into the empty chair. This table for four seemed conspicuously arranged for companionship, as the man had summoned 2 friends, making a total of 3 men. Lacking the authority to decline any request, she resigned herself to sit beside another man, feeling diminutive amidst the group of adult men. In the same vein, Nanu listened to the grievances of the customers. Not far from Jiangqi, based on her understanding of Jiangqi over the past few days, she could sense her reluctance, yet she was resigned to comply. May I ask where Miss Jiang is from? A man inquired with fervor, leaning in closer. Jiangqi felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, pitifully inching away, attempting to create some distance from the opposite sex beside her. The words of Chi-hung echoed in her mind, and she paused momentarily before truthfully responding that she was not a local, having previously resided in Neng Town, and had only arrived in Hung City 3 years ago. The man, feigning contemplation, pressed on. Why did you stop your studies? Jiangqi instinctively tugged at her skirt beneath the table, greatly disliking when others leaned over the table to engage her in conversation. The noxious breath emanating from him brushed against her nose, yet she endured without wrinkling her brow, as her family forbade it. Is your relationship with your parents not good? Jiangqi felt as though she had been struck in a vulnerable spot, responding quietly. I have no parents. Chapter 104. Harassment Welcome. The mechanical chime of a young girl's voice echoed as the automatic sensing door opened. Xiao Baiyuan, impeccably dressed, greeted the customer with a stiff smile, bowing his head slightly. Hello, welcome to Duyan. How may I assist you? A corpulent figure stepped through the threshold, and as they stood at the entrance, the nearby robot suddenly illuminated a red light. The beam was a spotlight, illuminating the interior of the dessert shop adorned with decorations and gray-white balloons. Alarm! Alarm! A blacklist individual has entered. Blacklist individuals have entered. Alarm! Alarm! In an instant, the dessert shop erupted as if it had been struck by an explosion, having frequently heard the sweet, robotic voice of the welcoming hostess. It was a novel experience to witness the red lights flashing while an alarm blared, directly identifying a blacklist individual. Curiosity piqued, patrons lifted their heads toward the entrance, where they soon recognized the man who had recently spat at an animated character's chest. Several men seated by the window clenched their fists, their bones cracking audibly, as they fixated intently on the life-sized cardboard figure of the animated character positioned along the aisle, resembling valiant guardians ready to defend the figurine. Any slight misstep from the man could trigger an immediate display of their latent aggression. Chi-hung stepped away from the dessert preparation area and approached the robot. Upon successful facial recognition, the robot's red light extinguished, and the alarm ceased. Ruan Mingxin listened to the haphazard discussions among customers, speculating about the events that had transpired. Obediently crouching beneath the counter to observe Chi-hung addressing the situation at the door. Apologies, but you have been placed on our coveted blacklist. The man, perhaps burdened by a guilty conscience, initially mistook the alarm for a direct call to the authorities, only to realize it was merely a standard warning regarding his newly acquired blacklist status. His eyebrows raised in indignation, he retorted, I am a regular here. Is this the attitude you extend to your loyal clientele? I sincerely apologize. Despite the man being on the blacklist, Chi Hong, as the proprietor, maintained his amiable demeanor, treating him with the same courtesy extended to other patrons. Xiao Baiyuan stepped back a few paces to stand behind Chi Hong, instantly recognizing the man obstructed by the robot. He was none other than the lewd individual who had surreptitiously photographed Jiang Qi just days prior. The thwarted man, brimming with indignation, pointed at Chi Hong and shouted, "How dare you blacklist me? I will report your establishment. The ingredients are substandard, and you sell overnight desserts. Most importantly, you employ child labor." Chi Hong raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat exasperated and reluctant to engage further with such a belligerent individual. He turned away, coldly uttering a single word, "Whatever." Following this, he commanded Xiao Baiyuan, "Remove him from here." Xiao Baiyuan, holding a tray, respectfully gestured for the man to leave, saying, "Sir, please step outside." In front of the gathered crowd, the man was barred from entry, the blaring alarm resonating throughout the dessert shop, and under the gaze of dozens of onlookers, he felt utterly humiliated. His previous visits had not witnessed such a display of service. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Jiang Qi, who was seated beside several men. Suddenly, his eyes ignited with a predatory intensity. As if instinctively aware, she lowered her head only to catch sight of a man beside her reaching toward her intimate areas. At that moment, all attention was fixated on the imposing figure at the entrance. Startled, Jiang Qi immediately rose from her soft chair, intent on fleeing. However, her skirt was seized, halting her departure. "Where do you think you're going, little miss?" The teasing tone alerted Jiang Qi to the imminent danger. She furrowed her brow, striving to maintain her usual aloof demeanor towards customers. "I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to." The man smirked, his gaze towards Jiang Qi laden with lewd intentions and other unsavory thoughts. "Isn't this the kind of service your establishment provides? You ladies dress in such attire to attract our attention. I've heard that the two-dimensional girls your boss hires often come from unfortunate backgrounds. How about this? You accompany me, and I will support you financially, but only on the condition that you allow me to savor your charms." Suppressing her disgust, Jiang Qi forcefully tugged at her skirt. The mocking laughter of two other men echoed in her ears. She felt severely insulted, a wave of indignation causing her eyes to well up with unshed tears. It was only later that Wan Mingxin, who had been lost in thought at the table, noticed something amiss with Jiang Qi, sensing a dispute with a customer. However, upon observing the customer's expression, Wan Mingxin gradually understood the gravity of the situation. She raised her hand and tugged at the calm and composed Chi Hong, saying, "It seems something has happened to Jiang Qi. Shouldn't you check on her? I have a feeling she is being harassed." The incident from 2 years prior jolted Chi Hong, causing him to abruptly lift his gaze towards Jiang Qi suddenly. The sharp sound of a metal chain clinking at the entrance broke the tension, followed by the thud of a body colliding with the glass door. As everyone turned to look, they beheld a refined young man, taller than the lewdly rotund figure, gripping the collar of the man and forcefully dragging him aside. The man being pulled along turned crimson, gasping for breath as he struggled against his hold. The unleashed dog, free from the constraints of its leash and muzzle, charged wildly towards a cornered individual, its massive frame almost matching the height of a 10-year-old girl. With a ferocious bark, the plates on the table crashed to the floor, and startled patrons quickly rose to distance themselves. How outrageous! Whose mad dog has been let loose? Do people no longer leash their dogs? It is utterly disgraceful to own a dog without a sense of responsibility. Amidst the clamor of voices, Jiang Qi gazed in astonishment at the dog that had inexplicably emerged to scare away the crowd. She witnessed the once docile creature revealing its sharp teeth in an aggressive display. The scene was undeniably shocking. At the entrance, Xiao Baiyuan meticulously collected the leash and muzzle, placing them on a nearby rack, silently commending the individual named Qingjin. That evening, when Qingjin took Jiang Qi away, he provided his school, name, and class. Initially skeptical, given Jiang Qi's naive nature, he conducted an inquiry and discovered that she had missed the first monthly exam in her first year due to illness, yet had not been absent from any subsequent tests. Time and again, she proved her prowess by securing the top rank in her grade. Further investigation revealed she was a black belt in Taekwondo, had achieved grade 10 in piano, began painting at 6, self-studied interior design by 10, and earned professional recognition, as well as winning 2 gold medals and 1 silver in city-level Taekwondo competitions by the age of 12. As the high school entrance examination approached in her 3rd year, she dedicated herself fully, ultimately earning the highest score in the city. Such accomplishments are indeed worthy of admiration and envy. However, had it been someone else, Endowed with a more favorable family background, possessing even a modicum of self-discipline, they could effortlessly shine amidst the crowd. Chapter 105. Cheng Jin Strikes. From the alley emerged a series of muffled groans, accompanied by vulgar curses, followed by the jarring sound of flesh colliding with a cement wall. Passers-by on the street slowed their pace, straining to discern the commotion within. As the sounds of fists grew louder, they hastily retreated, fearful of being inadvertently drawn into the fray. The area boasted decent security, yet such deep-seated enmity must have been simmering for years. Inside the alley, Cheng Jin had left a man sprawled on the ground, his foot pressing against the back of the man's neck. The phone that had fallen beside him lay shattered. Its screen splintered into a cascade of shimmering fragments, glinting sharply in the sunlight. Blood trickled from the man's lips as he gritted his teeth. Uttering a curse under his breath, Cheng Jin applied a little more pressure, prompting the man to emit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. TSK, TSK. Cheng Jin disdainfully stomped several times, varying the force of his blows, slightly bending down to observe the mangled remnants of the once pristine phone. Its camera had remarkable clarity, capturing candid photographs of Jiangqi with stunning detail, a quality unattainable even by those with years of illicit photography experience. He had never been so GRA. I wish to report an incident. I intend to take action against you and Jiangqi. Such a woman ought to be dealt with by a man. Cheng Jin pressed down forcefully, no longer targeting the person's cervical spine, but rather directly pressing the back of their head against the ground. The floor, composed of coarse cement, was littered with dust particles. His hands had already been twisted into unnatural positions, and those robust legs could only struggle in vain. Want to file a complaint? It would be prudent for you not to showcase your capabilities before me, or else your fate will be far worse than today's. His tone was as frigid as if he had emerged from a frozen chamber, instilling an unsettling chill and a palpable sense of peril that caused the hairs on one's skin to stand on end. Do not let me witness you causing trouble for Jiangqi again, nor engage in such disreputable affairs. I have no qualms about seeing you trending on social media for all the wrong reasons. Man, where on earth did this little beast come from? Upon answering the call, he spoke with an impassive demeanor. Hello, officer, there's a brawl occurring in Alley 16, and it appears quite intense. The man, incapacitated on the ground, murmured, whose child is this? After hanging up, Cheng Jin shoved his hands into his pockets, his brow furrowing with a blend of gloom and ferocity. Remember my words. With this simple admonition, Cheng Jin lifted his gaze to the camera installed above, its presence casting a lingering shadow of unease across his features. Upon returning to the dessert shop, as soon as Cheng Jin stepped inside, Xiao Baiyuan approached with a dog leash and muzzle, in a rather familiar manner, asking, Hey, brother, did you win the fight? Upon entering, I was obstructed by a towering figure clad in a server's attire. Xiao Baiyuan desperately attempted to convey a message through his gaze, fearing I might misunderstand, while silently mouthing his words. Cheng Jin furrowed his brow and calmly accepted the dog leash and muzzle that Xiao Baiyuan extended, maintaining a distant demeanor, victorious. Oh, congratulations. Xiao Baiyuan beamed with an innocent smile. Cheng Jin surveyed the surroundings. The number of patrons had diminished significantly, and he could not locate Jiangqi's figure, nor that of his dog. His expression darkened. Where could Jiangqi be? Upon mentioning Jiangqi, Xiao Baiyuan suddenly smacked his thigh and pointed towards the backstage exit. She's upstairs. You enter, take a right, and the first room on the upper floor is their dormitory. Thank you. Cheng Jin's expression softened somewhat, just as he took a few steps. Xiao Baiyuan caught up, adding, I must inform you, Jiangqi is in a rather poor state right now. You see, when girls get angry, they can be quite formidable. They might just knock you over. Cheng Jin, who had just been in a scuffle, regarded this with disdain and ascended the stairs without a glance back. Could Jiangqi truly overpower him? With her slender arms and legs, it would be a miracle if she didn't suffer from malnutrition. As Cheng Jin reached the top of the stairs, Nanyu dashed over to Xiao Baiyuan, admiration evident on her face. Oh my, I still vividly recall the scene when he yanked someone by their collar and dragged them away. It was truly so reminiscent of a male protagonist from a novel. It's just like the youthful visage of a domineering CEO. Xiao Baiyuan rolled his eyes. You should read fewer Mary Sue novels. Remember, you have a boyfriend. Please refrain from being so fickle. Nanyu raised her wrist and mercilessly struck the top of Xiao Baiyuan's head, feeling that her blow lacked sufficient force. She tousled his hair in an attempt to dishevel his hairstyle. Xiao Baiyuan, resigned to his fate, recognized that within the confines of the shop, he was merely a target for Nanyu's playful torment. He envied Jiangqi, who dutifully attended to his tasks without engaging in idle banter. Cheng Jin ascended the stairs and paused at the first open door on the right, surveying the room for any signs of suspicion before stepping inside. The bedroom served as a staff dormitory, furnished with 2 bunk beds, indicating it was meant for 2 occupants. Tall cabinets pressed against the walls, reaching the ceiling, while a horizontally placed clothes rack, reminiscent of the dresses worn by the girls in the shop, stood between the beds. Each desk was cluttered with various items, save for a small corner that remained somewhat tidy. Woof. Cheng Jin hesitated, casting a glance at the dog nestled comfortably in Xianxia's embrace. Lowering his voice to a husky whisper, he asked, "Would you care to join me?" He gazed at Xianxia, his expression uncertain and revealing. Xianxia nuzzled the fluffy Samoyed, biting her lip in silence, though the tears brimming in her eyes betrayed her emotions, suddenly cascading down her cheeks. Cheng Jin blinked slowly, as if deep in contemplation. He set the dog leash and muzzle on a nearby chair, then withdrew his hand from his pocket, extending it toward Xianxia. His eyes expressed an unsettling calmness, adopting a posture suggestive of an embrace, causing the Samoyed in Xianxia's arms to stir restlessly. It wriggled free from her grasp, and, wagging its tail, bounded eagerly toward Cheng Jin. Cheng Jin, possessing a gentle temperament, discontentedly lifted the dog from the bed and disdainfully tossed it onto the floor. The mischievous creature, with its soiled paws, had audaciously leaped onto someone else's bed, displaying an utter lack of self-awareness, truly shameless. In her empty embrace, Xianxia instinctively curled her legs and rested her cheek against her arm, remaining silent as tears streamed down her face. Perhaps the atmosphere was excessively quiet. Cheng Jin, feeling helpless, reached out to her once more, finding even a few comforting words difficult to utter. It seemed he had overstepped. He ought to allow Xianxia, now detached from him, to navigate her own path and grow independently. Xianxia wrapped her arms around Cheng Jin's neck, her body still leaning against him. The bed was only about 1.8 meters high, and as Cheng Jin stepped back, he grasped her hips to secure her in his embrace. Had it not been for his height advantage, Xianxia's sudden movements might have caused her to tumble off the bed. Strangely, he had not felt as tense when he had taken the dog down, but as Xianxia clambered into his arms, he finally exhaled with relief. Chapter 106. Go change your clothes. I will take you home just now. And uncle wanted to touch me, but I caught him. This was Xianxia's first utterance to Cheng Jin amidst the turmoil of her emotions. She had been rescued by the dog that had suddenly appeared, and after exchanging a brief greeting with her boss, she ascended to her room for some rest. When Cheng Jin came to find her, she unreservedly wrapped her arms around his neck as he lifted her down, enveloped once again in a long-lost sense of safety. It was as if, in his presence, all the harm she had endured could be effortlessly brushed aside. Cheng Jin gently removed the hair tie from Xianxia's hair, soothingly caressing the back of her head with a light, almost absent-minded touch. Unlike the usual gentle rubs, this gesture felt somewhat stiff, more akin to a pat. He glanced down at the dog idly circling at his feet and coldly inquired, "Where do you want me to touch?" The exterior of this dessert shop exuded an air of impropriety, and its name led one's thoughts into disreputable territories. The interior, adorned with life-sized figures of anime characters clad in scanty attire, and posters offering a variety of services, bore a striking resemblance to ancient brothels. The dessert shop seemed to focus solely on selling sweets, yet it engaged in ostentatious displays and provided various services to customers, which felt quite unseemly. One couldn't help but wonder if, under the guise of a dessert shop, they were indulging in clandestine activities. Xianxia, resting her head on Cheng Jin's shoulder, took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking. Embarrassed, she buried her face into his shoulder, then nuzzled the nape of his neck with her forehead. Below. After uttering her words, she could distinctly feel her cheeks warming, as if a fire were recklessly igniting within her. If time could rewind by 10 minutes, he believed he could have dislocated that man's arm. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback and remained silent. She did not relish attending school for there. She was pointed at and labeled as a pitiable creature without parents. Children, in their unfiltered innocence, voiced thoughts that lacked consideration, often leaving lingering impressions. Yet she had emerged from the clutches of public opinion, vividly recalling the cruel words hurled at her in the past. Despite having committed no heinous deeds, she found herself portrayed as a villain in the eyes of others, as if she were deserving of severe punishment. In comparison to her school life, she preferred the personalized guidance of a professional tutor during her time with the Song family. Although she harbored no fondness for Song Yaoyao, at least Song Yaoyao refrained from uttering unkind words like others did. However, she recalled that the 2 years she spent bedridden were the direct consequence of Song Yaoyao's actions. Xianxia. She had thought Xianxia was asleep when Cheng Jin gently patted her head. This winter break, we will be together, all right? Xianxia remained silent. Chang Jin softened his tone, almost coaxingly. There will be a monthly exam when school resumes, and we will be reallocated into different classes. Once the college entrance examination concludes, you will be able to attend university in September. At your age, you ought not to be confined here. If we hadn't come today, wouldn't you be? He paused, observing the subtle shifts in Xianxi's expression. Her internal conflict suggested she still held some hope for the future. Xianxia appeared bewildered, her eyes slightly reddened. After a few seconds, she turned to the wardrobe and retrieved a clean outfit to change into. Given that Cheng Jin had done her a favor today, he decided to overlook the fact that he had climbed onto her bed. As he watched the silly demeanor of the dog, he suddenly remembered that the matter of companionship should indeed be addressed. When Xianxia emerged, she donned the white dress that Cheng Jin had previously purchased for her, the very outfit she had worn when she left Cheng Jin's home. She retrieved a black coat neatly hung on a hanger from the wardrobe, donned it in front of the full-length mirror, and then, using a wooden comb, styled her hair into a pair of playful ponytails before slipping on a pair of socks and donning her cozy slippers. Cheng Jin's gaze remained fixed on the seemingly busy Xianxia, who possessed an impressive array of clothing. Whether in the single wardrobe or on the horizontal rack in the middle, including an assortment of brightly colored little leather shoes on the shoe rack, every piece distinct from the others. Noticing Cheng Jin's scrutiny, Xianxia remarked that the garments provided by the store were communal rather than personal possessions, and wearing them outside was strictly prohibited. If discovered, one would be required to purchase the items in full and face penalties. Shall we go now? Cheng Jin tugged gently on the dog leash. Xianxia nodded, fiddling with the curled ends of her hair. Cheng Jin approached, bent down, and effortlessly lifted Xianxia, who weighed approximately 80 pounds. She had never weighed herself exactly, possibly due to her past experiences in taekwondo training or perhaps the remarkable strength she had developed from frequently carrying her dog. Carrying Xianxia felt no burden at all. Honestly, I can walk by myself. Xianxia felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, she was not lacking limbs and didn't require Cheng Jin's assistance. You are quite easy to carry, Cheng Jin replied. Xianxia could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, their four-legged companion expressed its discontent with a series of loud barks. Xianxia, puzzled by the dog's intentions, conjectured, "Does it want you to carry it too?" Cheng Jin glanced at the dog, playfully lifting the girl in her arms as if to boast, and casually remarked, "Perhaps it is just hungry." The dog, "Woof. It is not hungry. It merely wishes to avoid walking. That is all." Upon descending the stairs, Xianxia buried her face entirely in Cheng Jin's shoulder. As anticipated, upon reaching the ground floor, Nanyu, who typically treated her like a sister, approached with a playful tone. "Hey, academic overachiever, you're whisking her away just like that?" Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "Does Xianxia have an employment contract?" Established companies generally require an agreement to safeguard interests, and given Xianxi's youth, she might be easily deceived, and scrupulous businesses often tamper with contracts. Cheng Jin switched the dog leash to his other hand and retrieved his phone from his pocket to unlock it. "Add me on WeChat. And please forward me your boss's WeChat," he implied, indicating that any matters should be directed to him. Nanyu narrowed his eyes, retrieved his phone from the pocket of his skirt, scanned the code, and with a ping, the code was successfully scanned. To his astonishment, the profile picture belonged to a nightmarish figure from his youth, the massive cover of 5 years of college entrance examinations, 3 years of simulation. Nanyu was taken aback. Having heard from Xiao Baiyuan that this individual was the top student in the senior grade, he mused that perhaps the pursuit of knowledge had rendered him somewhat foolish. Using the cover of a study guide as a social media avatar seemed to scream, "Look at me, I am the top of my class. I am passionate about learning." Nanyu updated Cheng Jin's contact with the note, "Top student in the senior grade." Chapter 107. Arranging Xianxia into the senior grade. After adding each other as friends on WeChat, Nanyu recalled a recent incident. The surveillance footage had yet to be reviewed, but the 3 men seated in that corner had already been added to the blacklist. Prior to Xianxi's arrival, these adult men had behaved quite decently. Yet upon her commencement, a series of revolting, harassing behaviors had begun to surface. Qiheng might have to dismiss Xianxia out of a sense of protection for women. "How is Xianxia faring?" Nanyu raised her eyes to observe Xianxia, who was resting on Cheng Jin's shoulder, her eyes closed, likely fast asleep. Fortunately, Cheng Jin gently caressed the young girl's head before leading the dog away. Nanyu watched the pair depart, and before she could express her thoughts, Xiao Baiyuan bounded over to her, curiously inquiring, "A fatherly hug?" Nanyu rolled her eyes and chose not to respond. Jin, feeling helpless, carried her to the newly arranged room he had prepared in advance. He drew the blackout curtains and turned on a small nightlight before ushering the dog outside. This room was originally intended for Nai, having been fully decorated long ago, yet she had not yet moved in. After spending an entire night persuading Nai, the moving company arrived the next day to take away her belongings. He then selected furniture and decorative items that appealed to young girls. Although the decor lacked the feminine touch that Nai would have provided, it was ultimately unnecessary for them to share a room. However, he had not disclosed his intentions regarding Jiangqi to Nai, who merely assumed he was clearing out clutter. The dynamic between the two girls was something he could not interfere with, so he endeavored to keep them apart. Moreover, this house was rather simple. And given Nai's particular tastes, once her belongings were removed, she would likely feel little attachment to this place, significantly reducing the chances of her visiting. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Jin prepared the meal and intended to wake Jiangqi just then. The phone he had carelessly tossed onto the sofa rang out vigorously. Wiping his hands dry, he walked over to answer the call. He never bothered to label his contacts. He typically recognized people by the last digits of their phone numbers. Once the call connected, Jin politely greeted, "Mom." He paused, lost in thought, casting a glance towards the closed door of Jiangqi's room. Hesitating for a moment, he finally responded with a soft Nai was not at home. She was likely out shopping with friends or training at the dojo. In the worst-case scenario, she might be next door indulging in food and drink, oblivious to the fact that it was her own home. I'll contact her later, Jin decided, refraining from directly mentioning Nai's whereabouts. As he surmised, she was more likely to be at the neighbor's place. Upon hearing this, Cheng's mother asked, "Aren't you with Nai?" "No. I've moved to the Yangyuan community," he instinctively countered, his hand slipping into his pocket. Only to find it empty. He had not touched the spare key he had prepared for Jiangqi. He glanced at the hook near the entrance, realizing he must have left it there when he came in. Jin. Cheng's mother suddenly adopted a more conciliatory tone. Reluctantly, he confessed, "She is indeed with me now. Nai does not like her." Settling into the sofa, he leaned back languidly and said, "Mom, I need your help with something." "What is it?" "For the next semester, please arrange for Jiangqi to enroll at Hangao." Cheng's mother maintained a calm demeanor, her earlier joy abruptly subdued. Disdainfully, she brushed away her own large hand that had been kneading, and with a serious tone, she admonished, "Do you understand the significance of Hangao? It is a prestigious high school, and you gained admission through your academic achievements. The vast majority of students enter through local residency, while outsiders struggle to gain entry." Jin fell silent for a moment before softly responding, "That is precisely why I wish for your assistance." It was a rare occasion for Jin to voice a request, making it difficult for his mother to outright refuse him. She sighed, "Is that girl not a local?" Jin pondered, recalling the unfamiliar address he had discovered on Jiangqi's misplaced ID card that day in the bathroom. He recognized the province at the beginning, but the subsequent district, town, or village was entirely unknown to him. Despite excelling in geography during middle school, he truly had no knowledge of Jiangqi's residence. "Well, my son, regarding that girl's admission to Hangao, perhaps it's best to discuss it with your father." "I am unable to provide any guidance," she suggested. Jin raised an eyebrow. "When has my father ever disregarded your advice?" Beside Jueyin, Tingjun set aside her iPad. Leaning her finely featured face closer to Jueyin's, seemingly eager to confirm what she had overheard, as if it were the most outrageous joke imaginable. Jueyin irritably raised her hand to push away Tingjun, speaking into her phone, "It's your father. Recently, he seems to be quite restless. And the company is making it appear as though we are exceedingly wealthy, akin to those Mary Sue CEO novels where millions pour in every minute. He clings to me like an unemployed drifter with nothing substantial to occupy his days." Tingjun. Jin, feeling utterly exasperated. Jin leaned back against the sofa, tilting his head. "If there's nothing else, I shall hang up for now." Jin's voice trailed off in a questioning tone, low and hoarse, as if attempting to bewitch the mind. As a mother, Jueyin had watched Jin and Nai grow up together. The siblings, who once playfully tussled, ceased their quarrels when Nai began to mature during their teenage years. Since then, their interactions had shifted to Nai's unilateral antics, with Jin displaying a remarkable understanding, always accommodating his younger sister. This moment marked the first time Jueyin observed Jin developing a relationship with a girl outside of Nai. As a mother, it was challenging not to harbor suspicions. "She might spend the new year with me, but she tends to be shy and may very well choose to stay here instead. Well, ensure you take good care of her over there, all right? Be accommodating toward her. Girls can be quite temperamental when upset, but they are easily placated. You should learn a thing or two from your father in this regard. Chapter 108. From now on. This shall be your room. Jin rubbed his forehead. All right, I shall hang up now. As the call ended, Jin flung his phone onto the side of the sofa and, weary, closed his eyes. Suddenly, he became aware that his recent rest periods had been rather scant. Although he had relocated to the Yuan Garden community, he had not neglected to bring along a single practice book. Just as fatigue began to envelop him, a sudden noise jolted him awake, dispelling his drowsiness entirely. He sat up straight, his gaze landing on Xianxia, who stood at the doorway in a disheveled dress. It seemed she was still half asleep. After colliding with the wall, she simply faced it with her eyes shut, either deep in thought or continuing her slumber right there. Motionless against the wall, she appeared rather foolish. After a couple of minutes, Changjin's gaze remained fixed on Xianxia. Eventually, she made a move. Raising her hand to scratch her head, turning her face to one side, pressing her delicate cheek against the cold wall, seemingly relishing the moment as she scratched her face. After that, she fell silent once more. Changjin, sitting not far away, nearly burst into laughter at Xianxia's dazed expression. Suppressing the urge to smile, he stood up and walked over to pull her away. Leaning against the wall was one thing, but once detached, her balance faltered, causing her to stumble toward a nearby potted plant. Changjin, with a sigh, caught her in his arms and bent down to carry her to the washroom. His bedroom was equipped with a private shower, but Xianxia's was merely a single room. However, just a few meters down the left side of her room's entrance, there was a corner that had been converted into a bathroom, which was more spacious than the one in his own room. Xianxia's mind was somewhat hazy. Once her feet touched the ground, she swayed precariously, gripping the cold edge of the sink. With great effort, she lifted her heavy eyelids and beheld Changjin, who was squeezing toothpaste for her while washing his hair. He towered over her, her height barely reaching his chest. Even when he bent down, there remained a notable disparity between their statures. Xianxia glanced down at the cup filled with fresh water beside her. She picked it up and took a sip to rinse her mouth, just as Changjin approached with the toothbrush. Changjin adjusted the amount of toothpaste he had dispensed, reminding her to wash her hands afterward, as they could soon partake in their meal. Xianxia replied, bending slightly and closing her eyes, appearing somewhat out of sorts. Changjin chose not to disturb her further. Perhaps it was due to her extended slumber that day. After breakfast, she had taken a shower and then nestled on the sofa with her dog, watching television. The dog was quite content in her embrace. Yet it could not withstand being lifted entirely. It was prone to falling, and Xianxia struggled to gauge her strength, fearing she might inadvertently drop the dog. At 11 o'clock, as the alarm she had set on her phone rang, Changjin promptly set down his pen, retrieved the change of clothes carelessly thrown on the sofa, and headed into the shower. Approximately around 11:30, he emerged in his pajamas, ready to engage her. Xiong'er, I've thought of an even better idea. Let's prevent Bald Chong from chopping down trees. Come on. Xiong'er, don't run. Achu. Changjin approached, picking up the remote control that lay on the coffee table, and pressed the power button on the television. The screen went dark, and only then did Xianxia gradually detach herself from the animated show, her face adorned with confusion as she looked at Changjin. What is going on? I haven't finished watching yet. Xianxia pouted, expressing his displeasure as he declared, I will sleep here tonight. That is not my room. Changjin, bemused, inquired, have you been mesmerized by cartoons? Be obedient. He tempered his tone, lowering his demeanor as he spoke gently. The dog nestled in Changjin's arms, intrigued, gazed up at Xianxia with its round, sparkling eyes. Noticing Xianxia's indifference, Changjin set the dog down on the carpet, then approached, effortlessly bending down and sliding his arm beneath Xianxia's knees to lift him up. Xianxia was petite, and he fit snugly in Changjin's embrace without any sense of awkwardness. I can walk by myself, Xianxia insisted stubbornly, refusing to wrap his arms around Changjin's neck. Although he felt as if he might tumble sideways, his obstinacy prevented him from clinging on. Changjin carried Xianxia towards the room, with the dog trailing closely behind, amusingly glancing down at Xianxia, who was gripping his hands in a petulant manner. Do you not like this room? He asked gently. Upon entering, Changjin reached for the light switch beside the doorframe, and with a click, the bedroom was flooded with bright light, dazzling to the eyes. Xianxia, unable to withstand the intensity, instinctively shielded his eyes. Soon after, He was placed on the soft bed, which he had previously napped on. It was plush, with a relatively light yet warm duvet and cover. Suddenly, the harsh brightness was replaced by the familiar sound of the light switch, plunging the room into darkness, followed by the gentle flicker of a candle illuminating a small area, gradually revealing a more soothing ambience in her line of sight. She felt a bit bewildered, gazing at the dramatically altered arrangement of dolls in the room, each item unlike anything she had seen during her previous visit. Although the decor was rather minimalist, it aligned perfectly with her preferences. The corner was cluttered with various objects, while the hallway remained starkly empty and vibrant two-dimensional tapestries adorned the walls. The predominant color scheme, though excessively feminine, stirred something within Xianxia as she beheld the aesthetically pleasing space. How had it transformed? Xianxia paused, tilting her head to look at Qingjin. Qingjin, leaning over the bed, scrutinized her with weary eyes, the fatigue of an entire day's labor etched upon his brow. Having neglected updates over the past few days, he sank deeply into the soft mattress, causing even the petite Xianxia, seated beside him, to dip slightly. Do you not like it? Xianxia fidgeted with her fingers, her demeanor tentative. I suppose I've never mentioned that I've always shared a room with others. I've never had a room of my own tonight. You will sleep here alone. If you need anything, just turn on the light and come to find me. The soft bed lay in a shadow, out of reach of the night light, and Xianxia obediently nodded. Also, from now on, this is your room. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Oh, okay. I took inspiration from other room arrangements I found online. If you dislike it, you can always rearrange it at a later time. Qingjin reached over and pulled the nearby blanket over Xianxia's legs. He glanced at the bedside lamp, adjusting its brightness slightly. Suddenly recalling something, he added, if you need to use the restroom during the night, turn on the bedroom light. The switch for the living room light is on the wall to your right as you exit. Tenderly cared for, Xianxia paused for a moment, tucked the quilt tighter around herself, and nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. Having conveyed most of what needed to be said, Qingjin turned and exited the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Once he locked it securely, he felt at ease to wash up and retire to bed for rest. Chapter 109. Xianxia gets a haircut. Qingjin had the intention of bringing Xianxia along to school. After spending 2 days at home, enjoying the familiar flavors of the meals she prepared, he finally found some free time to take her out to a bookstore to purchase supplementary study materials. Xianxia had already attained a middle school education. To directly enter her senior year, she would need to self-study the high school curriculum in a short span of time and achieve superior grades compared to her peers. This would allow her, through an informal route, to excel in her first monthly examination, thereby silencing any dissenters regarding her admission. Qingjin rarely felt burdened by academic pressures. Any stress he experienced was primarily due to advanced topics. However, with the right approach and guidance from esteemed teachers, he could navigate through the complexities without unnecessary detours. Mastering the methods required for specific types of problems made subsequent encounters with similar questions far less daunting. He was not inherently gifted in academics, but through practice, he had developed a proficiency that surpassed that of many peers who merely listened to lectures. Casting a glance at her, Qingjin decided to purchase books at this store first, promising to take her to another shop later for other items. Xianxia, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched her head. To Qingjin, she appeared as though she hadn't washed her hair in 3 days. Her scratching seemed to stem from an itch. He looked down at the top of her head, contemplating the situation more deeply. Such a lack of cleanliness was a habit that needed rectification. Later, I shall take you to get a haircut. Jiang hesitated, fiercely rejecting the idea, stating, I won't cut it. Qingjin frowned, obediently complying. Jiang remarked to herself, this tone is more suited for a dog. I am no longer a child. In the presence of selecting suitable tutoring books, Qingjin indeed proved to be an apt choice for the task. In the interim, he had messaged Chen Zhoming, requesting him to leverage his connections to borrow books from students across various grades, anticipating that Chen might become lax during the holiday, adhering to the unsavory notion of procrastination as long as possible. Thus, he imposed a deadline. After purchasing the tutoring books along with some notebooks and study supplies chosen by Jiang, Qingjin carried 2 shopping baskets to the checkout. Once he settled the bill, Jiang, clutching a shopping bag, reluctantly turned to gaze at the corner where water bottles were obscured by other shelves. Qingjin, somewhat exasperated, took the bag from her hands, transferring the load to one hand while grasping Jiang's arm with the other, guiding her away. If they lingered any longer, she might well consider residing there. Being a bookstore, aside from the learning materials and books, Jin felt that the water bottles displayed would gather dust, and regarding hygiene, he preferred to take Jiang to a specialty store instead. The specialty shop was rather eclectic, frequented predominantly by women, and its clientele mostly comprised students. As they entered, Jin likely guessed that he would acquiesce to her desire for a water bottle, thus he kindly assisted her by carrying the moderately light shopping bag. Jiang stood before the shelves, experimenting with various options. She felt the materials and found herself particularly drawn to glass. However, the glass bottles were somewhat heavy, and the risk of accidentally dropping one meant that a few dozen yuan could vanish in an instant. She had already made up her mind to use the small notebook she had just purchased at the bookstore to meticulously account for every expenditure of Jin, noting down where she had spent his money. One day, she would grow up and possess the ability to independently face reality. Jin reached for a strikingly colored straw cup placed at the top of the shelf. Although the glass material did not retain heat, the dual-textured straw was of decent quality, and the cup, adorned in soft pink with a rabbit motif, was quite charming. "What do you think of this?" Jiangqi asked as she picked up two glass cups of the same design but in different color schemes. The transparent glass, minimalistic in nature, featured a printed capacity, while the three-dimensional pattern on the spoon enhanced the overall aesthetic of the glass. She leaned closer to Jin, inquiring, "Isn't this cup lovely? You adore drinking milk, don't you? I think this would be perfect for you." Jin frowned. The more he looked at the cup, the more it appeared somewhat inappropriate. No matter how he viewed it, it resembled a couple's cup. "Shall we buy it?" Jin, with no other option, agreed. "All right then." Jiangqi turned and headed towards the cashier to make the payment, with Jin following suit. After they completed the transaction, they shifted their focus to the hair salon. Jin had modest expectations for Jiangqi's hair, with only one requirement: cleanliness. Previously, he had never noticed anything amiss when touching her hair. It was soft and pleasant to the touch. However, just a few days ago, he had suddenly discovered small white specks atop her head, clustered and somewhat resembling dandruff. He and Cheng grew up together, and the siblings developed their habits of cleanliness under pressure from a young age. As children, they were prone to generating waste, prompting their parents, Zhuoyin and Tingjun, to instill in them a love for the environment and the importance of personal hygiene. Consequently, he had never witnessed any unsightly debris adorning Cheng's head. In contrast, Jiangqi, due to his lack of hygiene, had accumulated similar issues after spending prolonged periods with his dog. After entrusting Jiangqi to the barber, Jin found himself in the waiting area, engrossed in his phone while awaiting Jiangqi's return after her wash. Qin Zhoming, with an extensive social network at school, quickly gathered the textbooks from all 6 semesters of high school, fitting them into 2 cardboard boxes, which were currently en route for delivery. 20 minutes later, Jiangqi emerged with red eyes, shielding her forehead as she reluctantly occupied the salon chair, avoiding Jin's gaze. Noticing something amiss, Jin extinguished the light from his phone and approached her, bending down to inquire, "What's wrong?" The barber, standing behind the chair with a cape and hairdryer in hand, explained, "This young lady's hair ends are excessively dry, and her scalp is also problematic. I merely suggested she consider a shorter cut to gradually care for her hair before allowing it to grow long again. To my surprise, she has been crying since the wash began. Alas, we only meant well." Jin, maintaining a stoic expression, turned to the barber and asked, "Is it possible to trim it a little?" The barber assumed a nonchalant demeanor, asserting that the decision to cut or not was beyond our control. However, should a haircut be in order, he suggested a length of approximately this much. As he spoke, he gestured with his thumb and index finger, indicating the length in midair. Jiangqi, cradling her forehead, caught sight of the indicated length in the mirror's reflection, and tears suddenly welled in her eyes. Noticing Jiangqi's imminent tears, Jin felt a wave of frustration, bewildered as to why she favored long hair. He measured the length of her hair from behind, concluding that if it were to be cut, it would only fall slightly below her undergarments. He gently touched the fabric, indicating where the cut would likely be, and patiently asked, "Would this be acceptable?" "My short hair looks dreadful," Jiangqi lamented, covering her forehead as tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Her hair was enveloped in a soft towel. Even the wisps that framed her face had not been spared, leaving her visage rather round and unflattering. In an instant, a tear slipped down her cheek. Jin reached out, intercepting her moment of despair, his voice soothing. "Just cut it. It looks rather unkempt, and no one at home will find you unattractive." Jiangqi hesitated, grappling with her indecision for several seconds before finally surrendering. "Go ahead." This was the first time Jin beheld the entirety of her face. Her skin was smooth and delicate, freshly washed and appearing dewy. He reached out to touch it, finding it irresistibly soft. Chapter 110. The ugly daughter-in-law meets her in-laws. Qing found herself at a loss regarding Jiangqi. All she did was shorten her hair, which had little impact. Jiangqi was inherently charming, and with her waist-length haircut, she bore a striking resemblance to a middle school student. The long hair had made her appear overly docile. Upon returning home, Jiangqi isolated herself in her room, gazing into the mirror, reluctant to engage with the outside world. Qing, concerned that Jiangqi might succumb to her own thoughts in solitude, retrieved the slumbering dog and tossed it into the room, securing the door behind her, which brought a semblance of tranquility to her world. Previously, the wispy strands framing her face had added a graceful curve, but now her hair hung straight down, lacking the subtlety of its former style. Jiangqi kicked her legs in frustration, burying her face in her arms on the table, consumed by regret. Ultimately, her insecurities stemmed from her upbringing. In her youth, she had not paid much attention to her appearance. Occasionally, when the desire to beautify herself arose, she would make a modest effort. Thus, she presented herself to her classmates in contrasting ways, at times appearing well-dressed and demure, at other times disheveled and introverted. Such fluctuations led to whispers and pointed fingers, with peers chastising her for deliberately downplaying her beauty, only to reveal her true self for attention. Consequently, she opted to maintain long hair over the years, adhering to a single hairstyle to avoid the prying eyes of others. The judgment she faced felt like a tsunami of public opinion, threatening to drown her in suffocating scrutiny. The lethargic dog lay on the cool floor, lazily lifting its eyelids to observe Jiangqi as she continued to remain prostrate. Jiangqi leaned dejectedly on the table for several minutes, her heart heavy with reluctance. Eventually, she sat up and reached behind her to gauge the approximate length of her recently cut hair. As she measured, her gaze fell downwards in disbelief, her pupils widening in astonishment, rendering her momentarily speechless. Overwhelmed by sorrow once more, Jiangqi rested her head on the table, attempting to soothe herself and gradually recalibrate her emotions. After approximately half an hour, Qing entered the room, not with the intention of offering her comfort, but rather to place a cardboard box beneath the table. Jiangqi was compelled to shift her feet to the opposite side, and from her vantage point, all she could see were Qing's feet and his hands as he maneuvered the items. His hands were particularly exquisite, slender, elongated, and fair-skinned. Upon closer inspection, a whimsical desire to touch them began to stir within her. Noticing the haze in Jiangqi's gaze, Qing knelt to glance at her and then proceeded to drag another box over, positioning both boxes against the edge of the table. He spoke as he worked, explaining that these were the textbooks from each semester of their 3 years in high school. Since the books were not sourced from the same cohort of students, some content might be disconnected. Jiangqi blinked, momentarily bewildered. "Don't you have your previous textbooks?" she inquired. Qing replied, "I made notes. It's too convoluted for you to comprehend." Jiangqi responded with a soft, "Oh." His remark inadvertently implied a deficiency in her intelligence. Qing patiently corrected her, reiterating that she was not his girlfriend, a point he had emphasized numerous times, merely an ordinary friend. Yet, with her residing in the courtyard area, who would believe they were just friends? As a seasoned individual and the biological mother of Qing, Jueyin found it difficult not to entertain certain thoughts upon noticing the sudden presence of a girl by Qing's side. Given Qing's age, it was quite natural for him to entertain romantic notions. Yet, as parents, the foremost concern remained that their children might stray from the right path, potentially falling victim to emotional deceit or financial exploitation. Qing sighed, affirming that she was merely a friend. Jueyin cast a dubious glance his way, but Qing's earnest gaze left no room for insincerity. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? Qing nodded with a hint of resignation. For the term friend aptly described his relationship with Jiangqi, however, it seemed their bond transcended mere friendship. Perhaps time would reveal more. Qing refrained from immediate agreement, considering that Jiangqi was still involved with Guzi. Should he bring Jiangqi along, it would undoubtedly invite scrutiny from the local residents, amplifying public opinion and tarnishing the family's reputation. In these remote areas, the elders often held conservative views, indulging in idle gossip that could easily morph into unfounded rumors. Consequently, overnight, both he and his younger sister Qing could find themselves the subjects of unflattering tales. Qing, being young and somewhat naive, often clung to him, calling out to him as brother, leading to their inseparable presence wherever they went. Recently, Qing had emerged from Shi Chuanyuan's residence, though she bore a noticeable mark on her face, not from paint, but rather a bruise on her cheekbone, a testament to a recent altercation. Xianxia covered her face, enduring the pain radiating from her cheek. Quickly, fetch me some eggs for a compress. Before she could finish her sentence, the sharp ache in her cheekbone silenced her, causing her to gasp sharply. Damn it! This time, xianxia-tinged had struck with the force of a hammer. It was only a matter of time before she would bring him down. Hiss. When she returned, she would ensure that she doubled the punishment for that scoundrel, xianxia-tinged. It would be best to arrange a few blind dates for him, so he could settle his lifelong affairs. Chapter 111. I have a girlfriend to introduce to you from the exterior. The villa appeared somewhat eerie, the curtains drawn tightly, allowing no light to penetrate. Likely, it was uninhabited. Xianxia decided against ringing the doorbell again. Approaching the entrance, she noticed a mother and daughter engrossed in an iPad, pointing at the screen. The woman possessed a substantial figure, undoubtedly capable of bearing xianxia and his son. Given his prowess in combat, he could easily manage 3 children in a year. Zhui Yin remarked, I've heard that silicone fake buttocks and breasts have surfaced on the market. This girl appears to be only 18 or 19. Isn't her development rather excessive? Xianxia nodded in agreement while scrolling through the screen. Let me search a bit more. I should find a few who are around his age. As long as they don't seek his wealth, it should suffice, considering he doesn't even have a bride price. As Zhui Yin became distracted, he inadvertently noticed Xianxia leaning against the doorframe. How did you get up here? After Zhui Yin finished speaking, Xianxia lifted her head, surprised to see Xianxia, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. She glanced down at the iPad displaying a plethora of beautiful women on a matchmaking website, decisively shifted to the side, and patted the empty seat, beckoning to Xianxia. Brother, come sit here. I have someone to introduce to you. Xianxia raised his eyebrows in astonishment, not even sparing a glance as he turned to leave. With an arm hooked, he bent slightly at the waist due to his height, wearing an expression of helplessness. Zhui Yin, accustomed to the playful banter between the siblings, found herself at a loss, allowing them to carry on as they pleased, particularly since Xianxia was gracious enough to avoid any quarrels or disputes. Xianxia cast a disdainful glance but did not engage. Undeterred, Xianxia scrolled through the screen, showcasing various types of potential partners for Xianxia. Brother, see if any of these catch your fancy. There are spicy girls, sweet ones, and everything in between. Whether you prefer someone voluptuous or as slender as a twig, I can find it all for you. Look at this girl. She's in her senior year and has been recommended to Peking University. The only downside is that she comes from a different background. Wait, what? She lost her right leg below the knee. Continuing to scroll through personal profiles, Xianxia swiftly switched to another potential match, reciting, xianxia, 24 years old. Enjoys traveling, currently residing in Hung City, and works as a resident singer in a bar. Since it's a chain establishment, her work location varies. She added, Hey, brother. Age gap relationships are quite trendy nowadays. Perhaps you should give it a try. Xianxia furrowed his brow, seemingly engulfed in self-doubt. Beside him, Zhui Yin, unable to bear the sight, interjected with a hint of exasperation. Nai, why not consult your brother's opinion before seeking a suitable match? The priority now is to introduce Chuan Sun to potential partners. Your brother still has a few years to ponder this. It is rather premature at the moment. Xianxia hesitated, then relented. Very well, let us introduce that dog of a man, Chuan Sun, to at least 10, no, 20 potential suitors. His discerning gaze is likely to be quite selective. Xianxia internally breathed a sigh of relief, for the first time finding Chuan Sun somewhat dependable. With Xianxia occupied, she ceased to press Xianxia further. He chose not to linger in her room. After observing the fading color of the bruise on her face after applying a cold compress, he felt reassured enough to step outside. Upon seeing Xianxia emerge from Xianxia's bedroom, Tingjun set down his teacup and inquired with a serious tone, How did your final exam results turn out? Well, I'll maintain steady performance next semester and put in extra effort for the college entrance examination. Xianxia replied, I have been granted a recommendation. Tingjun, who had once ranked last in his class during his youth due to distractions from romance and barely managed to enroll in a second-tier university after the college entrance exams, merely responded. Tingjun waited in silence for about 30 seconds, but Tingjun did not pose any further questions. Both father and son were not particularly adept at social interaction, their temperaments reserved, leading to a mutual silence. The house was enveloped in darkness. He pressed the switch for the light by the door, placed his belongings on the table, secured the door, and then proceeded towards Jiangqi's room. There was no key at the bedroom door. He pressed down the handle and gently pushed it open. The room's layout remained as warm and inviting as ever. Under the soft glow of the light, the serene visage of the girl in slumber fell into his sight, without the veil of stray hair. Her features appeared even more youthful, brimming with vitality. He politely refrained from encroaching upon her space, instead opting to crouch beside the dog sprawled on the carpet, lifting the large creature into his arms. Woof! Startled, the dog suddenly barked, rousing xianxia from her slumber. The dog sniffed the familiar scent, enriched by a tantalizing aroma of cooked food intertwined with a subtle hint of coconut milk, instantly invigorating it as it wagged its tail and gazed up at Qing with an endearing expression. At that moment, xianxia sat up and pressed the switch of the bedside lamp, illuminating the room in an instant. Having eaten, the sounds gradually dwindled. Qing could clearly sense that xianxia was too sleepy to engage in conversation. He cradled the dog and walked to the doorway, reaching out to turn off the light. Noticing her turn over and drift back to sleep, he cautiously closed the door behind him. The noodles prepared in the corner had diminished, and there was less raw meat set aside for the dog, confirming that dinner had indeed been consumed. However, the portion seemed rather scant. Qing cooked some of the raw meat for the dog this time. He had not purchased any fruit but had stocked up on meat for the dog in case of future needs. As xianxia digested quickly, Qing left the leftovers from the dining hall untouched. Checking the temperature through the non-woven bag, it was still piping hot. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, xianxia awakened from her nap, got up to brush her teeth and wash up, then headed to the living room in search of something to satisfy her hunger. The dog had yet to succumb to slumber, indicating that Qing also remained awake. Xianxia, catching sight of the non-woven bag resting on the dining table, recalled the words Qing had uttered when he entered her room in a daze. Hesitating momentarily, she took a seat at the table, unwrapped the packaging, and began to savor her late-night snack. The dog, lounging before the television, caught a whiff of the aroma and hurriedly approached with its bowl in tow. Remembering that the dog had only consumed a piece of meat that evening, xianxia used a plastic spoon to share a portion of her meal with it. Half an hour later, Qing emerged, a white towel draped around his neck and loose-fitting pants adorning his form. His bare torso, still glistening with droplets of water, exuded a subtle sheen under the light, the contours of his muscles barely discernible. The dining table was positioned somewhat askew, and Qing did not register anything amiss, his gaze falling solely upon the hunched figure of the dog. As he drew nearer, he clumsily noted the silent presence of xianxia, who was quietly eating at the table. Upon hearing footsteps, xianxia, momentarily lost in thought, lifted her gaze, only to be confronted by the expanse of his pale, unadorned skin that abruptly invaded her line of sight. With a soft clatter, the chopsticks she had been holding slipped from her grasp and fell onto the table. The rare encounter between them was marked by an uncomfortable silence. As Qing and the dog moved away, xianxia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In the past, when they had shared a room, Qing would emerge from his showers fully clothed. Yet today, he appeared clad in nothing but pants, his hair still damp. How audacious! The boldness of his demeanor left her fragile heart struggling to cope. During her previous stay at her aunt's house, her uncle and cousin would often emerge in the summer evenings, unabashedly bare after their baths. This behavior consistently unsettled her, prompting her to avert her gaze. One fateful instance, she caught sight of her uncle's protruding beer belly, reminiscent of a 6-month pregnancy, which further deepened her aversion to the male form. However, Qing exuded an air of politeness, likely a reflection of his upbringing. Moreover, she had inadvertently glimpsed his physique, defined and muscular, not overly robust, yet undeniably pleasing to the eye. Xianxia propped her chin on her hand, striving to dispel the unsavory thoughts that clouded her mind. She resolved to maintain a courteous demeanor towards Qing. Having seen what she had, she would simply forget the image. Yet, a lingering shyness enveloped her. Though she and Qing were of similar age, he towered over her, with a chest that boasted muscular definition, in stark contrast to her own flat figure. Akin to an unremarkable landscape. With female presence in the household, Qing donned his attire before stepping out to retrieve a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator. Seated at the dining table, xianxia lowered her head, resting her chin on her hand, her mind wandering as she absent-mindedly brought food to her lips. He unwrapped the yogurt, tilting his head back to drink, then approached her, extracting a carton of coconut milk from a non-woven bag. He removed the plastic cap sealing the drinking spout and produced a straw, placing the coconut milk beside xianxia while offering her the straw. The cap featured a concave hole. Should she prefer not to drink directly from the carton, she could easily pierce it with the straw. Xianxia turned her head, dazedly nodding in response as she clumsily accepted the straw and peeled away the outer layer of transparent plastic wrapping. Qingjin's takeout appeared to possess a rather heavy flavor, rendering it somewhat excessive in taste. However, he would not casually dismiss others. He likely had not ordered from this establishment before. Alongside him, the dog was also unable to sleep, having overeaten. Sitting on the sofa, Qingjin had completely emptied his yogurt container, occasionally giving a few playful kicks to the languid dog at his feet, expressing a tone of disdain. "Can't you show a bit of dignity, always mooching off others?" The dog let out a weak whimper, too lethargic to even lift its eyelids. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet your partner. It's time to start producing some pups, and then you can retire." The dog perked up instantly. Qingjin glanced at it, discarded the empty yogurt container into the trash, and strode over to the bedside, ignoring the dog's attempts to curry favor. The matter of finding a mate for the dog had officially been placed on the agenda. Before the new year, Qingjin intended to send the dog to Zhuoyan to stay with Cheng-Nai. Previously, Cheng-Nai had quite liked the dog, even treating it as her own possession. However, as she grew older, she gradually found the responsibility of dog ownership to be a hassle, ultimately relinquishing the dog to Qingjin. Being a girl with her own ideas, Qingjin clearly communicated the arrangements regarding the dog's companion to Zhuoyan before leaving the dog in her care. While he and Jiangqi remained at the courtyard, Jiangqi was a man of few words, capable of sleeping over 12 hours a day, which was not out of laziness. Thus, during these 2 or 3 days of solitude with Jiangqi in the courtyard, Qingjin found himself making strides in the kitchen. With the dog absent, the limited conversation with Jiangqi aside, everything remained within the realm of Qingjin's acceptance. As Jiangqi was present, the process of summoning the servants in the villa for cleaning was omitted. With the approach of the new year, the streets were bustling with people, and the traffic was even more congested than in the previous days. It seemed that the decorations had mysteriously appeared, with red lanterns adorning the roadside. Peering down from the high-rise windows, the nightscape was enchanting and captivating. Jiangqi had little understanding of the new year. She once yearned for red envelopes to buy snacks. But as time passed, she gradually matured and became accustomed to handing her New Year's money over to her aunt, Jiang Fenglu. Yet, foolishly, after several years of surrendering her New Year's gifts, she realized that none had ever found their way back into her pocket. This year, she felt no anticipation for the new year. On the eve of the festival, Jiangqi did not see the dog, and Qingjin began to pack his belongings in preparation for his 4 p.m. flight to his grandfather's house for the reunion dinner. Indeed, Jiangqi felt a tinge of loneliness, yet she refrained from voicing it in front of Qingjin, slowly resigning herself to the comfort of solitude as she once had. A few hours earlier, Nanyu, who was on holiday, sent a message to Qingjin. Early that morning, Qingjin took a trip to the coveted dessert shop to retrieve the items Jiangqi had left behind. Her belongings were few: a white backpack containing 2 delicate white dresses and 2 sets of intimate apparel, along with his spare phone and a thick stack of envelopes filled with unknown contents. As Qingjin wheeled his suitcase out to the airport, he handed Jiangqi his fully charged phone, advising her, "There's a charger on my nightstand. If you run low on funds, send me a WeChat message, and I'll transfer some money to you later." Jiangqi responded with a simple, "Oh." Nanyu tidied up the troubles brought by Qingjin. In her backpack was her salary for the first half of the month, with a daily wage in the 3-digit range. Considering her personal safety, Qiheng decided to dismiss her, yet he generously included an additional half-month's pay. The extra sum, exceeding 400, was a reward from customers in a mini-program. Nanyu assisted her in withdrawing the money and exchanged it for cash at the bank. Currently, she found herself in a relatively comfortable financial position. For the next few days without Qingjin, she would not face starvation. Chapter 113. Nanyu plans a movie date on the evening of New Year's Eve. The sky above Hung City was devoid of fireworks, and the sound of firecrackers was notably subdued. The honking of cars on the streets was more restrained than usual. Jiangqi sat idly at her desk, leaning against the window as she gazed downwards. The desk was only slightly lower than the window, which was secured by a railing, so she felt no trepidation about accidentally tumbling out. She wore nothing but a nightgown, and despite the significant drop in temperature that night, she seemed oblivious to the chill. At that moment, her phone, carelessly tossed on the pillow, illuminated the dim room with a glaring light, accompanied by a series of system notifications. It appeared that while placing her phone into her backpack, Nanyu had taken the liberty of adding her contact information. Jiangqi hesitated for a couple of seconds before ultimately answering the call. As soon as she picked up, Nanyu's voice, filled with joy, resonated through the line. and one could almost sense her exuberance from afar. "Hello, Jiangqi, are you still in Heng City?" Standing by the roadside, Nanyu entwined her arm with her boyfriend's, gazing up at the neon sign of the cinema hanging from a distant skyscraper. Being nearsighted, she could not discern the letters clearly. Yet the name of the cinema was imprinted on the movie ticket, allowing her to surmise that it was indeed the establishment where the tickets had been purchased. "I came out with my boyfriend to watch a film. I thought you might not have seen it, so I bought an extra ticket. Are you able to come over now? Later, my boyfriend will have some friends join us, and I can introduce you to them," she said. Jiangqi paused at the edge of her bed, declining. "Perhaps it is best if I don't. It is rather late now." When Nanyu packed up the items left by Jiangqi to give to Cheng Jin assumed she was sending the things over and promptly provided her address. However, due to her work commitments, it was Cheng Jin who eventually went to the store to retrieve Jiangqi's belongings. Perhaps out of concern for Jiangqi, she remembered the address of that particular neighborhood quite well, but upon reflection, she realized that she did not have the address firmly in mind. Only a few fragments of words that had surfaced before. Seemingly losing her patience, Nanyu urged, "So, are you coming over now? I can send you the address via WeChat. When you head out, just show the driver the location, and he will take you here." With the conversation reaching this point, Jiangqi decided not to resist any further. "All right." Nanyu then reminded her, "The movie starts at 11 o'clock, so you need to arrive before 10:50. If you arrive late, it will be quite awkward for you when you enter." "Understood," Jiangqi murmured in agreement. After the call ended, Nanyu promptly sent the address and floor of the cinema to Jiangqi. Glancing at her boyfriend beside her, she crossed her arms and remarked, "Jiangqi shares a particularly close friendship with a boy named Heng Gao. I can't be certain if your buddy can win her over, after all. Beautiful women tend to be quite discerning." Her boyfriend dismissed her concerns regarding others, saying, "Let them be, we shall focus on our own movie. If they don't hit it off, so be it." The couple waited at the roadside for the pre-booked car to arrive, then proceeded to the cinema to meet their friends. Jiangqi took her time packing, anxious about spending money, so she merely tucked a 50 yuan note into her coat pocket, while the remaining cash was neatly folded and placed in the first drawer of Cheng Jin's bedside table. Cheng Jin preferred to keep a couple of books there, presumably for evening reading. Having learned from the previous experience of borrowing 200 yuan, Jiangqi felt more secure leaving her money with Cheng Jin, repaying half of what she owed, which brought her some comfort. Returning money is easy. Repaying favors is far more challenging. Once she finished packing, Jiangqi let her hair fall loosely, pocketing a 50 yuan bill and her phone as she stepped outside. She hailed a taxi at the entrance of Yuanyuan Community, showing the driver the address as Nanyu had instructed, and the meter began to run as he drove her to the cinema. As night deepened, the roads became increasingly sparse. This New Year's Eve, a time meant for family reunions, felt particularly lonely for her, as she had no family. Thus, she found herself staring vacantly out the window, ultimately deciding to accept Nanyu's invitation to watch a movie. The driver, perhaps merely seeking to complete another fare, might have been motivated by financial gain or perhaps the desire to extend assistance to those in need. After delivering Jiangqi to the cinema, he handed her the receipt, accepted cash, and amiably wished her a happy new year before rolling up the window and departing for his next passenger. Though greeted by a stranger, Jiangqi felt a tinge of discomfort, lightly touching her round nose as she made her way to the elevator. Ascending to the 5th floor and rounding the corner to the cinema entrance, Nanyu was there with her boyfriend. And having frequently witnessed their video calls during their time in the staff dormitory, Jiangqi had inadvertently memorized his features after multiple encounters. However, she had initially thought her presence would be superfluous, only to discover that Nanyu's boyfriend had indeed brought along a friend. Nanyu was engrossed in texting her friend when her boyfriend nudged her arm, prompting her to notice Jiangqi's arrival. She tucked her phone into her bag, retrieved the tickets she had purchased in advance, and distributed them among the group, pulling Jiangqi's arm as she exclaimed, "You arrived quite swiftly. Let us enter right away." In that moment, she noticed Jiangqi's newly cropped hair, expressing her surprise. "What prompted you to cut your hair? You used to resist going for a trim with me." Jiangqi replied, "I just suddenly felt the urge to cut it." At that time, she had been swayed by Cheng Jin with a cup of water. But after the haircut, she felt too embarrassed to face anyone, dragging Cheng Jin away without a second thought about the cup. "I must say, this short hair suits you rather well. It exudes a youthful vibrancy," Nanyu complimented sincerely before they entered. Jiangqi had never watched a movie before, yet she had gleaned some understanding from watching television, thus she held a certain fascination for cinemas. Allowing Nanyu to link her arm, she entered the theater, where they presented their tickets at the entrance and took their designated seats. The tickets purchased by Nanyu did not correspond to fixed seats. Rather, the seating was tiered, with individual seats spanning several rows. Nanyu selected a section with 4 adjacent vacant seats, positioning the 2 girls in the center while the 2 boys naturally occupied the outer spots. Yugo had remained single for over 20 years, and during his senior year internship, he was quite occupied with work, often spending his weekends sequestered in the laboratory with his mentor, where he would remain for the entire day. His interests were not as diverse as Mu Jiachen's, nor was his social life as vibrant, leading his dormitory mates to feel compelled to introduce him to friends of Mu Jiachen's girlfriend, in an effort to alleviate his solitary status. As the film commenced, Yuji's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the girl beside him, her face illuminated by a faint, cold light in the dimness of the theater. Her complexion was pristine, and her appearance undeniably captivating, though she seemed somewhat dazed. While others relaxed against their seats, fully immersed in the cinematic experience, she occupied merely 1/3 of her chair, maintaining an upright posture, her hands somewhat awkwardly resting on her lap. After a brief silence, Yugo extended the bucket of popcorn he had purchased outside to Jiangqi. Originally, Mu Jiachen intended to buy it for her, but as Nanyu was on a diet and they were seated closely together, she refrained from allowing Mu Jiachen to make the purchase. Among the 4, only Yugo had procured a bucket of popcorn. Chapter 114. Happy New Year. The film's opening featured an instrumental prelude. Jiangqi, though unable to fully comprehend it, found the overall sound rather mournful. In a similar television series, Jiangqi had previously watched at Qingjin's home, but the film only spanned an hour and a half, which felt rather brief. She was intrigued nonetheless. The popcorn before Jiangqi remained suspended for several seconds. Yugo, feeling a bit fatigued from holding it, gently nudged her hand with the popcorn as a subtle hint. Jiangqi, momentarily captivated, was jolted from her reverie, her gaze slightly bewildered as she turned to find a stranger's face before her. Puzzled, she followed the line of his outstretched arm, only to find the popcorn resting a mere hand's breadth above her knee. Previously, while working in a tempting environment, she had narrowly escaped an assault on her privacy. Thus, the sight of Nanyu's boyfriend's friend extending his hand evoked unwelcome memories of that day when an adult male had intended to violate her. She could not forget. The incident lingered in her mind, and any similar gestures provoked a whirlwind of unsettling thoughts. Noticing Jiangqi's silence as she lowered her head, Yugo, in a rather brusque manner, stuffed the popcorn into her embrace and turned away, offering it to her in silence. His overly distant demeanor stifled the words he had been preparing to say. Though he had never pursued a girl himself, he had witnessed Mu Jiachen's courtship of Nanyu firsthand. When they had just begun university, they had engaged in an online romance, often holding their phones to video chat and share mundane details of their lives, their bond remarkably strong. Their relationship had remained as passionate even after transitioning to face-to-face meetings. However, the moment they were apart at night, they would resort to video calls. Yet, observing Jiangqi's demeanor left him feeling quite embarrassed. Offering her popcorn was his way of expressing kindness, yet she failed to grasp the sentiment behind it. At that moment, the phone in his pocket emitted a sudden beep, the notification sound for incoming messages on WeChat. Yuga inwardly grumbled about the unexpected interruption, wondering who could be messaging him at such a time. Upon retrieving his phone, he glanced at the lock screen, revealing a message from Mu Jiachen. Turning his head, he caught sight of Mu Jiachen calmly winking at him while holding his own phone. Simultaneously, a notification sound chimed from Jiangqi's phone as well. Sitting beside Jiangqi, Nanyu turned her head and noticed that among the 4 of them, she was the only one engrossed in the movie. The other 3 were engrossed in their phones, dimming the brightness. Puzzled, she leaned closer to Jiangqi's screen and immediately spotted the topmost note beside the person with whom Jiangqi was chatting, Savior. This so-called savior was none other than Qingjin, the top student from their grade. Realizing that Nanyu was peeking, Jiangqi instinctively shrank back and shielded her phone screen with her hand, questioning with a tone of irritation, "What are you doing?" Nanyu squinted her fox-like eyes, teasing, "What secretive matters are you discussing with that model student?" "It's not what you think," Jiangqi instinctively retorted. Nanyu, surprised, straightened her posture with a hint of disdain. Not precisely articulating what she thought they were up to. "Why are you so agitated?" Jiangqi stammered. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. Lowering her hand from the screen, she adjusted her coat, leaning on the armrest as if preparing to leave. Observing Jiangqi's furtive demeanor, Nanyu, concerned for her safety, inquired, "Where are you going?" Nanyu added, "You're not a child anymore. Why do you still act as if you must obey every call?" There exists a sense of belonging that others have never bestowed upon her. It is a feeling she has encountered for the first time in her nearly 17 years of life. After speaking, Xianxia crouched and maneuvered her way through the crowd, her gaze fixed upon the expansive screen of the cinema. Nanyu initially wished to say more, but upon noticing Xianxi's urgency to leave, she refrained from further detaining her. Nanyu felt a sense of assurance regarding Qing Jin's capabilities, with commendable academic achievements and a sound understanding of principles. She was confident in her ability to manage Xianxia, which brought her a sense of relief. The staff at the store were well aware of Xianxi's background, and having shared living quarters and meals with her, Nanyu possessed a deeper understanding of Xianxia than most. When Xianxia was still in her mother's womb, an explosion occurred at her father's factory, leading to her father's tragic death during an escape attempt. Consequently, Xianxia was raised by her biological mother, who remarried at the age of 5 into the affluent Song family in Hong City, successfully transforming into a wealthy matriarch. Regrettably, Xianxia became an impediment in her mother's life, resulting in her being placed under the care of her aunt. However, the years spent in her aunt's household were far from pleasant. As an outsider, Xianxia was exempt from any household chores, with her aunt's children often stepping in to assist with daily tasks. This dynamic fostered a sense of prejudice among her cousins, who targeted Xianxia, concocting malicious rumors about her. Now, in the stillness of the early morning, Xianxia found herself alone in the elevator. The corridor outside was eerily quiet. Once the call connected, the silence was so profound that she could hear her own breath. "Hello? Have you arrived home?" A gentle voice emanated from the phone's receiver, the sounds of firecrackers resonating clearly in the background. Xianxia tucked her other hand into her coat pocket for warmth, watching the ascending numbers on the elevator button. She softly murmured, "We're almost there." In the secluded little town, the sound of firecrackers filled the air, mingling with the laughter of children. Qing Jin stood on the balcony, gazing down at Qing Nai, clad in a ginger-yellow down jacket, playing with a fairy wand alongside a dog adorned with a large red bow round its neck. Looking up, he beheld the dazzling fireworks blooming in the sky. He ended the call and transferred 200 yuan to Xianxia via WeChat, with the note, "Happy New Year." He possessed 2 WeChat accounts, each linked to different phone numbers, thus enabling his WeChat payment. Xianxia had navigated the use of her smartphone through her own exploration, without any deliberate effort to learn. Upon receiving Qing Jin's transfer, she hesitated momentarily over whether to accept it, when suddenly, a transfer notification from Nanyu popped up. Opening it, Xianxia was momentarily bewildered, before a smile crept onto her face. The next message following the transfer of 0.52 yuan read, "A small token of affection, not meant as a formality. Buy yourself a lollipop at the supermarket checkout." It was a picture of a backpack crafted from an assortment of snacks, slightly larger than a typical school bag. Chapter 115. Our Qing Jin is guaranteed admission. Xianxia found it puzzling why Nanyu would send her such an image. Nanyu occasionally proclaimed her intent to lose weight by avoiding high-calorie snacks, and she herself was not fond of candy, particularly those with a strong flavor. "Have you finished the movie? Such a good child. Asleep so early? I haven't even had the chance to boast about the snack gift set my boyfriend bought me." Standing by the roadside, Nanyu, with a snack gift pack in hand, bent down to message Xianxia as she continued to type. Her enthusiasm grew. The owner of the tricycle stall watched with impatience, but refrained from voicing any urgency. If she intended to buy, then she should simply proceed without dawdling over her phone. Mu Jiaqing gently placed his hand on Nanyu's shoulder, guiding her toward a nearby snack stall. With the bustling crowd around, her attention remained fixated on her phone, inadvertently blocking the path for others. As she scrolled down, the screen was filled with messages from Nanyu, a treatment he had never experienced as her boyfriend. Mu Jiaqing's gaze drifted toward her phone screen, akin to a clandestine peek. He maintained a respectful distance yet could not resist inching closer. With keen eyes, he noticed Nanyu persuading Xianxia to purchase the same snack gift pack, fervently insisting that someone should buy it, evoking the spirit of childhood. It was as if he had uncovered a monumental secret about his girlfriend, and he stifled a laugh at the revelation. Nanyu, somewhat starved for affection, occasionally displayed a dominant demeanor in their relationship, yet he had come to understand her personality well over time. She was enchanted by the snack gift pack worth 150 yuan, yearning to embrace her inner child, a sentiment shared among girls in love, who often magnify the significance of their partner's kindness, transforming the trivial into something elaborate in their eyes. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who should have been asleep, felt an urge to mute Nanyu's incessant messages. Her typing was swift, sending a barrage of messages with little more than casual keystrokes. However, The frequent notification sounds began to grate on her nerves, stirring a sense of irritation within. Xianxia expressed his indifference through emojis, barely glancing at the information, until he could no longer resist the urge to turn over and fall into a deep slumber. Cheng Jin spent the New Year's Eve at his grandfather's house, leaving his dog behind to keep the elderly company. On the first day of the new year, he purchased a ticket to visit his maternal grandfather. Julian, donning sunglasses, let out a gentle sigh, reflecting that his mother had managed to adapt after living there for decades. The mindset of the people in that place had remained unchanged for centuries, a reality beyond their control. During their stay at their grandfather's house, he advised, "It would be best for you and your brother to refrain from venturing out too much." Julian remarked, "It is indeed quite challenging to reason with you. Your brother is considerably more sensible." Cheng Nai chimed in, "He has brought along 2 textbooks, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to stay here for a week." Cheng Jin noted the economic backwardness of the small town where his grandfather resided. Observing the scarcity of rental cars outside the station, with the majority being private electric bikes and motorcycles, Cheng Nai casually commented, "This place is even worse than a small mountain village." Cheng Jin, dragging 2 suitcases toward the nearly vacant rental car area, reminded Cheng Nai to refrain from speaking carelessly in public, as it could draw unwanted attention. While it sounded somewhat intimidating, it effectively prompted Cheng Nai to keep quiet. Cheng Jin, feeling somewhat inconvenienced, muttered, "Ms. Zhua, please ask your husband to arrange for a private jet." Julian, with a tone of conviction, replied, "You 2 siblings should strive to excel. One day, our family might even own a private jet, saving us the cost of buying plane tickets when traveling with your father." Cheng Nai turned her gaze towards the window, unsure if her words were meant for anyone in particular. Yet they seemed deliberately articulated for the sake of being heard. "Our family is truly impoverished." Julian, adopting an air of indifference, naturally dismissed Cheng Nai's sentiments. The desires of children cannot solely rely on their parents. The essence lies in learning to strive for one's own aspirations, rather than merely contemplating what their parents might provide. Their grandmother had passed away a decade ago, and their grandfather favored Cheng Nai over Cheng Jin. When he noticed the siblings ascend the stairs, he followed suit, discreetly bestowing upon both children a generous red envelope. Although Cheng Nai harbored a dislike for the boastful elder relatives in this household, she could not help but genuinely appreciate the monetary gifts they offered. "Will Nai be staying here tonight?" their grandfather inquired with a benevolent smile. "Oh, do visit more often during the holidays." Cheng Jin was busy tidying up the bathroom and organizing toiletries when their grandfather pulled Cheng Nai aside to secretly slip her a red envelope. "I heard from your mother that your father has been quite strict with your pocket money lately. Remember to save some of your New Year's money for school. And don't deposit all of it into your mother's bank account." Cheng Nai cast a furtive glance at the ajar bathroom door before accepting the envelope with a tinge of guilt, murmuring, "Thank you, Grandpa." He smiled affectionately before choosing not to linger upstairs any longer. Cheng Jin and Cheng Nai would only spend a single day at their grandfather's home, and the pocket money they received here was not significantly different from what they had gathered at their other grandparents' place. After dinner, Cheng Jin prepared his bedding and took his clothes to the bathroom to shower. At that moment, Cheng Nai hesitantly handed him a red bill, as if parting with something precious. "This is the money my grandpa secretly gave me today. I thought it would be better to split it between us, otherwise you would be at a disadvantage." Cheng Jin frowned, seemingly perplexed. "You should keep it for yourself. You're still growing." Cheng Jin. Chapter 116. The direct relatives of the student. There is a mother named Miaoyu. Before the New Year's Eve, Julian entrusted Cheng Tingjun with the task to arrange for Jiangqi to be admitted to Hanggao, a prestigious high school. It was somewhat challenging to place someone without local residency. Cheng Tingjun spent 3 days maintaining contact with the school's shareholders and principal, and after discreetly offering a substantial sum, he managed to secure a senior year slot for Jiangqi. Consequently, Cheng Jin messaged Jiangqi, who promptly replied with a photograph upon receiving the message. While filling out the information and checking residency records, Cheng Tingjun's assistant, who was liaising with the school, discovered that Jiangqi, who was thought to be orphaned, actually had a mother named Miaoyu. Thus, Jiangqi was not an orphan. His direct relative in the academic records was indeed a mother. The assistant immediately reported this finding to Cheng Tingjun, who then contacted Cheng Jin. To his surprise, Cheng Jin responded in a low voice, "Fraud." Cheng Nai suddenly felt a sense of identification with the situation, instinctively shrinking into the corner of her seat, and casually remarked, "Something's off." At 14, Cheng Nai had her own social circle and did not pry into Cheng Jin's affairs. She would not waste time seeking information about him. Seated in the passenger seat, Yin took to heart the matters raised by Chang Jin, being well aware of the events that had transpired. Despite the shortcomings of a single-parent household, one should never claim that their mother has died or that they are devoid of parental figures, even in the heat of a domestic quarrel that leads to leaving home. A person capable of uttering such words undoubtedly lacks filial piety. Throughout the journey, Chang Jin's countenance remained grim, having been thoroughly deceived, manipulated with finesse. While navigating the realities of single parenthood, was it truly necessary to fabricate such a colossal lie about being parentless? The 20-minute ride from the bus station to the upscale residential area took a turn at a fork in the road, directing the two destinations in opposite directions. Chang Jin disembarked at this juncture, opting to hail another cab to the Yuan Garden community, even dragging along his suitcase from the trunk as he exited. Cheng Nai, observing from the window, was taken aback. What had caused this seemingly composed young man to suddenly act so erratically? An inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped Shui Yin. Having become accustomed to Cheng Jin's affable demeanor, this marked the first time she had witnessed the early signs of his potential fury. Cheng Nai, upon hearing this, was astonished. Wasn't he particularly fond of that Jiangqi? What had that timid boy done to earn Cheng Jin's ire? In their past encounters, Cheng Jin had not held back during their sparring sessions at the dojo, exhibiting a fierce competitiveness that left her bearing bruises. Imagining Jiangqi incurring Cheng Jin's wrath, she began to envision him with a battered visage, swollen and bruised. Jiangqi appeared so frail and unable to withstand a blow. A single punch from Cheng Jin would likely leave him in tears for days on end. With this thought in mind, Shui Yin felt a sense of reassurance. 20 years ago, when she was in a romantic relationship with her husband, Cheng Tingjun was merely an insignificant presence in the eyes of their teacher. It was only after she participated in a reading competition that Cheng Tingjun overlooked the class leader, instead taking a liking to the unremarkable Shui Yin. Cheng Tingjun had never been an easy person to deal with in his youth, and with Cheng Jin being his biological son, the two often appeared rather stifled. It was entirely possible for them to act impulsively on a whim. After changing his shoes, he pushed his suitcase inside. Upon entering the living room, he spotted Jiangqi curled up on the sofa, a thin blanket draped over her, though much of it had slipped onto the carpet. The blanket barely covered her body, leaving her delicate, pale legs exposed. Had it not been for the sleeves of her shirt, one might have mistaken her for being unclad. Then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the high school supplementary textbook on the coffee table, along with the 5-3 workbook that should have been on his desk, and a sheet of draft paper filled with scrawled black ink. He paused, extending one leg straight while bending the other, scrutinizing the handwriting on the draft paper. The content comprised various calculation problems, accompanied by some hastily scribbled formulas. It is often said that handwriting reflects the person, yet her script was far from aesthetically pleasing. Regardless of the front or back, Cheng Jin had reviewed each calculation problem. She had not written any formulas nor the steps for calculations involving two-digit numbers. It appeared as though she had simply copied the answers, or perhaps computed them mentally to arrive at the correct results swiftly. The draft paper was densely filled, with not a single error in any of the calculations. Yet she possessed only a middle school education. Although the variables x and y occasionally appeared in middle school mathematics, their complexity escalated in high school, suggesting that she ought to have made mistakes. However, she did not. Her appearance was so innocent that it was difficult for him to associate her with deception. Yet, she was indeed deceitful. He harbored a profound disdain for treachery. Xiongda. Xiong'er, they have gone to find Bald Chong. The house was enveloped in silence, the television's volume set unusually low. Cheng Jin turned his head, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corners of his lips, mockingly reflecting on his own foolishness. It was precisely her innocent and harmless visage that made her so easy to deceive. The two of them stood rather close, appearing almost as one from a distance, an ambiguous tension blooming between them. Chapter 117. Cheng Jin, you scoundrel. Jiangqi, deeply asleep, vaguely sensed the presence of others around her. A faint scent of milk wafted before her nose, subtle yet familiar. This scent did not originate from her own body, mingled with the aroma of shower gel, but rather emanated from Cheng Jin. Cheng Jin hung his head, looking somewhat dejected. Why did you deceive me? What was your aim? Did you believe my family was wealthy? Deliberately tripping at my feet on the day of my discharge? Jiangqi, just awakening, struggled to grasp the situation. She lowered her hands from rubbing her eyes and stared at Cheng Jin in bewilderment. Are you speaking to me? Cheng Jin, do you still wish to continue deceiving me? She irritably shook her head, fell silent for a moment, and then, in a daze, asked, why? After grasping the essence of Qing Jin's words, Jiangqi, belatedly realizing the implication, asked, "So you believe that during our time living together, I have been coveting your wealth, correct?" Qing Jin cast a sidelong glance at her, but chose not to respond. Silence, too, serves as a form of answer. Jiangqi, typically mild-mannered, felt a surge of emotion ignite within her, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. She tossed aside the thin blanket on the sofa. Her voice tinged with a heavy sob as she scolded, "Qing Jin, you scoundrel." Without even donning her cotton slippers, Jiangqi rushed out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Once the noise subsided, Qing Jin leaned back against the sofa, gazing upwards. Meanwhile, Jiangqi, having sprinted out in tears, took the elevator down to the ground floor, feeling lost and adrift. She sensed a pressing need for assistance. Yet it was the working hours of the establishment she longed to reach, and she could not contact Nanyu. Furthermore, she lacked the funds for a taxi to the place of her desire, known only by its name, Shuixian, of which she had no knowledge of its location. Upon exiting the residential compound, Jiangqi felt an overwhelming chill envelop her, rendering her nearly insensible to the cold. Her legs trembled slightly with each step as she valiantly fought to suppress her tears. Instinctively, she turned to flee. As she did, a car window rolled down, revealing the youthful visage of a girl, her short hair dancing in the brisk wind, creating graceful arcs. The 12-year-old Song Yaoao leaned out, peering at Jiangqi, clad in a flowing white dress, and innocently inquired, "Is that you, Sister Jiangqi?" Instinctively, Jiangqi averted her face, using her hair to shield her features, fearful of being recognized. Miao Yu, who was taking Song Yaoyao to her dance class, was the biological mother of Jiangqi, although Jiangqi's face was obscured. Miao Yu instantly recognized her as her own daughter by her silhouette. Jiangqi had escaped from the hospital at the end of last year. Miao Yu glanced at the two bodyguards accompanying her and signaled with her eyes. The car door swung open, and the two bodyguards, clad in black suits and sunglasses, descended in unison, mechanically seizing their target. They rushed forward in perfect coordination, firmly grasping the young girl's shoulders, one on each side, and forcibly dragged her into the car. Jiangqi was startled by their brazen actions in broad daylight. However, Miao Yu belonged to the Song family. The incident where Song Yaoyao had pushed her onto the road, resulting in a car accident, had been effortlessly concealed. In the bustling streets, abductions could easily erase the footage recorded by roadside cameras. In the desolate city of Hong, Jiangqi resigned herself to being taken into the vehicle by the bodyguards. Miao Yu had given her life, painstakingly raised her, and brought her to the Song family, all merely to construct the image of a good mother. Jiangqi had long since lost hope in Miao Yu. Once inside the car, she was met with a deafening slap that rendered her ears ringing and her cheek numb. The bodyguards, in perfect harmony, loosened their grip, and Jiangqi, devoid of strength, collapsed to the ground. Miao Yu adjusted her fluffy shawl. Unlike Song Yaoyao, who was not her biological daughter and could not be struck or scolded, Jiangqi was different. The interior of the Bentley was spacious, and Song Yaoyao, observing Miao Yu reprimanding Jiangqi, felt a twinge of fear. "Jiangqi, have you grown so bold? After living in the Song household for 2 years, you still do not know your own name?" Miao Yu's gaze was as venomous as if it had been steeped in poison, fiercely fixated on Jiangqi, who knelt on the ground. Although Jiangqi had cut her hair short and donned a clean appearance, it could not alter the fact that she bore within her the remnants of the man who had ruined her life, a migrant worker who had deceived her into a romantic entanglement in town, neglecting safety measures that led to her pregnancy. Had she possessed discernment back then, resisting the beguilements of her so-called father, she would now be the esteemed Mrs. Song, revered by the Song family, and no one would dare to whisper behind her back about her past or speak of her intellectually challenged daughter. Seated on the floor, Jiangqi clenched her fists. As the vehicle turned, she instinctively swayed to the side. The bodyguard beside her prudently stepped back, increasing the distance between them. Miao Yu, perched on the seat, commanded the driver, "Take the highway, and at the bend in Jiashan, throw her out." Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Miao Yu. In that moment, Miao Yu was far from her usual composed and virtuous self. She was executing the role of a villain to perfection. And Jiashan is quite chaotic. Leaving Sister Jiangqi there could lead to trouble. Despite her disdain for this suddenly emerged, unrelated Sister Jiangqi, Song Yaoyao felt compelled to speak up for her, recalling how she had inadvertently pushed Jiangqi, resulting in her hospitalization 2 years prior. Jianshan, while not particularly remote, was surrounded by bamboo groves and towering hills, and as dusk fell, a multitude of insects would emerge to forage. Miao Yu, in a fit of anger, was in no mood to engage with Song Yao Yao. The driver hastened their pace to arrive at Jiangshan before Song Yao Yao's class began. Chapter 118, Desolate Mountains and Wilds. The two female servants sent by Zhuo Yin witnessed Jiang Qi being forcibly taken into a car, mistaking it for a case of a wayward girl being abducted. They did not raise an alarm upon seeing the luxurious vehicle of a wealthy family. Upon arriving at Cheng Jin's residence in the Yuan Garden community, the two maids rang the doorbell and awaited a response. After approximately 3 minutes of silence, they began to speculate that Cheng Jin might be involved in concealing something sinister. When the door finally opened, the maids rushed in one after the other, scanning the surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. Cheng Jin was well acquainted with the appearance of the maids in his villa, as they had all signed 5-year contracts, leading to a familiarity that had developed over time. Closing the door, Cheng Jin, feeling irritable, asked, "What brings you here?" Seated on the sofa with his long legs stretched out, he noticed several empty milk bottles had been kicked over on the floor. Sensing a peculiar atmosphere, the maids exchanged glances. "Miss Jiang?" Cheng Jin glanced at the servants. They did not seem like ordinary cleaners, but rather like individuals sent to monitor the situation. Realization dawned upon him, and he nodded. Miss Jiang referred to Jiang Qi, and it was likely that these two maids had been dispatched by his mother. Suddenly, one of the more astute maids recalled the moment they had alighted from the vehicle. Her heart sinking, she hastily inquired, "Young master, when did Miss Jiang leave?" The maid was taken aback. "When I had just arrived with a Z. We witnessed a young girl being ushered into a car by two men at the entrance of the community." The maid described her appearance. She wore a long, somewhat sheer white dress and was barefoot, slender and petite in stature. Suddenly, Cheng Jin paused, straightened up, and glanced at the pink rabbit slippers abandoned in the corner. And in that instant, a realization dawned upon him. This place was desolate, resembling the outskirts. A vast expanse of forest stretched before them, while the distant mountains stood as a barrier separating it from another region. Miao Yu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, a fact she had been acutely aware of throughout her life. It was only due to Miao Yu's need to establish herself as a nurturing mother figure before her husband's family that she was fortunate enough to be brought to the bustling metropolis of Hung City. Yet, Jiang Qi could not comprehend why, despite her disdain for her and her contempt for her origins, Miao Yu had not chosen to terminate the pregnancy, but rather stubbornly decided to bring her into the world only to subsequently abandon her without a second thought. While residing in the Jiang family home, she endeavored to meet their expectations, never voicing a single request over the span of many years. Even when she silently endured Lu Qi's mistreatment, she refrained from confiding in her aunt and uncle about Lu Qi's behavior. Living under their roof necessitated her submission. Consequently, she emulated Lu Qi's penchant for coquettishness, softening her voice when making requests, and even resorted to tugging at sleeves to project a feeble demeanor. However, Jiang Qi was not inherently like this. It was only after arriving in Hung City that she learned to weep like Lu Qi, for it was the weeping child who received sweets and affection. But that was only true in Lu Qi's case. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone who truly cared for her. Thus, even as she became frail, it was inconceivable for her to lead a life akin to Lu Qi's, enveloped in the warmth of a loving family. The cold wind slipped beneath her skirt as Jiang Qi wrapped her arms around herself, heading towards the boulders outside the woods. The massive stones loomed like artificial mountains, offering shelter from the wind, yet failing to shield her from the rain. She felt powerless, never even contemplating the notion of praying for someone to come to her rescue. Seated on the grass behind the foam mountain, Jiang Qi found herself in a corner that was not as secluded as one might think. Looking up at the treetops, the lush foliage obscured the sunlight of the day, casting a chill in the air. It was afternoon. In 2 or 3 hours, darkness would gradually descend, shrouding the woods in an eerie gloom. Perhaps one day, she would indeed fulfill Miao Yu's wish and genuinely vanish from this world. Finding solace as the young mistress of the Song family, free from the burden of being a daughter born into a remote, impoverished town, marked by intellectual deficiencies. From childhood to adulthood, living under the roof of others, enduring the ridicule of those around her, and being ensnared by the rampant gossip that had plagued her for years, weighed heavily on her spirit. 200 meters away, a truck transporting animal cages came to a slow halt. A grown man emerged from the passenger seat, hastily clutching the belt of his trousers as he dashed into the woods. The driver, a man with a fierce scar across his forehead, rolled down the window, smoking a cigarette, his impatience evident as he urged, "Hurry up." You're always the one causing trouble. We've got deliveries to make. The man, relieving himself against the trees, exhaled deeply, a sigh of relief escaping him. After securing his belt, he turned and walked away. Amidst a sea of deep green, a stark white figure emerged, undeniably striking. A man, having just relieved himself, turned and beheld a young girl clad in a flowing white dress. Nestled against her knees with her head bowed, obscuring her face. In astonishment, he called out to a truck parked not far away, "Brother Dao, come and take a look. There's a girl here who resembles a fairy." The man referred to as Brother Dao scoffed lightly, his disdain evident. Yet curiosity compelled him to open the truck door and step out. Xianxia, hearing the call, gradually lifted her head, her awareness dawning as the sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. Suddenly, two robust men loomed before her. As she raised her gaze, her eyes struggled to adjust to the brightness, and the overpowering scent of smoke made her frown, inducing a sensation of breathlessness. Brother Dao scrutinized the girl crouching on the ground. Her youthful visage and large eyes stirred unwelcome thoughts within him. The other man, his eyes gleaming with desire, rubbed his hands together and tentatively proposed, "Brother Dao, give me 20 minutes. I wish to have my way with this girl. I've yet to indulge in the wilds of this desolate place." Brother Dao took a deep drag of his cigarette, leaning down to inspect her closely. Though her frame was frail and her age seemingly tender, today's youth appeared to mature early, possessing knowledge beyond their years. "Let us take her inside a bit. But be cautious, someone might pass by soon," he instructed. Glancing towards the nearby utility pole surveillance camera, he added, "We must act swiftly, or we'll be caught if anyone happens by." After surveying the surroundings with a hint of hesitation, Brother Dao finally relented. As he ventured into the woods, overgrown with weeds, the man sensed something amiss. "Brother Dao, does this girl have some kind of affliction? She shows not a trace of reaction." At this, Brother Dao paused, observing the seemingly innocent girl. "It is often the pure-hearted who seek adventure, perhaps. No need to rush. We shall entertain ourselves outside for a while. You truly have a way, Brother Dao." He tossed the girl, slung over his shoulder, aside near the trees. The two men discarded their belongings and unfastened their belts, plunging directly into their nefarious intentions. Chapter 119. A desperate act. Meanwhile, on the road to Zhongshan, Cheng Jin instructed Cheng Tingjuan's assistant to connect with relevant personnel via his laptop to access all surveillance cameras from Yuanyuan community to Zhongshan. The footage revealed Xianxia being unceremoniously thrown from a vehicle by two men, landing headfirst. 5 minutes later, a passing truck driver hoisted Xianxia into the woods. Cheng Jin felt his heart wrenched painfully, as though gripped by an iron fist. The Bentley belonged to the Song family. Jiangxi's mother, Miao Yu, had married into the Song family a decade ago and was now the young mistress of the household. The truck, operated by a driver from a passenger transport company, would take over 8 hours to reach their destination, traversing 2 regions. "Uncle Zhang, step on it." "Young master, we are already at maximum speed. This is not a sports car." Frustrated, Cheng Jin clenched his fists. 5 minutes later, he arrived, flanked by 2 vehicles laden with bodyguards. The group disembarked swiftly, and Cheng Jin was the first to dash into the woods in the direction the 2 men had taken in the footage. It was the first time Cheng Jin beheld Xianxia devoid of her ethereal aura. Previously, she seemed to exude a radiant charm, akin to a celestial being, captivating all in her presence. However, during this encounter, it appeared as though her luminescence had waned, rendering her an ordinary individual among the masses. Cheng Jin, gripping the collars of the 2 men encircling the trees, cast a glance at Xianxia, who was huddled on the grass, cradling her legs. His gaze abruptly hardened. Disregarding whether the 2 men had fastened their pants, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one delivered with lethal intent. When Uncle Zhang and his bodyguards arrived, Cheng Jin was still straddling one of the men, pummeling him, while a motionless figure lay unconscious at his feet. The nearby bodyguards quickly comprehended the situation and rushed to restrain Cheng Jin. Both Cheng Jin and Cheng Nai had practiced Taekwondo since childhood. Although he had seldom trained at the dojang after attaining his black belt, his strikes remained fierce, reminiscent of his former prowess in competition. Uncle Zhang cast a glance at the unresponsive Xianxia leaning against the tree. He only knew her as Miss Jiang, unaware of her full name. Yet he was acutely aware that Cheng Jin's sudden outreach to his father, Cheng Tingjun, was undoubtedly related to her. He decided to assess Miss Zhang's condition before promptly contacting the family doctor. Cheng Jin, shaking off the bodyguard, whispered, "Have the family doctor wait at the garden." He stepped forward, removing his jacket to drape it over Xianxia, and then lifted her in his arms, making his way toward the private car parked roadside. Understood. In the back seat, Chang Jin gently embraced Xianxia's legs through her coat, tugging at her skirt to examine it thoroughly, finding no signs of injury. A sense of relief washed over him, and he tenderly arranged her disheveled hair, softly inquiring if she was hurt. The two men had already shed their trousers. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Chang Jin lowered his gaze and lifted the hem of Xianxia's skirt, clearly revealing lace-trimmed safety shorts reaching her knees. His dark eyes cast downward, resembling a guardian of a precious treasure, he gently encircled her with his presence. Upon returning to the courtyard, the family doctor had long awaited them at the entrance. Dr. Gu's examination lasted a mere 5 minutes, yet he emerged with a somewhat grave expression. Chang Jin raised his eyes slightly and asked, "How is she?" Dr. Gu hesitated, choosing his words with care. "Miss Jiang displays no physical abnormalities, but," he continued earnestly, "it appears she may be experiencing some psychological distress due to the trauma. I notice bite marks on her arm, and she is currently gnawing at it, suggesting this may be a long-standing habit." Chang Jin furrowed his brow and stepped into the bedroom, where he found Xianxia seated against the wall. Her head bowed as she gnawed at her arm. She had always been petite, appearing somewhat malnourished, with slender arms and legs, and little flesh on her hands. Chang Jin approached and sat beside her, grasping her wrist and forcibly pulling her closer. Xianxia struggled momentarily before reverting to her previous, indifferent demeanor. Chang Jin rolled up her sleeves and indeed noticed several shallow bite marks on her upper arm, remnants from years past. On her forearm, there was a fresh bite mark, her fair skin contrasting sharply with the crimson area, which glistened with a hint of her own saliva. Chang Jin paused, casting her gaze down at Xianxia, who remained silent with her head bowed. In the next moment, blood began to seep from the corners of Xianxia's mouth. Chang Jin's pupils dilated in shock. As if she had uncovered an alarming truth, she roughly grasped Xianxia's face, forcing her mouth open. What met her eyes was a mouth filled with blood. Xianxia. Dr. Gu, drawn by Chang Jin's anguished cry, was startled by the scene before her. She is attempting to take her own life. Quickly. We must rush her to the hospital. As the words left her lips, Chang Jin had already swiftly scooped Xianxia into her arms and dashed out. Upon their arrival at the hospital and into the emergency room, Xianxia was administered anesthesia for suturing. Meanwhile, Chang Jin received a series of WeChat messages from Nanyu. Ignoring her phone, she noted the quietude of the hospital corridor, which was intermittently disrupted by Nanyu's incessant messages, becoming quite irksome. It's a backpack made of a snack gift package. Burp. My boyfriend bought it for me. Hurry and use your New Year's money to buy one for Xianxia. They sell it at the night market near Tingda Cinema for just 150 yuan. Got it, Chang Jin replied. Composed of various junk foods. It posed no health risks, even if consumed in excess. Nonetheless, it seemed to possess the charm to delight a young girl. Half an hour later, Xianxia was pushed out of the emergency room on a hospital bed by several nurses. After a suggestion for hospitalization and observation, Uncle Zhang accompanied Xianxia to complete the admission procedures. While processing Xianxia's academic records, they acquired her personal information, and filling out the required forms was not particularly arduous. As night fell completely, Xianxia was transferred to a general ward. After the anesthesia wore off, she awoke. It was only when the visage of the male protagonist appeared before her that she momentarily felt as if she were not trapped in a dream. Her emotions surged, nearly spiraling into madness as she yearned to interrogate Miao Yu about the reasons for her existence, to channel the resentment towards her father, whom she had never met, onto herself, as if she were destined to endure a lifelong retribution. As Chang Jin bent down to adjust the covers for Xianxia, he suddenly noticed her pupils losing focus. He lowered his gaze and called out, Xianxia. After 3 or 4 seconds, she turned away from him. He took a seat on the white chair beside the bed, pondered for a moment, and whispered, I'm sorry. Chapter 120. I have no home. Chang Jin. Initially, I simply presumed you had quarreled with your family. I'm sorry. However, one day it dawned on him that this girl approached her with ulterior motives. He was truly blinded by disdain. The sky above was dark and oppressive. A fierce wind swept through Hung City, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Yet no torrential rain fell. Inside the hospital, the heating was on, and beneath a thin blanket, it was not cold. In the luxurious single room, the soundproofing of the window was inadequate, allowing the howling wind to seep through. The two remained silent, locked in a tense standoff for nearly 10 minutes. Chang Jin retrieved his phone from his pocket to check the time, then sent a message to Uncle Zhang, requesting him to procure some easily digestible meals, preferably liquid. However, Within 2 minutes, he received a message from Cheng Nai. Mom asked me to bring soup for you, and that Jiangqi to help restore your strength. Which building and floor are you in at the hospital? Uncle Zhang told me, but I can't find it. Sure Chuanchuan, who came with me, is getting impatient and ready to explode. As Cheng Jin exited, he closed the door behind him, and just as he stepped downstairs with his phone, Jiangqi lifted the covers and got out of bed. Her movements were slow, her gaze cast downward, resembling a lifeless puppet, devoid of emotion. Upon leaving the ward, a nurse pushing a cart laden with equipment and medication passed by, wearing a mask. She sweetly remarked, "Little sister, it's cold outside. Don't stay out too long." Yet, Jiangqi didn't spare her a glance and walked directly to the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. As the elevator doors closed, the blue light on the button illuminated. Perhaps her peculiar demeanor caught the attention of the nurses heading to other floors, who stole a few glances at her. The wind was fierce that night, and when Jiangqi reached the rooftop, she nearly felt as if she might be swept away by the gusts. She raised a hand to smooth the disheveled strands of hair whipped across her face and sat down on the railing of the terrace. Below her, the city twinkled with countless lights and the streets bustled with traffic. She tilted her head back and caught sight of the dimly glowing stars hidden behind the translucent, dark gray clouds, sparse and faint, barely visible in their light. Jiangqi lowered her head and glanced down, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yet, it seemed she had no retreat, nor did anyone offer her an avenue of escape. Today, she turned 17. Having only lived entirely in her own home for the first 5 years of her life, for nearly 12 years, she had resided in the homes of others. Regardless of how well she adapted to these households, there was always a reminder that this place was not her own, and she remained an outsider from beginning to end. She lowered her stance to appease those around her, yet the final outcome was not the sanctuary she had hoped for. The cold wind sliced across her cheeks like a blade, and Jiangqi raised her hand to touch her frigid face. Once more, she lifted her gaze, feeling an overwhelming urge to leap down. Crossing this threshold would sever her ties to the world. She was a person without a home. Even if she were to fall now, no one in this world would mourn her absence. Her biological mother, Miao Yu, would find solace in her new life as a wealthy matron, free from the burden of her child. From the very beginning, Miao Yu should never have brought her into existence. It was merely an act of vengeance. After sitting on the railing for approximately 5 minutes, she could no longer hold back her tears. Coming into this world with nothing, why did others have parents while she did not? How she envied her classmates who had parents to pick them up on rainy days or could visit a clinic when they fell ill. Yet, she had never possessed any of those comforts. The night air was frigid, compounded by the atmospheric changes preceding the torrential downpour. Jiangqi's limbs were chillingly cold, rendering her oblivious to any warmth. She sat there in a daze, occasionally lifting her gaze to the stars concealed within the clouds, and at times lowering her eyes to the colorful lights emanating from the rear of parked vehicles. Just as she was lost in her reverie, a muscular arm encircled her waist, causing her to instinctively shudder. In an instant, she was pulled backwards and fell to the ground, her back pressing against a somewhat soft cushion. Jiangqi, do you realize how perilous it is to sit there? What if something unfortunate were to happen? Cheng Jin's reprimand abruptly trailed off. She was not idly perched there. She had contemplated ending her life. Jiangqi brushed aside Cheng Jin's arm that rested on her waist and pushed herself up from the floor. The ground was littered with granules of dust, remnants of the dirt she had tread upon barefoot earlier that day, and her foot bore scratches mingled with traces of blood. Ignoring the filth on her feet, she simply dusted off her hands and resumed her seated position, turning her head towards the railing. She noted that the area available for sitting was scarcely larger than the railing itself. Perhaps if she had summoned a bit more courage, it would have sufficed. Cheng Jin gradually rose from the ground, his eyes casting downwards at Jiangqi, who had remained expressionless throughout the day. Her demeanor was starkly different from before, marked by an unsettling calmness. He had never witnessed Jiangqi exhibit such extreme behavior, although she occasionally displayed fleeting negativity. A good cry would typically suffice to restore her spirits. Yet now, she seemed transformed, a stranger intent on distancing herself from others and engaging in self-destructive actions. He found himself increasingly perplexed by her. Or rather, he had never truly comprehended her. Jiangqi sat with her knees drawn to her chest, tilting her face to one side. Her tongue, just sutured, throbbed with pain, rendering her speech less articulate than usual. You possess a particularly blissful family. You have a younger sister, for years your junior, and a beloved dog. Your parents share a profound affection for one another, and your academic achievements fill your family with pride, yet I have none of that. Xianxia lifted her gaze, resting her chin on the back of her hand. Her unwavering stare fixed upon Qingjin. Everything you cherish is something I could never hope to attain in this lifetime. We inhabit entirely different realms. Thus, you cannot fathom my existence. As you can see, I am the archetype of a wayward child, bereft of parental guidance. There is nothing left for me to cling to in this world. I lack a home, Qingjin. As she spoke those final words, tears suddenly cascaded from the corners of her eyes. She raised her hand to wipe them away, asserting, "You simply do not understand." Had she escaped the hospital without encountering Qingjin, she would not be here now. Instead, she might be languishing in some forgotten corner of this city. Chapter 121. Xianxia, follow me, and I shall provide you with a home. Qingjin regarded her intently, rising slowly to approach. His deliberately lowered voice resonated deeply, yet trembled slightly. However, you did not leap from here, which indicates that you still harbor fear, do you not? Xianxia, pierced by the poignant words of Qingjin, instinctively sought to shield herself from his voice, raising her hand to cover her ears and burying her face into her knees. Revealing a side of herself that recoiled in fear from the harsh realities of life, Qingjin knelt before her, grasping her wrist and leaning in closer, his low, gravelly voice tinged with an obscure emotion. "Ginger, follow me, and I shall provide you with a home." In that fleeting moment, Ginger paused, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes like a fountain, as she struggled to steady her breath, yet remained unable to quell the tumultuous surge of her emotions. Despite her desperate attempts, she could not free herself from Qingjin's grip on her wrist. A sense of relief washed over her, albeit mingled with uncertainty. Qingjin tightened his hold on her wrist slightly, while his other hand encircled her slender waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. She was petite enough to fit snugly against him. Ginger wept with a heart-wrenching intensity, her tears surging forth as if they had been bottled up for over a decade. Her muffled sobs merging with the inky darkness of the night. He lowered his head, brushing aside a few stray strands of hair, and pressed his cool lips against her icy forehead. Then, retrieving a pack of travel tissues from his pocket, he knelt patiently to wipe away the traces of her tears. Ginger's emotional release was swift, her crying time significantly reduced compared to her usual bouts of sorrow. After granting her a brief respite to regain her composure, Qingjin wrapped his coat around her frail form, enveloping her in warmth. As they descended in the elevator, he noticed the delicate blush on her cheeks, flushed from the recent bout of tears on the rooftop. Having cried for nearly 10 minutes, the tip of her nose was slightly pink, and her entire face glowed with a rosy hue. Qingjin refrained from taking action, bowing his head to nuzzle against her, distinctly sensing the heat radiating from her. The most probable cause was the prolonged exposure to the wind, which had evidently led to a fever. Qingjin and Xianxia remained in the hospital room. She occupied the sole chair within the confines of the space, enjoying the chicken soup and fruit basket she had brought along. Xianxia, attending to her, occasionally fed her grapes with a tender attentiveness. As the nurse administered an intravenous drip to Xianxia, Qingjin noticed Xianxia's presence and, without a moment's hesitation, grasped the collar of Xianxia's shirt, roughly dragging him out of the room. Clutching a half-peeled bunch of grapes, Xianxia merely lowered his head, offering no resistance as Qingjin forcefully pulled him away. Once outside the ward, Qingjin disregarded the passers-by in the corridor and retaliated with a punch directed at Xianxia. The latter stood his ground, showing no intention of fighting back. Upon feeling a trickle of liquid from the corner of his mouth, he glanced down to find a vivid crimson stain. He smirked slightly, acknowledging the force behind the blow. Indeed, Qingjin's elder brother was no gentle hand. Xianxia chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Qingjin's gaze was frigid as he regarded Xianxia, his tone dark and laced with a menacing warning. "Do not misconstrue my sister's affection for you as genuine brotherly regard. It is merely pity that drives her." The word pity lingered in Xianxia's ears as he lifted his eyes, returning the cold laughter. "The matters between Qingjin and me are none of your concern. You would do better to manage your own affairs." It was no mark of a good brother to leave his sister disillusioned with the companion of her past. Qingjin clenched his fist, and for a fleeting moment, his slightly furrowed brow seemed to be shrouded in frost. Ever since Xianxia appeared beside him, Qingjin had grown distant, a subtle shift he could not overlook. Just as Qingjin contemplated delivering a punch to Xianxia as a lesson, Qingjin emerged from the ward, holding a bunch of freshly washed grapes, droplets of water still cascading onto the floor. Leaning against the wall by the doorway, she maintained her habitual languid posture, casually popping grapes into her mouth, her tone light and carefree. There is still space for an extra bed in Jiangxi's ward. If you too wish to brawl, perhaps you should find a less crowded spot. This hospital is bustling, and with the internet so pervasive. What if someone captures your antics on video and shares it online? Would you still have the audacity to face anyone? Cheng Jin relaxed his fist. Stepping past Xianxia-tinged into the ward, he paused at the entrance, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Nai, silently instructing her to maintain her distance from him. Cheng Nai, munching on the grapes, nodded in a perfunctory manner. Coming and going would merely serve to keep her at arm's length from Xianxia-tinged. She was not oblivious to his true nature. The bruise on her cheek was entirely a result of a miscalculated blow during a spar with Xianxia-tinged. Recently, she had triumphed over him several times, but that day, his accidental strike had ignited her temper. Are you all right? Under Cheng Jin's brooding gaze, Cheng Nai, filled with trepidation, dared to take just one tissue, though it was of good quality, allowing her to divide it into 4 thin sheets. However, when she emerged from the hospital room, tissue in hand, intending to offer it to Xianxia-tinged, she found he had already vanished without a trace. She let out a soft sigh of resignation and tucked the unused tissue into her pocket. After the nurse departed, Cheng Jin dragged a white chair to the foot of the bed and retrieved a clean towel from the restroom, dampening it with water. Jiangxi had spent the entire day running barefoot, her feet now a rosy hue from the cold. A thin layer of dirt clung to her soles, and after thoroughly cleaning them, Cheng Jin noted that his hands were slightly larger than her feet. Jiangxi possessed a youthful appearance that belied her age. Yet at that moment, her hands and feet seemed quite juvenile as well. Once he finished his task, Cheng Jin settled beside the bed, taking hold of the hand of Jiangxi that was not receiving in 4. Though her hand bore little flesh, it felt soft to the touch, and indeed, as he had imagined, her hand was a size smaller than his. After a while of caressing her small hand, Cheng Jin turned to the internet for insights. A commenter, known as 1567 Rose in the Mud, shared, I live in a rather remote area, yet our local economy is developing rapidly. Here, many reside in grand villas. To say that adults have small hands may reflect a lack of exposure. Those pampered young ladies possess delicate, fair hands, adorned with rings whose diamonds surpass those used in proposals. Thus, it is not uncommon for 18-year-old girls to have small hands, especially those who have never engaged in labor. User 138907. I reside in the city, where life is rather mundane. My parents love me, and I indulge in takeout every couple of days. I have never engaged in laborious work, yet I must admit that my hands are indeed coarse, and my physique is undeniably plump. User 1678. Please be quiet. We are aware you have a girlfriend. Thus, it can be inferred that during her time living with her aunt, she had minimal exposure to arduous tasks, possibly never encountering them at all. This implies that her time at her aunt's house was marked by kindness. However, the notion of Jiangxi being malnourished remains perplexing. Chapter 122. Open your mouth, and I shall feed you. The tangled thoughts lingered for nearly a minute before Cheng Nai inquired of Cheng Jin, brother, do you truly have feelings for Jiangxi? Cheng Jin, who had been engrossed in his phone, paused and met Cheng Nai's gaze, nodding with a composed demeanor. Jiangxi is undeniably attractive, a type that would captivate young men of your age. However, I cannot shake the feeling that she is not worthy of you. She has no parents, and when the time comes for you to date, won't it be awkward when others inquire about her parents and her origins? In her perspective, affection holds significant weight, yet compatibility is paramount. Affection does not guarantee mutual feelings, and one can never be certain that either party will not falter. However, if it is a suitable match to the outside world, it would appear as a union of talent and beauty, alleviating any adverse judgments. The air hung still for 2 seconds before he added, she is simply the best. Cheng Nai rolled her eyes in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds of contemplation, she inquired, what is it that you like about her? Perhaps her cuteness. Soft and fragrant, she indeed stirred his protective instincts. However, as his desire to protect her intensified, it evolved into a yearning to possess her entirely. To outsiders, her original family might have left her shattered and fragmented. Yet in his eyes, she always appeared to be the very best version of herself. When he learned of her suicidal thoughts, he was genuinely alarmed. Although their acquaintance had not spanned a year and a half at that moment, he could not fathom the pain of losing her. He felt a flutter in his heart, yet remained uncertain if it was true affection. After 5 minutes in the hospital room, Uncle Zhang ascended with the meals he had purchased downstairs. Considering that Cheng Jin had also skipped a meal, he had bought an extra portion. The soup and porridge prepared by Jiangxi were freshly made, And since Jin had a sore tongue, he refrained from waking Xianxia prematurely, instead opting to uncover the dishes and allow them to cool on the table. The hospital food was bland, tailored for patients, and Jin finished his meal with an impassive expression before resuming his vigil by Xianxia's side. Without hesitation, Jin declined, stating, "No, I will stay here to take care of her." This surprised Uncle Zhang momentarily. "Madam is still waiting for you." "Understood, young master," he replied. Before taking the car keys and heading downstairs via the elevator, he swiped to answer his phone, placing it to his ear. "How's Xianxia doing? I heard from Nai that it seems her tongue has been stitched." The anxious voice of Zhuoyan echoed from the other end of the line. Jin lowered her head slightly, feeling somewhat better than before. Through the screen of her phone, Zhuoyan let out a slow sigh, expressing relief. "That is good. What a wonderful girl she is. How could she be so despondent? The shackles of one's original family are inescapable. If only one could adopt a more open-minded perspective, such tragedies might be averted. Not everyone possesses such an optimistic outlook." Jin raised her gaze and, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "Mom, do you know any reliable psychologists?" After a considerable pause, she finally responded with a soft Today, she had bitten her tongue until it bled, and after the surgery, she had rushed to the rooftop. What would tomorrow bring? Her actions were indeed extreme, stemming from a prolonged accumulation of emotions, culminating in an eruption during a time of psychological distress. When she sat by the railing of the rooftop, thoughts of descending had already vanished. Fear gripped her heart, yet she felt trapped, forced to confront the harsh reality of having lost everything. I recall a university classmate of mine had a friend studying psychology. I still keep in touch with her. I will inquire on your behalf later. Jin's brow gradually unfurled, akin to clouds parting to reveal the sun once more. All right. Zhuoyan harbored some reservations regarding Xianxia's original family, and her tone softened as if she were consulting. I heard from your father that our company has recently been negotiating a collaboration with the Song family. Your father sensed deceit and instructed his assistant to decline. Yet the Song family persisted, inundating us with an array of supplements and luxury goods. I wanted to ask you, perhaps you could inquire with Xianxia about the possibility of retrieving her custody from Madame Song. In due time, we could allow Xianxia to reside with us under the guise of adoption, and I've heard from Nai that you have an affection for her. This way, we would essentially become a family, even if our relationship remains unconfirmed." Nai, in her eagerness, had woven their connection as if she and Xianxia had been in love for many years. However, after some contemplation, Zhuoyan's perspective made sense. "Then I shall ask Xianxia and consider her thoughts." Zhuoyan smiled. "All right." After the call ended, Jin tucked away his phone and glanced back into the hospital room, where he found Xianxia sitting up, hugging her knees and burying her head. The nurse who had come to take her temperature was nowhere to be seen. He stepped inside, pulled out the chair beside her bed, and felt the warmth emanating from the congee in the plastic container, which had cooled slightly to a suitable temperature. "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something first?" Thinking it was the nurse, Xianxia slowly lifted her head. Upon realizing it was Jin, she paused in surprise. She had expected him to coax her downstairs and then leave. Capturing the fleeting astonishment in Xianxia's eyes, Jin briefly reflected on himself. He lowered his gaze to unwrap the disposable spoon from its plastic covering, suddenly recalling something. His attention drawn to the fruit basket and chicken soup that Zhuoyan had sent over through Nai. The thermal box exhibited commendable insulation properties. He ladled some cooled rice porridge onto the lid and stirred the somewhat thick mixture with a disposable plastic spoon. Subsequently, he positioned himself beside Xianxia, who sat slightly to the side. Being winter, the hospital's bed linens were rather thick, rendering the seat somewhat soft, although the blanket was a tad thin, nonetheless. The ambient temperature of the hospital did not pose any discomfort. Jin gently grasped Xianxia's frail shoulders and pulled her closer, then softly patted her bent legs. Xianxia felt a twinge of confusion, perceiving herself as a critically ill patient incapable of self-care, despite being fully capable of sitting up independently. Though a sense of discomfort lingered regarding their sitting arrangement, she obediently stretched her legs. Jin was clad not in a coat, but in a loosely fitted sweater. And after leaning against her for a few seconds, Xianxia began to feel the warmth emanating from Jin. Lost in thought, Jin had already scooped some porridge with the plastic spoon and brought it to her lips. Xianxia, momentarily taken aback, lifted her gaze from Jin's embrace. Her expression a blend of bewilderment and innocence, yet undeniably charming. Jin, exhibiting patience, spoke in a gentle tone, almost coaxing, Open your mouth. I shall feed you. Chapter 123. How about we participate in the college entrance examination together this year? In her memories, she recalled a time long ago when she fell ill, often receiving medication from her aunt or uncle, who procured it from unknown sources to ensure she rested in bed. That was all there was to it. After a restorative slumber, she would awaken rejuvenated, ready to commence another mundane and monotonous day. Cheng Jin's arm lingered in the air for a moment. His head bowed slightly as if to draw closer to Xianxia's cheek. He gently scooped the porridge, letting it brush against her lips before forcing it into her mouth. His actions delicate and patient. Xianxia had not consumed much throughout the day. Despite her empty stomach, she did not feel hunger at that moment. It was only when the subtly sweet, soft rice porridge entered her mouth that she gradually regained her senses. Cheng Jin leaned his chin near her petite ear, inquiring softly, "Is it hot?" While uttering these words, he continued to scoop the porridge with a plastic spoon, poised to feed her another bite. Xianxia felt a sharp pain radiating from her injured tongue and shook her head in response. Although swallowing soft foods was easier, the contact with the wound was excruciating, enough to bring tears to her eyes. Upon hearing her denial of the heat, Cheng Jin proceeded to feed her a second spoonful. After a lengthy session, Xianxia finally leaned her frail weight against him. Exhausted from the pain that pierced her tongue, she found herself resting against Cheng Jin, acutely aware of the lingering discomfort on her tongue. Without the need to gaze into a mirror, she could sense the delicate, fragile nature of her injury, as if it could easily unravel at any moment. Just then, Cheng Jin placed a bowl of soup before her, suddenly recalling something. He set the soup aside and gently pried open her mouth. Xianxia, taken aback, instinctively complied. Cheng Jin leaned in closer, and upon confirming the thread had come undone, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Her injury was on her tongue, which had been stitched a few times. It was inevitable that food would come into contact with the wound while eating. Cheng Jin gently released his grip, caressing her soft cheek as he inquired with warmth, "Would you like to have some more soup?" Xianxia turned her gaze towards the bedside table, where a silver household thermos and a fruit basket brimming with the season's popular fruits rested. She had seen such fruit baskets in television dramas, typically presented by adults. Yet, she was not an adult, and her fondness for fruit was rather limited. Sensing her hesitation, Cheng Jin offered an explanation. "My mother made this soup and had Nai bring it over. She had a few sips when she arrived." "Oh," Xianxia responded, as if contemplating her next move. "I suppose I should drink a little. It would be ungracious to disregard your mother's kindness." "Indeed," Cheng Jin affirmed, as he carried the pre-prepared soup from the bedside table, using the disposable spoon from earlier when she had her rice porridge to feed her. It was somewhat cumbersome to feed her bite by bite, so Xianxia decided to take the bowl herself, tilting her head back to drink it down in gulps. The soup was rich in flavor, and Cheng Jin set aside the remaining chicken pieces, with a small portion of chicken soup still left in the thermos. Xianxia was not in the mood for meat at that moment, so he meticulously separated the soup for her. After consuming nearly half a bottle of chicken soup, Xianxia felt pleasantly full and somewhat disinclined to move. As Cheng Jin wiped the soup stains from her mouth, she leaned forward, resting her head against his shoulder. The proximity made her breath shallow. Once he had cleaned the remnants of the soup, Cheng Jin stood by the bedside, while Xianxia remained seated. He tidied up the leftover items on the bedside table, casting a glance at her. "I'll step out to dispose of the trash. Please do not wander off." With the precedent of someone taking their own life on the rooftop, his gaze turned somewhat sinister, and he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "You are not permitted to leave this ward." Xianxia felt a bit dazed as she surveyed the room, which felt rather sparse. In the innermost corner, there was a sofa reminiscent of those found in a living room, creating a small, cozy nook. This was not a shared room for several patients. Rather, it exuded a certain spaciousness, yet curiously devoid of even a trash bin. After tidying up, Cheng Jin took the refuse to dispose of it. The trash bin was located not far from the door, as the waste generated by patients typically consisted of fruits, vegetables, or meal containers. The hospital placed great emphasis on hygiene, frequently disinfecting to prevent bacterial growth, hence no trash bins were situated within the ward, only in the bathrooms, with strict waste segregation. Around 10:30 in the evening, the corridor of the inpatient department was dim, save for the light emanating from the nurse's station. Though the hallway was shrouded in shadows, there remained a gentle illumination filtering from the nurse's area. The ward was mandated to keep the lights off, with the windows tightly shut. Yet the curtains were wide open, allowing the moonlight to pour through the glass and reflect off the pristine white walls. It was troublesome to remain here, but he would rather stay and watch over her. The thought of the girl he cherished harboring suicidal intentions would unsettle any man. Although their relationship had not yet reached that level. Xianxia adjusted the blanket, hesitantly gripping a corner and shifting slightly to create space for Chengjin. Only when she confirmed there was enough room for him to lie down did she gently pull the blanket up towards her neck and ask, "Would you like to come up?" Concealed in the darkness, Chengjin squinted at the considerable empty space on the hospital bed, feeling somewhat surprised. Inviting a boyfriend? Jiangqi was taken aback, exclaiming, "What boyfriend?" Chengjin. It seemed he had not articulated himself clearly on the rooftop, leaving the young lady in confusion. Jiangqi froze, having thought he would unconditionally allow her to stay at his home as he had in the past, only to discover that he had mentioned last year, when he found her in the hospital, that he would be dating another girl this year, which had been the next year in his words at that time. Had she inadvertently stumbled upon this? Yet, a person as exceptional as he would surely prefer someone of equal caliber, rather than someone like her, lacking in pedigree and background. Chengjin's family was, in fact, quite comparable to the Song family status. She was simply inadequate, and surely she would bring him embarrassment in the future. Jiangqi, let us take the college entrance examination together this year, shall we? In the darkness, Chengjin's low, cold voice resonated once more. Jiangqi pulled the blanket up a bit higher, as if feeling guilty. After a prolonged silence, she finally ventured to ask, "Do you like me?" Having watched animated series that touched upon such lengthy romantic narratives, she understood a bit about the affection between men and women. Moreover, she had interacted with boys during her time at school, and even received love letters before public opinion had fully taken shape. So she comprehended. Yes, the heart that had once been uncertain suddenly found affirmation, validating this emotion. Chengjin lifted her gaze, her eyes elongated at the corners, seemingly illuminated by a faint glimmer of light that adorned her gaze. Chapter 124. Because you are a treasure. Jiangqi found herself somewhat perplexed. She possessed no discernible allure, nor did she wield any remarkable talents. She was exceedingly ordinary, to the extent that one could assert she was more wretched than the majority of commonplace individuals. In her confusion, she inquired, "Why?" "Because you are a treasure," Chengjin responded, pausing momentarily before adding, "To me." Initially, he harbored a sense of wariness towards her, but as time passed, he developed a genuine affection. The pure and innocent girl endured hardships, gradually forging her own path, inadvertently intruding into his realm. She resembled a delicate fairy, unnoticed by others who failed to recognize her virtues. Only he perceived the subtle radiance emanating from her, perhaps not blinding, yet possessing the power to tug at the heartstrings. Perhaps he harbored certain inclinations, drawn to her fragile and delicate demeanor. It was indefinable why he felt this way. Yet undeniably, he was captivated. Jiangqi buried her face in the blankets, shifting slightly to the side, and softly murmured, "You may come up. I shall ponder whether to warm your bed." Yearning for affection, she was not inclined to reject Chengjin's advances. Noticing that Chengjin, seated in a chair, offered no response, she elaborated, "No one has ever expressed fondness for me. I find it rather unexpected." Chengjin rose, inquiring candidly, "Then I shall wait." "How long do you require to deliberate?" Jiangqi replied, "Is 24 hours acceptable?" She was taken aback by his urgency. After all, it was her first confession, and being rejected did not seem to bode well. Jiangqi. In reality, her intention was not as it appeared. It seemed more like a casual evasion. As their bodies pressed together, Jiangqi's face instantly flushed crimson. Fortunately, the room was shrouded in darkness, preventing Chengjin from perceiving her embarrassment. Jiangqi was not accustomed to sleeping in unfamiliar surroundings. After closing her eyes and drifting into a half-awareness for about 10 minutes, she finally succumbed to slumber. Chengjin, cradling her delicate form, struggled to find rest until 4 in the morning. To avoid disturbing Jiangqi's sleep, he cautiously reached for his phone on the bedside table to check the time. The screen adjusted automatically to the ambient light, yet its brightness remained somewhat harsh. Since he could remember, Chengjin had not shared a room with Chang Nai. She, being afraid of the dark and still quite young, clung to him, which necessitated their sharing a room with 2 beds. As she matured and became more aware of the distinctions between genders, they decisively opted for separate bedrooms. However, at the age of 7, Cheng Nai was still a mere child, capable of only a few phrases, and eventually, she was entrusted to Lu Ma's care. This was the first time in over a decade that Chengjin found himself so close to a girl, rendering him unable to sleep even at the early hour. He glanced down at the young woman nestled in his arms, her breathing calm and steady, maintaining the same position as before. A stark contrast to her restless movements when sleeping in a larger bed at home. Cheng-Jin gently caressed her face, smooth and delicate, with a wonderfully soft texture. He endured until dawn, then rose to wash up, using the toiletries that Uncle Zhang had purchased for Jiangqi, although it felt slightly unsanitary. He believed that such intimacy could enhance their bond, so he thought little of it and used them without hesitation. At 7 in the morning, Lu Ma arrived with breakfast. Entrusted to care for Jiangqi and Cheng-Jin, she rubbed her hands together through her gloves, then removed them and said earnestly, "Madam specifically instructed me to prepare some light food for Miss Jiang, so I have made congee, which I simmered longer than usual, making it a bit thick, yet easy to swallow." He glanced at Jiangqi before finally taking his coat and leaving, with Lu Ma staying to attend to her. Cheng-Jin felt a sense of relief. Upon returning home, Cheng-Jin tossed his soiled coat into the washing machine, setting it to wash automatically. He gripped the hem of his loose sweater and pulled it off with ease, revealing the shirt underneath. After unbuttoning it, he discarded the shirt along with the recently removed sweater onto the sofa. He then randomly selected an outfit from the wardrobe and entered the bathroom bare-chested. Before long, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. He was not fond of the strong scent of disinfectant in hospitals. It was overwhelmingly pungent. He harbored a slight obsession with cleanliness, finding it hard to tolerate even the faintest hint of sweat, especially in winter. Having sat on the rooftop with Jiangqi for an extended period, it was inevitable that he would feel somewhat unclean, which he instinctively disliked. Meanwhile, Cheng Nai knocked on the door and entered, glancing around but failing to spot Cheng-Jin. Instead, the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. As she walked in, biting the straw of a milk carton, she noticed the pile of clothes on the sofa and disdainfully reclined on the nearby armchair. After about 15 minutes, Cheng-Jin emerged from the shower, dressed in long garments, towel in hand, drying his hair. As the bathroom door swung open, he had barely taken a step when he noticed Cheng Nai, who was intently gazing in his direction. Cheng-Jin, puzzled, continued to dry his hair with a towel. Discreetly adjusting his private garments behind the door, feeling a sense of insecurity, ultimately, he resolved to close the bathroom door firmly. Cheng Nai rolled her eyes in exasperation. She was not here on a mission of voyeurism, but rather with a specific purpose. As Cheng-Jin walked over, still drying his hair, he glanced at the carton of milk in Cheng Nai's hand. With an impassive expression, he settled into the adjacent single sofa, inquiring, "What brings you to me?" "Miss Juoyin instructed me to inform you that you should promptly discuss the matter of guardianship with Jiangqi. Uncle Jing from the Song family has been ingratiating himself with our family, and Ms. Zhuo believes that prolonging our family's engagement in such affairs might tarnish our reputation. She urges you to let Jiangqi take the lead in this matter." After relaying the message, Cheng Nai disdainfully rolled her eyes again. "Could you not choose a girlfriend who attracts fewer troubles? There are already enough concerns for our parents before the marriage." Cheng-Jin furrowed his brow. "This was my suggestion to mother. It has nothing to do with Jiangqi. The requests made were predicated on his affection for her." He endeavored to assist her in breaking free from her past life and embarking on a new beginning. Cheng Nai found this difficult to comprehend. With a few swift gulps of milk, she discarded the carton into the trash bin behind the sofa, kicked her cotton slippers aside, and curled up languidly into the sofa. Exhaling a sigh, "I never knew who once said I was reaching too far. Now, who is it that stretches out their arms again?" Cheng-Jin. Cheng Nai was nestled on the sofa in his room, catching up on sleep, and Cheng-Jin did not disturb him. He rummaged through the wardrobe for suitable clothing and entered the bathroom to change. With his hair still damp, he utilized a hairdryer to fully dry it with warm air. After returning home for a little over an hour, Cheng-Jin only left after being compelled by Juoyin to have breakfast. Chapter 125. What troubles could a young person have? Around 8 in the morning, Jiangqi was awakened by Lu Ma. "Miss Jiang, it's time to get up for breakfast. The doctor will come at 8:30 to take you for your examination." Lu Ma had a warm demeanor, speaking Mandarin clearly, her appearance and voice creating an immediate sense of familiarity and kindness. She propped herself up on the bedding, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the surroundings seemed to retain a hazy quality. Jiangqi glanced up at Lu Ma's weathered face, with age spots prominently displayed. Her first impression was one of kindness, which softened Jiangqi's heart unexpectedly. Lu Ma handed a porcelain spoon to Jiangqi and retrieved a pack of tissue from the drawer. "Madam said you injured your tongue to avoid burns. It's best to let your food cool down a bit before eating." Jiangqi found it difficult to adapt to such attentive care, even though she was accustomed to being waited on during her 2 years at the Song family's residence. Nevertheless, she never quite got used to it. Accepting the porcelain spoon, Xianxia lowered her head and stiffly murmured, "Thank you." She moved the thermos closer, scooped up some kanji with the spoon, and blew on it before bringing it to her lips. By the time the nurse arrived to notify her, Xianxia had barely managed to drink half a bowl of kanji, yet she did not feel particularly hungry. Xianxia began her intravenous infusion early in the morning, with the physician estimating around 5 bottles for the day. During her examination, she followed the nurse closely, who was half a head taller than her. As the nurse carried the medication and guided her into the elevator, periodically glancing down to check for any signs of blood reflux on Xianxia's hand. The elevator was somewhat crowded, and they stood by the buttons, positioned at the outer edge yet still in a corner. The nurse increasingly felt that Xianxia looked familiar. As the numbers on the panel descended, she inquired, "Little sister, did you also take this elevator last night?" Pressing the button for the top floor? Still somewhat lost in thought, Xianxia belatedly realized and nodded slightly, albeit with some difficulty. Indeed, she had contemplated ending her life on the rooftop the previous night. But the view from over 20 stories high left her feeling anything but terrified. Fortunately, Cheng-Jin had caught up with her just in time. "You are still young, the flowers of our nation, and at such a tender age, you have yet to experience much. There is no reason to feel despondent," the nurse earnestly admonished as she held the medication. Xianxia did not respond, merely nodding in agreement. Upon reaching the designated floor for her examination, she stood in line outside the door, next to a stand that could independently support the 4 fluids. The individuals ahead of her were mostly elderly, rendering her presence somewhat superfluous. Yet, as she surveyed the scene, she noticed that those grandfathers and grandmothers were accompanied by family members who supported them and even held up the 4 bags. In contrast, she felt distinctly out of place. Uncertain of what the examination entailed, Xianxia was led into the room by a nurse, who promptly instructed her to disrobe, leaving her clad only in her undergarments. She positioned herself behind the apparatus, adhering to the doctor's directives. Upon returning to her ward, she found that Lu Ma had already departed, leaving only Cheng-Jin seated on the chair by the bed. Xianxia was somewhat taken aback, although Lu Ma had mentioned that he would arrive later. She had not anticipated his presence during her brief examination. The nurse proceeded to hang the 4 solution on the stand, matter-of-factly informing her that she could only consume liquid foods for the time being and should avoid anything excessively hot or overly stimulating. "Understood," Xianxia replied obediently, sitting on the edge of the bed and gazing up at the nurse. The antiseptic scent emanating from the nurse was pleasantly refreshing. Additionally, the nurse advised her to minimize conversation for now, as her speech was currently impaired due to an injury on her tongue, rendering her articulation unclear at times. Her words resembled the babbling of a toddler, making her sound somewhat comical. Nevertheless, Cheng-Jin was able to comprehend her utterances. Upon hearing this, Xianxia glanced at Cheng-Jin beside her and nodded in acknowledgement. After a few more instructions, the nurse cast a brief look at Cheng-Jin, said nothing further, and exited the room. Once the nurse had departed, Xianxia exhaled in relief. After taking a shower, Cheng-Jin had also changed into a fresh outfit. He settled onto the bed behind Xianxia, and she immediately detected a delightful fragrance of the body wash he used. Distinctly different from the common floral scents found in stores, yet it unmistakably carried the familiar scent of milk that lingered about him. She blurted out, "Did you take a shower?" Before she could finish her words, Xianxia abruptly swallowed what she was about to say. The nurse had just advised her that speaking was currently inadvisable. Indeed, she was acutely aware of her own state. Her enunciation was unclear, though her tone remained discernible. Perhaps Cheng-Jin could comprehend the essence of her lengthy monologue, or maybe he was simply inferring from her intonation. Cheng-Jin sat beside Xianxia, wrapping his arm around her waist and drawing her closer, pulling a blanket from the side to cover her legs, reaching up to her waist. He gazed tenderly at her soft, delicate face, a hint of amusement lacing his voice as he leaned closer to her ear. "I heard from Lu Ma that you didn't have much porridge this morning. Are you hungry now?" Xianxia was somewhat unaccustomed to such close intimacy. While she did not reject it, it did not entirely signify her acceptance either. Hunching slightly, she shook her head to indicate she was not hungry. Cheng-Jin, noticing her silence, understood its implication. Speaking was inconvenient for her at the moment. After tenderly caressing Xianxia's face for about 3 minutes, he playfully reddened her fair cheeks, suppressing a chuckle. Since she could not speak, and he was not particularly adept at maintaining a conversation on his own for several minutes, he gently assisted Xianxia in lying down, coaxing her to sleep. Xianxia had always been fond of slumber, At times, her drowsiness could be quite pronounced. Yet on occasion, she would be remarkably energetic, staying awake until 11 or 12 at night without feeling fatigued. Perhaps it was due to Chang Jin sitting by her bedside, playing with her hand while encouraging her to rest, that she closed her eyes, turned over, and within about 10 minutes, drifted off to sleep. The young girl slept peacefully, her breathing soft, and when lying on her side, the slight plumpness of her cheeks gathered adorably, making her irresistibly charming. After finishing a bottle of intravenous medication, Chang Jin summoned a nurse to change the dressing. Throughout the morning, the nurse attended to her twice, with 2 additional visits scheduled for the afternoon. The injury was located on her tongue, and following an examination on the 2nd day of her hospitalization, she continued to receive intravenous treatment on the 3rd day. By the 4th day, Uncle Zhang arrived to assist Jiangqi with the discharge procedures. Chapter 126. If given the opportunity in the future, I wish to visit the place where you grew up. After her discharge, Jiangqi was arranged by Chang Jin to stay in the courtyard, resuming her previous room. On the day she returned home, Chang Jin sorted through the toiletries and a few changes of clothes that Jiangqi had hastily purchased during her hospital stay before seizing a suitable moment to inquire about her situation. Having spent 3 days in the hospital, Jiangqi had little to occupy her time aside from sleeping and eating, except for several needle marks left from the intravenous treatment. There were no other notable abnormalities. Suddenly, Chang Jin's figure swept past her, prompting Jiangqi to glance at him before silently redirecting her gaze to the television screen. Throughout those 3 days, Jiangqi had scarcely spoken, and as time passed, her desire to engage in conversation dwindled. Chang Jin settled into the adjacent sofa for a while before calmly posing a question to Jiangqi. Have you ever considered asking your mother to relinquish custody, allowing someone else to become your guardian? As his words hung in the air, Jiangqi's gaze gradually shifted toward Chang Jin, her expression reflecting confusion and a lack of understanding. Chang Jin found himself momentarily taken aback by her innocent eyes, uncertain whether mentioning her mother might be a sensitive topic, given that her so-called mother had never treated her kindly and could even be described as malicious. He continued, recently, our family attempted a collaboration with the Song family, which ultimately did not materialize, yet they remain quite persistent. Sensing that Jiangqi might not fully grasp the underlying implications of his words, Chang Jin further elucidated. The Song family refers to your mother's current household. Jiangqi paused in surprise, nodding slightly. Thus, my mother proposed whether we could leverage the benefits of this collaboration to persuade your mother to relinquish your custody. In return, our family would adopt you, allowing you to reside with us in a legitimate manner. After a brief pause, Chang Jin added, however, once she forfeits your custody, you would effectively become an orphan, and our parents would assume the role of your nominal guardians. Jiangqi reclined on the sofa, enveloped in silence for a few moments before shifting her gaze to the television. The prolonged absence of conversation had left her throat somewhat strained, rendering her voice hoarse. Indifferently, she replied, whatever. Over the years, she had never truly experienced the warmth of parental love. Her once naive yearning had been met with stark reality. What had she received in the end? Abandonment by her own mother, left in the wilderness, nearly violated, and subsequently misjudged as mentally unstable and afflicted with a loathsome disease. In that dismal environment, she had numbly listened to the lewd laughter of 2 men. She no longer craved anything nor harbored hope for any circumstance, for the final outcome was too burdensome for her to bear. Suddenly, her vision dimmed, and Chang Jin, who had been seated at a distance, found herself standing before her without Jiangqi realizing when she had approached. Chang Jin knelt on one knee, gazing intently as he reached around to the back of her neck, gently guiding her downwards. You still have me. Jiangqi leaned forward, her legs bending in unison, the distance between them diminishing. She clutched the pillow nestled in her embrace, wrapping her arms around Chang Jin's neck, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Chang Jin patted her back, hesitating to draw her closer in unfamiliarity. Jiangqi, possessing a gentle nature, soon felt tears cascading down her cheeks, 2 droplets landing on Chang Jin's neck, seeping into the fabric of his sweater layered over a shirt. She sniffled, using the back of her hand to wipe away the tears, finding solace against him. Chang Jin affectionately ruffled her hair, patiently helping her regain her composure. Accompanying them for dinner was Chang Jin, yet 5 minutes into the meal, he noticed nothing amiss. Jiangqi, unusually eager to share, observed that Chang Jin had yet to comment on the new dish she had prepared. Propping her head on her hand, she poked at the rice in her bowl, her anticipation palpable. Without further ado, she picked up a beautifully arranged slice of boiled egg from the plate. The egg, delicately cooked and thinly sliced, was merely adorned with a hint of the stir-fried meat sauce when presented. As Jiangqi placed the fragile slice of egg into Cheng Jin's bowl, it crumbled slightly, its aesthetic appeal causing it to be layered precariously, yet it remained somewhat delicate. Cheng Jin, taken aback by her thoughtful gesture, did not overthink it and simply consumed the egg she had offered, mixing the scattered yolk with his rice and finishing it with surprising ease. Jiangqi, oblivious to any discrepancies, rested her chin on her hand and inquired, "Have you not noticed anything peculiar about this dish?" Cheng Jin, somewhat perplexed, cast a glance at the plate where the eggs resided. The centerpiece consisted of neatly diced duck meat simmered with peanuts, entirely encircled by a dozen overlapping slices of egg. Drenched in sauce, the eggs appeared far from bland. Rather, they seemed to stimulate one's appetite. Yet, they were rather difficult to pick up. Jiangqi reflected, previously, my cooking leaned towards the lighter side. Even when stir-frying meat, I seldom added much oil, resulting in a rather mundane appearance. This is my first attempt at a richer dish. During my time living with Cheng Jin, I took full responsibility for preparing meals without ever inquiring about his preferences. I simply prepared whatever I knew how to make, striving to avoid repetition within the confines of available ingredients throughout the week. What could possibly be different? Cheng Jin asked, gazing at Jiangqi with a hint of confusion. He genuinely could not discern any notable differences. Jiangqi shrugged and poked at her rice, stating, "The flavors have intensified." Cheng Jin, glancing at the meal, suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that the sweetness had indeed been overdone. "Yet, I only added a pinch of sugar to the sauce." He chuckled, suppressing his amusement as he deftly placed 4 slices of egg into Jiangqi's bowl. "Come now, let's eat." When cooking at home, there's no need to cut the eggs so thin. They are impossible to pick up. Jiangqi gazed at the contents of her bowl and let out a soft, mournful sound. Cheng Jin took a bite of his meal and casually inquired, "Did you ever receive any formal training in cooking?" Jiangqi, scooping soup into her bowl, visibly stiffened for a moment before she continued, "No, I did not." Cheng Jin felt a flicker of surprise, and then he heard Jiangqi say, "When I used to live at my aunt's, I didn't have to do any household chores. However, there were times when my aunt and uncle had to go to the market or take on odd jobs to earn some money, leaving me and my cousins at home. My younger cousin struggled with self-sufficiency, so as the eldest, I took it upon myself to handle the meals. Initially, I faced some challenges, but as I gradually honed my skills, I began to enjoy experimenting with different dishes, finding beauty in the presentation, and over time, my culinary skills naturally improved." Cheng Jin paused, lowering his head to pick up some vegetables for her bowl. "Your younger cousin, the one with the rabbit coat?" Jiangqi replied, "That rabbit coat. I willingly gave it to her." The mention of this incident brought a sense of unavoidable embarrassment. "Jiangqi," Cheng Jin suddenly called her name. Jiangqi, with her head bowed low, slowly lifted it, asking, "What is it?" Cheng Jin gazed into her slightly misty eyes and softly spoke, "If the opportunity arises in the future, I would like to visit the place where you grew up." Jiangqi hesitated, lowering her head again. "The environment there is not as good as here in Hang City. You." Before she could voice her doubts, Cheng Jin interrupted her, "Let us eat." Reluctantly, Jiangqi complied, obediently holding her bowl and sipping the soup. Chapter 127, Adam's Apple, to touch or not. Following Jiangqi's assent to be fostered, Zhuoyan promptly informed Cheng Tingjun. The condition for collaboration with the Song family was that Miao Yu relinquish custody of Jiangqi, which she voluntarily did. Zhuoyan initially anticipated needing to personally visit Miao Yu, perhaps offering persuasive arguments or presenting lavish gifts to demonstrate their sincerity to the Song family. However, to her surprise, within a day, Madame Song, Miao Yu, directly provided the answer. The collaboration concerned the Song family's finances and associated benefits. Relinquishing custody was evidently not merely Miao Yu's individual decision, but encompassed the entire Song family, including Song Fanjing, the current chairman managing the Song family's company. Zhuoyan intended to commence her travel plans later in the summer, coinciding with Cheng Jin's completion of the college entrance examination. She considered taking Cheng Nai and Cheng Jin on domestic and international trips to experience diverse local cultures. With time on her hands, Zhuoyan dedicated several days to finalizing the adoption procedures for Jiangqi. Cheng Tingjun held reservations about this. But witnessing Zhuoyan's determination to bring Jiangqi into the Cheng family, he felt powerless to intervene and allowed Zhuoyan to proceed as she wished. Jiangqi resided in the Yuanyuan residential complex with Cheng Jin for nearly a week. Due to her tongue injury, she was reluctant to speak. and thus spent most days studying the 10th grade curriculum with Qingjin. Within about a week, she had reviewed 5 subjects. Previously, when she lived with the Song family, Miao Yu had hired professional tutors for her and Song Yao Yao, providing them with one-on-one instruction, which greatly enhanced their learning efficiency. Upon leaving Nankazhen, Jiangqi did not continue her studies at school. Instead, she attended classes at home. Her teacher conducted lessons for 7 hours each day, leaving her with little time to rest alongside Song Yao Yao. The schedule was indeed tight, allowing her to complete all junior high and high school courses within those 2 years. However, as education evolved, the textbooks underwent slight modifications each year. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the long table cluttered with disorganized supplementary books and a few somewhat aged yet pristine textbooks. Jiangqi leaned against Qingjin, engrossed in a book while listening to his lecture. Given 4 numbers, the first 3 form an arithmetic sequence, and the last 3 form a geometric sequence. What are these for numbers? Upon hearing this, Jiangqi straightened up, picked up a water-based pen that had been left aside, and began to work out the problem in her draft book. Within 3 minutes, she provided the answer, -4, 2, 8, 32. Qingjin nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the next example. Feeling somewhat parched, he reached for the glass of water that lay nearby. It was the cup Jiangqi had previously purchased, resembling a couple's cup, originally intended for drinking milk. However, recently, he found milk somewhat unappealing. Occasionally, he could tolerate yogurt. But milk, perhaps due to overindulgence, had become difficult to swallow, and he no longer enjoyed its scent. In contrast, the faint aroma of milk mixed with the fragrance of the shower gel from Jiangqi's home was simply irresistible when they were close together. Hearing the sound of someone drinking water, Jiangqi turned her head from her desk and found her gaze fixated on Qingjin's prominent Adam's apple as he drank. Sharply defined and starkly apparent, she adjusted her posture, sitting upright and curiously touching her own neck. Although her fingers grazed the area where the Adam's apple would be, she merely encountered a hard, bony structure. Pressing down slightly to feel more intently, an unsettling sensation akin to breathlessness washed over her. Qingjin, having quenched his thirst with a sip of water, noticed from the corner of his eye Jiangqi exploring her neck and moved her water cup closer, gently reminding her, "Drink some water to replenish your hydration." Jiangqi, still intrigued, continued to touch her delicate neck before obediently lifting the cup to her lips and drinking a few refreshing gulps. She then turned to observe Qingjin, who had begun to doodle in his textbook, his prominent Adam's apple still visible from the side. Feeling a sudden impulse, Jiangqi stretched out her hand towards him. Just as her fingers crossed his arm, she was caught. Qingjin raised an eyebrow in bemusement, glancing at Jiangqi and then down at her outstretched hand. After a moment of confusion, as if he had discovered something, he tugged down the collar of his loose turtleneck sweater until it revealed his collarbone. Feeling no constraint at the shoulders, he leaned closer, holding the hem of his sweater, and asked playfully, "Would you like to touch it?" Jiangqi turned her head, the sight of his fair skin blurring her vision, her eyes widening in disbelief. This was undeniably rather revealing. On one occasion, while indulging in a late-night snack, she inadvertently encountered him emerging from the shower, devoid of clothing. Since then, Qingjin had shown her considerable respect, always donning his attire before stepping out of his room. However, it now seemed that Qingjin had grown somewhat less bashful. Was he becoming bolder? She hesitated, her expression revealing inner conflict as she tentatively extended her hand. Did it appear as though she were taking advantage of him? Qingjin, unable to withstand Jiangqi's accelerated eagerness, took the initiative to guide her hand to his neck. The temperature today was similar to usual, and seated by the window basking in the warm sunlight, the skin beneath his loose sweater felt somewhat warm, contrasting with Jiangqi's slightly cold hands, clad in thin fabric. The moment her fingers brushed against his skin, a shiver coursed through him, as if he were savoring that fleeting chill. Driven by curiosity, Jiangqi could not help but look at Qingjin, whose intense gaze seemed almost overwhelming. She poked his Adam's apple with her fingertip and, unable to resist, reached out to touch it. It felt firm, smooth, and the sharp contours were indeed as she had imagined, catching her off guard. Suddenly, Qingjin swallowed hard, and Jiangqi observed the movement of his Adam's apple with fascination. Noticing her shyness, Qingjin decided to refrain from teasing her further, understanding that leaving a poor impression could hinder their future relationship. Jiangqi felt genuinely bashful, her cheeks reddening rapidly. Seizing the moment, Qingjin stole a few more glances at her. The blush on her face spread like a delicate hue, adding a touch of playfulness to her demeanor. The more he looked, the more he found her utterly endearing. Throughout the afternoon, Cheng Jin diligently assisted Jiangqi with her studies. As mealtime approached, Jiangqi headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Cheng Jin took it upon himself to tidy up the textbooks scattered across the desk. Instead of carelessly tossing them into a box, he arranged them neatly against the wall, stacked high. Jiangqi's bedroom exuded a cozy warmth, and by evening, the rare orange glow outside the window painted the sky in vibrant hues reminiscent of an oil painting, with each color's edge appearing as if deliberately blended. Once Cheng Jin had finished organizing the desk, he exited Jiangqi's room. Having broken a slight sweat from the heat, he decided to seize the opportunity to take a shower while Jiangqi was occupied with dinner. Just as he was about to pull open the drawer, a mysterious envelope slid out from the back. Puzzled, Cheng Jin picked up the envelope and opened the drawer further. Inside, he discovered a substantial stack of red banknotes. He counted them, and even 4,000. Cheng Jin placed the envelope on the bedside table alongside the English notes he had just retrieved, hurriedly dressed, and made his way out. The kitchen was not far, and even from the living room, he could smell the delicious aroma wafting from it. Taking a few steps forward, he caught a glimpse of Jiangqi bustling about in the kitchen. She seemed quite adept at cooking, as if she had memorized every step in advance. Due to a lack of ingredients at home, she attempted to replicate a dish she had seen on a cooking show, making braised noodles. After adding some soy sauce, the delightful scent began to permeate the air. Tasting her portion with chopsticks, she found the flavor pleasantly robust, the amount of soy sauce perfectly balanced. Given the significant difference in taste preferences between her and Cheng Jin, she skillfully catered to both pots of braised noodles. Prepare the side dishes. Neatly sliced and placed on 2 separate plates. When the time comes, pour them into the pot, cover it with a lid, and add a splash of water to adjust the flavor. After completing this task, she began to tidy up the kitchen refuse. When he acquired Jiangqi's backpack from Nanyu at the dessert shop, she had already provided instructions. He had also inspected the contents of the bag. Inside the envelope was her salary earned from working at the dessert shop. Due to the harassment by a male colleague, the employer, concerned for the welfare of the employees, had to dismiss Jiangqi to prevent any recurrence of such incidents, and hence compensated her with an additional half-month of salary. After a few seconds, Uncle Zhang answered the call. "Young master, do you have something to discuss?" He seemed to be driving, as intermittent, indistinct sounds of car horns could be heard. Cheng Jin did not beat around the bush. He directly inquired about the situation regarding the 2 men from Jiangshan over a week ago. Uncle Zhang maneuvered the car into a parking lot, glancing at Zhuo Yin in the backseat through the rearview mirror. Zhuo Yin met his gaze with a nod of approval. "Is that all?" Cheng Jin's eyes darkened ominously, a tempest of suppressed fury evident in their depths. Hesitantly, Uncle Zhang replied. The 2 drivers were first-time offenders, having diligently performed their duties for many years. That day, they did not inflict any substantial harm on Miss Jiang, and the lawyer your wife hired ultimately only managed to extend their sentence by a few months. Cheng Jin clenched his fist and decisively ended the call. While in the car, she remained entirely unscathed, yet her demeanor was somewhat overly composed. He refrained from inquiring, but in his mind, he surmised that besides the harm inflicted by Miao Yu, there were likely other factors at play. Cheng Jin, feeling slightly agitated, ran his fingers through his hair, stripped off his outer sweater, and casually grabbed a change of clothes before retreating into the bathroom. However, he lingered in the bathroom for approximately 20 minutes. Jiangqi was in the kitchen, tending to the kitchen waste. The garbage bin had not been emptied for 2 days and was overflowing, coincidentally. The bin in the living room was also half full. The braised noodles did not require constant supervision, so Jiangqi seized this opportunity to remove the rubbish from all the bins in the house, securely tying the bags. Since Cheng Jin's bedroom was locked, she could not access it, thus she left the rubbish in his room untouched. 2 minutes later, Jiangqi descended the stairs with 2 bags of garbage in each hand. At that moment, Zhuo Yin and Uncle Zhang emerged from another elevator. Just as Jiangqi exited the elevator to dispose of the rubbish, Uncle Zhang and Zhuo Yin appeared from the opposite elevator. Upon entering the elevator, Jiangqi freed one hand to press the floor button, and the doors closed. "Madam, the young master and Miss Jiang reside here." Uncle Zhang courteously led the way. Upon reaching the entrance, Uncle Zhang raised his hand to press the doorbell. Zhuo Yin, having grown accustomed to the grand villa, had not encountered a residential community of 2 or 30 floors for over a decade. She surveyed her surroundings. Although it felt quite down to earth, it was ultimately not comparable to the independent villas of 2 or 3 stories found in upscale neighborhoods. Furthermore, the The path leading to the community evoked a sense of strolling through a park. After pressing the doorbell and receiving no response from within, Uncle Zhang, wishing to spare Yin from the anxiety of waiting, began to ring the bell with increasing frequency. 2 minutes later, the door swung open, revealing Jin's sharply defined features, exuding an air of maturity. Yin entered first, purposefully surveying the elegant surroundings and feigned annoyance, questioning the delay in opening the door. A glance around revealed a desolate ambience. Yin frowned, directing his gaze at Jin, who was calmly drying his hair with a towel after evidently just having bathed. Sensing his mother's reproachful gaze directed at him, Jin looked at Yin with confusion, then sauntered into the living room and settled into an armchair. Leaning against the pillow he typically cuddled while sleeping. After a lengthy silence, Jin curiously inquired, "Why are you staring at me?" Upon hearing this, Yin's temper flared. He approached Jin, extending his index finger to deliver a scathing reprimand. "At your age, how can you behave so inappropriately towards a young girl? I heard from Nai that Jiangqi is only 13. How can an 18-year-old like you act so callously towards a child?" Jin was taken aback, rendered speechless by Yin's incisive words. "What on earth are you talking about? Explain how you could possibly do such a thing." Yin suddenly intensified his grip. But the pillow, being merely a soft cushion, did not inflict pain like a solid object would. Jin, with his hair still damp from the shower, found himself being struck with the pillow, causing water droplets to scatter, leaving darkened patches on the plush fabric. Jin, feeling helpless yet unable to refute, relied on his greater strength and height to abruptly rise, snatching the cushion from her hand and tossing it aside. Unfortunately, it did not land on the sofa as intended, but fell to the floor instead. He grabbed the towel hanging around his neck to continue drying his hair. Speaking in a languid tone, "Mom, are you perhaps misunderstanding something?" His words carried an implicit meaning that left him in a fog of confusion. Jin's somewhat indifferent demeanor, lacking in sincerity, only fueled Yin's anger further. She shouted, "Are you still refusing to admit it?" Uncle Zhang, standing nearby, found himself unable to intervene. If he were in her shoes, knowing that his son had treated a young girl so atrociously, he would have shown no mercy and would have certainly dealt a harsh punishment. Thus, Mrs. Zhang's use of the cushion was rather lenient in comparison. Jiangqi had experienced the sensation of standing in the midst of public scrutiny, subjected to the scornful and vulgar remarks of others. She tossed her keys into the drawer by the door and shut it without a second thought, rushing inside. Chapter 129. Our dear Chi is indeed quite the little pitiable one. A fleeting flash of pure white appeared as Jiangqi dashed in front of Jin, shielding him with her body. She observed the impeccably maintained woman before her, whose hand hovered just a phone's length from her forehead, and she blinked in surprise. Jin had not anticipated Jiangqi's sudden appearance. He had assumed she was either napping or engaged in some other activity within the room. Not realizing she had stepped outside, overwhelmed with tenderness, he dropped the towel and stood up, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her protectively behind him. Casting a languid glance at Yin, "This is Jiangqi," he stated. In that moment, the air fell into a profound silence. As the words fell, Jiangqi grasped Jin's hem and turned her face away, exposing only the back of her head. Noticing Jiangqi's unusual demeanor, Jin subconsciously tightened her grip on Jiangqi's shoulder, reminding herself that this was my mother, not just a stranger. Upon hearing this, Jiangqi hesitantly lifted her head, her expression a mixture of uncertainty and heightened tension. Observing Jiangqi's retreating figure, Yin sighed lightly, expressing his regret. He casually settled onto the edge of the sofa and asked seriously, "How old is this girl? She looks quite different from her photo. Did you just randomly pull a girl off the street to deceive me?" Jin couldn't help but laugh, replying, "You are my real mother. You know exactly who I am." After inexplicably receiving a beating, Jiangqi appeared, yet there were doubts regarding her appearance. He felt quite helpless. Yin shook his head in contemplation, utterly perplexed. In her photo, she looked rather boyish. How is it that in reality, she seems to be about the same age as Nai? He continued, "Did you ask Uncle Zhang to check her background and find nothing?" Regarding Jiangqi's appearance, Jin was also somewhat in the dark. She had casually seen the photo on Jiangqi's ID, and indeed, they seemed like entirely different individuals. Jin's brow furrowed momentarily. Yin scrolled through the pages on his phone, glancing at the tightly shut bedroom door, and whispered, "This Song Fanjing had a daughter named Song Yaoyao. I've heard that although Song Yaoyao is a protege of the renowned pianist teacher Qiao, she is notoriously arrogant and has a rather fiery temper. 2 years ago, during the harsh winter, Song Fanjing's daughter inadvertently pushed Xianxia onto the road, and unexpectedly, a vehicle arrived, resulting in an immediate accident. This incident jeopardized the reputation of the Song family's eldest daughter, compelling them to sacrifice Xianxia to suppress the news. It is no wonder. In the end, Zhuiyan felt a shiver run down his spine and apprehensively remarked, "One cannot help but say, the Song family is utterly shameless. It is no surprise that our family declined their collaboration, yet they continue to cling to us. It seems their audacity has been cultivated over a considerable time." Cheng Jin slowed his pace of drying his hair, stiffly inquiring, "Then, which hospital was she admitted to before?" In the next moment, Zhuiyan blurted out, "It was our private hospital, remember Aunt Zhong? You had a fight with someone, and Aunt Zhong called me to inform me of your injuries. I told you. You truly are something." Qin Zhiming is quite opinionated and playful. When he invites you to do something, why do you comply? In the end, you ended up with a brick to the face. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Cheng Jin, uncertain of how much he absorbed, draped the towel around his neck, stood from the sofa, and headed straight for Jiangqi's bedroom. The door to Jiangqi's room was unlocked. He pressed down on the doorknob and entered effortlessly. Zhuiyan sat on the sofa, perplexed by Cheng Jin's sudden rush to Jiangqi's room. He flipped through Jiangqi's identification card, taking a photo of it and magnifying the date of birth. She was still a year away from 18, not the 13 years old that Nina mentioned. It seemed he needed to linger for a while to supervise, lest her son commit some unspeakable act. Jiangqi had not intended to eavesdrop. However, the room's soundproofing was rather inadequate, allowing her to clearly hear the conversations outside even while seated at her desk. Upon realizing they were discussing her, curiosity compelled her to stealthily lean against the door and listen. By the end, she seemed to grasp that she needed to mature and confront the myriad events of her past with composure. "Did you hear everything?" Cheng Jin, entering the room, noticed the worry etched on Jiangqi's face. He closed the door, wrapped his arm around her waist, and pulled her close, ensnared between the wall and his chest. Leaning down, he brought his lips near her ear, his other hand tenderly caressing her soft hair. Cheng Jin lowered his voice, feeling an impulse to nibble on her delicate earlobe. Jiangqi, feeling uncomfortable, turned her face away, aware of the proximity and her heart racing uncontrollably. Cheng Jin kissed her earlobe, brushing his lips against her cheek, deliberately ignoring her evident discomfort. He leaned in again, flicking his tongue against her petite, rounded earlobe, his hand tightening around her slender waist. He murmured softly, "Our little Chi-Chi truly is a pitiable one." Flushed with embarrassment, Jiangqi felt conflicted. He had promised her time to contemplate, yet here he was, brazenly making advances. Although, she found that she did not entirely mind. After playfully nibbling on her earlobe, Cheng Jin recognized when to withdraw. He straightened up, removing the towel draped around his neck, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with joy. It was evident how elated he felt at that moment. "Let us go out for noodles. Lingering in here too long will only overwhelm you." Jiangqi leaned against the wall for a moment, glancing at Cheng Jin, and then recalling the woman waiting outside, who happened to be Cheng Jin's mother. Living together with her son, any mother would likely feel a sense of reliance. Although she had indeed developed a dependence on Cheng Jin, she still struggled to confront her own emotions. Cheng Jin, as if he could read her thoughts, reached out his hand to her, assuring her, "My mother quite likes you." Those words alleviated Jiangqi's guilt significantly. Cheng Jin took Jiangqi's hand, leading her outside. His hair, mostly dried by the towel, still hung down softly, with some strands messily standing upright, revealing the healed scar on the back of his head where new hair had grown. Upon entering the living room, Cheng Jin was the first to notice Zhuiyan sitting at the dining table, enjoying a bowl of braised noodles, while Uncle Zhang lounged on the sofa nearby. Suddenly, Cheng Jin furrowed his brow slightly. Zhuiyan, noticing Cheng Jin's presence, continued to eat gracefully with his chopsticks, remarking, "Aren't you the one who never cared for cooking? How is it that after such a long time, your skills have improved so much? I could smell it from afar." That was Jiangqi's cooking. In an instant, an awkward tension enveloped the air. Chapter 130. You can call me mom like Cheng Jin does, to ease into it. Cheng Jin seemed to comprehend Zhuiyan's insinuation. Frowning slightly, "We can order takeout." As he spoke, Zhuiyan shot him a glance that seemed both a reminder and a warning. Unfazed, Cheng Jin replied, "Jiangqi and I won't be staying over there." Seeing that Cheng Jin's attitude had improved somewhat, Zhuiyan was inclined to discuss matters further. After all, it was essential to spend more leisure time with Jiangqi, although he was certain his son had affections for this young lady. Character ultimately defines a person, and she needed to remain vigilant against any malicious intentions that might exploit any vulnerabilities. Taking a breath, Jueyin inquired, "Why not stay overnight?" Nai expressed her disapproval of her. The fact that Nai disliked Jiangqi was palpable to him. It was an undeniable truth, without any need for concealment. Jiangqi, taken by surprise as Jin pulled her close, had been brought here after the sordid affair was revealed. Strangely, he hadn't taken her directly to his home. When she had asked, he merely indicated that they would stay here temporarily. As her thoughts spiraled, her heart began to race, caught in a web of complicated emotions. Jueyin understood Nai's temperament. She undoubtedly viewed her brother as her own possession. Thus, when he suddenly began to court another girl, it was akin to a beloved toy being snatched away, provoking a childish tantrum. Jueyin had articulated his thoughts to this extent, and Jin showed no intent to evade the matter further. He could discern that his mother wished to engage with Jiangqi, albeit with a sense of caution. He understood this, for he had initially felt the same way about Jiangqi, finding her arrival rather inexplicable and perceiving her as a frail, pampered young lady. However, he gradually came to realize that rather than being weak, she was simply undernourished. She did not require the embellishments of a noble lineage to define her identity. She needed only him, for he would be her most cherished sanctuary. It is not a matter of abandonment, but rather a pure intention to provide Jueyin with an opportunity. Jiangqi harbors an aversion to the presence of unfamiliar individuals in her home. Largely due to her somewhat introverted nature, she prefers to avoid interactions with strangers, let alone engage in conversation. Although today's guest is Jin's mother, she instinctively feels a twinge of fear within her heart. Having been born and raised in Nangtown for over a decade, she is familiar with the customs of her hometown. It is widely believed that couples must be well matched in social standing for their relationships to endure. Many young women of marriageable age are often arranged to meet potential suitors, and the criteria extend beyond mere material possessions such as cars, houses, or savings. Familial background is of paramount importance. For instance, if a woman hails from a single-parent family or if either set of parents is afflicted by serious illness, matchmakers are likely to decline their proposals. The underlying principle remains compatibility in social status. The atmosphere in the living room is excessively somber. Although Uncle Zhang occupies a spot on the sofa, he maintains a respectful distance from the single chair where Jiangqi sits, wary of their master-servant relationship that restrains him from casting even a furtive glance in her direction. The ambience has become rather delicate. Uncle Zhang rises and moves to stand beside Jueyin. Seizing the opportunity for a private moment with Jiangqi, Jueyin is unperturbed by the passage of time. As she notices that Jin has yet to emerge from the bedroom and the sound of the hairdryer is conspicuously absent, realization dawns upon her. This is, after all, a chance orchestrated for her and Jiangqi to connect. Jueyin once more sets down her chopsticks, wipes her mouth, and with a subtle glance at Uncle Zhang, stands up to adjust her clothing. She then retrieves a large red envelope from her bag and strides towards Jiangqi. Jueyin approached Jiangqi, standing beside the sofa as she presented a red envelope. "Happy New Year, dear. Here's a little something from your aunt." Jiangqi, somewhat distracted, swiftly focused her attention on the envelope. She looked up at Jueyin, a hint of surprise in her gaze, and politely declined, "Thank you, Auntie, but I cannot accept it. The new year has already passed." There was no justification for her to take it, especially since she was Jin's mother. Everything she possessed was provided by him, and his financial support undoubtedly came from his parents. Jueyin, with a gentle smile, insisted, "Please accept it. It is a token of my affection." Jiangqi felt a sense of discomfort wash over her as she hesitantly reached out to accept the envelope. If she refused now, it would only lead to greater awkwardness. It would be better to take the red envelope and return it to Jin later. She was unwilling to become a burdensome guest, reliant on others for her needs. Once she accepted the red envelope, Jueyin's smile broadened. "By the way, I must apologize for earlier. The noodles you prepared were delightful." Jiangqi immediately responded, "It's quite all right." She settled back into the sofa, clutching a cushion. "Really, it's nothing." The incident had transpired some time ago. Revisiting it held no significance. Ultimately, one must always look forward. In truth, she did not dwell on what Miao Yu had done to her that day. Although the lewd sounds she had heard in the woods still evoked a sense of fear, she felt a deeper gratitude for the chance Jin had given her on the rooftop, a chance for rebirth. She aspires to reconcile with her past and dedicate herself to her studies, making a fresh start in Hung City. Nene informed us that you and Jin are romantically involved. If you wouldn't object, you could address me as Mom, just as Qingjin does, to acclimate yourself to the role. Having uttered these words, Jueyin realized she had been overly hasty. Observing Jiangqi's diffident demeanor, she recognized her as a remarkably introverted young woman, likely not as advanced in her thinking. Records indicate that she was raised in Nanha Town. While a small number of impoverished families remain in Nanha Town, the majority have prospered through the agritourism economy, realizing their aspirations of purchasing cars and homes. However, Jiangqi previously resided with her so-called aunt, whose current financial circumstances are less than ideal. Chapter 131. Why not move back home? Despite requesting time for deliberation, she has scarcely contemplated the matter in the days exceeding the allotted 24 hours. Rather, she has been prevaricating. She is acutely aware of Qingjin's character and deeply appreciates his kindness, yet she acknowledges that she is not a suitable candidate for a romantic relationship. This is Hung City, not Nanha Town, a distinction she fully comprehends. Equitable social standing is the desire of all parents. How could any mother willingly permit her son, whom she carried for 10 months and nurtured with such arduous effort, to casually engage in a romantic liaison with a girl devoid of parents? Jueyin was genuinely taken aback. You too. Wasn't Qingjin caring for you at the hospital recently? I apologize, Aunt, but you may have misunderstood. I was about to explain my relationship with Qingjin when suddenly, a familiar call from him interrupted me. Due to our impending departure, he was not wearing a sweater. Instead, he simply donned a black hoodie on his upper half, complemented by his usual casual black trousers. As Qingjin approached, he handed me the black hoodie he was holding, suggesting I change into it shortly, as wearing a skirt outside would leave me feeling cold. This would offer me more warmth and would harmonize with my long skirt. I accepted it with a nod. Zuoyin, observing from the side, instinctively glanced out the window. A gust of wind swept past. Although the sun had graced the day, the evening chill had set in. Spring was approaching, and wearing a hoodie seemed just right. Zuoyin reached out to touch the fabric of the hoodie, frowning as he turned to Qingjin, inquiring if he had anything thicker. Qingjin raised an eyebrow, asserting that hoodies were typically of this thickness. He had checked the weather forecast and assessed the perceived temperature. Under these conditions, a hoodie was indeed suitable. If I were to wear it, it would almost appear as if we were in matching outfits, perfectly achieving the aim of fostering closeness. Despite my family's modest means, I was astute enough not to be easily swayed by Qingjin's trivial antics. Qingjin, after all, was merely a student, a high school student, no less. Furthermore, the money he spent on me came from his own resources, not from his parents. The advantages of achieving excellent grades lie in the ability to receive scholarships amounting to around 2,000 each semester, along with monetary rewards from the school for placing in municipal competitions. Although he possesses a source of income without engaging in employment, for the Chung family, it is merely a trivial sum, akin to spending the entirety of that amount on a designer dress. Indeed, he is quite impoverished, unable to afford the luxury of a girlfriend. This is not the first time Jiangqi has donned Qingjin's clothing. She had previously worn his jersey when they first met, which was rather oversized. She recalls how her arms were exposed to the chilly winter air. However, today, the sweatshirt Qingjin provided her is quite warm, and as they descended in the elevator, the biting cold did not faze her. The only resemblance between her attire and Qingjin's was that both were wearing similar sweatshirts, though she chose to wear a white dress underneath instead of pants. It bore a slight resemblance to the couple's outfits often seen in romantic dramas. One wonders if Qingjin did this intentionally. As the group approached the parking lot, Jueyin was the first to open the car door and slide into the back seat, with Uncle Zhang behind the wheel. Qingjin, holding Jiangqi's wrist, positioned her behind the car door, gazing indifferently at Jueyin as she said, "I will sit in the back with Jiangqi." Jueyin frowned. "Why are you so particular? What's wrong with two women sitting in the back?" At this point, Jueyin glanced at Jiangqi, partially obscured by Qingjin, and gently smiled. "Qi, come sit with Mom." Qingjin. It is determined by Jueyin to raise Jiangqi, which signifies that Jueyin and Cheng Tingjun are the adoptive parents of Jiangqi. The sudden change in address feels somewhat peculiar. Both Jiangqi and Qingjin have yet to board the car, while Jueyin and Uncle Zhang are already seated inside, awaiting the two of them. Noticing the tension between Qingjin and his mother, as if they were in a silent standoff, she gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice laced with a hint of plea. "Why don't you sit in the front? There's no issue with me sitting with Mom." Upon hearing this, Qingjin shifted slightly to the side, a silent agreement escaping his lips, and proceeded to open the car door, placing one hand atop the frame to prevent Jiangqi from bumping her head. Inside, Zhuyin silently mocked Qingjin. Yet a sense of satisfaction welled within him at the signs of emotional intelligence Qingjin was displaying, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. Once Jiangqi entered the vehicle, she sat rigidly in her seat, her back straightened uncomfortably, clearly too tense to relax. With everyone safely aboard, Uncle Zhang turned the steering wheel, glancing at the rearview mirror before backing out, subsequently driving out of the underground parking lot. The dim light of the parking structure gave way to the vibrant glow of neon lights on the street, accompanied by advertisements flickering on the screens of towering buildings. Jiangqi couldn't help but gaze out the window. The night market of Hung City appeared more bustling than during the day, with no noticeable decrease in foot traffic. In contrast, the street food stalls thrived with liveliness, reminiscent of the night markets back in her small town. At some point, Zhuyin, now closer to Jiangqi, observed the play of shadows and light cast upon the young girl's profile by the glow from outside. He remarked with a smile, "Chi-Chi, you must not have ventured out at night before, right? How about I take you out for a stroll another day?" Seated in the passenger seat, Qingjin felt a sudden tension in her body, inadvertently paying attention to the conversation between Zhuyin and Jiangqi in the back. "Thank you, Andy. But it's not necessary," Jiangqi declined, her expression as awkward as ever. Upon hearing about the expenses for the outing, Jiangqi couldn't help but recall how each time she ventured out with Qingjin, they always hailed a ride through an app, with the fare typically around 10 yuan. After a moment's contemplation, she slowly nodded in agreement, saying, "I'll heed Annie's advice." Moving into the villa would indeed help reduce some unnecessary expenditures. Yet, she remained an outsider, especially with Qingjin's parents at home, making her situation rather awkward. In Zhuyan's eyes, although Jiangqi had not yet confirmed her relationship with Qingjin, there was undoubtedly a bond between them, making her, in a sense, a prospective daughter-in-law. "Qingjin, how about this? Tomorrow I will take Jiangqi out to buy some necessities and clothes, while you can take some servants to the garden to tidy up things," Zhuyin suggested. Qingjin responded with a simple, "Oh." With the tasks clearly allocated, Zhuyin felt a sense of comfort wash over her. Turning her gaze to Jiangqi's fair visage, she found her increasingly endearing. It was not merely her appearance that conveyed innocence, but rather a profound gentleness emanating from within. Her quiet demeanor, perhaps a consequence of maturity, revealed the hesitation and insecurity lurking beneath the surface. She had undoubtedly experienced what most fear, the absence of parental figures, and her heart bore the weight of solitude. Yet, she had demonstrated remarkable resilience to reach this point in her life. The reason for Qingjin and Qiangnai's separation likely stems from a sense of inadequacy regarding their family status. Although Tingjun may be perceived as a delinquent, he is remarkably affluent, with his family engaged in real estate, owning several properties in Hang City. In contrast, she hails from a remote town and has relocated to Hang City as an exchange student, facing financial hardships. Initially, the stark disparity in their backgrounds made her feel as though she was reaching beyond her means. However, as time passed, she came to realize that the notion of compatibility was irrelevant. He is an individual unto himself, and his parents are merely a part of his life. The assertion that Qingjin and Qiangnai are impoverished does not reflect the Qing family's financial instability, but rather indicates issues in the distribution of their personal assets. With limited economic resources, they are confined to a fixed monthly allowance, leading them to either save what they can or struggle to get by until the following month. Their circumstances do not imbue them with an excessive sense of superiority simply due to their wealthy lineage. Qiangnai and Tingjun had long since shared meals and relaxed on the sofa, while observing Qingjin and Jiangqi strolling about, both clad in matching hoodies reminiscent of a couple's attire. Qiangnai disdainfully averted her gaze, opting to seek out Chuanqi when next door. Meanwhile, Zhuyin oversaw the preparations in the kitchen, instructing Lu Ma to moderate the seasoning of the dishes, given that Qingjin mentioned Jiangqi's aversion to overly rich flavors. As Jiangqi had yet to have dinner, having spent the afternoon attending lectures, Qingjin retrieved a slice of packaged toast from the refrigerator for her to snack on. "The yogurt is chilled. Do you drink milk?" Jiangqi, unparticular, glanced at the stack of milk cartons on the nearby table, around 5 boxes, of which only the top 2 had been opened. "Anything will do." Upon hearing this, Qingjin casually handed a bottle of milk to Jiangqi. He glanced down at Jiangqi, who was leisurely tearing pieces of bread and placing them in her mouth. Noticing she didn't seem particularly hungry, he reached around her shoulders, gently holding her, and suggested she wait in his room for a while. Zhuyin stood still, unable to suppress the smile playing on the corners of her lips. Her gaze suddenly shifted towards xianxia-tinged, who was engrossed in financial news in the living room. The smile on her face diminished slightly as she approached him, chiding. Chi-Chi came by earlier, and you didn't even acknowledge her? xianxia-tinged frowned, adopting an indifferent demeanor as he adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Just a junior. It's impolite, showing a complete lack of manners. Zhuo Yin defended Jiangqi, saying Chi-Chi is rather introverted by nature. Courtesy and personality are two different things. xianxia-tinged, unwilling to prolong the conversation with Zhuo Yin, removed his glasses and focused on the news. Zhuo Yin's explanation was unheeded, so she refrained from further discussion. Inside the bedroom, after finishing an entire slice of toast, Jiangqi nestled into the armchair, engrossed in watching a video of an English teacher explaining problems on her iPad. Gradually, she began to feel some discomfort in her abdomen. She glanced at Xingjin, who was rummaging through clothes, but she endured the pain without saying a word, hoping it would pass. However, the pain intensified. She clutched her stomach, forcing herself to concentrate on the teacher's explanation in the video, slowly calming herself. Gradually, the spasms in her abdomen began to subside. But a thin layer of cold sweat had already formed on her forehead. In the absence of suitable clothing for Jiangqi, Xingjin searched through his belongings and could only find a mustard yellow jacket he had previously purchased for her, which had been relegated to the corner of the wardrobe due to a lack of appropriate outfits to accompany it. He rummaged through his own garments and discovered a relatively oversized shirt. He knew that Jiangqi would certainly find his trousers ill-fitting and considered borrowing from Cheng-Nai. Yet he was well aware that she would likely berate him before acquiescing. After confirming that the shirt was his only option, Xingjin closed the wardrobe door and approached Jiangqi. She was habitually curled up on the sofa, a cushion cradled in her arms. Upon hearing Xingjin call her name, Jiangqi looked up in confusion, only to find him standing before her. Xingjin meticulously folded the shirt into a neat square and placed it beside her on the sofa, instructing her to wear it as a makeshift outfit after dinner and a shower. Jiangqi was taken aback, pointing at the shirt with a hint of disbelief. But it's just a shirt. What about underneath? Xingjin paused before replying, you will sleep in my room tonight. You take the bed while I occupy the sofa. It's not safe for you to be dressed like this, especially with the housekeeper residing upstairs. She responded with a simple, all right. Not long after they settled in the bedroom, a servant dispatched by Zhuo Yin arrived to summon them for dinner. The long table was laden with an abundance of dishes, far exceeding the needs of just 4 or 5 individuals. The display seemed almost ostentatious. Jiangqi felt a flutter of anxiety as she took her seat at the dining table, glancing at Zhuo Yin and then at xianxia-tinged, who was reluctantly participating in the gathering. They were Cheng-Jin's parents, her adoptive guardians. In a state of inner turmoil, Jiangqi picked up the chopsticks beside her and, glancing at the couple seated across from her, politely greeted, hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. As the young girl's somewhat anxious voice faded, Zhuo Yin smiled and served her some dishes. Sitting next to Zhuo Yin, xianxia-tinged emitted a disdainful snort, only to be met with a warning elbow jab from Zhuo Yin to her arm. Chapter 133. Because I owe your family. Jiangqi, possessing a rather introverted disposition, found the dining table enveloped in silence, reminiscent of her time with the Song family where meals were consumed in quietude. By the end of the meal, Jiangqi felt somewhat overwhelmed, her nerves causing her to eat less than usual. It appeared that even the once aloof xianxia-tinged had moments of compulsion. Though this was not their first encounter, he still harbored a desire to mock. Upon returning to her bedroom, Jiangqi retrieved the red envelope Zhuo Yin had given her from her sweatshirt pocket, along with the one xianxia-tinged had reluctantly handed over. The envelopes felt quite substantial to the touch, and given Qing's affluent background, it was not difficult to surmise the monetary contents within. As xianxia-tinged began to remove his clothing, he noticed Jiangqi, head bowed, presenting him with the 2 envelopes. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and continued to deftly peel off his sweater, only to notice Jiangqi maintaining her offering posture, prompting him to inquire slowly. What is this for? Today, Zhuo Yin had claimed before Jiangqi that he had little money, making Jiangqi's sudden presentation of 2 envelopes seem, at a glance, akin to an act of charity. Jiangqi uneasily remarked, this is a gift from your parents. I felt it would be better to give it to you since it was difficult to refuse when I was outside. She owed them far too much. Accepting any more from their family seemed utterly inappropriate. Xingjin let out a disdainful scoff. If my parents gave it to you, then keep it. It serves no purpose for me. Yet, I truly owe your family. Accepting it would be rather unseemly. As she spoke, Jiangqi's confidence waned. Jin tossed the sweater onto the sofa, suddenly feeling a wave of irritation encroaching upon him. He suppressed his anger, observing the still-dazed Xianxia, and softened his tone in an attempt to mask his impatience. Why must we delineate so clearly? In an instant, a startled Xianxia found herself seated upon Jin's lap, her slender legs bending over the armrest of the sofa. She gasped lightly, looking up at Jin in astonishment, evidently unprepared for his abrupt and rough embrace. Jin, with a serious expression, expressionlessly snatched the shirt from Xianxia's hands and tossed it aside, pulling her waist closer with an unyielding tone, insisting they clarify matters before bathing. Xianxia bit her lip and struggled a few times, but ultimately surrendered. She fell silent, the temperature in the bedroom plummeting to a chilling degree. As if deliberately prolonging their standoff. For the first time, Jin perceived Xianxia's stubbornness. He wished to engage in a sincere conversation. Yet she maintained an air of distant formality. Jin gently positioned Xianxia, whose hands he had placed under her arms, ensuring she sat upright. The single armchair was not particularly spacious, especially with Xianxia seated upon his lap, leaving little room, yet it was not overly cramped for two. Noticing Xianxia's continued indifference and the lack of expression on her face, Jin tempered his rising irritation, resting his chin upon her shoulder from behind. Until the matter was made clear, he resolved that she would not be washing tonight. Xianxia began to speak. But as the elaborate thoughts formed on her lips, she found herself hesitating. After a pause of over 10 seconds, she slowly articulated her feelings. It is because I owe your family, and I do not wish to incur any further debts. Upon finishing her explanation, she lowered her gaze, her emotions gradually shifting towards melancholy. At this moment, she possessed nothing. She felt grateful for her adoption and for the day Jin had openly confessed his affection for her. Had she come from an ordinary family, she would have been overjoyed, eager to share her happiness with the world. Yet, that was not her reality. She understood that she had reached beyond her means and recognized that the debts she owed might never be repaid, no matter how diligently she worked in her lifetime. As for desires, she felt unworthy of such aspirations. With the moisture of emotion glistening on her earlobes, and the familiar scent drawing near, Xianxia instinctively turned her head. However, in the next moment, a large hand swept in from the side, covering her eyes and obscuring her view, leaving only her knees in sight. With slivers of light filtering through the gaps between his fingers, blinking in confusion, her instinctive response was abruptly interrupted. His deliberately lowered voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, resonated in her ears. You owe me nothing. Treating you well is entirely my own volition. Xianxia paused, lowering her head slightly. But I am not well at all. You need not squander your time on me. Yet I do. Jin's voice suddenly sharpened. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. So when will you spend another 24 hours contemplating that matter? After speaking, Jin playfully bit her earlobe, a soft laugh escaping him. I still remember. Xianxia, feeling a pleasant tingling sensation as Jin had alluded to, had indeed cast that matter aside, seemingly unperturbed. Perhaps tomorrow, she suggested. She twisted her body, gripping Jin's wrist to forcibly remove his hand, and upon encountering the light again, she instinctively squinted. Xianxia accepted the shirt, her heart laden with doubt as she glanced at Jin, only to find him deliberately averting his gaze, engrossed in his iPad, his fingers gliding across the screen. Was he angry? After a few moments of hesitation, Xianxia looked at Jin again, but seeing his indifference, she turned away, clutching her clothes as she made her way to the bathroom. A myriad of emotions swirled within her, yet she felt that enduring prolonged pain was less desirable than a swift resolution. She was not an extraordinary person and should not expect to possess what was not rightfully hers. Half an hour later, after finishing her shower, Xianxia emerged with her long hair swept to one side, revealing her slender shoulders, droplets of water still adorning her face. She cast a glance toward the sofa, where Jin was absent. Placing her soiled clothes into the washing machine for an automatic cycle, she then grabbed a towel, drying her hair as she made her way to the bedside table to retrieve a hairdryer nestled at the very bottom. Jin's shirt was oversized, reaching her knees. Yet it was empty inside, forcing her to press down on the hem as she crouched. After plugging in the hairdryer, Xianxia sat on the edge of the bed, drying her hair. Chapter 134, Xianxia's monthly cycle. Ever since she cut her hair short, it felt exceptionally smooth after washing, noticeably less dry than before. Although it seemed her hair had thinned out a bit, as longer hair tended to appear more voluminous and had a slight curl at the ends. However, Her current hair resembled straight locks, which she initially disliked but gradually grew accustomed to. "Tell me, did you ever truly love me? I carry your child within me," Xianxia exclaimed, her voice filled with anguish. "Zhao Zhigua, how could you betray me like this? Do you think of our son, who has just started elementary school?" In the next moment, the sound of pots and pans clattering to the floor echoed from her phone. Xianxia, holding a tissue to her tears, wept uncontrollably. Feeling a dryness at the corners of her eyes that could not quell her sorrow, she pointed at the screen where a dark-skinned man appeared. The very Zhao Zhigua that the legitimate wife had just shouted about. Through her tears, she asked, "Doesn't he resemble that old man, Shi?" Her words were muffled by her sobs, making them hard to comprehend. Jin, helplessly nodding in agreement, handed her 2 more tissues. Receiving the tissues, Xianxia tossed her phone onto the empty sofa beside her, kicking her legs in frustration. "I shall have Ms. Zhuo Yin arrange a blind date for him. I want him to experience the harsh realities of society." Upon comprehending Xianxia's words, Jin felt a twinge of confusion. Why was there an arrangement for a blind date? Shouldn't he be destined for a life of solitude? No. Xianxia, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, fixed her gaze upon the plush toys on the floor and spoke with a sinister determination. "I shall find him a woman of the most artificial sort, fake breasts and a fake backside. When they kiss, her nose will surely collapse." Jin, taken aback, glanced at the time displayed on his locked phone screen. With a sigh, he set aside the tissue, realizing it was already 11:30. Time to wash up and retire for the night. Xianxia, using the tissue to dab her nose, declared, "I will sleep with you tonight." Jin was genuinely startled as he prepared to leave, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you dissatisfied with me? Is it because I had a fleeting moment with Shi? What kind of attitude is this toward your sister? Can't you be a bit more responsible for your own flesh and blood?" Xianxia's emotions surged, and she shouted. Jin retorted, "I'll sleep on the sofa. You have a bed, yet you choose to come to my room and sleep on the floor? I don't care. I am determined to sleep with you tonight." Meanwhile, Xianxia had already succumbed to slumber. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness, save for the soft glow of a nightlight on the bedside table. Xianxia entered first, and without a second thought, she approached the remaining half of the bed, pulled back a corner of the quilt, and nestled in. Jin, at a loss, approached the bedside, adjusted the brightness of the nightlight, and glanced at Xianxia, who was already settled and preparing for sleep. He lowered his voice and advised, "Try to be a bit more composed as you drift off. Keep your distance from her, and you won't disturb her, understand?" Instantly forgiving and forgetting, Xianxia, now sharing a bed with Xianxia, gestured an okay to Jin. Having settled Xianxia, Jin took his clothes to the bathroom, being careful not to make too much noise. Xianxia, unaccustomed to the bed, found herself staring at the ceiling, her mind growing increasingly alert. Without her phone, she restlessly turned over, gazing at Xianxia, who was curled up against the wall. Driven by curiosity, she propped herself up on her side and leaned towards Xianxia, gently poking her back. Despite the prodding, the sleeping girl remained soundly asleep, showing no reaction. It felt as if she wasn't breathing. The bedroom was quiet, with only the sound of running water from the bathroom audible, creating a serene atmosphere. Upon closer listening, Xianxia couldn't detect Xianxia's breath. She abruptly sat up, a chill running down her spine as she double-checked Xianxia, who was still facing away from her. Jin, having taken a quick 7-minute shower, emerged from the bathroom to find Xianxia sitting motionless. He softly inquired, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Hearing this, Xianxia stiffly pointed towards Xianxia, her words hesitant. She seems to have stopped breathing." Jin frowned, his nerves instantly on edge. He quickly approached, stepping over Xianxia to get closer to Xianxia. Accustomed to Xianxia's shallow breathing, he immediately realized she was simply in a deep sleep. He sighed in relief. Straightening up, "She always sleeps like that. Just ignore her." He worried that any more of this nonsense would ruin his chances of sleep tonight. Relief washed over Xianxia as she realized her fears were unfounded. She patted her chest, still reeling from its accelerated rhythm. Who sleeps so soundly they seem devoid of breath? Jin sighed. "Please, compose yourself and retire for the night." Xianxia, nestled beneath the covers, quipped playfully, "Good night, you old curmudgeon." Jin, scarcely registering her words, ensured the girls were properly tucked in before running a hand through his hair and heading towards the sofa. Abruptly, Xianxia, seemingly lost in slumber, bolted upright, momentarily disoriented. Then, casting aside the covers, her gaze fell upon a crimson stain on the sheets. Jin approached the bedside, his demeanor patient, his voice gentle. "Did you have a nightmare?" Still somewhat dazed, Jiangqi looked up at Qingjin, her expression a mixture of delight and surprise. Qingjin, my period has started. Qingjin paused, his gaze fixed on the spot where Jiangqi had pulled back the covers. Amidst the expanse of her fair legs, a small pool of blood was visible. A flicker of astonishment crossed his dark eyes. You. Chang Nai, lying prone, interjected, dispelling the mood. She's 17. It's hardly her first period. Why the fuss? Qingjin corrected her in a low voice. It is Chi-Chi's first. Cheng Nai? Is it possible to develop so late? Ignoring Cheng Nai's astonished stare, Qingjin extended his hand towards Jiangqi. Come, let me carry you to the restroom. Coming to her senses, Jiangqi clutched her clothes and moved closer to Qingjin, allowing him to lift her into his arms. The shirt worn by Jiangqi belonged to Qingjin, and he understood why she would wear it. Therefore, while carrying Jiangqi to the bathroom, he ensured that he pressed down on the hem of her shirt to prevent any accidental exposure. Qingjin gently carried Jiangqi to the bathroom, switched on the light, and instructed her to change into clean slippers, all the while ignoring the blood trickling down her thigh. He attempted to call Luma on his phone. But before he could connect the call, he hastily hung up and turned to the dazed Jiangqi, telling her to wait for him here. Oh, she obediently nodded. Qingjin felt relieved as he stepped out of the bathroom, partially closing the door behind him before approaching Cheng Nai. In a tone that suggested negotiation, he said, Contribute something, and I shall buy you a dress next month. Cheng Nai, unwilling to engage, rolled her eyes and turned over in bed. Chapter 135. Tonight. We sleep on the second floor. Qingjin's expression darkened slightly as he asked, Shall I invite Shi Chuanyuan to come over tomorrow to apologize to you in person? All right. Cheng Nai instantly threw off the covers and stood up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Qingjin. What do you need me to contribute? Sure thing, brother. I will definitely handle it, she declared, and with that, she bounded out of the room, her shoes barely on, humming an unknown tune. With Cheng Nai gone, Qingjin returned to the bathroom to check on Jiangqi, only to find her still as motionless as before. Are you ready? Jiangqi looked at him in confusion as he suddenly appeared. Qingjin patiently waited outside the door, saying, Just a moment longer. Due to the nature of their genders. He remained outside the door, doing nothing but standing there in quiet companionship. Qingjin strolled over and casually picked up a package to examine. By sheer coincidence, the item he randomly selected was a pack of overnight sanitary pads. Qingjin, puzzled, scrutinized it closely and compared it with others. Noting that aside from the brand and a series of numbers, the only differences lay in the designs, yet the color scheme remained unchanged. Cheng Nai fiddled with the items and handed him another package, this one containing sleep pants, aptly named for their purpose of providing comfort during slumber. They resembled ordinary undergarments, but were essentially sanitary pads. Then there was this dress. Feel this fabric. It is incredibly soft and can be easily washed clean if soiled. And these little pants, perfect for that time of the month. One needn't worry about them not being clean afterwards. Qingjin took the package of sleep pants and a dress into the bathroom, placing them on the shelf before shutting the door. With his back turned to the entrance, he spoke softly. Remember to take a shower first and tie your hair back before washing. Jiangji, acutely aware of her disheveled appearance, responded with a quiet, oh, and began to undress. Just as she had unfastened 2 buttons, she noticed a shadow lingering outside the door, causing her to halt her movements. Why are you still here? Waiting for you. If you're here, I can't undress. Jiangji said awkwardly. Qingjin paused, realizing he had overlooked that aspect. If there is anything you're uncertain about, refer to the instructions on the packaging. I believe you girls can grasp it without much difficulty. With that, the shadow in front of the bathroom gradually receded until it vanished entirely. Jiangji bit her lip and continued to unbutton her blouse. Before long, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. Qingjin was not well versed in feminine products, however. During his middle school biology class, the teacher had imparted some knowledge on the subject. Coincidentally, this was Jiangqi's first experience, prompting him to seek information online using his phone. He soon delved into the instructions for using sanitary pads, nearly ready for practical application. Cheng Nai rolled her eyes in exasperation, her languid body rising from the sofa as she padded barefoot in cotton slippers, stifling a yawn as she made her way outside. At 17, Jiangqi was experiencing her first menstrual cycle, which indeed felt somewhat daunting. She had started menstruating shortly after entering middle school, not long after classes had commenced. Jiangqi was of a similar age to her brother, who was presumably in his final year of high school. It seemed peculiar that she would begin menstruating at such a tender age. Was there something amiss with her health? Observing Jiangqi's slender frame, One might wonder if her development was also lagging. 10 minutes later, Xianxia emerged from the shower, her hair styled in a bun, her complexion appearing somewhat pallid amidst the warm steam. She retrieved a basin from beneath the shelf, nestled atop a plastic bucket, filled it with hot water, and added laundry detergent to soak the shirt she had just changed out of, uncertain of the best method to remove bloodstains. She recalled that Lu Qi had developed early and often experienced heavy flow, frequently staining her clothes. Lu Qi would usually soak her garments in hot water for about half an hour before washing them as usual. Hearing some commotion, Cheng Jin approached and found Xianxia standing before the mirror, tending to her hair. A basin filled with water for soaking clothes rested on the sink. And although he felt a flicker of curiosity, he refrained from asking. She likely possessed a greater understanding of this matter than he did. "What brings you here?" he inquired, responding with a corrected and refined version in English. After a perceptible delay, Xianxia became cognizant of a figure standing at the doorway. She casually rearranged the wisps of hair framing her face, pulling a few strands down to obscure her forehead. Having bound her hair up to keep it dry during her ablutions, thus exposing her entire face, she now found her hands unoccupied and instinctively reached up to adjust her stray hairs. She harbored a certain dissatisfaction with her countenance, deeming it somewhat ostentatious amidst the masses. With her hair swept back, the unadorned features revealed imperfections such as a somewhat flattened chin and slightly prominent cheekbones. Yet, perhaps it was due to her fortunate birth that she remained oblivious to the fact that what she perceived as flawed features were, in the eyes of others, objects of desire, illustrating the subjective nature of beauty. Cheng Jin approached, his gaze lingering on the water in the basin, its clarity gradually diminishing. In that instant, a dawning of understanding seemed to illuminate his mind. Noticing his silence, Xianxia ceased her movements and lifted her gaze, her limpid, almond-shaped eyes reflecting bewilderment. Cheng Jin inclined his head, resting his chin upon her shoulder. The maiden exuded a delectable fragrance, a confluence of her bath gel and her unique, inherent aroma. "The linens are soiled. Shall we retire to the second floor this evening?" he murmured, shifting his position to nuzzle the hollow of her shoulder. The dress bequeathed by Cheng Nai appeared to be pristine, the tag still affixed to the back tie. Save for its delicate, sleeveless design, it seemed faultless. Cheng Jin encircled Xianxia's waist, procuring a pair of scissors from the shelf to sever the tag. Xianxia gazed into the mirror, startled by Cheng Jin's actions. "This is your sister's dress. Why have you cut it?" The tag still hung, clearly indicating it was new. Xianxia regarded Cheng Jin with a hint of skepticism. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Cheng Jin, amused by her slightly forlorn expression, reached out to ruffle her hair, then bent down to scoop her up with one arm. "It's time to go upstairs and sleep." Xianxia wrapped her arms around Cheng Jin's neck, a touch anxious that she might fall if he was not careful. As they exited the bathroom, she voiced her concern, "But the clothes haven't been washed yet." "I'll have the maid come in the morning to clean up," he assured her. Passing the sofa, Cheng Jin casually picked up his phone and iPad, all the while securely cradling Xianxia within. Xianxia felt a twinge of fear. Cheng Jin towered over her, and when he lifted her, her perspective widened considerably. Cheng Jin switched off the bedroom light, using his phone for illumination as they departed. Chapter 136. Even a dog weighs more than you. As they ascended the staircase, Xianxia leaned closer to Cheng Jin and whispered, "Am I heavy?" Cheng Jin raised an eyebrow in surprise, chuckling softly. "Even a dog weighs more than you." Xianxia immediately felt a surge of annoyance, letting out a light huff. Being cradled in his arm, she had merely inquired out of concern for his strength, yet he had the audacity to claim she was lighter than a dog. True, the plush bundle of a dog felt somewhat weighty when she held it on her lap, but she had grown accustomed to it over time. To assert that she was lighter than a dog was infuriating. Cheng Jin merely smiled, remaining silent. Under Cheng Nai's artful touch, the upstairs bedroom, once adorned with girlish fancies, metamorphosed into a haven of opulence, shedding its former simplicity. The furnishings, entirely new, were meticulously curated. When the chamber's lights blazed to life, their brilliance bordered on the blinding. Discomfort, Xianxia averted her gaze, burying her face against Cheng Jin's shoulder, her eyes fluttering rapidly, yet still stung by the intensity. Cheng Jin extinguished the overhead light, and in the absence of a night light, illuminated the space with his phone's flashlight. He then gently massaged Xianxia's head before setting her down. As the light subsided, Xianxia gradually regained her composure. Casting the beam of his flashlight towards the lavatory, Cheng Jin inquired softly if she needed to relieve herself. Xianxia, clutching at his garment, shook her head in response. Perceiving her reluctance, Cheng Jin once more stooped, effortlessly lifting her by the curve of her hips. and carried her toward the bed. After placing her gently upon it, he knelt before her, divesting her feet of their slippers. Fresh from her bath, her feet remained slightly damp, yet chilled and pallid due to the ambient temperature, their touch icy. A hint of unease flickered across Xianxia's countenance. As she fidgeted with the bed linens beneath her, Chang Jin retrieved a few tissues from a box that had materialized upon the table and meticulously dried her alabaster feet, before discarding the used tissues in the waste receptacle. As the flashlight's beam receded, a sudden apprehension washed over Xianxia, rendering the bedroom somewhat macabre. Startled, Xianxia obediently retracted her feet and nestled deeper into the bed. The expanse was generous, furnished with a pair of pillows. She settled against the innermost white pillow, drawing the covers about her as she shifted inward, leaving a considerable portion of the bed unoccupied. Chang Jin's gaze sank as he carefully tucked her in. Then he took a chair and stationed himself by the bedside. Xianxia had already settled down, uncertain how long she had maintained her side-lying position. Yet she never awaited Chang Jin's approach. The soft glow that adorned the pink walls emanated from the mobile device he had brought along. Puzzled, Xianxia turned to see Chang Jin engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Upon sensing her gaze, Chang Jin mistakenly believed the brightness of his phone had increased, instinctively lowering it to the minimum. After a considerable silence, Xianxia softly inquired, "Are you going to sit there all night?" Chang Jin lifted his eyes, uncertain, and murmured a hesitant yes. A moment later, Xianxia asked again, "Aren't you tired?" "A little," he replied. Suddenly, he recalled the night she had been hospitalized. He had held her while sleeping, invigorated until 4 or 5 in the morning. Feeling remarkably refreshed the following day, unfettered by fatigue, he extinguished the light from his phone and asked, "Would you like me to keep you company while you sleep?" The darkness enveloped them for several seconds, accompanied by the rustling of the blanket, until the girl softly responded with a gentle yes. Xianxia, feeling shy, buried herself deeper into the covers, acutely aware of the sudden dip beside her as Chang Jin settled down. In a reflexive attempt to evade, she turned away from him. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the ceiling and a corner of the wall, casting a gentle glow that allowed the outlines of objects in the room to become discernible. Chang Jin glanced at Xianxia, curled up in the corner, understanding her shyness, and refrained from reaching out to her. Had their relationship been a touch closer, he would have felt no need to hold back. She had consistently evaded the topic of romance, as long as he refrained from broaching it. She too would not initiate a discussion on the matter. It was rather perplexing. Xianxia, typically devoid of psychological burdens, soon succumbed to a profound slumber, her breath shallow and nearly inaudible. Chang Jin, seated somewhat close to her, could not resist the urge to lean in towards her. Lowering his head to observe her sleeping visage, she appeared quite serene in her repose, her delicate arms gracefully curved against her chest, her small hands gently clenched near her nose. With his hands clasped behind his head, he gazed at the ceiling, feeling a tinge of fatigue, yet devoid of any inclination to sleep, reminiscent of that night spent in the hospital. Outside, the sky was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light, as the world around him succumbed to slumber, leaving him wide awake through the night. Contemplating the upcoming task of moving items from the courtyard and the necessity to remain vigilant for notifications, Chang Jin turned to observe the slight mound that was Xianxia. Increasingly sensing a rising heat within him, his thoughts becoming increasingly disarrayed. After a prolonged silence in the dimness, he lay flat once more, redirecting his gaze to the ceiling. In the throes of his agitation, he predictably began to react. After enduring it for a while, he ultimately decided to take a cold shower, a decision that extended for half an hour. As dawn broke, the radiant sun ascended the horizon, casting gentle rays into the room, accompanied by a soft breeze that stirred within, imparting a gradual chill. At 7:30, Xianxia's internal clock jolted her awake from her dreams, and instinctively she surveyed her surroundings. It was an unfamiliar room, yet one she vaguely recognized. Last night, due to the glaring lights, Chang Jin had illuminated the space with his phone's flashlight, obscuring her view of the entirety. Now, with the daylight flooding in, the arrangement and design of the room were strikingly clear. Awakening from slumber, Xianxia rose and stretched languidly, removing the hair tie from her tresses and placing it upon her wrist. She stifled a yawn, casting aside the quilt and padding to the edge of the bed to don her cotton slippers. A chilling draft infiltrated the room through the window, causing her skin to prickle with goose flesh. Xianxia sealed the window shut, allowing not even a sliver of space for ventilation, and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. ambled towards the door. Her last recollection was of lying beside Qingjin in the same bed, yet upon waking, he had vanished without a trace. Leaving her alone in the chamber, she felt a sense of reluctance to remain in this unfamiliar and desolate place. Xianxia opened the door, carefully closing it behind her as she descended the stairs, only to encounter Qingjin ascending at the landing. He appeared to have just completed his ablutions, with damp tendrils of hair clinging to his forehead, and he was attired in a different ensemble than the one he had worn to bed. Awake? Qingjin inquired. Xianxia, positioned 5 steps above him, gazed down at him with a somewhat bewildered nod. He ascended a few steps, then bent to lift her into his arms, supporting her shoulders to prevent her from falling. Xianxia lowered her head slightly. While she had gradually grown accustomed to being carried in Qingjin's arms, she still harbored concerns about her weight straining his arm. After all, this posture seemed more fitting for an adult carrying a young child. Were it not for Qingjin's height, the sight of him carrying her in this manner would undoubtedly appear incongruous, an ill-matched tableau. Chapter 137. Attending to personal hygiene after completing her morning routine, Xianxia accompanied Qingjin for breakfast. Their home employed servants, and the breakfast was lavishly prepared. However, unlike an ordinary household, each meal was served on a tray with a fixed portion for each individual. Later, I shall head to the garden to tidy up some things. At noon, my mother will take you shopping for clothes. Feel free to express any preferences you may have. Xianxia's delicate fingers glided across the screen as she perused the tags on the teacher's video cover. She selected a video of a Chinese literature class for the 2nd year of high school, engaging with the audio without lifting her gaze. Oh, by the way. Qingjin lifted his eyes to Xianxia, hesitating momentarily. Have you changed your sanitary pad after your morning routine? Suddenly caught off guard, Xianxia stiffly raised her head. Upon observing her reaction, Qingjin immediately understood that she had not changed. Follow me. Xianxia paused briefly before setting aside her computer and following him. Qingjin had already prepared the items Xianxia would need during her menstrual cycle, placing them on the bathroom shelf. Typically, the shelf held spare toothpaste, toothbrushes, and individually packaged disposable towels, with ample space left for the sanitary pads. With Xianxia's presence, there was no need for embarrassment regarding the pads. After all, he was not oblivious to such matters. Sanitary pads needed to be changed every 2 hours during the day, while the heavier night pads measured 420 millimeters. In the daytime, ones were 240 millimeters. The overnight pants were utilized for the first 2 nights, and the thin, small pads were referred to as panty liners, used as the menstrual period approached its end. Having explained, Qingjin took a pair of scissors and opened a package of daytime sanitary pads. Extracting one and offering it to Xianxia. Shall we change it now? Xianxia, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, accepted the sanitary napkin and pressed her lips together. You can go out first, she said. It was her first experience with menstruation, and although she was not entirely familiar with these matters, she had taken careful note of what Qingjin had mentioned. 2 minutes later, after washing her hands, Xianxia stepped outside to find Qingjin waiting not far from the door. He looked up at her and tucked his phone away. You girls need to pay extra attention to personal hygiene during your period. It's crucial to avoid bacterial infections and gynecological ailments, so do take care of yourself, he advised. Xianxia clenched her fists and replied with a soft, "Oh." Qingjin retrieved the clothes he had placed in the dryer that morning. Although the heating was on, winter had not yet relinquished its grip, and the chill still lingered in the air. He was accustomed to her typically light attire, but given the current circumstances, it was difficult for him not to notice her habits. Put on a long-sleeved shirt. You mustn't catch a cold, he insisted. Xianxia, momentarily taken aback, reached out to receive the garments, which included her white dress and a small top. Qingjin instructed her, change into it now. Xianxia responded with a simple, oh, and, clutching the dress, headed to the bathroom to change. Meanwhile, Qingjin did not remain by the door as he had before. Instead, he rushed to the wardrobe, searching for suitable attire while simultaneously browsing his phone for fashion ideas suitable for girls of Xianxia's age. While warmth was undoubtedly important, maintaining an air of beauty was equally essential. After approximately 3 minutes of rummaging, Qingjin selected a few sweatshirts that would suitably complement the white dress and placed them on the sofa. He possessed a considerable amount of clothing at home. During his time at the garden, he had merely dragged along 2 suitcases, resulting in a scant selection of attire suitable for Xianxia. Nevertheless, upon searching through his wardrobe, he managed to unearth a few pieces. Xianxia emerged from the bathroom, having changed into a long-sleeved dress, deftly tying the bow on the straps as she came out. Noticing Cheng Jin sifting through clothes, she casually set her recently discarded camisole beside the sofa and quietly sat down to finish tying her bow. Just then, a knock resonated from the entrance. Having just completed her task, she rose to answer the door, and there stood Lu Ma with her warm, kind visage. "Good day." Lu Ma, Jiangqi greeted politely. In the villa, it was customary for servants to greet the masters, and it was unheard of for them to be addressed in return. Even those who had served for decades, like Cheng Tingjun and Zhuo Yan's parents, felt the weight of such a breach of protocol. "Miss Jiang, you mustn't address me so. If others hear you and report it to the lady of the house, my wages will be docked," Lu Ma said, clutching her chest in distress. Jiangqi found herself somewhat bewildered. During her time at the Song family estate, she would occasionally greet the elders out of politeness, even if they chose not to respond. Cheng Jin could only speculate about Lu Ma's intentions for visiting. Last night, it was rare that any audible commotion emerged from his parents' bedroom, and today, Madame Zhuo Yan awoke at her usual early hour. Naturally, her purpose today was to accompany Jiangqi to purchase some daily necessities and clothing, while he was tasked with transporting commonly used items from the Yuan Garden community. Jiangqi exchanged a few words with Lu Ma at the door before closing it and heading in Cheng Jin's direction. "Your mother said to meet us at 9 o'clock. And then you can switch vehicles at the intersection to join the other servants going to Yuan Garden to tidy up." "All right." He rummaged through his belongings and selected a suitably fitting sweatshirt for Jiangqi, reminding her to wear it when they headed out, as the weather had yet to warm. "Oh." She reached out to take it. Cheng Jin's sweatshirts were all quite similar, uniform in black, with the only distinguishing feature being the designs. Upon glancing at the emblem on the front, which occupied a significant portion of the fabric, Jiangqi noted the striking image of a shadowy figure holding a cigarette, with wisps of smoke rising clearly. Zhuo Yan harbored a dream of traveling the world, aspiring to settle down domestically by the time she reached 50, living a simple life with her family of 4. Yet, with Jiangqi now part of their lives, her yearning for the outside world seemed to wane. With a son and a daughter, and now a daughter-in-law, alongside a loving husband, she felt immensely fortunate, more so than most. Before that juncture, Zhuo Yan, her maternal instincts awakened, was seized by the desire to lavish affection upon Jiangqi, encouraging her to be bolder and more self-assured, rather than appearing meek and submissive due to her timidity. As the clock neared 9, Cheng Jin and Jiangqi emerged from the bedroom, finding Zhuo Yan ensconced in the living room, alongside Cheng Nai, who had uncharacteristically risen before noon. Upon Jiangqi's entrance, Zhuo Yan, wearing a warm smile, rose to greet her, taking her hand and leading her aside. Her lips curved into a radiant smile. "Later, I'll take you out to buy clothes. Don't hesitate to tell me what you need." Jiangqi, feeling uneasy, cast a pleading glance at Cheng Jin, her eyes evasive. It wasn't that she disliked Cheng Jin's mother, but her excessive enthusiasm made her uncomfortable. Noticing her unease, Cheng Jin gently tugged Jiangqi away from Zhuo Yan, careful not to hurt the delicate girl. Zhuo Yan, displeased, questioned, "What are you doing, brat?" Chapter 138. Timid Cheng Jin jested with a smile. "She's my girlfriend, not yours. It's not appropriate to be pulling her around in front of me, is it?" Jiangqi remained silent. Zhuo Yan, taken aback, retorted, "Whether she's your girlfriend or not, you know it yourself." Her words hit the mark. A rare look of embarrassment flickered across Cheng Jin's face. He had brought it up time and again, only for Jiangqi to forget each time. He couldn't very well force her to answer at knife point, could he? Lying on the sofa, Cheng Nai could no longer endure the situation. She turned her head, casting a disdainful glance at the group blocking the doorway, and impatiently urged, "Are we going or not? It's just been one evening. What is with all the pleasantries?" Zhuo Yan looked at Cheng Nai, his brow furrowed, and his tone suddenly became somewhat stern, as if issuing a warning. "Nai." Cheng Nai rolled her eyes in response, unwilling to engage further. Upon hearing that they were leaving, she huffed, rising with an air of defiance and crossing her arms as she headed out to sit in the car. Zhuo Yan sighed, thinking to himself that it was his and her father's fault for indulging Nai's temper. Over the past few years, her disposition had become increasingly difficult to manage. He contemplated that once she reached high school, it would be prudent for her to experience boarding school life. Otherwise, if this pampering continued, she might one day create chaos beyond measure. After speaking, Zhuo Yan turned to Jiangqi, expressing a deep sentiment. Yet Jiangqi is so well-behaved, a truly demure girl. Quite charming indeed. Cheng Jin interjected with a stern expression, "Do not elevate one while disparaging another." Zhuo Yan paused, observing Qingjin's suddenly serious demeanor, and sighed softly. Nai's temperament is also influenced by you. As her elder brother, you indulge her too much, just like your father. Jiangqi curiously glanced up at Qingjin, who abruptly lowered his gaze, their eyes meeting fleetingly. Qingjin grasped Jiangqi's shoulder and addressed Zhuoyan. Let us go. Nai is still waiting outside. In response, Zhuoyan thoughtfully nodded. In truth, he had not intended to bring Qingnai along today. He merely wished to spend some time with Jiangqi, fostering their relationship. However, it seemed that somehow the news had spread, and Nai insisted on joining. Two charming young ladies, undoubtedly sharing similar interests and topics of conversation, found themselves in a delightful predicament when one was uncertain about where to take Jiangqi for shopping. Fortunately, they decided to include Nai in their excursion. The journey was overseen by Uncle Zhang, accompanied by 2 bodyguards for protection. Given the prominence of the Cheng family, Zhuoyan, embarking on this venture alone, prompted Cheng Tingjun to assign 2 bodyguards to ensure her safety against unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, 2 servants were en route to the garden with Qingjin to gather luggage, accompanied by a bodyguard who also served as the driver. The trip from home to the mall was a mere half-hour journey, as Qingjin switched vehicles at the fork in the road to head to the garden. Jiangqi trailed behind Zhuoyan and Qingnai for shopping. Qingnai harbored a disdain for Jiangqi, and the 2 girls sat in silence in the back seat, with Jiangqi gazing pensively out at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, while Qingnai languidly lounged with her legs crossed, engrossed in a game on her phone. Upon arriving at the mall, Uncle Lu remained in the car, while Zhuoyan led Jiangqi and Qingnai, flanked by the 2 bodyguards, to the elevator. This establishment was the largest mall in Hang City, with a vast supermarket on the ground floor and an array of high-end brand boutiques above. Consequently, Jiangqi had not purchased many clothes for Qingnai in recent years, who was particularly fond of cosmetics and often sought reimbursement from Cheng Tingjun or borrowed money from Qingjin. The mother and daughter shared little interaction. This time, however, as they were to assist Jiangqi in acquiring clothing and other necessities, Zhuoyan, unfamiliar with the preferences and aesthetic boundaries of girls of this age, welcomed Qingnai's offer to accompany them without hesitation. It now appears that this decision was not misguided. Upon entering the shopping mall, Qingnai confidently navigated her way into the store, eagerly rummaging through the latest collection of dresses on display. Her bold personality led her to purchase garments of eclectic styles, intricate designs, and exorbitant prices, an aesthetic that often eluded the understanding of others. In contrast, Jiangqi, being more reserved and lacking the protective presence of Qingjin, found herself unable to relax. It seemed as though Zhuoyan could see through Jiangqi's thoughts, guiding her through the neatly hung clothing. With winter behind them, spring garments had already begun to grace the market. Zhuoyan picked up a knitted sweater from the rack and held it up in front of Jiangqi, and upon seeing it fit well, handed it to the bodyguard behind her. Observing this scene, the sales assistant rushed over, bowing respectfully and offering her services in a sweet voice. "Madam, how may I assist you? If you are shopping for the young lady beside you, we would be delighted to provide recommendations." Zhuoyan regarded the assistant with a hint of skepticism, her gaze inevitably drawn to the charming figure of Qingnai, who was laughing and chatting with another sales assistant, clearly a frequent visitor. "Please do recommend some options," Zhuoyan replied, feeling somewhat helpless. She genuinely struggled to determine what clothing would be suitable for girls like Qingnai and Jiangqi after all these years. Her taste had not swiftly evolved to keep pace with contemporary trends. Qingnai's choices often appeared bizarre at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, they exuded a peculiar brilliance. Without the discerning eye for appreciation, one might simply regard them as odd. The sales assistant gestured invitingly and led the way. "Our store is part of a national chain, with only 5 locations in Hung City, which means new styles are generally prioritized for our Hung City stores. Our spring collection is selling exceptionally well, particularly dresses and outerwear that have garnered significant popularity." The sales assistant selected various styles from the shelves, all of which were suitable for youthful girls, vibrant and radiant. She turned to the expressionless Jiangqi, who was following closely behind, and with a smile inquired, "Little sister, would you like to try these on? If they don't fit, you can always exchange them." Suddenly, all attention was drawn to Jiangqi. Momentarily stunned, she instinctively stood behind Zhuoyan as if to refuse. However, to Zhuoyan, it seemed merely a manifestation of her timid nature. He recognized that if this issue was not overcome, it might haunt her for a lifetime. Should she encounter various traumatic experiences that lead to psychological distortions, The term timid could very well come to define Jiangqi Chapter 139. Hypoglycemia. Yin patiently encouraged her. Go ahead and give it a try. It won't take long. The girl's delicate brows subtly furrowed, her hands hanging limply at her sides, aligned with the length of her black sweatshirt. After an internal struggle, her tense shoulders gradually relaxed as she nodded at the sales assistant. In that moment, Jiangqi resembled a sheltered child, unfamiliar with the world beyond her door, while Zhuyin took on the role of a nurturing mother, as if she could not bear to part from him. Seeing Jiangqi agree to try on the clothes, Zhuyin smiled with a sense of relief and satisfaction. For the first time, I wish that Jiangqi could possess the same open-mindedness as Cheng Nai. Although she may be prone to a bit of temper and possess a somewhat fiery disposition, it would be preferable to not feel compelled to remain silent in public, as if she had committed some grave misdeed, unable to hold her head high in the presence of others. While being well-behaved is commendable, her introversion may hinder her future development, making it challenging to navigate social interactions once she enters society, ultimately affecting her ability to establish herself. Mom, I want to buy this, Cheng Nai exclaimed, presenting two dresses that were rather modest in color, initially evoking a rather rural aesthetic. However, upon closer inspection, one could appreciate the captivating design of the collars, charming yet playful, perfectly suited for a young girl of Cheng Nai's age. Yet, the colors left much to be desired. Nonetheless, Zhuyin had always trusted Cheng Nai's discerning taste, so he handed the garments to the bodyguard to hold, planning to pay together with Chi-Chi later. The prospect of shopping with someone else covering the expenses was a delightful arrangement that Cheng Nai had no intention of nitpicking with someone as inconsequential as Jiangqi. After stating this, she perched on a nearby lounge chair, legs crossed, engrossed in her phone. Shortly after, a considerate sales associate offered her a cup of hot water. Cheng Nai took a few sips before placing the cup on the adjacent table, immersing herself in her phone, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. As if her sole purpose for being there was to add a couple of dresses to her wardrobe, Jiangqi was swift in trying on the clothes, emerging from the fitting room to stand in front of the full-length mirror for a cursory glance. The sales associate provided commentary, suggesting a smaller size when the fit was loose, occasionally inquiring if the garments were comfortable. After completing the purchase for Cheng Nai's two dresses, Zhuyin decisively swiped his card to settle the bill. Having entrusted the shopping bags brimming with garments to the two accompanying bodyguards, the three women departed with a newfound sense of purpose. Cheng Nai, in particular, had found a diversion, engaging in video games with a complete stranger she encountered in a group chat. Drawn to his obscure, shadowy anime avatar, she impulsively extended an invitation to play. To her surprise, he acquiesced, still piqued by the unwanted kiss and the subsequent lack of apology from Cheng Jin. She resolved to seek new companionship. As for the blind date, she had hastily arranged for a woman of dubious authenticity, aiming to retaliate against the older gentleman, Shi Chuanquan. Entering a specialty store for household goods, Zhuyin escorted Jiangqi to select everyday water cups, feminine hygiene products, and trinkets that appeal to women. In the afternoon, Zhuyin acquired a mobile phone for Jiangqi, along with a SIM card and a bank card, as a means of facilitating her integration into modern society. Jiangqi, however, meticulously collected every receipt from their purchases, including the one for her plush bunny-shaped crossbody bag, which initially captivated her with its whimsical ears and cost 55 yuan. For items lacking receipts, she committed the details to memory. He donned a pristine white shirt, complemented by black-rimmed glasses, and cradled an iPad, occasionally gliding his fingertips across the screen. In that instant, his age seemed remarkably enigmatic. Hesitating for a moment, Cheng Nai comprehended the situation and vociferously alerted the two bodyguards still present in the living room, exclaiming that there was a pervert, before her voice could fully dissipate. The bodyguards swiftly rushed in, forcefully kicking the door open. With a gulp, Cheng Nai swallowed hard, a tinge of lingering fear causing her to turn and hasten towards Cheng Jin's room. In moments of crisis, her own brother served as a sanctuary. Consequently, upon entering, Cheng Nai beheld Jiangqi nestled intimately in her brother's embrace, eliciting a momentary pang of envy and resentment. After securing the door, she nonchalantly entered. Depositing the shopping bags, she carried onto the coffee table before settling into the sofa. Observing that her phone's battery was dwindling to a mere 15%, she paused briefly. Initially intending to remain inconspicuous, she arose and sauntered toward the bedside table, casting a sidelong glance at Jiangqi's complexion in Cheng Jin's arms, and surreptitiously pilfered the charger. As Cheng Nai passed by, Cheng Jin raised his gaze, casting a faint, sidelong glance at her, inquiring as to why she had returned. Sensing a hint of displeasure in his tone, Chang Nai furrowed her brow, yet remained unperturbed, languidly reclining back into the sofa. She explained that the older gentleman was in her room, and she had just summoned the bodyguards to apprehend him, expressing her apprehension that if she were to venture back, he might devour her whole. Regarding Xianxia-tinged, she harbored a degree of trepidation, acknowledging his status as a mature man, while she was merely a junior high school student. In a physical altercation, she surmised that he could easily send her flying with a single kick, recalling a previous incident when Cheng Jin had indeed sent her airborne, confining her to bed for an entire week. Thus, she mused that having long legs was advantageous. Care for a sweet? Cheng Jin murmured, inclining his head closer. Extracting a piece of candy from his pocket, peeling back the wrapper, and with his characteristic fastidiousness, pinching the milky white candy between his thumb and forefinger, proceeding to insert it into Jiangqi's mouth. Jiangqi lacked the strength to voice her refusal, and she was too weary to chew. Simply allowing the substance to dissolve slowly in her mouth, enticing her salivation. She felt utterly drained, her body too weak to move. Such episodes were not unfamiliar to her. In the past, she would simply dismiss them as trivial and, after a short slumber, would naturally recover. Her malnutrition often led to frequent bouts of dizziness and sudden warmth in her ears. However, this time was different. She had not anticipated that the vertigo would persist for so long, while her stomach churned violently, prompting her to retch once more. Yet, she was acutely aware that even walking required considerable effort. Cheng Jin lowered his head slightly, cautiously brushing his fingers against her somewhat cold cheek. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, her breathing heavier than usual. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to call home and summon Dr. Gu, who resided nearby. Under Cheng Jin's urging, Dr. Gu arrived hastily with his medical kit within 10 minutes, still catching his breath. What urgent matter could possibly require my presence within 10 minutes? I was in the midst of a candlelit dinner with my wife. Chapter 140, Is it too late for Chi-Chi to start learning now? Cheng Jin again touched Jiangqi's smooth, delicate face with the back of his hand. She rested quietly in his embrace, her soft cheeks pressing against his chest, and he could feel her cool skin. He spoke slowly and deliberately. She has low blood sugar. Dr. Gu, seated on the sofa with his medical kit, panted slightly, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Girlfriend? Cheng Jin lowered his head, gazing at Jiangqi's enchanting sleeping face, and spoke with an unperturbed tone, still not pursued. Cheng Nai, lounging on a single sofa while engrossed in a video game, suddenly let out a disdainful scoff. Though her gaze discreetly lingered on the small map route in the upper right corner of her phone screen, Dr. Gu sighed and opened the medical kit, suggesting, "Let us administer some glucose. I'll stay for dinner at your home tonight." Such resolve. Cheng Nai half-heartedly raised her thumb in a gesture of approval. Dr. Gu had prepared the contents of his medical kit thoroughly, and soon after, Jiangqi was lying flat receiving an infusion. Noticing Jiangqi's pallor, Dr. Gu could not help but check her pulse. He had initially been introduced to traditional Chinese medicine in his youth, but had been compelled to change careers due to financial constraints. However, he still occasionally engaged with traditional practices. After a long pause, he looked at Cheng Jin with a hint of sorrow, contemplating that with a few more years of care, she might be as lively as Nai Nai. Cheng Jin furrowed his brow, questioning the implication. My knowledge is limited. I suggest a visit to the hospital for a thorough checkup, and if necessary, a simple health examination. After speaking, Dr. Gu grasped Jiangqi's wrist, glancing at it for just a moment before releasing it, shaking his head with a knowing expression. She was thin, not in the desirable sense that women often seek, but rather in a way that indicated malnutrition and weakness. Her complexion alone revealed her frailty. She checked the time, realizing nearly 20 minutes had passed. Surely, Xianxia-tinged must have departed by now. Though a tinge of doubt lingered in her mind, her body was undeniably honest. Upon reaching the portal, Cheng Nai gingerly drew it ajar, creating a narrow fissure. With deliberate slowness, she widened the aperture, peering forth, her gaze sweeping left and right, seeking to ascertain the absence of Xianxia-tinged. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xianxia-tinged's peripheral vision had captured her actions in their entirety. He turned towards Cheng Tingyun and said with refined courtesy, Nai Nai has emerged. Allow me to attend to her. Cheng Tingyun raised his teacup, savoring a delicate sip. Our Nai Nai possesses a somewhat volatile temperament. I trust you will extend her a measure of understanding. Rest assured, sir, Xianxia-tinged replied. The cadence of his words had scarcely faded when he arose and proceeded towards Cheng Nai's chamber. A degenerate? In league with him? As he contemplated these thoughts, he reached to push the door inward, only to be met with the distinct sound of a bolt sliding into place from within. Xianxia-tinged's outstretched hand faltered, his countenance darkening with palpable swiftness. Tinged, observing the tableau, continued to sip his tea, his gaze fixed upon the ascending trajectory of stocks on his computer screen, seemingly unfazed by the discord between the two, with no inclination to intervene. For what seemed like an eternity, perhaps 5 minutes, the portal remained steadfastly closed. Xianxia-tinged's brow furrowed in consternation. Cognizant of the villa's soundproofing, he nevertheless addressed the portal, his voice carrying a subtle edge. I am departing for a matrimonial rendezvous. On the other side of the barrier, Chang Nai, engrossed in a silent drama on her cellular device, found herself seized by a tempest of emotion. And the outcome? What transpired? Did hands meet? Did affections ignite? When shall the nuptials be solemnized? After what seemed like an age, her face flushed crimson from stifled breath. She patted her chest, attempting to quell the tempestuous rhythm of her heart. Yet, the ether remained devoid of any further pronouncements from Xianxia-tinged. Chang Na was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. Straining her ears to overhear more, her competitive spirit propelled her to boldly open the door. However, what awaited her was the absence of Xianxia-tinged, who had already vanished. She stood there, momentarily stunned. Had he truly left? Chang Tingjun, who remained seated in the living room, noticed the commotion and glanced towards Chang Nai, observing her distracted stance at the doorway. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "Stop staring. He just left. You can still catch up if you hurry." The revelation of her adolescent feelings being exposed made her slam the door shut with a resounding thud. Chang Nai bit her lip, a sense of unease swelling in her chest. She collapsed onto her bed, instinctively opening a game app, only to be greeted by an invitation from a classmate. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted. Within 5 minutes of the game, the spectator count displayed in the upper left corner read 1. Chang Nai, too occupied to investigate further, assumed it was just another boy wishing to team up later and dismissed it. With a raised eyebrow, she proceeded to start a second match. Dinner was delayed, and shortly after Dr. Gu removed Jiangxi's 4, it was time for the evening meal. The guest room upstairs had been tidied up for Dr. Gu's convenience. At the dining table, Chang Nai, content and full, scooped soup into her mouth. Noticing the 2 empty chairs, she curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to call for brother?" Zhui Yin replied slowly, "Chi isn't feeling well. Shouldn't your brother be with him?" With a silent eye roll, Chang Nai dismissed the notion, casually remarking that without a confirmed relationship, the term boyfriend-girlfriend seemed premature. Sensing the nascent embers of irritation in Zhui Yin, Cheng Tingyun subtly signaled a warning to Cheng Nai with his gaze. Cheng Nai understood the unspoken cue, yet still rolled her eyes as a matter of course. Speaking of which, Zhui Yin interjected, casting a glance at the seemingly incorrigible Cheng Nai. Didn't Dr. Gu mention that Chili's health was somewhat amiss? Perhaps tomorrow, after the hospital visit, and once we have the results, we should look into enrolling Chili in a training institution to acquire a skill before the school term begins. Nai began learning Taekwondo in elementary school. It shouldn't be too late for Chili to start now, should it? Mom, are you serious? Cheng Nai exclaimed, a sense of speechlessness washing over her. She felt an aversion to arguing, yet couldn't shake the feeling that her mother's intellect occasionally paled in comparison to her father's. Chang Nai poked at her rice with her chopsticks, picking up a piece of meat drenched in gravy and chewing it thoughtfully. Our Taekwondo training involves splits and back bends, with rigorous drills and several kilometers of running each time. Chili, who's as slender as a bamboo stalk, probably couldn't even complete an 800-meter run without gasping for breath. Zhui Yin pondered this, realizing that Cheng Nai's words held a certain validity. She nudged Cheng Tingyun, who was dining with refined grace, with her elbow. "Honey, what are your thoughts?" The man, maintaining an inscrutable expression, simply stated, "I defer to your judgment." Cheng Nai was rendered even more speechless.